to the, we are streaming. We're live streaming. We're going to see if this links. And thank the gods of my ancestors. It seems to link. So we seem to be on. Okay, so it took a few minutes there for that to synchronize, a few moments. Okay, everyone, we are transmitting on a Wednesday night. Been through hell and back. And another day with another incredible misadventure. Yesterday, we will share the gory details later on tonight. I'll give a hint of it, a preview, if you will. And of course, we are simply overwhelmed with the grace of wonderful people who have come to help, and it is profound. It's profound. There is just an incredible sense of gratitude that I have for everyone who has been generous and kind and gracious, and we will credit those who wish to be named, or who at least haven't indicated that they wish to be anonymous, as the show progresses, either during the time while Peter is here or shortly after he leaves. I'm certain he knows a number of these people, so we'll probably try and bring up what we can while he's still with us tonight, and we're going to test Peter's voice. Now, I don't see anyone in the chat just yet. So I want people to start participating in the chat. Chat looks kind of odd because it says top chat. I'm not quite sure if anybody's in there. So I do want everyone to go through the usual procedures as we segue into live transmission. I do want everyone to go through the usual procedures of the upvote. So let's have everyone just kind of get on whatever platforms you've got that have a different IP address, your PC, your tablet, your cell phone, your just whatever you've got that's got a different IP address. Hit an upvote from there, because as soon as we start transmission, we are immediately hit with a ton of Autobots that press the downvote and prevent us from appearing on searches. So as soon as we get the upvotes to overwhelm the downvotes, then we can appear on searches, and it helps the show immensely. Unfortunately, YouTube is a popularity aggregator, and it works as a popularity contest, and it's stupid as hell, and it doesn't make any common sense, but we have to play by their rules while we're using their venue. And that being said, we're going to test Peter's voice out. I don't see anyone active yet, so I haven't felt the need to turn towards Peter just yet, because I feel like
active now. I see people active.
Great.
And look what T-Tank Barry said. And
wonderful.
So people are. So if T-Tank or David, if you could tell me if you hear my voice, all the way out there in T-Tank in Redwood City, the hometown of Gary Beeben, the adversary of O.J. Simpson in 1967.
Okay.
Quarterback for the UCLA Bruins from Redwood City.
Wonderful.
But anyway, if he can hear us, let us know.
Yes. And so T-Tank Barry says, loud and clear, good evening from Redwood City. David Fitzsimon says, good evening, ladies and gents. And he's from Atlantic City. T-Tank Barry says, 4 people shown in the live chat right now 9. Peter, loud and clear. Excellent, excellent. So 10 watching now. It improves, of course, as the time goes on. And we've already got the... Ann Callan says, hi guys, on the phone and Telly, I hear you both fine. Thank you so much, Ann Callan. Love you dearly. And David Fitzsimon says, yes, I hear you, Peter. So we're doing quite well. For some reason, that wasn't showing up in my live stream per se, so I'm going to kind of refresh the page there, and hopefully that will kick in. And now it's kicking in. So I had to refresh the page to get that. Weird. For a while there, it had no data, but then it synchronized with the online broadcasting software. So with that, Peter, tell you what, you get us all started. I'm going to kind of sit back, catch my breath after what was just another several days of overactivity for no good reason. But we will cover just a precursor to that horror story later, as soon as you and I get into the organic mood for that. Right now, you've been through a lot, and God knows you pretty much got here just in time. And I want to appreciate the fact that Peter has been doing what he can to prepare for when he leaves. And we'll see what happens when he leaves, what we can do to maintain the pace. But with that, I turn it over to Peter to talk about whatever he feels comfortable sharing with us today.
We'll start off with just a little bit of small talk, so as we the audience here, and as I say, Paula and I were busy juicing. We were busy juicing, and we had a very interesting conversation. And I said to her, Transylvania's in my blood. I'm getting ready for the trip. And I think one of the most beautiful things was it's very interesting. I got a Skype message from my psychiatrist friend in Romania. He's been with me at least twice to Choclavina Cave, and he's the one who got me into the cave. He went into the wet cave with me. And I stayed in his house when I was there and really enjoyed it. And he took care of me too, because I was, quite, had dysentery. Right. And then last year he couldn't go because he got COVID, but he got me into the cave. He got the permission, and then he got the permission transferred to German, the owner of the camp. So German went in the cave with us. So how can you transfer permission? That wouldn't happen in the United States, Yeah. But anyway, I heard from German, the owner of the camp, and he wrote to me through Kathleen. He says, I want to know how many people you have coming. And I said, yeah, I have X amount of money for you. Blah, 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 blah. So, he's ready and waiting for me. I'll talk to the driver soon. I mean, these people just kind of appear, but the only reason they appear is because they know me. Mm-hmm. We trust each other, and we have time together, track together. And I can already see next year opening up. I wasn't planning on going next year because I think Mercury will be in retrograde. Mm-hmm. And maybe I'm done with going to Romania. But Romania is telling me, I think you better go back already. So we'll see. There's a lot of exciting adventures. I heard from Jeanette Crowley. Jeanette Crowley took me there in 2012. Mm-hmm. She took me there. Now, a very interesting thing about Jeanette, she is a channel. And she's got her books and whatnot, and she goes to sacred sites around the world. I think she's reeled in back a bit. I don't really know if she's still doing it at the level she was, but she was walking up in the mountains near the Sphinx, and she says, I feel something here. There's something underground here. There's something here. And one of the ladies on her tour said, who was Romanian, because she always had Romanians with her, plus international crowd. They said, you need to look into these books. You need to look into these books. And she did. And she contacted me and said, I'd like you to go to Romania on one of my trips, and I will pay for you. And it took a couple of years before it happened. And it was an incredible trip because there were about 40 plus people on the trip, and I told her where to go, and I told her where not to go. And it was the second time I went to Sarmisegetuza. I accomplished a lot on that trip. I discovered a lot on that trip. And of course I met Vonda, who was on that trip, and she organized the trip the following year, 2013, where I met Paula. But Jeanette, it was like she said there's something going on down here. So I have not seen her since then. She subscribes to my newsletter, and I encourage all of you to subscribe to the newsletter. Montauk Pulse. Go to skybooksusa.com. Go to the American subscription if you're American, and U.S. subscription, $19. I just published the new newsletter, and it's about what's coming up this season in August. And Jeanette, she offered to help me this year. I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to give her a lot of inside dope. She went to Atlanticron for a whole week with me too. That was amazing. I think she's not the only person that's ever done that with me, but pretty much. Greg went with me last year, and Greg was great. And Jeanette, she's a world traveler. We had a fascinating time, and so anyway, it was very important that she kept my momentum going to Romania, because I went in 2008 and 2009 when David was there. He didn't go in 2010. That was the year I did a film project that was never actually, if I got the footage, I could edit it, but I never got the footage. And then I went to Bulgaria for 10 days, which I completely enjoyed / suffered because of the blisters I got on my feet, edema and blisters. It was rugged, but I had a great visit there. In 2011, I didn't really feel I had the funds to justify going. So my dear friend Nicole said, "Are you coming this year?" And I said, "No, I don't really have the funding." And she gave me a sad face, and I said, "Why don't you say one of your Christian prayers for me?" And within 24 hours, Marta Thomas from Chicago called me and said, "I'd like to pay your way to Romania." I said, "Well, that's fine, but we're going to need a guide, so we need to take Nicole." So we took Nicole. We met my Bulgarian friends, where I got to meet Eva, my translator. She translated Montauk Revisited into Bulgarian for me. And I absolutely adore Eva. If you're listening, she knows that. So that propelled me. It was like the energy's propelling me. And then Jeanette the next year. And then when Vonda said, "Oh, we got to go again," and then it just, things kind of snowballed. This is the first year that I've actually paid my own flight. Usually I get it out of miles. It's the most expensive flight I've ever done to Romania. It's about $1,700 round trip from New York City. So it's momentum, but I wouldn't miss this for anything. This is the big biorhythm. And it's always important. You have to, I guess, sacrifice. As Joe Matheny once told me about, magic. He says, if you don't sacrifice something, what do you expect as a result? If you sacrifice something of value, what's of value?
Yes.
That's part of the action. And I think in a more pragmatic sense, because, I guess it gets really psychotic when people start sacrificing human beings, something of value. And that does get done. It's been done for forever.
Yes.
And of course, Christ is a great sacrifice. But when you think of sacrificing, think of working. You're sacrificing your time. As Joe also said to me, he says, people think magic is going to be a great solution. What are you going to do? And, you want to make $100,000. Well, it might be a lot easier to go out and earn that $100,000 in a quote unquote honest hard day's work than it is to manipulate the machinations of, the gin and God knows what. It might be easier on your soul. So be it. In other words, there's more ways than one to skin a cat. Sometimes, like say, if you wanted to be a great basketball player, which I think there's two I can think of, Larry Bird and Stephen Curry. They practice to death. Practice, 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 practice. Pretty soon there's only so many ways you can, miss a basketball shot. So it's like practice, 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 practice. And then you get a residual benefit when you practice. You start to accrue things that you might not otherwise accrue in terms of knowledge and experience. And it makes it easier. So magic should be understood. It should be respected. It should be appreciated and indulged in with great reluctance. With great reluctance. Circumspection, like, what are you actually doing?
Yes.
It's getting rich in the stock market. You can get lucky. But if you depend on luck, luck can turn. So anyway, that's the preamble. We can get started with tonight. And we had a great show last week, and
yes.
I want to thank everybody for responding to Douglas's need. It was so good of you, and it makes me feel like we got a team,
yes.
Team Dietrich, and it's better than it's ever been before.
Yes.
So thank all of you who stayed on after me and continued with your support of Douglas. This is, it gives us further impetus to go on. Now, I finished my newsletter. It's been mailed out, which is always I guess what you call a task,
yes.
a chore, is to write it. And it went pretty smoothly. It went, if I do it pretty smoothly, and it's about, I've talked a lot about what's in it. It's about this dream workshop. And I think it would be good right now if I talked a little bit about the dream workshop. As of right now, if I have the time, and I intend to make the time, I'm going to do a series of time release emails from the Time Travel Education Center. I'm going to send these things out, and so that they'll say, okay, today is the day I arrived at Atlanticron. Today we're building dream catchers. I'm doing the workshop. Now, I'm going to encourage the people who receive these to participate in the dream workshop. And the first thing I'm going to tell everybody right now, and I'll as we get closer, is put a pencil and a piece of paper or a pen by your bed and encourage the dreaming. When you wake up, write the dream, and then write down the key elements, and then look them up in a dream dictionary. Look up dream dictionary, and you'll see if it says bedroom. You're in your bedroom. Well, look up what bedroom means. It usually has to do with your own intimate thoughts and unconscious or whatever it says for bedroom, or whatever it is. And then I also say, I have a thing in my own dreaming. You won't find it in a dictionary, but whenever I dream of Mexicans, it's aliens. It represents aliens. And why? Because Mexicans are aliens. United States. It's not a bad connotation on Mexicans. I love Mexicans, by the way. At least the ones I know and meet. I've had very good relationship with Mexicans. I live next to Mexicans. But I don't live next to Mexicans now. But my neighbors grew up in Argentina. It doesn't quite the same thing. But for whatever reason, my mind does Mexico, it's aliens. So if I see these Mexicans talking in a foreign language, it's aliens. Which is a whole another thing we could go into some other time, of the alien dreams I've had vis-a-vis David Anderson and time travel.
Right.
By
the way,
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, by the way, here's the hyperlink. So put that in your Facebook timeline so people know where to go if they can link directly there through this.
Yeah,
And
I forgot to send out my
yes,
note.
Aristides mentioned that he said that he didn't get the usual email from the Time Travel Education Center.
Well, that's I own up to forgetting.
Yeah.
I was very busy, and Paula and I were juicing, and we got caught up in the juice.
Right.
Um, and then I was also getting the title for my car today.
Yeah.
It was dealing with the delightful bureaucracy of the DMV, and they make it much more difficult than they could. But what was interesting at the DMV, I was sitting between a woman, I believe she was Chinese, and another woman who had her husband next to her. And finally, after about 45, and I'm sitting there reading this dream workbook. It's lovely. I'm just enjoying it. And she starts talking to me, the lady with the husband, and she starts talking to me and tell me about the problems they were having with the DMV, just in terms of getting in and out and what she told me was they were getting extended driver's licenses. It was like $40 a piece, and you now need this special kind of driver's license if you're going to fly. Your regular driver's license is no longer acceptable ID. It has to have something. Paula said she got one with her last driver's license. It has some sort of special designation so she can fly with it. You can also use a passport. So I always take my passport with me, even if you're flying domestically. I learned this. I did not know this. And I'm glad she told me this. So anyway, she told me she worked with autistic people. So, of course, I told her all about what I'd learned about autism, and she really sucked that up. And she said, and then she asked me what I did. So I told her, and she was utterly fascinated. She totally was like receptive. I didn't talk about you. I talked about the time travel stuff.
Right.
And David, and she was fascinated. So it's really interesting to talk to a person who was just, wow, feels a lot's going on in the world. And I kind of zoned in on her with the autism and the ADD. I hope she writes to me. It was really good, and so that was it was nice to talk to a fresh person. But to get back to what I was saying about Romania and and the Dream Workshop, as I say, so it was a very busy day, and then I didn't get to communicate, but it's good that people are finding us. It's good that I missed. But I hope to be sending out these emails and telling people where I'm at. I can't send out the emails very easily while I'm gone because I can't really get into my website on my iPad. And it doesn't, so I'll probably send out saying, okay, this is Sunday. I hope to be on with Douglas at X in the morning, if I can.
Right.
And tell people what to do, but also encouraging them to dream. Giving them, because this dream workshop that we're doing is supposed to start a whole, as Stephanie South called it, the whole Earth week. We want to do it whole galactic, whole galaxy, the galactic dream workshop. So we want everybody to participate, and we're hoping to export this in a nonprofit mindset. Of course, I don't know how, the main thing is to get people dreaming and people to run with this and to do it. And Jeanette said big she felt a big activation for me, transformation with this biorhythm. Stephanie pretty much said the same thing in her own words. They're both going to be with me, non-physically. This is a big deal. And so I'm encouraging you out there to just start paying attention to your dreams. Pay attention to them. Sometimes they're small. One of my friends is actually flying over there with me. I hope she's listening now, because she just wrote to me, and I said, I'm on the air now. And she's having dreams. She's starting to connect with the energies over there. It's so beautiful to see these things lining up. And so what I was reading today in the dream book that I have, I don't remember, I don't have the name of it right here, but there are these two books that were hard to find, and it's how to work with dreams. And this is dream therapy that psychology has embraced. But one of the and I put a note, and I will probably share this in the emails, I will certainly share it with the group, is that it was explaining Gestalt therapy. And I never heard Gestalt therapy explained this way. It's kind of getting the whole picture, is what the Gestalt of it all. But what this was explaining, and it applies to dreams, and I'll say how it applies to dreams in astrology, but how it applies to regular therapy is, say you take yourself and you're in a situation, a conflict. It could be, okay, you've just graduated high school and you have your father, your mother, your coach, your uncle, your best friend. All these people have different views on where you should do and what you should go. Maybe the town mechanic wants to hire you because you're good at mechanic. So what you do is you have all these chairs, and you sit in the chair, and you become the mechanic, you become your father, you become the coach, you become the mother, you become the best friend, and you start having conversations with all these people. You're saying, well, I don't want to, I don't, talking to the coach, I really don't want to go play football because I might get hurt, and I'm probably, going to play second string on this school. I don't think so. And the coach says, no, I've got connections. I've said that to you before. If you really want to play and your heart's in it, you go, I'll get you a fair shake on that team, and you'll get a scholarship. Oh, okay. And then the father says, look at son, I want you to go, be a doctor. Go to pre-med school. I've got friends that, I can get you in, to this school and that school. And then the best friend's saying, hey, I'm going to this college. Why don't we go over here? There's a lot of girls. We can have a lot of fun. And the mechanic's saying, look, I can get you a salary better than your father. You're a good mechanic. You work right now. You get all these things, and you start talking to them, and this is a form of therapy. Now, how you apply that, and I'm encouraging everybody to indulge themselves in as they can if they have groups and stuff. But where you would do this with, you take an individual with a birth chart, and you say, okay, like say, this is what I might do. When I don't know that I will do, I'll say, okay, here is my friend Leah. I said, Leah, we're going to take your chart. We're going to take this chart. And he said, okay, now, Chad, you be Pluto. You're going to be the role of Pluto. And right now, Pluto is in Capricorn. So you act like Pluto in Capricorn. And Jojo, you're going to be Venus. And you're going to be Venus, which is in Leo. So you're really interested in fun and pleasure and children. And then, Milko can be Mars. Mars is in Virgo. It's careful. And so assign all these people the different planets. The planets are the energies, and they're in her chart. And they can also say, well, it's in your birth chart. This is where you're going. And you have a conversation with the person. The purpose of this is to get the person in touch with their inner world as it relates to the outer world. So if I have these people play, and then I'm the director to making sure it all goes in a productive way. In a productive way, director. Oh, I'd want to do it with myself. And this becomes an interactive with the inside, with the outside. And that's a big part of life, is the inside. And all you're trying to do is connect with the inner parts of yourself and the outer parts. And that's what appealed to me about Dianetics. When I read the book in 1971, I had just turned 18. And it was like, wow, this book the techniques talked about in that book will enable me to get what's inside of those corridors of my mind that I don't know are there. It's really 12th house stuff, the hidden unconscious. And boy, did it deliver. And of course, the hidden unconscious isn't necessarily what you expect it or want it to be. If it was, it wouldn't be unconscious. So, but all of this stuff I'm talking about is the collective, and you're exploring it. So you have all of this. It's called the 12th house in astrology. The natural 12th house is Pisces. The collective, it's the big ocean ruled by Neptune. That's also spirituality. Neptune rules spirituality, but it's all hidden. It's all mysterious. And it changes. It changes. You can see all the heavenly glory, and then you have the predicament of Christ on the cross saying, "Why hast thou forsaken me?" Feeling left and alone. That has been reinterpreted and differently interpreted, but it doesn't matter, because there are all times when one feels that they have been abandoned. And of course, the trick to dealing with abandonment is to realizing that this too shall pass. There are always greener pastures. Of course, it's easy to say that when you're walking through the desert. But it's just a matter of being able to view things for the temporary state that they are. So this is the direction of the Dream Workshop. There's also activities where you can go into your mind and become that planet. If you don't have people, you can go into your mind and say, okay, I'm Mars. I'm Mars in Pisces. I'm very active, but I fluctuate because I'm underwater. I'm like Aquaman, and I don't know what Aquaman. I made some joke about Aquaman saving the sub, but I really don't know what Aquaman's powers are, because I've never read Aquaman. But the
just so you know, his primary superpower is the ability to control all the creatures of the sea.
That's pretty powerful.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he could. I don't know if they could save through the pressure, if they could handle the pressure problems that they're having under there. Yeah. Because that becomes the key survival issue. If they could solve the pressure problems.
Yes.
That, or if they have creatures down there that can give, mouth to mouth, or get the air into the person's lungs. Right. I don't know if they have those type of creatures. They might. Those things might exist. Yeah. But good for Aquaman.
There.
But so there's also these are things that go back into Greece, when they used to get into costumes and makeup and play out the roles, and it's all a matter of getting in touch with Venus, getting in touch with Mars, getting in touch with Pluto, getting in touch with Jupiter, Saturn, so on and so forth. And these are All these things are dynamic impulses that exist within all of us, and over time they're collective experiences of humanity. They're like foundational experiences. If you study martial arts, you'll learn certain movements, sequences, and these sequences are fundamental expressions of movement. They're fundamental, and when you can put them all together, then you really have something. When we think of a context of psychology, the fundamental expressions of man's collective thinking over thousands upon thousands of years, and you can even take it back earlier, have been reduced into fundamental expressions, which are called archetypes, which are represented with the planets, all of which are based on earlier fundamental expressions of DNA iterations and DNA characteristics. It all becomes fundamental based upon fundamentals. So when you're dealing with fundamentals, it becomes a lot more explainable in understanding than some of the, the whole idea is to explain revelation, what's going on in your life, and trying to understand it and explain it. And as I guess I would say I am now well into my senior years, 70 years old. This is no longer middle age. Even if I live to 140, it's not considered middle-aged. It's the senior years. And I've been a senior for a while. I'm only starting to really identify with it and own it. I mean, I've owned it. I can get a senior fare if, what is a senior fare? You get 50 cents off of something?
Something like that. Don't never forget your senior discount.
Yeah, it's generally, I think the haircut is now, I think was $23, now it's $25.
Yeah.
It's at 28, but whatever it is, it's like, owning the senior years, you begin to feel it's like the feeling, okay, well, I remember in school in the 8th grade, I had a calendar and I would mark off those days. I had, May, put the highlight of the day, baseball game I'm playing in, whatever league I'm playing in, what to look forward to. And you're just marking off the days because you're waiting for the big end of school. And on that last day of school, we're kind of like going home, say, oh, what are we going to do? We're talking about what we're going to do, and it's free and easy. And it's just like, wow, a summer of fun. At least I'm glad it was a summer of fun. But it's kind of like you're getting to the end. And you kind of feel that. It's like natural. School's going to end. It seems sad that you're checking out. And I don't plan on checking out for a long time, but nevertheless, you feel it. You feel it's like, okay. Skin looks a little different than it did 5 years ago. And the tendons inside feel really good. But you're checking out. But the good news is there's always a new beginning, whatever that is. It's a new beginning. It's a transition. That's the nature of life. And you are life, in contrast to what atheists think. And I would also say about atheism, it's a problem with people who really can't think. Their thinking is limited. But if you take the word theos, that word is in the word enthusiasm. Enthusiasm means to be with theos, which is theos is God. And enthusiasm is enthusiasm. And when you get enthusiasm, you're in the realm of the divine, because it's, oh wow, I could build that bridge, I could make that statue, I could paint that painting, I could, get that girl, whatever it is. It's like, wow. It's like you're making things happen. An atheist is somebody who's drowned in his own pessimism to the point that he thinks that he doesn't exist beyond the matter that he's stuck in. And because his intellect can only play checkers, can't play chess. He's too simple-minded because he can only think without nuance, without, and they're very limited. And that doesn't mean they can't excel in a certain field, but and of course, that goes into other areas that we know too well. But dreaming is, of course, a part of your spirituality. It's a part of your dreaming. It's a part of your existence. And this is what, and I think there's an aspect of my chart, or what we're going through at this time, where I think it's just kind of like saying, okay, well, what's all this stuff doing? It's all seems rather mundane, but there will be a breakthrough one way or another. Mm-hmm. This is an exciting time, and I already see the reading the tea leaves, or that nature is offering me. I don't know specifically what it'll end up in, but I see little whispers here and whispers there, and it's all different than it's ever been before. This is there's some familiar characters, and there will be some non-familiar characters. And again, this group, I will be leading more than I've ever led a group before. Mm-hmm. Because in the past, when I went with Jeanette, I was just the guide and the guest. I didn't really do much at all. I was very important, but I wasn't doing the lectures and the channeling. I talked over a microphone on the bus 4 times, telling the stories of the books. I was kind of supplementing. That's what I did, and I did one qigong thing on the Mount Omu. But other than that, I didn't participate. I wasn't asked to do much other than to be there and participate. The following year with Vonda, I think I gave a talk to Tamarinda's school. I gave a talk, but that was to their school. With the group I was with, I don't remember talking to them at all. In fact, what I do remember is after we returned, we went to Buceg and the Sphinx after Transylvania. And as we're sitting there, and Vonda has got all these pictures of orbs, showing all the orbs and having everybody get up and give their, what they've realized on this trip. And my friend Alan used to make fun of me for this. And he says, because I get up and I say, well, what I've learned is that when I come to Romania, I should come by myself. Because the group energy was distracting me. Because there was a lot of drama in the group. A lot of non-productive drama. It was quite innocent. It really was. By the people who generated the drama. It was more Vonda's reaction to the drama that was the problem. Nevertheless, it was heavy drama. And a lot of it centered around me or influenced me. I was not blamed for the drama, nor should I have been. People apologized to me, but it was just drama. Therefore, it was unproductive. And I said, I realized I should go there alone. So, and I would say when I went back in 2018, it was my third trip to the cave, where we actually discovered the scout camp. So much drama on that trip. People who were very close are no longer close. And it was just a lot of drama. And nobody went back. Nobody's gone back. It was only me. I returned the following year, got in the cave we all wanted to go into. I got into the cave, and I went by myself. I was the only American at Atlanticron that year. I think I was the only non-Romanian. And I always like that. I always thrive when I'm like that. Last year when I went back, I went with Heather and Greg, who are both Americans. They were great, though. They were great. No complaints. And this time I'm going back, and I'm going to be directing the group towards dreams. And I know some of the people. I have great support. I don't know some of the people. But it'll be a great group energy. So it's like I'm really excited for it. And I would say, I haven't really focused on this, but I would say one of my dreams is to effectively circulate the information of Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
To effectively circulate it and make it known to where it needs to be known. I will tell you, I'm going to say something. I talked about, getting your books returned.
Mm-hmm.
And I went through them all today.
Mm-hmm.
I made productive use of my time while I was on the phone, and I was able to examine each book.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a case, about 3/4 of a case that's intact. Perfect, fine.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of them had slightly corners bent, technically a valid reason to return. Okay?
Okay.
I have an arrangement with my publisher where they are not allowed, bookstores are not allowed to return my books.
Mm-hmm.
They sell the book to the bookstore, that's it. It's done.
Mm-hmm.
The bookstore sells it, gives it away, throws it in the garbage, it's done. Done deal. I get paid for that book when they sell it to the bookstore. Not all arrangements are like that. The bookstores can't return them.
Right.
The distributor can return the books to me if they're damaged or not sold, if they ordered too many. That's fair. So theoretically, I get books back that are non-damaged, but most of the books that I get back are slightly damaged. They're not good enough to sell in the bookstore, but I'll sell them for half price or something like that. Some of them are recirculatable.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm noticing is the percentage of your books that are slightly damaged.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll send you a bunch of them when I get around to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send you. You can do with them. You can give them away. You can, sell them. You can do whatever you want with them, just to promote the book.
Right.
But the thing is that I really don't know, but I'm saying there's too many of these that are damaged.
Right.
There's too many.
Of course.
Now, it's possible when you're sending out for the ones that are in the corners to get a little damaged if they're treated rough. But I'm suspecting if the bookstores send them back, because sometimes the bookstores will send them back and it gets missed.
Yeah.
Or they'll send back a book that's not on the distribution line and say, well, you can't send that book back because, and it'll get done. That doesn't happen very often. It's a curious thing. I don't know how I can probably investigate it and determine.
Right.
But I don't know.
Well, the sabotage is inevitable in our case.
It's certainly possible, and it's certainly something to be considered. But, it's all right. More to the point is my dream is to get your information circulated, and a big part of this is this new book.
Yes.
It's a new book because it's going... Now, I can't get done with this Cho chapter. I finished... I had to break it into 2 chapters.
Mm-hmm.
And the second chapter is going into the history of the Cho. I just got to cut it on all of this Chinese stuff into their movement into Peshawar and whatnot, because it just gets too much. It's going in the whole different direction of what would be the additional book.
Okay.
But I am mentioning the basic abduction of the Mandarin and
thank you,
Frank Belknap Long's story of the Basque connection.
Yes.
And I did see a whole documentary on the Basque people, which I will mention in a second. But the Cho, and then I'm going into the stuff with the Cho chocolate.
Yes.
And mobile. And as I start to just tighten up the chapter on the Cho, or the part with the Cho chocolate, it's like, God, it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And that this guy, and I wrote to you, and I will digress into Timothy Childs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Timothy Childs. This is the supposed founder of Cho
chocolate.
Cho chocolate. Okay, and this is very interesting, but it gets more interesting. As an early pioneer in the food technology space, this is his thing on LinkedIn. This is Timothy Childs talking. As an early pioneer in food technology space, my career spans more than 2 decades with accolades that reach the far corners of the world.
Talk about modesty. Yeah.
Including the plateau of Tibet. Today, as the founder and co-CEO of Treasure 8, a San Francisco-based food tech group, we lead a resource revolution to bring disease-fighting, sustainable nutrition to a rapidly growing planet. Our USDA-patented sauna dehydration and freeze-drying technology, partnership platform, and suite of innovative solutions enables us to upcycle and produce long-lasting, shelf-stable products, ingredients, and more. The thing I want to tell you, I guess freeze-drying has its merits, but when you talk about shelf-stable products, that's a big red flag.
Yes, I was about to say, when he says food tech, I think of Doc Smith making powdered donuts and shit, donut powder and sugar cereals and shit.
Well, that was Doc Smith doing freeze-dried donuts. Before Treasure 8, I founded world-renowned Cho Chocolate in San Francisco and served as the driving creative behind its award-winning vision, strategy, and innovation. Along with the Cho's breakthrough, this is what he says, along with the Cho's breakthrough technological solutions in making the cacao supply chain more effective, we created Cho's flavor-driven approach to chocolate making, better known as Cho Source.
Jesus.
This is the nuanced, what he's saying, the nuanced linguistics of this is just overwhelming if you can truly, the Cho Source.
Yeah, if you know the context, yes.
Yeah. This initiative ultimately became a more sustainable method for cacao production and maximized margins for local farmers by generating prosperity throughout the entire supply and value chain. Now, I have to say right here, because this is, Douglas explained that this is all slave labor that makes chocolate.
Yes.
And when he says that to making the supply chain more effective, how is he doing it? If they're making chocolate affordable with margins because they're using slave labor or virtual slave labor, where they're working just for food, he says they're maximizing margins. So how do you maximize margins when you're not using slaves? I mean, this is very, what's the word? Oxymoronic. Working in partnership with USAID, USAID, did he pronounce that? USAID, ShowSource has become a model for sustainability and premium focused programs globally. Sustainability is also a dirty, 13-letter word or whatever it is, 15-letter word. Sustainability, if sustainable development is a dirty word, if you study UN data, we want sustainability. It's sort of a dirty word for manipulation of the culture. Of course, they don't say it that way. Most recently, I've received recognition for my work with the USDA, helping them commercialize IR technology, as well as the design, execution, and launch of the Rockefeller Food System Vision Prize 2050.
Ooh.
Now, aligning yourself with Rockefeller is, speaks for itself. The Rockefeller Food System Vision Prize 2050. I'm also a proud alumnus of the Google Lab for Food.
Google Lab for Food.
Now, it's like Google is, I don't know what's more suspect. I would like to muscle test myself, yourself, everybody on Google, Rockefeller, USDA, heaven forbid, Joe Chocolate. Before working in food technology, I founded a company that developed a machine vision solutions for NASA's Space Shuttle program. As a computer graphics and internet forerunner, co-founding virtual reality companies, the nonprofit community building organization Verge, Virtual Reality Education Foundation in 1991, and the famed Web 3D Roundup at SIGGRAPH are a few of my greatest accomplishments. I don't even know what these things are. I don't understand what they are. He might well be accomplished, and I'm not begrudging him that, but I have no idea what he's talking about. What I do have an idea of what he's talking about is his dedication to making high margins on the chocolate industry.
And he's counting on no one else understanding what he's talking about otherwise either.
Well, yeah. So, whatever, he seems to have a position that he's earned or been privileged to. That's for sure, one or the other. My innovation approach has been honed over 20 years using a Silicon Valley lean startup mentality combined with my award-winning innovation skills in value engineering, deep design thinking, systems-rooted methodology exploiting advanced technologies like AI, VR, AR, and machine learning. I am also involved in creating and facilitating large-scale art through participation on the board of the nonprofit Illuminate the Arts.
Ooh, large-scale art, mass media manipulation. Go on.
Team behind the Bay Lights. You probably know what the Bay Lights are. I don't.
Not really. There was a few, shall we say, it sounds like some bullshit to raise money, really. It's like,
but like when Joe Matheny, if you look at his, description of what he does, he says what he does. Yeah. He's got all these skills in media stuff, and some of it'll go a little over your head, but he does all this stuff. He's done, and he's he has a real resume and you can understand it. At least his patents are hard to understand because they're very abstract, but most patents are very abstract.
Yes.
And they're patents. But it's stuff that only computer people would understand. But he's not circulating. When this guy, he's coming off as bragging, and it's not an impressive resume.
Thank you. It's too obtuse.
Yeah, and it's like, what does this tell me? In other words, he might be able to swim around my, like, say, if I was like a billionaire, and had this big company like Mark Cuban, I'd say, well, I would like to hear what Mark Cuban would say about this. He'd probably say, well, but what do you actually do? He'd see through the bullshit because he would know you're not going to snow him. Well, yeah, but what can you actually do?
Thank you.
Do for my company. He might have some degree of capability. If he could be all fake, maybe he is. Maybe he's a front for all this. I really don't know. But where the big giveaway is this marginalizing the chocolate production. Can you make chocolate cheaper without slaves? Now, if he was real clever, he'd say he was using robots. But how does the robot pick chocolate? He might be better at making them.
You'll notice in that weird kind of chocolate dictionary, this kind of like chocolate website, All Things Chocolate, where he was trying to pass off the name Cho as an acronym, Techno Chocolate. In there, the person who actually wrote the entry said, well, chocolate geeks don't see any particularly revolutionary technologies at work in the production of Cho chocolate. So there you have that, which pretty much tells you they're doing everything the way other chocolate people do, which tends to rely overwhelmingly on slave labor, child labor at that. Go on.
Well, yes. Yes. And now, what's very interesting, as soon as I read this article, I saw a post by my friend Tantra Bensko. She accompanied me on my first trip to Romania, and she had made this post. It's like synchronistic. Now, this is what I'm going to read her post. She has no idea that I'm showing up. The food transition. She just says the food transition. What food transition? Well, she's implying that there's a food transition in our culture. The food transition is couched in the language of climate emergency and sustainability. There's that word sustainability. It envisions a particular future for farming. It is not organic, and relatively few farmers have a place in it. Post-1945, corporate agribusiness, largely backed by the U.S. state, the Rockefeller Foundation, and financial institutions, has been promoting and instituting a chemical-dependent system of industrial agriculture. Rural communities, ecological systems, the environment, human health, and indigenous systems of food cultivation have been devastated in the process. Now, the likes of Bayer, Cortea, and Syngenta are working with Microsoft, Google, and the big tech giants to facilitate farmerless farms driven by cloud and AI technology. A cartel of data owners and proprietary input suppliers are reinforcing their grip on the global food system while expanding their industrial model of crop cultivation. Now, this leaves out, what the hell, how are they making this chocolate? If it's not slaves, it implies that there's some sort of weird technology.
Which, of course, as I said in the entry, that where he makes the claim, where they enter into the chocolate website, All Things Chocolate, he makes his claim that the name Cho is an acronym. That's where they say they see no revolutionary technology. Yeah, so go on.
Please send me that link.
Oh, yeah, I'll send it to you again in a moment. Give me a second here. I'll try and find it. That's one of those things that I'll... Yeah.
Well, read the rest of this.
Yeah.
Through the app, wait. It says, to be part of Bayer's carbon program, farmers have to be enrolled in Bayer's FieldView digital agriculture platform. Bayer then uses the FieldView app to instruct farmers on the implementation of just two practices that are said to sequester carbon in the soils: reduce tillage or no-till farming and the planting of cover crops. Through the app, the company monitors these two practices and estimates the amount of carbon that the participating farmers have sequestered. Farmers are then supposed to be paid according to Bayer's calculation, and Bayer uses that information to claim carbon credits and sell these in carbon markets. This is completely insane.
Carbon economy. Yes, like a calorie economy. It's one of these things that's a totalitarian state in its own right. I mean, imagine counting calories and trying to use that as a form of economic exchange.
Well, yes, as carbon, it's like just like grow crops natural. You don't have to grow crops so they're, plants are supposed to breathe carbon.
Yes.
So it's like, this makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
And it's like, and as Grain notes, getting more farmers to reduce tillage or no-till is of huge benefit to Bayer.
Yeah.
The kind of reduced tillage or no-till promoted by Bayer requires dousing fields with its Roundup herbicide.
Right. Here, I'm entering that link. So the link's entered now into your message box. Thank you.
Okay, so they're talking about reducing dousing fields with its Roundup herbicide and planting seeds of its genetically engineered Roundup-resistant soybeans or hybrid maize.
Ooh.
So this hybrid Roundup is stuff that they said causes cancer. Yeah. It's very toxic.
I mean, like, seriously causes cancer, just so people know, it falls down and dogs eat it and they die level cancer. Go on.
Well, but the thing is, then they're making seeds that are genetically engineered to resist this. So it would be Roundup resistant soybeans or hybrid maize, meaning a grain. Bayer also intends to profit from the promotion of cover crops. It has also taken majority ownership of a seed company developing a gene-edited cover crop called Covercress. Seeds of Covercress will be sold to farmers who enrolled in Foreground, and the crop will be sold as a biofuel. So anyway, that's what Tantra posted simultaneous to me reading this.
Mm-hmm.
And
synchronicity.
Well, I mean, God, it's like this guy is involved up to his nose. Yes. If you don't want to implicate him for being tied with the Cho and the slave chocolate market, this is enough to have him indicted.
Yes. Thank you.
And to look for his crimes. It's just a chink in the armor. And this is one of the big problems with so many of the people that are doing insane things, is that they have chinks in their armors. They have structures that are stupid because they're basically inherently stupid. The genius only goes so far, because when you start trying, just like, okay, so one of my friends who's contributed to you is a contractor.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And he does government contracts, and he was basically ordered by his company, funded to build a crematorium, a huge crematorium.
Jesus.
When those, at the same time, those hospital ships were coming in to save us all from COVID. The big white ships.
Yes.
And I mean, people were thinking like, God, these ships are going to be filled. The first thing was nobody went to the ships.
Yeah.
And the hospitals were empty. Yeah. Because, we're only reserving them for COVID people, and there's not enough of them here. So the hospitals are empty. But they had a crematorium built because they were expecting a lot of dead bodies.
They really were, yes.
And then, after the pandemic didn't happen as anticipated, was ordered to destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good for him. His company made a lot of money.
Yeah.
But this is like, and what I'm saying is, it would seem to me that there was a genuine, beyond an anticipation, a plan
Mm-hmm.
for people to die. It's like, okay, because if you wouldn't, anticipate, it just seems that it was all, a design. So whatever the case is, I'm saying is when you plan to do things and you plan against nature, nature can fight back, and ultimately, this is what these people do.
Yes.
So,
With that, Peter's accessing this chocolate encyclopedia, a choclopedia, that has an entry on our Cho boys.
boy, this is full of, and then what does it say? Boy, this is written with a bunch of crap. Cho, founded in 2007, headquarters San Francisco, style, new school. What does new school mean? I don't know. Characteristics, digital cool. Ferment, medium high. Roast, outsourced along with grinding to a third party, thus only partially being to bar. So I guess they're roasting the chocolate. Conch, still experiment. Compensates with excessive lecithin. I don't know what the hell that means. That's like, conch is like a cell, like a shell.
Yeah.
But what the hell is? I gotta look that one up.
Yeah.
What is? Is a machine in which chocolate is worked in the preparation of fine grades. This is lingo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is a machine which chocolate is worked in the preparation of fine grades. Still experimenting. Compensates with excessive lecithin. Oh, God, it's still kind of vague.
Yeah. Lecithin, though, is some kind of substance that's supposed to have some meaning.
Well, it says cocoa. Impact, cocoa. The science project. Cho stands for Tech Cho. The brainchild of an ex-NASA technician supposedly hooked up to computer models, gas, chromatography, and mass spectrometry. Okay, we're going to put all this chocolate under all of this magical lights. Like, what does this make the chocolate better?
Well, like they said, it's all bullshit. There's no new tech involved with their chocolate process, but go on.
Why would there be? Well, that's why you'd like to see their factory. Okay, here's where we put it under the blinky lights.
Yeah.
Now, you can put it under chakra lights and stuff. It does create an effect, but I don't think you're going to taste it. Very little in its production output, however, speaks of any whiz-bang per se, other than barsmiths aren't achieving either intuitively and or through current state-of-the-art technology, much of which has barely changed in any fundamental way for decades. In other words, Cho practices tried and true old-school market positioning to woo customers and critics alike. By merely naming something such hardly makes it necessarily so. The concept is promising, sound, and exciting enough to hope that Cho actually reaches it. With that understood, the company does engage in an enlightened direct trade practice it calls Cho Source Program that goes well beyond fair trade and other certification models. It's just a bunch of bullshit.
Well, Brendan was thinking that when they say this goes, well beyond fair trade, their market positioning and whatnot, that he thought that sounded quite sinister. That, in other words, they're not conducting fair trade. That they're going beyond those.
It's like, how could somebody, like, if I was the CEO and somebody presented this to me, I would say, what in the hell is this? Why are you putting it out there? What the hell is it? What are you telling people? It doesn't make any sense. It sounds like basically you're saying there's this, you know, we're going to make chocolate with technology. And then it basically says, well, of course, it doesn't really work, so we're just using the tried and true old system. And it's just a chocolate company with a dream to use tech in it. It just doesn't, like, who the hell are you? Why would I want to eat your chocolate? Why would I want to buy your chocolate? Why do you even make the chocolate? Like, the idea in business is to make money. You don't see Cho. Like, when we were kids, they advertised M&Ms and Milky Ways and all the candy we all remember from my generation. You don't see Doublemint gum, Wrigley's gum advertised anymore. You seldom see gum advertised. These are just staples of big companies that sell.
Yes.
Hershey's, I don't see. I mean, some of the products you see, but they used to be advertised, and you don't see them advertised. And they just might show up because distribution people can put them out, and people will buy chocolate bars. I never saw, when I was a kid, Ghirardelli chocolate in stands. Never saw it.
That's right.
You might have seen it in San Francisco and Northern California.
Yes, I did, but it was different. It was like, but other places, no, it wasn't like national. It wasn't like on national. Yeah.
No, but so San Francisco, the Bay Area, already has its chocolate company, Ghirardelli, which is quite successful and quite an institution in and of itself. And I always suspected it had a higher grade of chocolate, although I'm not a connoisseur of chocolate. And really, with chocolate, is really what you want to eat is the superfood, cacao.
Yes.
You want to eat the cacao, and that is a superfood. That is good.
Inform people how that can actually help people lose weight.
I don't know specific, just because I don't know how it loses weight, except that it's. I can't answer that question.
When you have a chocolate bar that's at least over 50% cacao, like 55%, you can eat that chocolate bar regularly. That type of chocolate bar regularly, and you'll actually begin to lose weight simply because of the nature of the superfood. But go on. People can look that up. They can do their own research on that.
Yeah, but anyway, cacao is a superfood. Where it ruins the chocolate, is when they put the sugar in it. It's completely unnecessary.
Yes, now, that's right.
You can sweeten it with other ingredients, and like I wouldn't eat chocolate for years because of the sweetening.
Thank you.
I've been taking chocolate cacao, protein powder, which is pea protein powder. Who makes it? Organifi. And I was eating the vanilla. That goes well with the water. And then I started doing the chocolate, and I do that with almond milk. But it gives you energy, and I'm also making power balls with cacao. It's a superfood. This is what helped the Incans survive in Machu Picchu and all that.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's a superfood. But the chocolate is, the addictive to the sugar in the chocolate. It's just not necessary. It's not necessary at all. But the sugar is not necessary in most of the things you eat, and even it doesn't even significantly flavor a lot of things. It just we put it in. We put it in because we put it in, which is one of a whole society psychosis. And as I was speaking to this woman today at the DMV, and I think she said, I was talking about the food. She says, "Oh yes, it's so hard. It's so hard." I said, "Yeah, it is hard." But I said, there's a certain denial. Is that people just I'm going to eat what I eat because it's what I eat. You know? And it's like, it's a habit. It's a habit. And one of the things that you learn in Qigong is to start breaking your habits and not identify with your habits. And one of the things I learned that really helped with this was Wu walking and walking backwards for a half hour a day. And it's like all of a sudden, God, this is not what you normally do. And all of a sudden you start like, okay, I'm not going to do what I normally do. Breaking patterns. L. Ron Hubbard had this in his grades, his grade 4, he called it, which was the ability to break loose of old habitual habits. And all of these habits are things that you do habitually. And often, always it was oriented towards making the self right and others wrong. I'm a Republican, all Democrats are wrong. I'm a Democrat and all Republicans are wrong. But it's a very fixed thing. And you can make an argument that either party is completely full of it. But not just in politics. It's like it can apply to any area of your life. All gays are bad. All gays are good. It's just, generalizing, but it's a fixed position that you're not going to shake. And sometimes they can be pretty innocently petty. Like, I can't, or get a little more sinister. I can't stand people from LA. They're all the same. Where it gets really brutal is when you get into racial prejudice. Real, genuine racial prejudice. And that's a way of asserting yourself. Right, and where it really got out of hand is in the South, where they would start making quote-unquote, pseudo-scientific studies of how Negroes didn't have as much brain space as white people. And they would do these drawings and diagrams, and they'd probably try to take somebody who was deformed and say that this was a typical head of Negro. And these were like pseudo-scientific studies that were presented as science, whereby what is the threat that these people bring to you? What is the threat? And it's a way to preserve yourself. And it even gets more sinister when we're talking about something like patriotism.
Yes.
It's like a habitual way to make people wrong. You saw it with the vaccinations. Get vaccinated or you're going to die, or you're not going to die if you get vaccinated, and all this stuff. It just gets asserted, and then you see people arguing, and so what? So, but this science project, it's not a science project. Coco, the science project. It's Joe Chocolate.
Yes.
And what a name.
Yes.
You can definitely see the Cho in chocolate.
Yes.
And the Cho, Tech Cho. Why don't you say Tech Cho?
Yeah, it's just, or Tech Chalk. I mean, we all know that they're making up this acronym as just covering their slime trail. They're covering their ass. It's obvious bullshit because it's not euphonic as an acronym for technological chocolate. It was something that would make sense would be TECHOC. So like Tech Chalk. or TECH dash CHOC.
Or even see where they do have, if they put TECHO, it would work.
Yeah.
Tech cho.
Yeah.
Because you put the word tech and
Yeah.
then you put on the cho there.
Yeah.
Tech, but it just says cho.
Yeah.
Nobody knows the word T as tech.
Thank you. It's but even what you said, even though that makes sense, it's not something that would naturally be used because nobody really refers to chocolate as CHO or cho. Nobody really calls it that. They'd say choc, maybe COC, CHOC. So it would be like tech chalk would be a more natural acronym if you're trying to create a neologism, a new word that's a combination of two terms. But the cho is obviously something that sourced from elsewhere. Besides that, we have the cho financial gimmick that was tried by Bill Gates, and that proves that these people are operating with knowledge of the actual term. But back to Peter with that.
Well, I'm just looking here, and the history of chocolate, and this is from Wiki, began in Mesoamerica. Fermented beverages made from chocolate date back to at least 1900 BC to 1500 BC. The Mexica believed that cacao seeds were the gift of Quetzalcoatl, the god of wisdom, and the seeds once had so much value that they were used as a form of currency. Originally prepared only as a drink, chocolate was served as a bitter liquid mixed with spices or corn puree. It was believed to be an aphrodisiac and to give the drinker strength. Today, such drinks are also known as quilate and are made by locals in the south of Mexico, so on and so forth. Now, it comes from a classical Nahuatl word. Looks like ocolate, of uncertain etymology.
Right.
Came into via the English language via the Spanish. Now, fermented chocolate, that sounds kind of weird.
That sounds intriguing, but it's probably one of those things that if you haven't cultivated a taste for it, it's probably quite repulsive.
What that reminds me, and I've got to ask my friend from Puerto Rico, I know I've talked about this, is the drink of Puerto Rico is Malta India, which is bitter corn that's fermented, or it's like got, kind of bubbly, and you eat it, you drink it, and it tastes like crap.
Wow.
It's kind of like molasses.
Why do they drink it?
They love it.
Jesus.
And how I learned about it was this guy needed some, design work.
Uh-huh.
And he gave me his business card, and it was Malta, India. He was not Puerto Rican. He was like he might have been from some other country. He says, Malta, India. I said, what the hell's Malta, India? It's the name of it's Malta, India. It's not called Malta Rico or anything. He says Malta, India. Well, it's just drinking. It's only served in, I think it might go to Dominica. Mm-hmm. I mean, not Dominica, the Dominican Republic, but it's basically Puerto Rico. And they drink it. And the reason they like it is because it keeps you cool.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay.
It keeps you cool. And it's fermented, but it's like they say that the most crucial step in the chocolate makers will tell you that the most crucial step in chocolate is fermentation. Maybe that's a process of making chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It doesn't imply, it says, this is food and drink made strictly through the action of bacteria and fungi. They perform all the transformations that normally we eat to make happen. But it sounds to me like chocolate is actually a product of fermentation. I don't know enough about this is why something like raw chocolate doesn't exist.
Well, definitely when it comes to the cacao that chocolate that the Aztecs were drinking. It probably had something in effect, as our man Brendan Zoget said the one time he tried a chocolate bar and then was up all night. It probably the cocoa. It had like a almost cocaine-like effect. The more natural, strong, fermented, yeah, that would be like the Aztec coffee, but it's chocolate. And we have to remember that they were this incredibly expansionist warrior empire of cannibals. These are people who ate other people, who they defeated, skinned them, made their skeletons dance through the streets. These are people who obviously that cacao is pretty potent shit.
Listen to this. This is a website, and it says Malta, India. Call me crazy, but I love this Puerto Rico drink.
Yeah, I'll call him crazy. Yes, go on.
He says, when it comes to fostering a taste and appreciation among my kids for all the treats and traditions I enjoyed while growing up in the Caribbean, my wonderful U.S.-born wife is good with all of it. All the exotic foods, offbeat traditions, music, folk tales, everything. That is, except this drink. Malta, India. It says, and it says, unlike Ting soda, lemon, lime, and bitters, Country Club soda, Goombay punch, and just about every other soda we've told you about before, this bad boy from Mayaguez, Puerto Rico, is decidedly not for everyone. Of all the West Indian food and drink products I've introduced to my wife over the years, I'm pretty sure this is the only one she'll actually spit out. Just the sight of a six-pack of Malta India in our fridge makes her shudder to this day. If she were writing this review, it would be one word long. That word, blah. Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion, especially my wife, but I couldn't disagree more about Malta India. Maybe I'm crazy, but I grew up with this stuff, partly because I was exposed to the Malta India commercials on Puerto Rican television. Regardless, I loved it then, and I still love it now. But the real question is, will you love it, or even give it a try? Next time you find yourself stopping off at some convenience store somewhere in the Caribbean, will you go with my gut and pick up a bottle? Or will you follow my wife's advice and that of most every other soda reviewer everywhere? Here are 4 reasons why you might be inclined to go with them. What does Malta drink smell like? Of course, I don't think it smells like some old laundry, but it doesn't smell like roses either. This malt beverage has a strong and very distinctive aroma that's heavy and very sweet, like a beer in mid-production, which in fact is what a malt soft drink is. What does Malta India drink look like? The first time I poured one of these for my wife, she said it looked like motor oil. I must admit she's right. It's a super thick and unbelievably dark caramel color. How dark? Pour some in a glass. Hold it up to the sun, take a look. Don't worry about your eyes, light will not pass through. It kind of reminds me of liquefied Australian Vegemite. If you've ever seen Vegemite. It kind of reminds me of the same dark color. And Australians love Vegemite.
Oh, God.
And it's really good for you. But if you had a Vegemite sandwich and a Malta drink India, man, you'd be cross-cultural, and you wouldn't be very popular. And the Vegemite is good for you. If you like your soft drinks light and refreshing, then keep walking. Malta India is syrupy and ultra sweet, packing 21 grams of sugar per 12-ounce bottle. That's less than Coke, Sprite, and energy drinks like this one, but the thickness makes it seem much sweeter and much more filling. Is Malta India an alcoholic drink? Sadly, no. While it may be brewed from the finest barley and hops, Malta drink is unfortunately a non-alcoholic malt.
Of course, zero alcohol content is good for all the kids drinking it through Puerto Rico and other parts of the Caribbean, but may be a poor reward for adults who endure the unique flavor. So this malt drink is a dark brown, similar in color to motor oil. It smells funky, plus it tastes like molasses. And on top of that, it has zero alcohol by volume. That doesn't leave much on my side of the argument now, does it? Trust me, though, these small superficial flaws pale in comparison to the rich, satisfying flavor of an ice-cold Malta India. If you're partial to rich stout beers or you want a soda that drinks like a meal, then Malta India may just be right for you.
And by the side, it reminds me a lot of what my dad said about rum. He was never a rummy like many sailors become, but it's very Caribbean in the sense that rum is very sugary and also made from molasses, and therefore it's got to be very similar to what it would be like what you're talking about right now, except with alcohol. So and from what I understand, another reason my dad never drank it was his experiment with it. I think it's, from what he told me, because of the sugar, it's the worst hangover. And I think Beaver followed up on that because he became a heavy drinker for a while. Yeah, it's like the worst of all hangovers. So go on, by all means.
Well, it's and this is I guess a cultural experience for those of you who haven't been to the Caribbean.
Yeah.
The Caribbean has a lot of problems with, they got to import food.
Yeah.
I mean, they do grow sugar.
Yeah.
But it's like they do grow chickens. But, it's like they're dependent on a lot of importing. And it's and eating can be a challenge there. I'm not speaking about Puerto Rico because I've never spent any time there. But as they say, they're very dependent upon and eating healthy might be a little more challenging there if you're into traditional food. And then my football friend Thomas, I didn't know, but his mother, I think, I don't remember, was from Jamaica. So we went by the Jamaican store. He, pointed out to me. I didn't realize he was from Jamaica or he had Jamaican roots. So, he's kind of grown up with a certain amount of Caribbean cuisine and new stuff, and was talking about stuff that I'd never heard of. And I have had exposure to Caribbean cuisine because I've been there, and it's kind of it's very much, I guess what you'd say, an acquired taste, and I remember eating in a West Indian restaurant with Preston up in Kingston. Kingston, named after Jamaica, or Kingston,
Right.
And he was completely lost in there because we had no place to eat, so we ate in a West Indian restaurant. And I was explaining to him what some of the food was. It was they make this stuff called Johnny cake, which looks like what is it called? It's like a rice cake. It looks like a rice cake, only it's soft.
Right. That's right.
And edible.
It's like grits. It's kind of like grits. It's
it's loaded with sugar.
Yeah.
But that's the only place I've ever seen Johnny cake. They make, Paula will make grits occasionally, but they call it gris, Gris. Same thing. Yeah. But they make it with such more flavor than you'll ever get in a southern restaurant. The Romanians, same thing. It's made from corn.
Okay.
But so be that. So anyway, so much for our well, this we were talking about the Cho chocolate and just the outrageous and egregiousness. It's people. Certainly, there's been enough to polarize people into thinking that, what is it? The Illuminati
Mm-hmm.
is in the shape-shifting reptilians are the great evil against mankind. And that's not exclusive to David Icke by any means. He certainly championed the cause. The Illuminati, there's many other, people who get on that bandwagon, and it's of course the enemy of mankind. And Christians have had the devil. And what else is out there? But when you get into the enemy of, during the Industrial Revolution, we had capitalists as great exploiters of humanity.
Yeah.
Great exploiters of humanity. And it gave a logical rise to communism.
Mm-hmm.
Saying, let's protect the worker, unions. And it makes the left wing have a reason to come into being, because you've got to protect people, you've got to do this, that, and the other thing. And but the Cho are representative of I guess what you'd say, unrecognized and undiagnosed element of evil in our world, of
yes.
That which runs contradictory to life. Now, I had occasion to listen to a minister today. I didn't know he was a minister till he got into his talk. It was a lecture on Alexander the Great and the Old Testament. I should have been tipped off. I said, well, this is going to be interesting. What is this about? Now, he gave a summary of Alexander. In fact, this guy, I don't even know his name. But if you can watch the video yourself, if you look up Alexander the Great in the Old Testament, it'll probably take you right to the video on YouTube. And this guy studied Greek, because, the Bible is in Greek. What I don't understand, and I want to ask my Romanian friend Nicole, is that she told me this years ago. She says the original New Testament is written in Syriac, not in Greek.
Yes, that's right.
So he's telling me, Paul spoke Greek. St. Paul spoke Greek. Now, it basically, Alexander, and you probably know this well, but Alexander was not, because he wasn't Greek, he was Macedonian.
That's right.
And his father was threatening to the Greeks because he was so successful militarily, and the Greeks were recovering from the Peloponnesian War. They had destroyed each other so much in civil war that this gave rise to a philosophy of what the hell are we doing, and exists this existentialism, which gave rise to Socrates, whose pupil was Plato, and then Plato's pupil was Aristotle. Aristotle was Macedonian. His father, I believe, was did medicine for Alexander's grandfather or something like that. And so Aristotle was like the top pupil of Plato's academy. And when Plato died, he willed his academy to his cousin, not to Aristotle, which was probably a big mistake. He kept it in the family. Aristotle went back to Macedonia, where he was hired by Philip to become the tutor of Alexander. So Alexander was schooled, personal tutor, for at least 2 years, where he learned all about philosophy. And he learned all about, the ins and outs of things. And he also used his father's technique, which I think was his grandfather's technique, called the phalanx. The phalanx is when you have all these soldiers together with spears, lances, and you can't move them. They could defeat they could defeat any army,
Yes.
unless maybe you could throw fire torches into them or
Right.
exploding bombs, but they didn't have that in those days. So they were the supreme army, and he was this incredibly efficient general. So Philip was not interested in conquering the Greeks. He was kissing their ass because he believed them to be a great civilization. So he wanted to win them over, and certainly he won them over to the point where they followed him. And then Alexander was a supreme fighter. But basically what Alexander did is he brought Greek culture to the entire world. It became the lingua franca of that world, of the empire. Everybody spoke Greek. If you wanted to get along in the world, English is today, you spoke Greek. Because then you could speak to the people that ran things. You'd be in with the Greek. So basically what he was saying was this created a foundation for the gospel to spread, because as he was saying, the gospel was written in Greek. And he said that Paul spoke Greek so he could communicate the gospel in Greek. And Paul spoke Hebrew, and he spoke, as many people were bilingual in those days.
Yes, they had to be. Yeah.
You had to be. And there was much less to think and worry about. So I thought it was interesting, and he was really a big fan of Alexander the Greek, and he said how when he came into Egypt, he was recognized as a pharaoh because he was delivering the Egyptians from the Persians.
That's right.
Who were very hard on the Egyptians. So he was recognized, and of course he was believed he was the father of Ammon, and he went to the oasis at Siwas, to where, that was where his father was. His father was a god, Ammon, and Philip was his titular father, according to, he was a virgin birth.
Right.
That was the thing circulated about Alexander.
Yes.
And of course, he had the name Cleopatra in his family tree. Cleopatra the Seventh, the famous one we all know of, was of Ptolemy's line. Cleopatra is a Greek name, or maybe even a Macedonian name, which means Cleo is glory, like the clitoris. Cleopatra, his father's glory. And in the Ark of the Covenant, you've got the Shekinah glory, which means the glory of the female. That's defined as Christ. Cleopatra would be the antithesis, the glory of the father. It's all about context. But it says here that Syriac is a dialect of Aramaic. Portions of the Old Testament were written in Aramaic, and there are Aramaic phrases in the New Testament. Syriac translations of the New Testament were among the first and date from the 2nd century. The whole Bible was translated by the 5th century. Besides Syriac, there are Bible translations into other Aramaic dialects. It played a prominent role in the beginning of Christianity. Here is where Syria played an important or even predominant role in the beginning of Christianity. Here's where the Gospel of Matthew, Luke, Ignatiana, and the Gospel of Thomas are believed to have been written. It was a country in which the Greek language intersected with the Syriac, which was closely related to the Aramaic dialect used by Jesus and the apostles. This is why Syriac versions are highly esteemed by textual critics. Scholars have distinguished 5 or 6 different Syriac versions of all or part of the New Testament. It is possible that some translations have been lost and Romanians will tell you that Syriac is very close to Romanian language in many respects.
Yes.
And of course, Aramaic is tied into the Tibetan language as well, coming in through Persia.
Yes,
There's
and
relationships there. Go ahead.
yes, don't forget, of course, Syriac is the language that the Revelation of the Magi was written in. That was ultimately translated by the professor to make it accessible to all English readers. Very important part, of course, in my own lineage. Back to Peter.
Well, yeah, but I'm told routinely that the Testament or New Testament was written in Greek. Mm-hmm. And this contradicts this is standard fodder of bibliophiles. Mm-hmm. And this is why this guy studied Greek. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, obviously it was written in Greek. Yeah. And this guy was saying Greek is it's a very nuanced language. And it doesn't, so that's why he goes into Greek, because he wants to understand the Bible better. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like the Bible has a hypnotic effect on people.
Yes, mind lock. A mind lock is what it would be called.
Elaborate on that.
There's a term Aquino used to use for OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. So when people have obsessive compulsive disorder, they repeat motions multiple times. It's something that we all feel like when we get out of a car and we check back multiple times to make sure the door is locked, kind of like looking back several times to see if it's still there as we walk away. These are obsessive compulsive disorders. When we there's simple caution, but when it becomes repetitive is when it becomes obsessive compulsive. So if we check to see the door is locked more than once, that's when we're going into OCD territory. So the term that Michael Aquino used in his PSYOPs was mind lock or brain lock. And so he said, well, obsessive compulsive disorder is brain lock, but as a psychological warfare expert, as what he called himself a psycho warrior. As a psycho warrior, he was more interested in mind lock, in disambiguation from brain lock. So you've got people who are obsessively compulsively disordered who are brain locked, but he wanted to mind lock people. And an example that he brought up was, of course, as Peter has articulated, the Bible, because he would, obviously, as someone on the, let's just say, Team Evil, as someone on Team Evil, he saw the Bible in its own way as one of his greatest allies, easy to abuse, easy to be used easy to be weaponized, as it has been historically. So the Bible is full of negativity. There's all kinds of things that I've brought up in the past that we need to certainly take into account, that if our God believes that, then he's not a God worthy of our worship. If he truly approves of much of the evil that is conveyed in the Bible. So the problem is that much of this evil is not conveyed as an object lesson. It's conveyed as a model, a role model for behavior. So Michael Aquino was, that's where he was coming from. Does that put it in context?
Well, yes. And as I look on, and mind lock it's like, there's an article here. Emotions can cause our minds to lock. Now, this is very referential to what we're dealing with your stuff.
Thank you.
When people say, well, America won the war. Now, think of not just your own emotions, but the collective emotions. Yeah. Think of the picture of the sailor kissing the girl in Times Square when America, on VJ Day or whatever it was called.
Yeah, VJ Day. Yeah, go on.
And the soldiers at Iwo Jima. It's like, these things are like, man, we won the war. We won the war. We conquered the evil. It's like, these are images that have been put into our minds.
But by the way, in all fairness, the overwhelming emotion of those GIs was simply the war is over and I don't have to go to the front of what was going to be the greatest massacre in human history, as was predicted by all of the commanders, that 1 million men would die invading Japan
Did all the men really think that?
The overwhelming majority, believe me, it was that's only the public had this kind of mythification at that time. Later on, GIs began to simply take advantage of that. By the way, I'm not trying to absolve these GIs of evil they committed during wartime, or say that they weren't propagandized. But their hatred was of a different sort. Their hatred of the Axis, or especially the Japanese, the Japs, as they would have called them back then, was, of course, pathological. There's no word for that. The term would be mass pathological. It was a mass pathology of hatred that was instilled in them. And their culpability was that they rolled with it and went with it and embraced it. But none of them, I mean, they were eager enough to kill, but unlike the Japanese, their enemy, they were far less willing to die. Now, many of them would have died in situations that called for it, but as a culture, they did not have the willingness to sacrifice themselves the way the Japanese did, not only individually, or neither individually nor en masse. So when it came to their, say for instance, the ultimate proof of this was when the United Kingdom under Winston Churchill and his promise of blood, sweat, and tears, when the Allies made the mistake of propagandizing for the sake of a big boost in Allied morale. Hitler is dead. He killed himself. And you might ask, why did they do that when there was no evidence? When
Great. It sounds very great.
It was, their thought was they had to give the public in both England and America in particular, but all the Western Allied world and Russian allies as well, they wanted to give them all a great boost in morale so that they would be psychologically, they felt, amped. This is the greatest miscalculation in history. Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels could only laugh. But they felt that that this would give everybody a big boost for the next great attack on Japan, which that they had every intention of launching. So when you're in that mindset at that time, and take a look at all of the papers and paraphernalia produced at that time by the various Allied states, it is self-evident that they had every intention of invading Japan. And so assets began to be transferred from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and then the votes came in. And bear in mind, the Allies were still very much at war. The war was not over. Hitler was quote-unquote dead, but everyone's preparing for the invasion of Japan. And that's when all the votes came in from overseas, from the combat veterans overseas preparing for this invasion. And they voted Churchill out of office by a landslide. Now, whether the Americans would have followed suit concerning Roosevelt, there's no way to know, because Roosevelt died. And because Roosevelt died, Truman took over and then, quote-unquote, ended the war with the atomic bombs. And there was this enormous relief. If you see any of the documentaries and interviews of GIs at that time, which are readily available, none of this has been censored in this case, where they're interviewing GIs, how did you feel about the dropping of the atomic bomb? There's going to be very, very few of them saying, oh, thank God the Japs deserved it, like it was this weapon of justice against the Sodom and Gomorrah of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. There's nobody talking like that. All they're saying is, thank God it saved my life. Thank God it saved my life. Every single one of them is the same shit. Is like, thank God I didn't have to participate in this invasion. Because Churchill and the American High Command were saying, we're going to lose 1 million men just hitting the beach. I mean, they lost over 80% of the Marines just before they even reached the beaches of Okinawa. The home islands of Japan, they said we're easily going to lose 1 million men before we even hit the beaches. And there'll be the bodies on top of which the invaders crawl over. And after that, they said it's just going to get worse. So it's like nobody was looking forward to that. So when Churchill got voted out of office by a landslide, just everyone remember this was before the atomic bombs were dropped. And the British were saying, fuck you, Churchill. Not the British populace, which was still a bunch of brainwashed idiots back home, but the GIs on the front line said, fuck you, Churchill. You're out of office. We've had enough. And that was it. And and Roosevelt was already dead. So it's this thing where suddenly Truman comes in, and the atomic bombs were therefore emphasized to the nth degree, just ad infinitum, ad nauseum. The fact remains that more ink was spilled on the atomic bombs than there was ever printed or written anything about anything in human history before that point. They made certain to just go overwhelming, all-out effort into making these bombs look like they ended the war, so that people would then say, oh my God, we got to invest in this because this is what ended the war. This is how they were able to then rationalize taking everyone's money and starting this permanent employment program for engineers, this welfare program for scientists, this entire military-industrial complex warfare welfare state, a traveling golf club for this new branch of service called the Air Force, which, of course, until that time didn't exist, but the atomic bombs were its rationale to bring it into existence from out of the U.S. Army Air Corps so that they could have a bomb delivery service, which was a traveling golf club wherein it was required as mandatory for defense that a golf course must be on every Air Force base built, which, by the way, if people don't know this, that is a fact, that as a Department of Defense librarian, I can guarantee you it is literally in blueprints for every Air Force base that it has to have a golf course as part of its fortifications. If there's no golf course, it's considered indefensible. Literally.
Why is that?
Because they're brazenly gormless about their degenerate decadence. It's the golf course is, of course, their degeneracy. They're a traveling golf club. That's what the Air Force is.
So what you're saying is but the reason for the golf course was just so the generals would have a place to play golf.
No, not just the generals, but everyone in the Air Force. Everyone who at least commissioned officer status. Certainly the commissioned officer status wouldn't want enlisted men, playing golf with them, but anyone at the commissioned status and above. Now, in all fairness, when it comes to any branch of service, the commanders, officers, there's a degree of cynicism, skepticism, ultimately hatred to the point of murder, where they frag them, literally kill them, so they don't have to advance. And the officers in turn hate their enlisted men. So people understand this, you look at your toy soldiers, and you'll notice there used to be, in the old days, toy soldiers that were produced that would have a single firearm, a handgun, and maybe a pair of binoculars, and that was to distinguish them as officers. And when you think about that, that's the standard issue for officers, is a handgun that your average enlisted man does not have. Military police would have handguns, but seldom are field troopers normally issued handguns. They're issued long-range firearms to kill the enemy, to engage the enemy at a distance. And if you close in, there are bayonets. which, by the way, have never gone obsolete. Every generation thinks it will be the last to use a bayonet, but it never goes out of style. It's simply too indispensable, because ultimately you will close in with the enemy, or they'll close in with you. At some point, the bayonets are, they're just, your life will depend on them because the bullets will run out. But with officers, the handguns, this is so they can execute men who either don't advance, refuse to advance, or turn back and try to run away from the enemy. That's the officer's job, in why they have the handgun, as opposed to a long-range weapon. In other words, the officer cannot physically engage the enemy. The officer has no long-range weapon, no bayonet. Of course, in combat, during certain occasions, officers will grab a firearm, they'll grab a bayonet if they have to. But generally, the officer's job is to control the men, make certain they advance, make certain they don't turn around and run away. And the officer's job is to make certain that his own men are more scared of him than they are of the enemy. So long as they're more frightened of the officer, more afraid that he'll kill them if they don't advance, then they'll engage the enemy. But of course, the tables can easily turn. And then just remember, in either situation, whether it's his own men or whether it's the enemy, an officer is pretty much physically impotent, more or less incapable of doing anything other than dying. His job is to lead, to think, to manipulate, to motivate, but to engage in combat, extraordinarily rare. And the higher you go as a commissioned officer, the less the chances of you seeing combat will ever be. Now you have some maniacs like, or egomaniacs, like George S. Patton, who then carried 2 pistols, made a point of trying to physically engage the enemy, and this is what endeared them to the public. This is why they became celebrity heroes, because they were the exception to the rule. Just remember, George S. Patton, for all his popularity to the public and the fact that his troops loved him, this rendered him the enemy to all other officers. The rest of the general staff hated him. And Peter Moon can attest to that. But the reality that I'm trying to convey is that when it comes to the Air Force, then everything changes. Because when you had the Navy or the Army or the Marine Corps, everything I've articulated now puts in context the difference. With the Air Force, or any air forces, meaning naviators or naval aviators, the U.S. Army Air Corps, it's the officers that do the fighting. So understand that the officers are the ones who fly the planes. The enlisted men in that case, theoretically, will hopefully never see combat. They will simply maintain the plane, get it set for the officer to fly, then the officer is supposed to take to the skies and engage the enemy. So in the Air Force, the enlisted man finds religion. That is the belief in their officer corps. In other words, they respect their officers, actually truly do, because it's the officers that do the fighting. Now you see, when it came, that's American. Again, I'm talking about everything from an American perspective. When it came to the Germans, for instance, very different story, because you're talking about a totally different culture. The German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, under Hermann Goering, they fielded no less than 16 field divisions of Air Force troops that fought the enemy with guns. I mean, in other words, if you were in the German Air Force, you're not just maintaining planes, you're not just, getting things ready for the officer, you're doing fighting. You're as much of a fighter as that officer is. So it's a very different situation. You're as much a fighter as any Marine or serviceman in any other branch of service if you're in the German Air Force. So each culture handles things profoundly differently. But in the American culture, you had this Air Force, so it was an officers club. They were the glory boys. They were the guys who were theoretically supposed to be doing all the fighting. So in return, every Air Force base has to have a golf course so the officers can play and relax, because it's necessary for their psychology, because, they're doing all the sacrifice. Of course, all of it was total fucking bullshit, a lie upon lie, and the reality was the Air Force wound up not doing shit. Since their entire existence was based on a lie and a myth, then as they say, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in performance. When it came to Richard Nixon, and Richard Nixon was trying to Vietnamize the war. And he was saying, we got to pull our troops out because they're refusing to advance. They're murdering their officers on the ground. So then he turned towards the Air Force and he said, hey, you glory boys, you fuckers claimed you won World War II. You fuckers claim that strategic bombing alone won the war. You fuckers prove yourselves right now, and this Christmas, you defeat the communist government in Hanoi. You show me that what you said about World War II is true. Now, bear in mind, Nixon fought in World War II. Nixon flew a plane in World War II. He was involved with what was called SCAT, this combat air transport. And so he was flying supplies to various islands in combat in World War II. You're not talking about somebody who could be fooled by these sons of bitches. He knew they were all a bunch of pieces of shit, a bunch of chicken shit liars who didn't do jack shit to win the war. He knew that earthquakes in Japan throughout World War II did more damage to Japanese industries than American strategic bombing because he was the president and had access to all the documents that said so, produced by the United States Strategic Bombing Survey itself. So when he turned around and sent them to bomb Hanoi, they all got shot down. Strategic Air Command, the 509th Bomber Group, the men who claimed they won World War II, the entire atomic bomber wing flew over Hanoi and was blown out of the sky. It was a 100% loss. 100%! The performance was execrable. It was touted by the Vietnamese as the Dien Bien Phu of the skies. The Dien Bien Phu was the decisive battle that ended French rule over French Indochina. And the French colony then became free. And that's when French Indochina, the colony of the French Republic, or the French Empire, the French Imperial Republic, the French Republican Empire, depending on which language or which dialect you're using, dissolved. And the Americans had to take over and fight in a divided nation called Vietnam. So Dien Bien Phu was what led to the Americans having to take over where the French fell out in retreat. And so the French touted the massacre of America's World War II Strategic Air Command, its atomic bomber wing. They called it the Dien Bien Phu of the skies. It was one of the things that Nixon succeeded nonetheless. Nixon was satisfied in the sense that the Strategic Air Command may have been massacred militarily, but he won politically, and it brought the Vietnamese to the negotiating table. And as a result, he was able to claim a political victory and, quote-unquote, Vietnamize the war, then pull the troops out. In other words, you see, Nixon had learned. He said, Truman, these were the types of cassettes that I collated and was ordered to destroy. Never made it into the Nixon library. The stuff that made it into the Nixon library or that made it into public display about Nixon and his cassettes that were held against him as evidence of his criminal actions as a president, chicken shit nonsense about breaking into the Democrat offices and having his boys basically steal the psychiatric records of the man who unleashed the Pentagon Papers. Thank you. Help me out here. Daniel Ellsberg. Yes. And all the rest of that stuff, that was never considered security threat enough to destroy. what I destroyed was where Nixon was basically saying, well, I learned from Harry Truman, you can lose the war, but convince everybody that you won. And he said, just like the Americans lost World War II, but all the people think they won because Truman was able to fool them into thinking a couple of atomic bombs, which did nothing, somehow convinced the Japanese Empire to surrender. That's what I did with Vietnam. He basically lost the atomic bomber wing, but made it look like I brought the Vietnamese to the negotiating table by sheer strategic air power and bombardment and threat of the use and deployment of nuclear weapons. And the public ate it up. At the time of the Vietnamization of the war, Nixon was actually incredibly popular. It was only the Watergate scandal that brought him down. So important to put all this in context. And I'm sure you have memories from that time that can help to contextualize everything I've just said.
Well, certainly. I mean, what I remember, of course, Richard Nixon, to me, was kind of a hero when I grew up in Southern California. He was from Orange County. He was local. He was Californian.
That's right.
So, I mean, I didn't know. My parents were probably the only Republicans on the block. We lived in a labor neighborhood.
Wow. Did you ever catch any flack for that?
Oh, no. Politics wasn't so serious. People had Kennedy bumper stickers. And my parents didn't make an issue of it. Most people didn't know. But because it's like it was a labor community. And my father was an engineer. He was, but it was the best neighborhood I've ever lived in. It was fantastic. It was much nicer than when we lived with professional people who, they probably couldn't, screw in an electrical outlet. Definitely different. And these I love that neighborhood. And, but they all had Kennedy bumper stickers of those people. And, I said, Mom, why don't we have a bumper sticker? And she said, well, I guess maybe she considered it. They weren't passionate, but my father was just a Republican because I guess his parents were Republicans.
Right.
And his father, had a gas station, a store in La Jolla, whatnot. I mean, business people tend to be Republicans. So he was not a business person, but it just was his affiliation. And although he hated Goldwater and he voted for Johnson, and then he hated Nixon and voted for McGovern. But the thing is, what I remember, Nixon was I was disappointed that he lost to Kennedy just because he was from California. That was all.
Right.
And, Kennedy was, to me, he was somebody that grew up in a prep school and was like a sissy.
Right.
That's just how I viewed it.
Right.
Whereas he did play touch football, and I thought he was a sissy for playing touch football. This is my mindset as a, 7-year-old.
Yeah.
And I thought, God, that's not. I mean, it was shameful to play touch football when I was a kid. You didn't want to do that. So it's just a kid's orientation. So I was not a fan of Kennedy at all. But Nixon, and then when he lost the gubernatorial thing in '62, that was kind of a shock. How could he lose the governorship to Pat Brown, father of Jerry Brown? So Nixon was just like, what did he said? You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore.
That's right. He was really bitter.
He was very bitter. He showed up in Dallas on, I think, 21st of November. Never remembered what he was doing there. He was at a PepsiCo conference. But so Nixon was running for president in '68, and I remember watching the convention, the Republican convention, as the, we'd watch the Democratic convention, which they had all this like upheaval. The whole world is watching the Chicago 7, which became the Chicago 8, and the riots in Chicago was horrible. And then the Republican convention was very moderate because the Democrats were in power. That's why they were getting lambasted. The Republicans, nobody was paying attention to. And I didn't realize it at the time. Well, what my high school history teacher told us that Nixon, he says, the only way you're going to get anywhere in this world is to go back to the East Coast and New York. And he says Nixon went back and got in good with PepsiCo. He worked for PepsiCo, and he became an East Coast guy, whereas he was from the West. So he greased all the palms, or greased all the, greasing palms, he was glad-handing all the people from the East Coast. The power brokers is what he said. But what made Nixon so effective in becoming president was he went to all the Southern Democrats.
That's right.
And glad-handed them because he knew that was the key to winning the election, was kissing the ass of the Southern Democrats, being born again, doing all this. And he shook their hands. And this is kind of what Trump did in those states, those border states where he beat Hillary.
It was Nixon who developed what then became the Southron strategy, which Trump was simply following.
Well, yeah, but Trump not only did the South, he did the border states too.
Yes.
That were unhappy with the Democratic stuff. So he played that game then some. Yeah. And so Nixon was incredibly strategic as a politician. But when the Vietnam War, and he promised that he would end the Vietnam War, he had a secret plan, and he won the election. And it was like a shock. Like, what's this guy? This is like recycled garbage, is what you thought. He's like, you didn't think he was going to win. Where'd he come out of? He knew the game better than anybody. Just what you're saying. He knew the game to play. Game's politics, it's dirty. But you play to win. As he says, if you don't win, you can't do anything. So you got to win. Yeah. So he was very calculating, and he knew the dark elements. He was from Navy intelligence. He brought in the paperclip scientists into the mansion in Glen Cove, New York. Glen Cove, New York, and this is the same mansion you see in the movie North by Northwest, where James Mason plays a hidden sort of German who's, but that's the same mansion that they used. And that movie is the mansion that Nixon smuggled's not the right word, repatriated Nazi scientists. It was his job. And of course the movie is with Cary Grant.
Yes.
And James Mason is the bad guy.
And don't forget Sophia Loren.
No.
Oh, that was another one. Yes,
no.
Arabesque. Yes.
I think that was
Arabesque.
Yeah, but the girl in that was Eve Saint Marie, I believe. Yes. And I heard her career was ruined by that because she wouldn't capitulate to Alfred Hitchcock's sexual abuse.
That's so awful.
It ruined her career, and she wouldn't. It was either her or Tippi Hedren from the Byrds, but I think it was Eve Saint Marie. And anyway, it was a pretty good movie, North by Northwest. But anyway, Nixon was in naval intelligence, and it's just like Putin was in KGB. When you're that high in intelligence, you kind of know the game. He also had heavy backing from Romanians. He had connections with Romania, and there was some law firm that he belonged to that was heavily connected to I think they called it the Iron Guard from Romania.
Yes, that's correct. Under
Yeah.
Horasima. Hora, his first name Sima, his surname was Sima. Horasima.
Yeah, so Nixon was a very interesting character because he understood the darkness, and there was a side to him that understood the goodness, and he could appeal to, and it was like it was a very weird. It's a very weird dichotomy of a human being, because he could play to the, try and play to the crowd, but when I grew up, he was just completely out of it. He was not with the times. He was with the times of they called the silent majority, and but he became so unpopular that as his administration waned, he flew to Kentucky, where he was greeted. They were about the only people that would greet him. It was like you felt like these were a bunch of, people in Kentucky that they loved our president, but they had no idea of the bigger issues at stake. And the Vietnam War was just a big capitalistic scheme to make money. And it was completely evil because people were being killed. And you can imagine how people who were a bit older than me, who were, and even eventually my generation, or people from my class going into the war, it was like going to the chopping block.
Yeah. Well, you would feel the same way Russians feel today about going into Ukraine, being sent into the meat grinder.
I think it's worse in Ukraine than it ever was in Vietnam.
Thank you.
Don't hear about it because it's not our issue in that regards. We're not the ones being subjected to it. Our friends and family in the United States are not having to put up with that. But in God, I mean, it's horrific, absolutely horrific. So I would, but back in those days, Nixon was just he was a loser on many levels because he didn't get it. Although, we didn't realize the politics, just that the politics he was playing in were completely corrupt. And we saw this when his vice president, Spiro Agnew, was, basically had to resign because he was, he was accepting bribes. He was convicted. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He might even have done jail time. I don't remember, but he was, it was just, Nixon was not considered an honest person.
He became the epitome of the sleazy, slimy liar as a caricature. They caricatured him as...
But in actual fact, he was in a lot of these other people are a lot worse. Not to say he was good, but he understood politics.
Well, he was old school, and old school politics were gangster politics. It's like Chicago Mayor Daley, who, when the students were rioting and a bunch of them got clubbed to the point of brain damage by police officers with batons, and when he was confronted about this by journalists, he said, "Too much education will get you killed." I mean, it's just like that old school of thuggery that these people came from. Nixon, of course, was dealing with a real killer kind of political system. This was the kind of system that had killed Kennedy. And so when it came to who was the man who was running against him, the guy who said separate but equal, made it kind of...
Hubert Humphrey.
Yes. What was his name again?
Hubert Humphrey.
Hubert Humphrey. Was it Hubert Humphrey? I guess. The Southern guy. Southern. He was the guy who stood up against the immigration of that school with blacks. He was the guy who stood in front of...
No. That's George Wallace.
George Wallace. That's what it was. George Wallace was running for president, and that was when I think that was when I can't remember whether we were in upstate New York. What year was that? We might have been in upstate.
1968. Humphrey was the vice president under Johnson. Johnson wouldn't run because Kennedy intimidated him. He wasn't going to win against Kennedy, so he dropped out. And he says, I don't have the support to win the presidency. So he dropped out of the election. RFK, Robert Kennedy, was going to win. No doubt about it. He was going to win the nomination, and he would have won the whole election. And when he was shot, it made, Humphrey got in as the de facto.
Okay. Right.
And Eugene McCarthy was the one who initially shocked the world when he won the New Hampshire primary over Johnson. He was a nobody. But he didn't have quite the power that Kennedy did, so he wasn't going to win. All the Kennedy supporters would have wanted him, but he didn't have all the political power and charisma of RFK. So this made everybody was so pissed off about Robert Kennedy being shot. I mean, this was like the hopes and dreams of not only the left, but the entire nation, and the dream of Camelot just went down the tubes. I was never a Kennedy supporter, but I felt the dream go down the tubes. He was out there in California championing the cause of the migrant workers. He made everybody feel good with this just magic that the Kennedys had. He made and it was like, okay, this is going to make up for his brother being killed. And then,
then they killed him.
you wake up and you hear, God, what the hell happened?
We just for our listeners, always remember that this the United States at that time was a good example of this, so that if people study pre-war Japan, meaning pre-World War II, people will find a kind of analysis where they will point out that that Japan before the war was a government by assassination. That whenever democratic forces emerged, these people would be assassinated. And also, one of the great tragedies, before every war, every major world war, there's always a specific assassination that is the tipping point. And of course, in World War I, it was the assassination of the Archduke Ferdinand, yes, and in Bosnia.
Right.
And by a Serbian individual. By the way, for those who don't know, Serbs and Croatians are blood enemies, and both of them.
They speak, which my grandparents both spoke.
Yes.
Serbo-Croatian.
Yeah. But by the way, just so people know it, it's kind of like the Romanians have the language which they use the Latin alphabet for, which Peter Moon has already exhaustively explained in the past as to how this came about. But in across the river in Moldova, they use the Cyrillica, the Cyrillic alphabet, the same alphabet that Russians and Bulgarians and other people of the Byzantine Orthodox Church will use. So Romania is very much the exception in that they have a Byzantine Orthodox culture, but a Latin alphabet, which probably made it much easier for them to enter NATO. But when it came to their brothers, who are basically Romanians across the river, Dniester, actually before that, the river before that, I'm forgetting which river it is, that divides them from Moldova. But the Danube, probably. It's the Danube going into the Black Sea.
The Danube goes into the Black Sea. Moldova is higher to the north.
Yeah, but it's across the river, right? Across the Danube?
No, not Moldova. I don't know what divides it. I'll look.
Yeah.
But it's not the Danube, because the Danube goes into the Black Sea.
Right, but yeah, and the Moldova.
I don't believe the Danube goes that high.
But anyhow,
Moldova River.
Thank you, and which I guess the nation's named after. Yes, what do you know? So with Moldova, they themselves had touched the Black Sea in the past, but the Russians cut off their access to the Black Sea. But in terms of Moldova, they're basically Romanians, but they use a different alphabet. So the Serbs and the Croatians, it was only under Yugoslavia, the first and second Yugoslavias, the first being a kingdom and the second being communist, they invented this bullshit that they called Serbo-Croatian, which is, it's a real thing, only in the sense that, yeah, it's the same language, but it's a different alphabet. So they called it Serbo-Croatian. But the reality is the Croatians and the Serbs are speaking the same language, but they use a different alphabet. So the Croatians...
I think they called the language
Yeah.
the Serbo-Croatian language.
The Yugoslavian governments did. Then it became kind of like, you'll look it up and you'll see it as a legitimate language, but they don't say that anymore. They just say Hrvatski, which is Croatian, or Srpski, which is Serbian. That started at the time I was fighting in the war. Back when I was...
I'm asking you, what is the language? What is the actual language? It says Bosnian, Croatian, Serbian.
By the way, Bosnians, like another made-up language. Bosnians, they're speaking the same language as the Serbs and the Croats.
What is the language?
What's that?
Should it be called? What should it be called?
Well, it's just the way they're doing it. When you're speaking the language as a Croatian using the Latin alphabet, they call it Hrvatski or Croatian. When you're speaking the language, which is the same language as a Serb, you're using the Cyrillic alphabet, and then they call it Srpski, meaning Serbian. So you could use Serbo...
So you say the Serbo-Croatian
Yeah.
is just basically
a politically correct...
the language,
Yeah.
and it takes in...
Yeah.
It says it's native to Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia,
Yeah.
Herzegovina, Montenegro, and Kosovo.
Yeah.
And it's everybody speaks this language, and it says Indo-European goes to Balto-Slavic, Slavic, South Slavic, Western South Slavic, Serbo-Croatian. So I guess the name is, and then it has all the dialects.
Yeah.
But it's I see.
Yeah.
It's called Serbia. Official language in Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia. It's one language, and I guess whatever name you want to call it.
Pretty much, yeah. But the alphabets are different, so it's legitimate to simply call it by the ethnos that's using it. So the Croatians and Serbs will do that pretty adamantly. They'll emphatically say, no, we're speaking Srpski. And, the Croatians will say, no, we're speaking Hrvatski. And, but the funny thing, just to give people an example of this kind of stupidity, when Beaver and I went to a restaurant the other day, I think it was early this month, like much earlier this month, and which feels like a different world at this point. We had two old white guys they almost forced us to sit next to, which was just stupid as hell considering the COVID experience. And then finally there was a table that, but believe me, the white guys didn't want us near them either. These are two older white guys, didn't want to sit next to them. And the stupid waiter was saying, no, sit here in the same table. And we were really leery. What's that?
Was this in San Francisco?
Oh, yeah, it was in San Francisco. Yeah, it's just because of the COVID experience, though. Everyone likes to have, space between you and others. So, not only that, it's simply just for privacy, just a feeling of the invasion of personal space. Americans like a lot of space. So then the idiot waiter oh, yeah, this table, and then everybody was happy. But we could still hear the old white guys talking. So really just spoiled old white guys in retirement talking about their travels. And, one of them was talking about going to Europe and, and he said, yeah, the Serbs and the Croatians. He was trying to explain the difference to the other guy. This is something that Peter will find funny. He said, the Serbs are darker and the Croatians are lighter. He was trying to imply that the Croatians, and this is typically the Westerner's perspective, by the way, is that the Croatians are somehow more white or European, and the Serbs are somehow more Slavic, more colored. And now, Croatians are Catholic, and they have a Gothic cultural background. Serbs are Byzantine Orthodox, and they have a Slavic cultural background. But they're both ethnically Slavic, but the Croatians are what you would call Goth Slav. But what Peter would have found amusing is, of course, his own father was quite dark. So, to hear this white guy generalize like that, it just goes to show you just how silly generalizations can be. But when I was talking about the difference between the Croats and the Serbs, who, by the way, both, as a bit of trivia here, both claim that Tesla. They both claim him. Tesla, of course, was ethnically Serbian, but he was nationally Croatian. It was
I think it's the other way around.
It could have been the other way around. Yeah.
I think he was born in Croatia. He was Croatian but he was actually a Serb, I think.
Well, it was he definitely was Serbian Orthodox. So he had a Serbian Orthodox background. So I think that's because of his mother. So he definitely felt much more identified with his mother. So he had that Serbian Orthodox background culturally.
I think he was Serbian, but he was domiciled
in Croatia. That's right. I mean, nationally, he would have been considered a citizen of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So he was actually Austro-Hunnish by citizenship, or that would have been his quote-unquote nationality. But now that the Austro-Hungarian Empire is dead and gone, both the Croatians and the Serbs claim Nikola Tesla. But the reason I was bringing up the difference between them was to provide an example of something. Now, I was talking about, let's see now, what was I on to? It was an important point at the time that I was thinking of it, but we were talking about, government by assassination. So if people were to look up, government by assassination, I was saying every big war has an assassination before it starts. And in Asia, World War II's assassination started with a Japanese Baron Konoye, whom Americans during World War II would claim wrote the Japanese Mein Kampf. In other words, this quote-unquote Japanese agenda of conquest. And Baron Konoye was assassinated by Koreans in Asia. And that was one of the beginnings of the Japanese invading the mainland of Asia in retaliation. So that's in Europe. As I said, World War I started with the Serb killing the Austro-Hungarian emperor, whereas World War II in Europe, the assassination was a Croatian killing the king of Yugoslavia. People can actually look this up. So when a Croatian who was a servant of the Peglovnik, the Croatian Führer, what did they call them? The Krvatsky Ustashi, the Ustashi. He was an Ustashi who killed the king of Yugoslavia in France, along with the French diplomat who was in the car with the king. And this was actually the world's first televised assassination. This was Europe's Kennedy assassination. And that was the beginning of World War II in Europe. That happened before the Spanish Civil War. So, just a little thing about this government by assassination. But understand, in America, you tend to think of these things as world wars, foreign affairs, these foreigners killing each other in these assassinations, and that somehow makes Americans feel somehow more developed, that they don't rule like that. We don't have government by assassination. But nothing could be further from the truth. So when you think about that period in which the Kennedys were shot, that period in which Martin Luther King Jr. was shot, you have bozos writing folk songs about that shit that, just are supposed to tear your heart open. But it makes me sick because it's so disingenuous, and ultimately it's repulsive, repellent, and morally just decrepit. When you hear that song about, what was the title of it? You probably remember it. My friends Johnny and Martin. And
Abraham, Martin, and John.
Yeah, Lincoln. Oh, yeah, he had Lincoln in there, too, yeah. He said, yeah, they all got shot and shit. And, but, the reality is that you had other men die at the other end of the political spectrum, such as Malcolm X and George Lincoln Rockwell, the head of the American Nazi Party, back when the Nazis were gentlemen and went around wearing suits and ties like black African Muslims under Malcolm X. So those two gentlemen were shot. Nobody's writing songs about them, but they should, because these were victims of government by assassination. America is an assassination state, or it is, to use a pun, an assassin, as Michael Aquino once joked, an assassin dash nation, assassin hyphen nation, an assassination. And so that's what happened with Lincoln's understanding of the politics at the time. See, Lincoln was a politician of an era where people governed by murder. And so when Henry Wallace was running for president on the separate but equal ticket, and that we're going to
Not
make...
Henry Wallace, George Wallace.
George Wallace, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Henry Wallace was, of course, the vice president of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And, that's our man Peter knows the Wallaces better than anybody. And he can go into hours and hours of the Wallaces. But when it came to George Wallace, he was running for president. Then this guy came up and shot him with every intent to kill. But it wound up paralyzing him for life, which for some strange reason I don't get, somehow rendered him less appealing or charismatic as president, and therefore played a big role in his not winning. Though one could argue he would not have won because of, but that's not what Nixon felt. Nixon felt that George Wallace had a chance of winning, felt he was enough of a threat where he had him, quote unquote, killed. Now, the guy who tried to take him down didn't succeed, but he succeeded. In other words, he didn't kill him, but he rendered George Wallace much less of a political threat because somehow his being wheelchair bound rendered him somehow impotent in American eyes. But these were the guys who worshipped FDR. But then again, FDR, whenever he had to give speeches and other shit, he had to stand up and pretend somehow he could walk. So it
was much easier to manipulate. Plus, his assassination was so public, they couldn't hide it, and they wouldn't have hide it. But I would say that I was in San Francisco when Wallace was shot. I had just joined the Sea Org. Mm-hmm. It was in 1972. Mm-hmm. And I was actually in San Francisco at the time. I think it was May. No, yeah, it was May probably. Yeah, it was May. And but George Wallace was never really a serious candidate to win. He was a third-party candidate, and Nixon, was afraid of him, but the third-party candidates don't win. And certainly he wasn't going to win the Republic. It was a third party. He says he was a Democrat. He ran, at 58. I guess he was running for the Democrats. Nixon was just overly concerned. Wallace was hated because he was a complete racist.
Yes.
He was not going to win. People rejected him. He was just thought of as evil.
Yeah. I mean, everything Peter Moon says is true. Everything Peter Moon says is quite accurate. It was, nevertheless, for whatever reason, not just Nixon, but
independent candidate. Yeah. And you know who his vice president was?
I don't remember.
Curtis LeMay.
Doesn't that say everything? Jesus fucking Christ. Now I remember. Once you said that, now I remember. How did I bleached that out of my mind? It was so fucking gruesome. But by the way, just so people know this, because of that, definitely Nixon was concerned that this son of a bitch would win. And believe me, remember, Nixon was in the military. When everything I expressed about Nixon, what he did with the Strategic Air Command, how he had total contempt for them, said, prove yourselves, motherfuckers, and this Christmas win the goddamn Vietnam War like you claim you won World War II. So with Curtis LeMay at this guy's side, our man Nixon was actually on the side of right to have this guy taken out. And
listen to what it says here. Yeah. It says, Wallace hoped to force the House of Representatives to decide the election with one vote per state if he could obtain sufficient electoral votes to make him a power broker. In other words, by winning the southern states, he could hold up the election. He wasn't going to win. He was going to, it says right here, Wallace won Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas. It looks to me like Nixon. Nixon won California, most of the western states, some of the Midwest states, and then Humphrey was winning Texas, Washington, Michigan, Wisconsin, and the Northeast states, except for Vermont, which doesn't count for much, and New Jersey. So I didn't realize this, but Wallace would have held these key states that, would have taken it put the election into the House of Representatives, in which case he is a power broker.
Yes.
He definitely, I didn't realize this. And this is 1972. He could have influenced the election, and what he wanted to end federal efforts at stopping desegregation.
Right.
He wanted segregation.
Yes.
So he also contained generous increases for Social Security and Medicare. He wanted to get out of Vietnam. He was a formidable candidate only because he owned the South.
Yes, that's right.
He wasn't going to win Florida, which was too northified from all the people there. And I'll tell you, Florida, when I lived there, very East Coast, what you call New York on the coast. But you go in a mile or two, and
Oh yeah, it's Confederate swampland. Yeah.
they're pure rednecks.
Yes, not a term I would use, but yes, it's illegitimate enough. It sends the message, gets the point across. By the way, tell everyone the assassin of George Wallace was wearing a red, white, and blue outfit that with an enormous bow tie that was supposed to make him look like Uncle Sam, but he looked like some clown. And he had three names. So it was like Lee Harvey Oswald, what they thought Douglas Duane Dietrich would become if I had participated in the assassination of William Jefferson Clinton. What was the assassin's name? I never remember.
Well, it should be looking up here. Let me see here. Oh, he didn't assassinate him, so I guess, it modifies his punishment. Let's see, who was the Bremer? Bremer, 63 years in prison. Oh God, look, this is interesting. Arthur Bremer. His campaign effectively ended when he was shot in Maryland by Arthur Bremer, and Wallace remained paralyzed below the waist for the rest of his life. He won re-election as governor in '74 and sought again Democratic presidential nomination in '76. In the late '70s, he announced he'd become a born-again Christian and moderated his views on race, renouncing his past support for segregation. He left office in '79, but re-entered politics and won election to a fourth and final term in '82. Third longest serving governor in U.S. history. So he had a change of heart because he came up with the times. He did, and I heard him talk. He says, he changed.
Yeah.
He changed because he didn't think it would work.
Yeah. Besides, getting paralyzed as a way of changing anybody. Yeah, go on.
Well, I think that happened later, but I think he actually saw, that what he thought it wouldn't work. He was too culturally indoctrinated into thinking, you had to keep these two cultures separate. And he gave up. But Bremer, let me see here, it says, Bremer, on May 15th, he was shot 4 times by Arthur Bremer while campaigning at the Laurel Shopping Center in Laurel, Maryland, at a time when he was receiving high ratings in national opinion polls. Bremer was seen at a Wallace rally in Wheaton, Maryland, earlier that day, and 2 days earlier at a rally in Kalamazoo. Wallace was hit in the abdomen and chest, and one of the bullets lodged in his spinal column, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. A 5-hour operation was needed, and Wallace had to receive several units of blood to survive. 3 others who were wounded in the shooting also survived. The shooting and Wallace's subsequent injuries put an effective end to his bid for the Democratic presidential nomination. It was caught on film. I've never seen it. Bremer's diary, an assassin's diary published after his arrest, shows he was motivated in the assassination attempt by a desire for fame, not by political ideology. He had considered President Nixon an earlier target. He was convicted at trial. On August 4th, 1972, Bremer was sentenced to 63 years in prison, later reduced to 53 years. Bremer served 35 years and was released on parole on November 9th, 2007.
Wow. Oh, fuck.
It says he's still alive, age 72, occupation, busboy, janitor.
Jesus.
Is an American convicted criminal who attempted to assassinate George Wallace. Bremer was found guilty.
Well, he was definitely a mind control MK Ultra who was used by Nixon to take out Wallace, which effectively he did. Which, if the guy had Curtis LeMay as his vice president, it had to be done. But again, hopefully people get my point. This was a time of government by assassination. So you're talking about Clinton as a product of this Machiavellian time of political violence as perpetrated by the state. Back to Peter with that.
There's an interesting thing here. It says, on May 4th, 1972, after a 10-day break from writing, Bremer realized it would be almost impossible to assassinate Nixon and decided that it was Wallace's fate to be his victim, even though his diary entries never showed the same level of interest or enthusiasm as they did with regard to assassinating Nixon. Bremer made this clear in his diary, stating, Wallace, certainly won't be buried with the snobs in Washington. I won't even rate a TV interruption in Russia or Europe when the news breaks. They never heard of Wallace. The following day, he checked out 2 books from the public library in Milwaukee, both detailing the assassination of Senator Robert F. Kennedy by Sirhan Sirhan and RFK Must Die by Robert Blair Kaiser. It sounds like he was targeting Nixon.
Yeah.
And then that was hopeless, so he opted for Wallace because he was more accessible. Mm-hmm. Although, there's obviously mind control involved here.
I would say that Nixon was his primary target in his mind and his fixation, because Nixon was ultimately not his handler, but the man who was actually his command. Understand that love and hate are opposite sides of the same coin. So when you're operating with someone like that, you program them in some cases where they have you as their hate object, but then their violence is directed towards other people because, what's this bullshit about Nixon would be impossible to kill? This is obviously a mind-controlled subject who has been given essentially orders that he doesn't consciously recognize to change his direction of assassination from the man he was fixated on, proving that that man was actually his command, ultimately his source of command. Because, the bullshit about Nixon would be impossible to assassinate. Come on, presidents have been assassinated.
Very interesting. Listen,
yeah.
There is a guy named Seymour Hersh. He was the investigative journalist who exposed the My Lai massacre, and he received the Pulitzer Prize for exposing the My Lai massacre. Okay, in a widely noted article, Seymour Hersh claimed that secret recordings of Nixon proved that within hours of the assassination attempt of George Wallace, the president and a top aide dispatched a political operative,
Yes.
E. Howard Hunt,
Yes.
who went to Milwaukee with plans to surreptitiously enter Bremer's apartment and plant the campaign literature of Democratic contender George McGovern. According to Hersh, Hunt aborted the operation because the FBI had sealed off Bremer's apartment prior to his arrival. So they were trying to make it look like McGovern was behind it. This implicates Nixon.
Thank you. As I said, am I not vindicated?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like if Nixon, if the guy was just shot, why would Nixon do that? Because what would it matter?
Thank
What
you.
would it matter?
Thank you.
However, and then it says here, a 2000 analysis of the Nixon tapes by the History News Network did not turn up any evidence described by Hersh. While the tapes did show that Nixon had instructed presidential aide Charles Colson to anonymously spread the false rumor that there was unmistakable evidence that Bremer had been a supporter of McGovern and Kennedy, there was no apparent trace of Nixon tasking subordinates with entering Bremer's apartment to plant Democratic campaign materials. That's just washing it, because this is a respected journalist, and then the History News Network analysis is, who cares? Who cares? Yeah.
Yes.
So I guess Nixon got elected. Bremer got fame.
Yeah.
And George Wallace got, corrected in his,
Yes,
errant ways.
Yes, he was rehabilitated by shock therapy. Yes, that is the ultimate shock therapy. Kind of like when, Louis Farrakhan was getting all liberal and, copacetic with everyone when he had cancer. For that period of time that he was suffering, I believe it was intestinal cancer, he suddenly was cool with everyone and putting a lot less energy into hatred. It just takes a lot of energy to hate people. And so when something confronts you like that, you tend to change.
Well, it's I think watching him what do you call it? Watching him kind of, own up to his myopia on race.
Yeah.
It was it was like, wow. It's like you just look, he didn't get it. If I go back, I don't know what it was like to be a Southern white person. When I grew up, that sort of stance was just, it was, although the white people I lived around were, just had that sort of inbred white prejudice. It wasn't like, it was just unacceptable. Wallace was way too extreme.
Mm-hmm.
The only person I remember who liked Wallace was my friend's older brother in Bakersfield, who he said, he was just, right on. And he was right from the oil fields of Taft. He was a really nice guy. But, he was just on the Wallace campaign. His brother didn't take him seriously.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Wallace was rejectable. He was just totally anti-human rights.
Yeah.
Whereas most of the white people were, they rejected racism mentally, but not really.
Yes, at least they would be able to mouth the platitudes.
Yeah, because they wouldn't actually think, because you're still living with racism,
Right.
and you'd say, "Oh God, I don't want to," They would just consider it be beneath them, or it's like and that's not a part of me. I don't want to be part of that because it's just too, rejectable. I remember the first time I drove through the ghetto was my first baseball game. And my uncle took me to my first baseball game with my cousins and my mom, and we went going down into what was called Wrigley Field, where the Los Angeles Angels were playing in their first season in 1961. I was 8 years old. It was a big thrill to go to my first baseball game, and I remember going in and it was just sort of shocked to see how these people lived. Now, as bad as it was, they had houses. They just weren't kept up. They weren't horribly, They just were old part of town. And everybody seemed to be out in their front yard and looking at the traffic coming into the neighborhood, which you had to go through a fairly small, 2-lane block to get to the stadium. And it was, it's just, I'd never seen this before. And it was, just what the pathway you had to go through to get to the stadium. And I think what was more penetrating to me was that was in May, I believe, of 1961. And I asked my mother if she would take me to see the New York Yankees. This was the great year of the home run race between Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris. And they were my two favorite players because I could read the paper. I was now 8 and I followed baseball. And she said, sure, she was a part baseball fan. So we went in the last week of August, I think, and it was just me and her, because I talked her into getting the, I don't know, it was the $5 or I think the $10 seats, because we get to look right down on Roger Maris from in the box seats, and but we're coming into the. Now, this is the New York Yankees. This place is packed. There's no place to park. This is a minor league rinky-dink stadium. So we go where we park, and there's this black guy, and it's like you can park in his house or in his yard for $1. So, we pay the $1. He was pretty nice. He was young, pretty nice. And they're all the neighborhoods. They were making money off of the parking. So I think we gave him our keys. We went to the game. It was a big thrill for me. And I mean, it was so crowded. There are people like sitting on the wall, the center field wall, with their leg over it, looking down on Mickey Mantle. And, it's like it was so crowded. And then I remember coming, like I'm 8 years old, and I'm coming back with my mom, and I say, is our car going to be there? It's like, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, and we went back, and the guy was as friendly as ever. And I say, we had a successful time.
Yes.
And it was, but I'm saying that was my first encounter with the ghetto, right. And it was not a unpleasant experience as it ended. I do remember when I went the first time, my cousin was definitely making, aping gestures at the black people,
Jesus.
I mean, not so they could see.
Of course not.
He, I was 8. He was probably 10, and then I remember I think it was my aunt, his mother. His mother was very prejudiced, and because my older cousin, he one time brought a black guy home, just as a friend, and she hit the roof.
Wow.
She hit the roof. My mother was not like that, but then again, nobody ever brought a black person over. But she wouldn't have objected. But so then anyway, I remember he was working for E.F. Hutton, which was a brokerage firm, and his mother wrote that I guess he was walking home and some black guy was throwing rocks at him. And this was his experience in Southern California because he moved there. And it was, I always thought, he grew up to be a very rich banker. And I always thought, well, he had why did he get rocks thrown at him? It was directly proportional to his, making fun of him. I thought. So, but anyway, this to go back to George Wallace, it is hard to put yourself in his mind if you didn't grow up like him. And it would be very hard for him to put himself in the position of a black person. It's very easy to identify with the plight of the underdog, no matter what color. There are so many old TV shows, back to the Gene Roddenberry days of writing whatever he wrote, the Have Gun Will Travel stories, even Star Trek, where they will extol, the virtues of being non-prejudiced, and they'll go for the underdog, whether the person be Chinese, Japanese, Jewish, and they'll root for the underdog. So, people can, surface, at least on the surface, and deeper identify with the underdog. It's harder to identify with the George Wallace who's trying to stop people from going to college. It's hard for, I think, most people to identify with that. So it's like, what did he grow up with? What was he fed? Why were these people all so dead set? If you grow up in the Klan as a kid, you're programmed. You don't know any different. So I don't know how he grew up, but the fact that he changed was interesting. And also interesting, this song, Abraham, Martin, and John.
Yes. The one I was speaking of earlier that makes me so viscerally repulsed. Go on.
It was really a song at the times that epitomized the times. Yeah. It's like epitomized the zeitgeist of the times. Mm-hmm. It was a sad time. But it says apparently it was written by the same guys, Phil Gernard and Dick Holler, who wrote Snoopy versus the Red Baron.
Interesting. What
a difference in. A song is a song, and it comes from wherever it comes.
But for those who don't know, they produced that song because they were incensed by the mythification of who was that American ace who was supposedly shot the Red Baron down. I forget his name, but we can look it up. And a man who shot Red Baron, supposedly. And just so people know, this guy was a flaming communist, and he was so radical as a communist that Franklin Delano Roosevelt had to kind of disown him because he was advocating the overthrow of the United States government so vociferously in the name of communism. And then he went to fight with the Soviet Union during World War II. So Man Who Shot Red Baron. The funny thing is I'm not getting anything when I'm looking this up. American Ace. I'll have to add American Ace Who Shot Red Baron. Okay, American Ace.
It's this debate over who fired the shot that killed Rick Tobin. RAF credited Brown with shooting down the Red Baron, but it is generally agreed by historians, doctors, and ballistics experts that Rick Tobin was actually killed by an anti-aircraft machine gun.
That's right. That's correct. The doughboys on the ground when he flew too low. This is why we're not seeing this guy's name. I think that they finally
Arthur Roy Brown, Canadian Captain Arthur Roy Brown.
But that's not the. Who did the Americans? Okay, American Ace World War One. Let me look that up then. Jaime Rickover, wasn't it? Or one Rickover? Let me look up Rickover. Is who I'm thinking. Eddie Rickenbacker. That's who it was. Eddie Rickenbacker. So Eddie Rickenbacker, for years, the Americans were claiming that he had shot down the Red Baron, and that he had basically, it was either him or the Canadian guy, and the point was that many people already knew that this was a lie. They were trying to say one of the Allied aces had killed the Red Baron, and the reality was when he flew too low, he was shot down by anti-aircraft fire, but they wouldn't give the credit to the men on the ground. They had to give it to an officer. So they gave it to an officer fallaciously, and in protest, this is why those people wrote the Snoopy versus the Red Baron, because they said, well, if they're going to say, one of these guys shot him, they may as well say it was Snoopy the dog. And so they wrote that song about Snoopy versus the Red Baron. And there's
it says here in the pilot episode of the sci-fi series Voyagers, the protagonist helped Rickenbacker defeat the Red Baron. And he appears in the 1990 video game Red Baron as one of the Allied aces.
So Eddie Rickenbacker, just so people know, he's this communist who wanted the violent overthrow of the United States government. A complete and total asshole. And like so many Americans at that time that drove America into World War II. And went to fight for the Soviets. I
think this is very hidden because I learned of him, I think, in the Reader's Guide we had to read in school, and he was portrayed as a hero, probably from World War One.
That's right.
He was portrayed as a hero, so he kind of went in one ear and out the other, but I never forgot the name.
Yeah.
So
there you go, and so. Thank you, Peter. It's been a wonderful night. I do want to give credit later tonight to all the people who made contributions. And as I said, I'm certain Peter knows many of them. Maybe I should start now while Peter's still with us. And then just briefly kind of tell the horror story. I'll be bringing other friends on tonight, of course, as soon as Peter retreats into the gentle night. But I do want people to know that over the weekend, while I access these files, my PayPal cards, basically, so I can find out who contributed what and give justice to those who are, to give credit to those who are willing to be credited. Basically, we had that blanket coming, and what happened was that our dear Brooke Gibson was given a text message by the driver who was supposed to deliver it to me. We'll go over this in far more detail after Peter retreats into...
Did you receive it?
I almost did not. This was the horror story. I did get it.
But you did.
I did get it. I do want people to know we're still looking for another electric blanket. Brooke just ordered one as soon as she could. This is... and she paid over $100 for this, and actually it's not helping. it's one of the we'll explain that later. But in terms of my getting it, first the guy just basically sent her a text that I felt it was unsafe to leave it at the door. This is what the driver said. He sends her this text after which
it was.
By that you meant, like, in terms of danger, just the fear of theft.
Fear of theft.
I understand what you're saying, but he's got to leave the packages somewhere. And you don't just say, I'm afraid someone's going to steal it. I can't leave it. What does that mean? You're not going to deliver packages? You can't
It's complicated for sure.
yeah. So it's like he can't say that with everyone, right? And he certainly wasn't saying that with everyone else. So in my case, he said, it doesn't look like it's safe to leave it there. He sent her this text message. Then she gets a call. She calls me about that because she wants to follow up on it. And that's when she gets a call from this guy named Robert in San Francisco DSL station. It's called DSL, not DHL, DSL. And then she, brings me onto the call so I can hear this idiot. And he goes into this long, torturous explanation of, I'm going to follow up with this guy and text him and make certain he comes back to deliver it to you, because we were both explaining to him, this is like other people need oxygen machines or CPAP machines. This is of medical necessity in my case. And this guy's old. I mean, like one of these seniors they hired because they don't hire kids anymore. They think it's easier to hire seniors. And then what happens was he never called us back. We called the supervisor. Then he gets onto the call, finding out we're talking to a supervisor, gets all pissed off and says, oh, they turned this from a proactive call to a reactive call. And he says to the supervisor, he says, you may leave. I'll handle this. I'm like thinking, how's this little guy in a substation, this DSL substation contracted by Amazon, given the Amazon supervisor orders? And then the guy retreats, and then he takes over and gives us again this excruciating detail of the shipment's route, saying this guy's going, he gives us every address this guy's going to hit, and says he missed your home, but he's coming back and he'll be right next to your home. After which he's going to do to the other side of the city. And if you're lucky, he might come back, before midnight. Sometime after 8 p.m. After which, if it's after 8 p.m., he's just going to have to go home. It's too much to ask of him. I said, why don't you just text him or call him to tell him to stop at my home when he's at the home next door? And then he said, I'm going to have to terminate this call. I'm going to have to disconnect this call. And he hangs up on us, after which we call another supervisor, who, in all fairness, is one of these Pakistanis I've been bitching about over the last several days, who tries to call the guy between 7 to 9 times. His words, I've tried to call him between 7 and 9 times. The shipping man will not respond, the man shipping the packages. But he said, I'm looking him up, and I can tell you right where he's at. And he gives me the guy's location as right up here on Green and Hyde. And he says, just go up there and get the package from him, if you can, before he leaves. Now, like I said, this guy was giving us excruciating detail of this man's route, saying he's been there at your place, but decided not to go in, but it's going on to all these other addresses. And so I walk up to Hyde and Green, and I said, there's nothing here. I said, there's a white van. That cannot be it. There's no markings on that van. And so if that van had taken off and driven away, I would not have thought I had missed anything, because any business van is going to have markings advertising its business. Right? Tell me if I'm off here. Right? Right, Pete?
One would hope so. But we live in new times.
Yeah. And so
this is whether or not this is conspiratorial, it's a case of, supreme incompetence and lack of attention to duty. For sure.
Thank you. And then, so I said, shouldn't that van say Amazon on it? And that the Pakistani guy said, yes, he was pretty certain it would, but, later on we found out it's also...
I see a lot of Amazon vans that aren't marked because they hire subcontractors.
That's it. It was subcontracted. So it's this fucker named Flying Squirrel, the subcontractor, but there's no markings on it. You get up there and the word Flying Squirrel was like stenciled in cursive, so it was illegible till you got right up to it. And if you know how to read cursive, which a lot of young kids don't, it said Flying Squirrel. And this was smaller than the logo for the company that made the car. In other words, the Ford, Chevrolet, or Toyota logo was bigger than that word Flying Squirrel. That's how small this shit was. So that's when I basically confront the guy and said, you! I've got the cell phone in my hand and I'm holding it up so they can catch his words and his responses. I said, give me my box. You didn't get out of your van. And he tells 3 lies. I got, first, like, I don't have the box, and it's, I got out, and then it's like, I got the wrong guy. Finally it was like he hands over the box when I'm basically physically threatening him. And then that's how I got. But this, like, killed the day, just like the other day. The computer panic killed the day. So, and now Brooke explained it all, that this is not conspiracy, that your thing was flagged because the microphone she had mailed to me was earlier stolen, and therefore Amazon flagged it, and so this stupid guy decided, it's flagged already, so I don't need to stop. I'll just say it looks unsafe to drop it off. Meanwhile, when this other guy's giving us this excruciating route he's traveling, and I go up there, and he's there. How is he there? He was at my home, like, at 4:41, and then, like, we're talking 6, 7 p.m., like, the guy's still up there on Hyde Street. So did he stay there that whole time? What would he be doing there that whole time? Because when I went there, he's, like, standing up and, doing shit with his boxes. And then it doesn't look like he's delivering anywhere. And it's unmarked, like it's a DEA vehicle. I mean, I don't care if it's... And then the fact that guy was wasting all our time saying all this shit, like locations this guy was going to and everything. It's like he's trying to kill our time to prevent me from going outside, to prevent me from getting the package. I mean, everything
it's pretty lame.
Yeah. And she explained it's not conspiracy. She explained all the reasons behind it, and I believe she's right, but nevertheless, it's still all... so suspect.
Well, it's imbecilic behavior.
Thank you.
And you have to understand that people, like a lot of people have no idea. I'm not talking about these people, but have no idea of customer service. Yeah. And it's like, then they can't handle any difficulties. They begin to emotionally break down.
Yes.
If it gets hot. And just I was going to process the title for my car because I bought out the lease on my car.
Yeah.
So I go in there and the lady, I have to wait an hour, and then she looks at my stuff and she says, "You did this in pencil?" Said, yeah, if I make a mistake, I can erase it. Yeah, you can't do it in pencil. I do this in pen. Now, so she says, okay, you go, and you go to reception, and you take another number, and, they'll make it so it's only 15 minutes. I said, okay. So I go back to reception, and they said, we don't know what the hell she's talking about. Now, it turned out that wasn't reception, but what do I know? That's what a reception when you come in. They greet you.
Yes.
There's another place called reception. So I go, and I get this line. I said, God, I'm going to be here for another hour or two just to wait to see this woman now that I filled out things in pencil. So I go back to her window. There's nobody there. And I force myself on her. I say, look at, she says, you go back to where you were. I said, well, I can't go. Look at, you're the only person I've talked to. She says, well, they told me, she says, you can't, they can do the 15 minutes. They don't know what they're talking about. Then she explained to me that I just pleaded with her, and she did it. She did what I wanted.
Thank God.
And I said, thank you. And then when she was done, I was so sweet to her. I said, thank you for going above the call of duty, which she hadn't. Why the hell? And they were misdirecting people all over the place from here to there. One woman would be nice to the wife, and another person would not be nice to the husband and make him wait in line for bullshit. And it's just it's because they don't treat people with respect and customer service. This is what happens, and it's just the way some people are. So it's, I guess, what you would call it a low caliber a person. And I would also say when Paula was working customer service in the oil, delivering oil, customers would uniformly call her up and just cuss her out.
I'm sorry, that's awful. That is so.
And of course, she hadn't done anything wrong. The company sometimes had, sometimes hadn't.
As a foreigner, how did she handle that? Was that devastating?
No, the worst one was when she had a Romanian person call her.
Holy
and
shit.
she spoke to her back in Romanian.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And the person didn't even seem to notice that it was Romanian.
Oh my God.
She didn't mention that it was Romanian. You know what I mean? It was like she didn't care that Paula was Romanian. It's just like this complete, like, my boiler's not working. You better come and fix. Why don't I have oil?
Oh my God.
And many times the customer did something wrong but this is just standard fare in dealing with people ordering oil. And many times they forgot to order the oil, so they were, they let it run down.
Uh-huh.
And,
yes.
But it's just the extreme, I guess what you'd say, coddling and hand-holding you have to do with people. Mm-hmm. Or they have service contracts, and they think the contract entitles them to more than it does, and constant, abuse.
Yeah.
Abuse. So it's like you can. It's like sometimes it's like really good when you deal with the IRS to be really nice.
Yes.
And I have.
Well, that's just common sense.
No, but what happens at the end of the call, and they give you what you want, and they say, God, I'm not used to somebody being so nice. They hate us.
Right.
And if you, sometimes you can get away with it. Sometimes you have to use ball busting, communication to get what you want. But the point is some people have very low echelon of customer service skills, and they have a very low threshold of dealing with emotionally volatile or situations that don't go right. And instead of calming it down, they make it worse. So who the hell knows what he was doing? He was probably worried that he was going to get the order wrong and be responsible for it. But I noticed, Amazon drivers leave in the wrong house, and
yeah.
What do they know? They did it with me. They took a picture of the house. I said, that's not my house. So they refunded me. But I had to go to customer service.
Of course. That goes without saying.
And they did. But so what I'm just saying is, you got to remember people's skills. And I think Brooke pretty much nailed it. But so be it. You got the blanket, but the fact that it doesn't do what you need it is enough.
Yeah.
Does it actually heat up?
It does. It does. It's unfortunate. She paid more for this, and she thought that because it was one of the more expensive, it would be better functioning. But it's definitely, we're going to tell people what we're looking for, and I'll do that later in the transfer.
What doesn't it do that you would like it to do?
Basically, for one thing, it doesn't fold. I've got this military kind of precision
about. That's tough.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I know that
it's like you're sleeping with a brick.
Yeah, no, it's bizarre. It's pure polyester, which is bizarre because, by the way, they used to make polyester uniforms for sailors in the Navy for a while, and then they reissued because people were allergic to wool. A lot of people were allergic to wool. So then they said, fuck, we got to bring it back to wool, because they found out that in naval fires, and this would be a true issue if they ever come under attack, the polyester is plastic, so it melts into your flesh and basically burns you twice as bad as you would otherwise burn. So it's, they went back to wool, and if anybody has an allergy, they have to seek like some doctor's excuse or something to get an alternative. But this is 100% polyester, which I've never run across with an electric blanket, which means it'll flame up in a second.
I think you should seriously look into returning it.
Yes, that's what she said.
But
Yeah.
we're trying to get another blanket for me before I return it. I want to return it in 30 days. We're trying to get another blanket before I return it. So definitely it's it's not only that, but it's because it's just bouncy as fuck. It doesn't fold, and I usually wrap myself up like a burrito so that, I can stay warm in San Francisco. And not only that, it slides off me in my sleep, like it's repelled by my body or something. So because it's polyester, it's just slippy slidey, and it just slides off. It's just awful. I woke up with a cold, basically, that went away after I did my normal vitamin and supplement intake and inhalants and all that stuff, but basically woke up with a bit of a cold. So because I woke up basically freezing. So that being said, thank you for that. And what I'll do now is give some credit. Now, there's a friend of both Peter Moon and myself who wants to remain anonymous, or at least a friend of Peter Moon. Peter Moon knows who he is, and he contributed $133.33. So he did tell Peter Moon about it, but he does want to remain anonymous. We have a wonderful lady who has to remain anonymous, so I won't even give her location, that contributed at least 30 United States dollars again. She had done so recently before, and she did so again. Of course, there's a man, KP, that's all he wants to be known by, who contributed another $40 recently. With both of these, I'm kind of going back before our latest episode, but all of it really starts basically with the individual who Peter Moon knows. There is another payment from this wonderful individual. Let me see if he wants to remain anonymous, of 101 United States dollars, and he's in the United States. And he doesn't seem to be saying anything about anonymity. So this man is Edmund Kuntz. Peter may or may not know him, like Dean Kuntz, the author, same name.
I know the name. I don't really know the individual, but I know the name.
Okay, and then after that there is I think she might want to remain anonymous, but I don't believe she indicated that. So I believe I can name this wonderful individual who said donation, and that is Sophie Hop, as in HOPPE, Sophie Hop in Australia. So Sophie Hop. And God bless you, dear Sophie. 40 United States dollars from her in Australia. Wonderful individual. And we have another payment from the wonderful individual who is Ukrainian and lives in United Germany. In fact, in Heidelberg, of the famous Heidelberg Scar, the wonderful Prussian academies that brought us the art of dueling. Andrei Numershiaisky. God. That's Numer, and then Schyzky. And I believe that's Numer Sky or Shai Shaitsky. Numershiatsky. Andrei Numershiatsky. 22 United States dollars. And so he would like to come on the show sometime and speak, and I'll be happy to have him do that when we go into these public roundtables, as we do. He basically says the following in my draft box here. Hello, Douglas. I would be interested to talk with you in your broadcast about the so-called unified Germany, since you are the only person seeming to remember this happening. I am on Skype Live. What he might mean is that, of course, I use the term United Germany because of East and West Germany uniting, but many people feel Germany is not yet united because of Aust-Prussia and because of parts of Poland that are east of the Oder and Niz rivers, or Nieca rivers, that are that for the longest period of time were not recognized by Germany or even the Allies as part of Poland, because the Russians simply occupied them and quote unquote gave them to the Polish without consultation with the other allies. So in terms of that, what he probably means, I assume, but I'll ask him for clarification, is that many people feel that Germany is not yet unified, and understandably so. Stephen Myers
our brother from another mother in the heart of Manhattan Island, the belly of the beast, sent 100 United States dollars. God bless him. And he is a Blasian, a black Asian, specifically Chigro, or Chinese Negro, as they used to say in the old days. He says, a little extra to help you out. Your knowledge is priceless. And then finally, one last contributor thus far, Aaron Tice, who doesn't seem to be asking for anonymity. So 100 United States dollars. God bless him. And of course, Peter can tell me if I made a mistake there or not in terms of, but anyhow.
No, Darren has been on before and he's helped you, and
yeah.
I'm hoping he'll come on again while I'm gone.
Yeah.
And fill my role while I'm gone. If he can and will.
He will certainly be most welcome. That is something I would welcome. Now, thanks to all of these people, I made rent, and I want you all to know there's no amount of thanks I can ever give that does your contributions justice. We had, of course, a few trolls. I can answer them later. And same shit, people about why doesn't Douglas Dietrich get a job? And why is he such an old man? It's basically the same motherfucker who was saying all this. But yeah, of course, I basically just deleted his note because, of course, I can answer to these kinds of challenges, so to speak. But Peter, of course, would probably say the wisest thing is just to ignore them and move on.
Well, he did appreciate your answer, and he accepted your answer.
Oh, no, this was a different person.
Oh, okay.
Hey, no, not the person you're thinking of. This is someone else who left something in the thread of the latest video before tonight's. Yeah, no. Peter actually answered for me.
Douglas, did have a job. It was called the, research librarian at the Defense Department.
Yeah.
That's a job that the reason we're all here.
Thank you.
What defended what your government was doing.
Thank you.
And that you would never know otherwise, and no one will ever tell you. And what they did was in violation of every, ethics tenet you can think of.
Thank you, and I appreciate that profoundly. And as we found out,
no, it's true, and it's like people are just. People have to understand it. They have to know it, and it has to do with the emotions. It's we all work. Why Douglas work? We all work. And it's not true that we all work. Some people don't work at all.
Thank you.
It's just kind of like it's like people are in a regular mode. They don't even have to be aligned with the Cho or the Kings of Edom. They're just sitting there. They're just knuckleheads. Or knuckleheads is not the right word. Maybe it is. It's just like they're too oblivious to what's going on in the real world to appreciate anything that's outside of their reality zone, let alone comfort zone.
Thank you.
So it's okay to be a little smarter than you were the day before.
Yes.
So for all of the mistakes and stuff that people say and do, some people specialize in them. It's not necessary. So we all make mistakes, but you don't have to be passionate and proud of it.
Thank you. Yes. So just so you can go to sleep morbidly entertained. Yes, I've turned on the screen share. Yeah, and the funny thing about this guy, this was the guy who wrote what he did, and I will read it to everyone because I will have little answers later on during the roundtable. What I like is someone cutting short DDD spinster meanderings. He can't even spell meanderings. Of course, I cut myself short because I was searching for which plug the blanket might be connected to, and I pulled the plug that was connected to the modem because these things have been plugged in for years that I haven't dealt with, and I'm trying to find out which is which. 2 blankets? DDD needs to get a little job. Do something, anything. He's in a bad place spiritually. Spiritually? Really? Really? No, physically, you idiot. Yeah, I guess this guy has an image that if I were some contemplative monk, I could meditate my way through the cold. Wool hat? He needs to wear a wool hat at night. Costs nothing in electricity. Yes, you imagine sleeping with no heat in a wool hat. Yeah, wouldn't help much.
Well, let me address this. He says Douglas is in a bad place spiritually. Well, we're talking about a world that is, you talk about a bad place spiritually. What is all the stuff we're talking about? We're talking about insanity at the highest level of the Defense Department that is bent in destroying this world. We should consider or concern ourselves less with Douglas's lack of perfection than we should with the dangerous facts he gives us. This is what's important, not the not the relative spiritual well-being of Douglas. I mean, we want to care about his comfort so that he can deliver this news, but it's like, you're not in a good place spiritually. What's the situation? I mean, look at the situation. This country is not in a good place spiritually. We had the COVID insanity. We had right now we've got a lot of insanity going on in the streets of America. So not in a good place spiritually. What does that have to do with anything? It's like, yeah, he suffered a lot. He's suffered a lot. He's been through a lot. He's a veteran who doesn't get acknowledged for being a veteran. The government has disowned him over the fact that he shot these policemen who were shooting women in Saudi Arabia. And he protected more women from being shot. And the U.S. government had to dishonorably discharge him to appease the Arabs, which was unfortunate. So it's like, he is a casualty of living up to his honor. It was an honorable act. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to shoot those policemen, but he was defending women who were otherwise going to be killed. So,
bless you.
Yeah, it's a heavy duty thing to have to be in a position like that. I don't envy being in that position. So it's like he's not in a good place spiritually. There's so much more to the equation, and the dismissiveness is part of the addiction and denial of people. That you have to get your head out of your rear end so that you can appreciate what we're doing here. This is not like a contest where you're going to come here and meditate and learn about your chakras and everybody be quiet and everybody come up and talk to each other. Oh, that was a good meditation you did. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But this is not what we're doing here. This is not written by a person who's trolling for the sake of a typical troll. This is written by a person who, is looking at your suffering and being dismissive of it.
Thank you.
Because he's judging it by some, standard that doesn't really fit the situation. Doesn't understand what he's talking about. And I'm sure it's challenging
to handle all the implications of what we're talking about here, because we're talking about the Cho. We're scratching the surface here. We're and some of this might be a little hard for people to understand. Some people not, of how deep the insanity is. It's going into the whole food supply.
Yes.
When we come back, I hope that I can tell you today's Wednesday. That's a 3-day break.
Yeah.
We're moving into the 4th of July weekend.
That's right.
I do plan to be with you on Sunday night, and I plan to announce it.
Good.
And where I want to go, I hope to have this chapter wrapped up.
Yes.
And then I want to get into the Letterman Army Hospital experiment, which I have some on it.
Yes.
I have a lot on it, and just like so that I can just write a short chapter on that and kind of get me indoctrinated more into the arguably more interesting aspects of the book. Which, not that the Cho aren't, they were a substantial, I wouldn't call it a derailment, but I went deep into the Cho.
Yes. No, with good reason, though.
Yeah. I mean, because it came up, and we've talked a lot about the Cho. Most of you who've studied have a working knowledge, and as I said, my friend had told his wife about the Cho, and she had bad dreams about the Cho, and I said, you shouldn't be telling her.
That's an interesting point. Go on.
Yeah, but it shows how powerful they are.
Yes.
To be able to influence the dreams, and his wife does not need to be. She's afraid of the occult, so she shouldn't be listening to Chograms. She needs to overcome her fear and her what's that called, that mind lock with the Bible.
Thank you.
She does have a mind lock with the Bible. So, and we'll it's like you don't want to upset the domestic tranquility of one's home. But so I mean, the Cho have come up. The Cho are a part of our everyday consciousness on this planet. Unfortunately, just like we have to deal with the Federal Reserve and the IRS, these are all part of our daily lives, these organizations. The Federal Reserve. So this is something we have to deal with every day. Even if we don't pay our taxes and protest, we still have to deal with it because the whole system we're dealing with is. So unfortunately, it's better to know these things than to not know them. So when I come back, I'm hoping that I'm ready to talk about the Letterman Army Hospital experiment, and I have I'll review my notes. This is the direction I'm hoping to go in.
Yes.
And who knows, maybe I'll have some interesting dreams in the meantime. So for that, good night. Thank you to everybody who's contributed to Douglas. Thank you so much. You can still send contributions.
Yes.
He will need them.
Yes.
But thank you so much, all of you, for answering the call. He deeply appreciates it, and so do I. And I would encourage people to, if you haven't, sign up at the timetraveleducationcenter.com and subscribe to the Montauk Pulse, skybucksusa.com. So I'll say that good night, and have a good night, everybody.
Good night. Blessed dreams. We love you dearly.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now. That's Peter Moon. We're going to start a new call. And skybooksusa.com. Oh, let's see if she responds. We'll try, of course, other people who we know will. But we'll start, of course, with... And, of course, I don't talk too much while we're ringing on the phone because it usually tends to, well, who can hear me anyway? The ring is just obnoxiously loud. wonderful photograph she shared with me. Oh yes, I must download it. And of course, there we are, saved to downloads. And the fact that it's ringing is rather surprising to me. Oh, it says she's unavailable. We'll try some other people before trying her again. Let's try, of course, someone else who was with us on a call recently, and see if we'll bring some other people in besides himself. I'm presuming we'll find somebody tonight. It does say he's active. It says call declined. No doubt he's involved with it. To hear him describe it, he'd probably say he's just drowning in it. Some kind of sexual adventure or something he'd make it out to be, despite our skepticism. So let's see if we can try someone else. Before the reason this is necessary, of course, is so ultimately I can refresh myself before going into monologue tonight, which I'll be forced to do if nobody shows up. But I want to refresh myself first, so let's try and get somebody to show up. Matter of fact, there's our man in Germany. Says Sammy's unavailable. Call declined. He's probably busy. The man is truly, he's got the job, the family. Let's see with George Knight. Says he's available. He did say he'd be available for about an hour tonight. Call, even though it says he's active. Let's try this. This is supposedly our friend in Germany. And let's see if we press the enter button. There we are. Could only be one man in the world with that name. Okay, and let's see if he accepts the invitation here. And then be happy to bring him on. Of course, we could try time in Germany right now. Okay, time in, I should know this. Jesus, it disappeared as soon as I entered it. Let's take a look. 7 a.m. in the morning. Well, we'll wait on calling him. I'd be pissed off if somebody called me at 7 a.m. in the morning. All right, let's go back to where we were. I'm going to see if I can put this guy on the add favorites. There we are. Good. So we've added him to the favorites. Let's see who else might be available here. We'll try, of course, again. Dear Brooke. 11 to 12. About 1 a.m. in the morning where she's at. Guys, if she does answer, she'll probably then again, she always is. Okay. Then we'll try some others. Oh, how could I forget? By the way, my apologies for everyone, to everyone. This transitional period is always the worst. Try to get myself together, refresh myself, and then get ready for the rest of the night. Let's see if we can. Okay, unavailable, so we'll instead jump on. Oh yes, our man in Australia. Let's see how he's doing. He changed his icon. Actually, it doesn't look bad. Better than what he had before. Says he's not online. Poor fella. Okay, where are we now? Can't call Brendan Zoge. Amy Como, Mark H. We'll give him a call. Try Realtek Geek. The usual suspects. Hasn't been that long, but this feels like it's forever. This has got to be the worst part of the night. This is when it happens, when it has to be like this. Call with Mark H. And alright, let's see if we can try someone else to help me refresh myself before I go into a night of oh, Nemo says sorry, was busy. Okay, let's try him now. Connecting. Oh, there's our man. Now let's try to bring others on the call with us. Thank you, Nemo. How have you been? Okay, he must be on mute. Somebody answered. What does this say? Sorry, Mike is fucked. Fixing it now. Okay, at least he's on. We can try and bring others on too. Okay, so let's do that. And as soon as he starts talking, that'll help us all. And giving a call to other people who may or may not be with us. Let's take a look at Joe Ty, for instance. Mark H. Michelle. I'm not quite sure whether she wants to be called or not. She wants a golden hour, maybe Sunday. We'll see. It says the real A.N. West missed call. Okay, well, I'll be calling him back. Let's see now. And I guess that's, oh yes, Amanda Eitenayer. Amanda Eitenayer will hit all of her old accounts, which is, she's literally got 4 of the fuckers, and we'll avoid Germany for now because it's still very early in the morning. Okay, let's press the add button. And so I take it, Nemo, how's your mic doing now? And if he can't talk, he's at least tethering the call for everybody else. He's typing. And theoretically, if he's unable to speak with us tonight, once we get someone else speaking with us, then theoretically he could hang up and try to fix his computer or something. There we are. Somebody's answering.
Hey, buddy.
Yes, how are we?
Doing good. How does the mic sound? I just had to fucking fix it.
It's fine. It's
You hear any humming in the background?
no, you sound fine.
Okay, good. All right, good. Just checking.
Yes, and we're calling some others, but I doubt most of them will answer. I tried pretty much all of them already, and they haven't answered, but they might jump in. But both Nemo and yourself are here, except Nemo seems to be having some problems with his mic. How are we doing with that mic, Nemo? And
Hi, Nemo.
George, did I not call George? So let me see.
Call George.
Well, yes, I thought I did. Let's find out. Let's add him anyway in case we didn't. And so George Knight, let me go down here. In the meantime, go ahead and just cut loose. Ian, I mean, you're here and you're pretty much the only man here right now till we bring on George. Obviously, our man, Mr. Nemo Albano is with us in spirit. But
did you call Brooke?
I did 3 times.
Oh no! Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't.
Why?
No, I just don't want to hear it tonight.
She doesn't look like she's willing to come on now. That's for sure.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Oh, okay. But didn't the two of you speak into the wee hours last night?
No, just for like 20 or 30 minutes.
Uh-huh.
I had to set her straight about about couthness. Try to save her a little bit of class. Or what she has left of it.
Oh, George.
There we are.
Thank you,
hey,
George.
George.
Welcome. Oh my God. I shouldn't do this. I promised Brooke I would not do this. But I'm gonna enter this into the chat because she didn't answer tonight, and this is just my little way of getting back at her. So let me see if I can do that. Maybe I'll be prevented from doing that by the stupid mistake I made. I started this emoji shit, and I can't get the emoji away until I put up an emoji. So I'll just put an emoji up and then enter that so I can get the emoji out of the way. Then let's see if I can fit something else into the text. Picture. Here we are. Picture. So I'm going to try and publish a picture in the text box here in Skype that will, might become a running joke with our man Ian West here. But in the meantime, everyone, I do welcome you all. Nemo Albano is having some problems with his mic. I am hoping he'll conquer those issues. But in the meantime, it's going to be the 3 of us gentlemen, and we'll start with, look at that. Can you see that, Ian? Ian?
Hold on. Let me, where are you at right now?
It's in the text box in Skype.
Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, I see it. Let me pull that over here real quick. No, I got both monitors running, so I'm
yes, that's how I watch my porn.
Is that Auburn, Alabama?
Clemson. It's Clemson.
Oh, okay. It just looks like the Auburn from Alabama, but
what's it say?
Former Clemson and Memphis wide receiver. Oh, you guys been yep, See, I told you. There's an outbreak over there in the Clemson. I told you. What? At a daycare thing. Oh, he's taking after Aquino. I'm shocked.
Oh shit! Oh, I promised her I wouldn't show you that, but then she wouldn't answer the phone, so it's my little way of getting back at her. So George,
you did good.
Yeah. She said you were gonna run with that. So George, by all means, how much time do we have with you tonight?
Oh, about a good hour, Douglas. But okay. I do believe, realistically, I think I'll be with you a little bit longer than an hour.
Sure. So our man Nemo says I did activate VPN before. Don't know if that is fucking with my settings. Gonna restart Skype. So he's gonna restart Skype. So he might drop out of the call to do that, I presume. So it'll just be the 3 of us. But the call should stay with us even if he hangs up. But Nemo, do whatever you feel will help. And so let's see what helps with him. And dear George, tell us about
how things are going, and whatever you want to start off with. And Ian and yourself, I want both of us, all three of us, to get into kind of a rhythm, so then I can go refresh myself for several minutes and then come back. But now that we've got the both of you, there's been a lot in the news lately. What I'll do is probably after we kind of wind down tonight, which shouldn't take too long, then I'll go into monologue for the rest of the night. But definitely glad to have you both here so I can refresh myself and do what I need to do to prepare myself for a night's worth of talk, because I do want to earn my pay through my analysis, and there's a lot of current events that, of course, I do need to catch people up on. I want to address what happened with Prigozhin in Ukraine. That will take us around the rest of the world from there. But both of you gentlemen, whatever stands out as most important in current events, let's start with George. Since you have, less time than most usually, tell us a bit about what's been going on with yourself personally, whatever you're willing to share, and also what's going on with shall we say, current events that you feel we should be paying attention to, or historical events you want to follow up with that you may have felt were left unaddressed or uncovered in full with our latest episode before tonight.
Oh yes, thank you so much, Douglas. Yeah, there's so much to actually go over this evening, actually, and in so little time. So yeah, let's get this ball rolling. So
yes.
Yesterday I had a great conversation with my colleague Eric, and unfortunately tomorrow is his last day at the same company that we work for.
Why?
He's moving on. Unfortunately, he's got himself a new profession. His new title for his new job role is account manager.
Wow.
For a company, that he got acquainted from his wife and this company owner or CEO of this company. I think it's actually ran out or based in Australia, I believe, as far as I'm aware of what he's told me. But it's an outpost or an office base is in the UK. But my colleague Eric, at the moment, currently, he's going to be working from home. So he's going to be change profession. So I'll make sure this week we'll spend a lot of time with each other for the last week of us being able to work with each other. So we had some great conversations yesterday. He gave me an enlightenment, or he was enlightening me on the Wagner movement, the Wagner military coup in the what's going on in current affairs with why Vladimir Putin very much is through the intelligences has suspected the Wagner group leader, and beg your pardon because I'm not familiar with this in heavy depth.
Prigozhin.
The name
Prigozhin. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Douglas. And he was just basically outlining a bit of the history about it and how this mercenary group was established. And he was bringing up that the head of the Wagner group was a former felon. He was in prison. And that, of course, brought me to bringing up the historical context of Vladimir Lenin and the Bolshevik Revolution and how he broke criminal men out of prison. And one of those men was Joseph Stalin.
Yeah.
I brought that up. And I remember just informing Eric just briefly, going back several weeks ago, about the British re-establishing an empire. Yes. And this will be the future resolution or the solution for Britain in its economic struggle at what it's going through at the moment, its economic crisis that it is contending with currently. And he was asking me, well, how is this going to be accomplished? And the fact that the United Kingdom will have to establish kingdoms all over the world. And I mentioned that it will be the result of the conflict in Ukraine, what's going on at the moment, the war between the illegal invasion of Ukraine from Russia. Britain will play a massive front in preventing and ending this conflict in Ukraine. And Russia will be turned into the new British Raj.
Yeah. By the way, will you be maintaining contact with Eric once he leaves, just as a friend?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, and just out of curiosity, is there going to be like a going away party for him when he leaves, or is that not how the company works?
Yeah, do you know what? It's something we have to organise ourselves. Something that we have to do ourselves if we want a party. We'll have. The company won't do anything for him, other than for all the stuff back. Unfortunately, that's how the reality is. They won't do anything for him. They never even tried to persuade him either. It was, quite a sad story, really, because he's a remarkable person and a great engineer as well. So, it was a true credit to the company. So it is a sad loss overall, and many people are saddened by the hearing of him moving forward, moving on. So this will be missed greatly. So I appreciate him so much, and he is very much highly regarded. So he'll be sorely missed.
But so how did he? No, I think you must have articulated this to him before, but have you articulated it in this detail? This was probably the most detail you've articulated it to him.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. I did. I did go over a bit more detail yesterday. I just briefly summarised that we have at Sandhurst, we have that Sandhurst Military Academy where we train all the sheiks in Britain, and we will have an establishment between the continent of Europe to Africa, the North Africa continent, through like a channel island or a tunnel system or a bridge. And I said to him, it's not very much written in the headlines, but if you look it up, that Britain is trying to establish a connection between the European continent and Africa through Gibraltar to Morocco.
That's
and
right.
So I brought this to attention.
Let's put it this way. This is something that I will put it, and this way you can explain it to people in the future. You remember the trailer, or maybe you don't, because I don't know if they show the same kind of trailers in England. You'd have to look it up on YouTube. But you remember the American alien agenda propaganda film called The Battle of Los Angeles, the more recent one with all the Marines. Do you remember that?
2011, the 2011 movie. Yeah,
you have a good memory. Yeah. You have an excellent memory. Okay, yes, that's incredible. So yes, it was the year my mother died, and so in the Battle of Los Angeles, the trailer was actually along the lines of where they were like building up to the punchline for the title drop. What's called a title drop, the Battle of Los Angeles, and it wasn't that they used that phrase exactly. But they were talking about an alien invasion. Various beachheads were being established. And the individual on the radio who had kind of like a Brooklyn accent was saying, we've lost these American population centers to the enemy. And he names various American cities, whatever they were. It's just a litany of loss. New York, Detroit, whatever he was saying. And then he ends with the emphatic statement, we cannot lose Los Angeles. And when it comes to the greater British Empire, basically there have been various losses that at this point are what would be called a litany or a labor of loss that could easily be reiterated. There's no point in doing so. But recently, of course, after the visit between, I guess it was Harry and his wife, whose name I'm forgetting at the moment, Thank you, yes. Megan. They went to the Bermuda area. They were and I think it was Bermuda, and it was just shortly before Bermuda declared itself severed from the Commonwealth. So that would be the latest in a litany of loss. But the Greater British Empire can list off just, we've lost this, that, we could go on and on. But the final statement, the emphatic line that would be drawn would be, we cannot lose Gibraltar. And so what everyone needs to understand is that Gibraltar is, like Scotland and Northern Ireland, part of the European Union. And it would, trust me on this, England could lose Northern Ireland and Scotland and still retain enough cohesion with Wales and the Isle of Man, even to a degree where it would still be not too different an economy from what it is today, with the kind of defense budget that I'm envisioning is obviously what England is going to concentrate on, simply because the rest of their economy is untenable. It's basically the military is one of the few functional things they have. So when it comes to the loss of Scotland or Northern Ireland, if they retain their identity or their connections to European Union for economic advantage, England would still be in the same position relatively that it's in right now without, it would certainly strategically and economically be impacted, but it would, the point is, even though they would not as immediately feel the loss of Gibraltar, strategically and in the long term, it would be a death blow. England cannot lose Gibraltar. So the history is that during the war with Argentina, there was an attempt, certainly some cross consideration by the Spanish-speaking nations of Argentina and España, Spain, to perhaps coordinate their efforts, and it was considered maybe that the Spanish would attack Gibraltar, but the Argentinians even planned to deliver some bombs there to try and provoke the Spanish into attacking Gibraltar, but none of this really panned out. The English intelligence agencies busted it wide open and cracked down on it before anything could manifest. But the point is that this will be probably in the not too distant future a conflict that will basically be at that point the reiteration or the new revision, the new manifestation of the third greater British Empire will be war with Spain to retain Gibraltar. It will be far more immediate than the retaining the Falklands ever was. And it will lead to the British commitment to North Africa. And at this point, the reason it will be so decisive is because people forget that during the Falklands conflict, of course, the Americans did cooperate and cross-coordinate with the British, providing them a lot of advantages. This included satellite imaging, some intelligence advantages. But if England goes to war with Spain, then America at this point in history might not participate. It wouldn't actively act against the British, but it would probably be much more isolationist, and the British would truly be again on their own. It would be something where the British would be forced to really come into their own again, which is what they forced themselves into a position of doing. So it's just some background there, some context. The all the British would need to maintain their NATO commitment on the continent would be, aside from Gibraltar, which at that point, just so people understand this, the moment the British defend Gibraltar, the British become, how do I express this? Essentially, they would begin to become anti-European. In that sense, they would start against the European Union by, if they're fighting with Spain, they would have to support secessionist movements that would side with them, like Catalonia. The Catalans, they want their own nation. They were an independent kingdom for hundreds of years. The Basque, the British would have to support both the Basque and the Catalan separatist movements because they would be instant allies against Spain in a war to retain Gibraltar. And at that point, you have breakaway nations that are not part of European Union. They would, if recognized internationally, have to apply for European Union membership. At that point, because Spain is a European Union member, you would begin to see the decline of the European Union because Germany and France are almost certainly not going to go to war on the side of Spain. They would just basically, they could lose that out of their economy because Spain is not particularly an economic powerhouse, and they wouldn't really notice it. It's something that at that point the European Union begins to break. And if Britain begins to support secessionist movements, then all they need on the continent of Europe is an independent Flanders. That's where NATO headquarters is in Flanders. And that's where the British lost so many lives in World War One. So at that point, the British they could easily support the breakup of Belgium because they created Belgium. Belgium is an artificial nation that speaks both French and Walloon, the language of the Flemish. And it was simply created as an artificial amalgam so the British could retain a foothold on the continent. That's all it was meant for. So that would be the division line between Germanic Europe and Frankish Europe would be this Flemish cleft that they could retain, where they could retain the headquarters of NATO. And at that point, probably bring Russia into NATO as part of a greater British Raj. At that point, of course, the containment would be of Central Germany, Germany and Central Europe. So with that, we give it back to George Knight. By all means, take it away with that and any other direction you take it after there.
Oh no, thank you, Douglas. No, very much appreciated. Yeah, no, then that's greatly profoundly appreciated what you've just articulated. It just it helps put things into perspective. Yeah, about what. Also, it's great to bring that into people's attentions as well. So when I re-articulate that to people, I'll be able to express that a bit more thoroughly, and with great depth. But and that was what I was basically trying to bring to Eric's attention, because he did take it on board, and he did take it quite seriously, and he was just asking a numerous number of questions regarding that. Also with regard to the state of Israel, to establish a kingdom in Israel under the Balfour, so the Rothschilds, the Rothschild dynasty. Yes. We could establish a monarchy system, a monarchy like a monarchy crown system in Israel, which would hopefully bring apart the conflict between the two state, because people, of course, have been coming up with these solutions, a two-state solution, a one-state solution. Because at this point in time, with the conflict between the Palestinian people and the Israeli people, and of course, we've articulated in great depth the difference and the historical context of the establishment of Israel to this day.
And just to add some context, to add some context there, I want everyone to understand that what George is alluding to is the fact that the Baron Rothschild is an English baron. It is within the rights of the Crown of England to coronate him as a king of Israel, because he is, after all, a baron. The United Kingdom would not need Scotland and Northern Ireland to retain a United Kingdom name. They would become the United Kingdoms in the plural to integrate the kingdoms of the sheikhs of Southwest Asia and North Africa and Israel, at which point it would solve the Arab-Israeli conflict much more permanently. The British would serve as the police force in maintaining peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians. We can easily guarantee anyone familiar with history, no matter how brutal the British have been in the Raj, certainly the Palestinians would rather have the British as the police forces in Palestine and the Gaza Strip than the Israelis. Yes. Any Palestinian will tell you this. They would welcome the British as liberators. So the British would be welcome, and that would be the solution that would be a true solution that you wouldn't call two-state. It would be a United Kingdom's solution. And beyond that, it's one of these things that brings the British into play as, at this point, an empire. Back to George, just wanted to emphasize that. And I do want to say, before you continue,
yes,
I will go into this later tonight in monologue if I get to that point where I reach it. But I do want people to know, if any of this sounds, oh, this is far-fetched, this is wish fulfillment. This is like wish fulfillment. Understand that Israel, as I've explained before, is now, if not on the verge of a civil war, we have to understand Netanyahu's effective dictatorship in taking Israel into the government of an ethno-state, of an Israeli state based on race and religion, as opposed to citizenship. He has taken Israel into the autocratic camp of the enemy. He's taken Israel into the camp of communist China, Putinist Russia, and India under Narendra Modi, which I will dissect later. And he's basically, at this point, in the authoritarian camp of the autocrats. So we're talking about somebody now who is effectively, basically an enemy of democracy. So no matter how many people might think it's impossible because of the Jewish lobby, understand that if the British were to institute what George Knight and I are discussing, they really, as a constitutional monarchy, would be bringing Israel back into the realm of democracy and really, again, liberating Israel. At this point in history, about half the Israeli population would welcome that. And with that, we turn it back to George. Yes, thank you.
Yes, no, very much appreciate it, Douglas. And yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because that is very important as well. Because, Benjamin Netanyahu, or Benjamin Milokhaliski, his real name, is really bringing forth Israel a civil war. And that was outlined going back a few weeks ago with, what was being reached to the headlines, if people can remember that. So I remember that very well. And so, that was what I was basically articulating and emphasizing to Eric. And it's, as you said, Douglas, people think it's quite, quite fictitious, but it's actually very plausible. It's something that is very, it's viable.
Well, the way to express it would be not even that it's plausible or viable, but at this point, it's England's only road to survival. It is really the only survival option for the British people, because without empire, the British don't have an economy with which to survive.
Thank you. And that's what brought me later on, after I went through that, and I went through I talked about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well, about how, because it was established in 1932. I went into that as well. About because it's the most holiest land of Islam, of the land of Al-Badinia and Mecca, Al-Mecca. I brought that to Eric's attention as well, but I'd actually turn it to the Empire of Japan, and what I brought the fact that the British and the Japanese Empire, both established empires, because they were both even though Japan effectively has a larger landmass from 7,100 islands than it does of United Germany today, and Britain, a United Kingdom, it had to establish an empire overseas, which is why, and I mentioned about 1931, it invaded Manchuria, and I mentioned about the largest industrial output, the large industrialized facility was presented in Korea. I mentioned about the Conan complex, and this is what brought out. I mentioned about the fact that during the Russo-Japanese War, it was funded by a Jewish individual, a financier, a prominent Jewish merchant, or financier would be the correct term to use him. He's one of my noted heroes throughout history, Jacob Schiff. He was resided in New York City, and his family was a product or an end result of Tsarist Russia's anti-Jewish pogroms, and he financed the Japanese during the Russo-Japanese War, and it brought Japan to a decisive conclusion, and they conceded that war. And during 1936, 1937, 1938, the Japanese were willing to repay the Jewish community, or the Jewish, what would you want to call it? Not the diaspora, but the
diaspora.
Jewish.
And also, we would say at that point, the refugees or emigre migrants, the migrant. By the way, we will get back to that. Andre, now, so dear Andre is in Germany. He is Ukrainian. He will join us now. And I just wanted to say hello, and we'll go back to George, who only has about an hour with us. So we want him to express some things and share them with us, and then have Andre join the discussion, of course. So, Andre, how do we pronounce your surname? The last few times I tried to pronounce it, were you awake? Were you able to hear me? I mean, it's 7 a.m. over there, or what time is it?
Yeah, it's 7:37 o'clock. But I was awake, no problem.
Great. So you did hear that. Did I do justice to your name, or at least pronounce it for us, please?
It's Andrei.
Yes.
And the last name is Niewmerzicki.
Okay. Oh my God. Say that again.
Niewmerzicki.
Oh my God.
That's Ukrainian. That's not Russian. It's,
Understood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I'm born in Germany. My parents also were born in Germany. I'm not that Russian, so I'm more German.
Yes, understood. Yeah, culturally German, and so when
culturally.
And Nemo, of course, in the text, I don't know if you notice it. He says, "Love your accent, Andre," and so perhaps you could explain to us, and then we could have a discussion between yourself and George and Ian, and of course Nemo, if he's ever able to fix his technical problems tonight. We want to talk about, for instance, you brought up, I use the term United Germany. And so I don't know if you heard what I was saying when you said, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to or when this happened. I think what you were referring to is the fact that Germany is actually not united, because Austria is not part of Germany right now, and Ost-Prussia and Kaliningrad really needs to be reintegrated. I think it's these parts of Germany that are presently occupied by places like Poland that for years were never recognized by the Allies. This is what you're referencing, or is it something else?
For me it was interesting because in Germany itself, nobody seems to be interested in the German reunion. So if you, for example, if you watch television and meanwhile you have lots of channels with the cable and satellite television, you will never see some series or some movie or anything that plays around the German reunion. And we have on the 3rd October every year, we have a national,
kind of like
Nationalfeiertag.
Right.
Nationalfeiertag, they call it the Tag der Deutschen Einheit. Yeah. And if you go outside, nobody's on the streets, nobody's making party, nobody's interested at all at this theme. And you are the only one who talks about it. And that makes me wonder. I mean, I appreciate it because I was studying, I was grown up in Western Germany near the Dutch border. And I studied for 9 years, or I had to study for 9 years in Eastern Germany. It was already united, but it looked like after a war because everything in Eastern Germany was teared down. And,
it was, under the communists, all of Eastern Europe looks like that. Yeah. All of Russia looks like that. Yeah. It's just basically this post-industrial wasteland that is like, it's just awful. It's dreary, ghettoized. It's all ghettoized. And so it's so sad. But when you were there, how are the... it's just it's just done. And so the Germans themselves, from what I understand, they still feel very divided.
Yeah, and it is like this. And if you go, for example, in a disco in Berlin, you will see the Western youth dance with each other and the Eastern youth dancing with each other, but nobody talks to each other. You see the wall still is there everywhere. It's not physically there, but in the heads it's everywhere. And normally Eastern German people do not contact Western German people, and they do not like themselves. Sometimes it gets very aggressive, and I guess because of that nobody talks about it anymore. Right. It's no theme. Yeah.
So what's the feeling now about Angela Merkel? Because she was East German, and she was, as I've said, for years I upheld her because she was like George Knight has often emphasized, the Emperor Hirohito was the only scientist to ever rule an empire, and it was only generations later you had a female scientist, the Iron Lady Margaret Thatcher over England, and then Angela Merkel over Germany, and she was East German, but then she wound up, I think, with a very negative legacy because of her basically rendering Germany so dependent on Russian resources. And so my entire stance about her had to change for the negative. Obviously, Germany's doing the best it can to break off of that dependence on Russian resources because it has to. But what's your own opinion about her?
I wonder that she was 20 years
Yeah.
in function, so to say. And maybe what the general public doesn't know is that she was in power before, because all the time she was sitting next to the Chancellor Helmut Kohl
Yeah.
as some kind of Bryce Taylor-like robot. And after 4 years from Chancellor Schröder, then she came also for 20 years, exactly the same time like Helmut Kohl was in function. And now she disappeared into nothing. You will hear and see nothing anymore in whole Germany. Not in Eastern Germany, not in Western Germany, not in North, not in South. She's gone.
That's what I thought. That was my impression. That was my impression, and it's with good reason. With good reason. I mean, it's with like we call this ostracization. It's like she's been ostracized, and deservingly so. Oh my God! So in case you haven't seen this before, this is what I've shown our man George Knight as a. Can you see this in the text box, Andre? So in the text box here in our Skype, I've placed this map. Feel free to download that. And this is what I think is the best future for England and Germany. It's simplistic, and of course, later on I'll produce another map that's much more detailed. But I certainly wanted to give the general Central European need for a new Warsaw Pact centered on Berlin. So my idea of a truly united Germany would look more like this. But when it comes to England, I feel that they would be united with Russia in a new NATO, along with Flanders, where the headquarters of NATO would be. And other than that, really, they don't need anything else in Europe other than Gibraltar, along with perhaps some other satellite states that they would create to retain Gibraltar by containing Spain, like the Basque Lands and Catalonia. So again, this map needs some revision because Ireland and Scotland may separate from England as well. But the European Union will essentially pass. I do feel that I'll go into more detail in the future about that. Obviously, Nemo Albano in Australia has provided a lot of swastikas because he feels that this is he feels that this is when Germany was at its strongest. And I'm not even perceiving the Germany in that map to necessarily be renazified. I'm simply thinking of it actually more as a constitutional, shall we say, a constitutional monarchy, a democracy with a constitutional monarchy, by reinstating the Kaiser as a, shall we say, a symbolic head of state like they have in England. And I think that this will be important for German identity. But such being said, I do want to welcome you aboard. I'd like both George Knight and yourself to talk. I wish Nemo could join us. Of course, he's having technical issues. Ian, of course, feel free to interject if you feel you have something or questions. I'm going to take a short break to refresh myself. And so I'm going to ask you gentlemen to all hold the stage. I have every faith everything will go fine, and that when I return in about 10 minutes or so, I can then join the conversation. But by all means, let's start back with George again while I go mute, okay?
That's wonderful. Thank you, Douglas. Take your time.
Thank you.
Yes, lovely. And welcome aboard, Andre. It's nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And how long have you been listening in on Douglas for? It's usually the first question I ask everyone. How long have you been acquainted with his presence? Yes.
Or not for so long, maybe a year. I don't know. It was about Peter Moon's newsletter.
Oh, yes.
And before I was listening, and I'm still listening to James Ring's Super Soldier Talk. To be honest, I don't know why I watched this since 10 years, but I find it very interesting. And somehow there must, somehow there must be, a parallel to my life, because otherwise you would not listen to every series from him. And if you're involved in this theme, okay, Peter Moon is not far, and I got his newsletter since I read his books maybe 15 years ago. Yes. And and it was, how do you say? I mean, if you listen the first time to Douglas' show, you get overwhelmed with information. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm used to operate with lots of data, but this is really it's a torrent.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, thank you. I always express it and try to explain to people. It's one of those things that takes time and investment to digest and decipher what's being said, isn't it? It's to try to take it on board, all that information, and learning how to comprehend it. It's sometimes it is overwhelming, very much for the first time if you listen to it, but after a while, give it time, it does come, like anything in this world. Give it time, and it will all make sense. And so it's very much it's profoundly appreciated, Andre. No, interesting. And as you just explained, I think everyone that listens in is partial or can relate somehow from personal experience or their own personal interests. So it's usually something that draws people into it, or they discover it. Like myself, I discovered it through my own personal due diligence, my own research. I discovered Douglas, and then I've been here ever since. It as explained, it does take time and investment to digest and decipher what is being said, and it's the historical context, because history is history is not black and white. It's very much a million shades of grey, and it takes a while.
I mean, you don't get from one day to another to this topic. I mean, for me it began slowly. I was a normal medical student with a normal medical mindset, with science and everything logical, and then the first really supernatural happenings went into my life, which were really not explainable, and also for others not. And and then step by step you get into this topic, and then at some point you come over the Philadelphia experiment and all this time experiments you cannot get around. And I think it was my point of interest is that I was in '94. I was set to Rostock to study there, and that was like a time travel, because, like I said, it was looking like after a war, and you were feeling like in another country, like Cambodia or whatever, but the people were all speaking your language. You did not have to learn a new language. That was totally frizzling, and it was maybe in 1 or 2 years they made it all anew. It was like in a computer game with these strategy games where you can make cities and so. And it was in real time. In 2 weeks that they had a house made anew, and after 1 year, the whole houses around my small compound, it was looking like in the West. But the people were not really moving so fast, because they were, of course, used 40 years of the German Democratic Republic and their regime. So, and they mixed, psychologically, they mixed Germany completely up. Because Eastern German people, they are educated in the complete other way than Western German people. So we had the church and we had some morals and so on. And in Eastern Germany, it was completely different. It was, if people talk, if you talk about the New World Order, I always have a light smile because everything we know and get taught about the New World Order, it was already completely realized in the German Democratic Republic. They had a complete surveillance state. They had these people from the Stasi, from the Staatssicherheit, and they were surveilling people. They were putting them under pressure. And in the 9 years when I was living there, they completely exhausted me. And
Thank you. Oh my God.
Really, they were
remarkable.
Yes, and they sent people young people mostly from Western Germany to Eastern Germany, and then it's you get eaten somehow there. And most of my colleagues they say the same. After 2 years, they were all like out of the Philadelphia experiment. They did not know where and what is right, what is wrong. Should I lie? Should I not lie? Because in Eastern Germany, everybody lies the whole day. You will never get an honest answer to anything, and they have no opinion. They only say what the mass is saying.
Right.
And this is complete another mindset than we have in Western Germany, or in ancient Western Germany. And about this topic, nobody talks in Germany. And like I said, when we have this Tag der Deutschen Einheit, whole Germany is like a ghost town. I mean, if you have these celebrity days in Brazil or everywhere else, in France, the National Day, people on the streets, the people making party like they never do in the whole year. Maybe not even at New Year's Eve. But in Germany, if you go, 3rd of October, there you have still good weather here and everything, but you will see nobody on the streets, nobody. Everybody sitting in front of the TV set and is happy about a free day, but there's no together and nothing.
No, unfortunately. No, thank you for sharing that. The 3rd of October, which is a national, which is a regarded national celebration, isn't it? It's it's remarkable. It's because it's great to hear from your perspective on that, and you're obviously it's unusual, peculiar. Why nobody is out in the street? It's similar. I can relate to that. It's partial to that in the UK as well, with some dates that you'd think would be significant, but there people don't regard them as being significant. So. No, it's truly appreciated. You've gone through. You've seen. It's remarkable because you've seen so much for personal experience, living up and being brought up and being raised in. Was it East? It was Eastern Germany that you were raised and brought up. Is that correct, Andre?
No. I was. I grew up in Western Germany on the Dutch.
It was in Western Germany. Thank you.
It was in Germany.
No, that's great. Yeah.
And if you're not in Germany, nobody will tell you about it. That's the thing. They will say, everything is okay, everything is nice. But if you ask them about the problems with the German reunification and the unemployment in Eastern Germany, nobody will talk about it.
No. We have covered that. We've covered that several times on this show. Actually, the unification of Germany and the final settlement that was signed in September 1990 between the Soviet Union, and it was the four powers minus communist, minus the National Republic of China, because they realigned their seat. They were kicked off the Security Council seat, and then they realigned themselves with the Axis during World War II. And so, that was why the pact, the so-called peace treaty, or the final settlement between regarding the unification of East and West Germany in 1990. That's why it was minus Nationalist Republic of China. The nationalist government was not recognized. So yeah, we've gone over that on the show. Actually, you'll probably, I don't know where you would locate that to review it, but yeah, it's something we've gone over again and again on the show. But yeah, obviously from your perspective, it'd be great to get some more information on that, whatever you can remember, whatever you know.
I have not heard it on your broadcast yet.
No.
Although I have it mostly on. The problem is you start your broadcast when it's 3 o'clock here in the night. That's not always possible to get everything. No. But I'm an avid listener of your show, and I think it's very necessary that it is existing, because one feels somehow in a good hand with Douglas. Because on every edge you see that he just really knows what's going on, and there are not people who knows them, and there are less people who will listen to that, you know. And because of that, I'm very excited every time I hear the broadcast, because it's very refreshing.
Absolutely, no, thank you. And you're always going to learn something. That's the great thing about it. You always I think the majority of the listenerships are people that are they're the colloquial information consumers, but they are people that are out there they want to be enlightened. They want to know the real history, the real reality. And you're not going to get that from any other sources or any other external material, unfortunately. Certainly not conventional mainstream. And that's something that me and my colleague were having a conversation about yesterday. He was just expressing that he knows that you cannot. History is only told by what they want you to know, and unfortunately, when people feel like they've got the so-called internet at their disposal, they feel like they can find and research anything they want, and they're going to get what they desire, or what they're going to learn something. But unfortunately, when people turn towards the search engine, when they turn towards Google, or they turn towards any search engine out there, or any form of source material, they don't find out anything they were seeking for in the first place. And then what they do find only confuses them even more. And people don't, and ultimately they don't know what they're looking for. It just, then people are baffled. They don't understand the world they live in.
Yeah.
You have to turn towards alternative media such as this one, because Douglas has always emphasized that he is someone who is a public informant. And this is alternative media, which is very heavily suppressed. And he is, if you listen to the show, the onslaught, the perpetual continuous onslaught that he is receiving on a daily basis to try and discredit his personality, his character. But he's an actual, he's a real person, and what he's gone through is completely real, but they try to assassinate that. They try to discredit it. And so, unfortunately. And so
they even try to kill the listeners. I guess. I mean, I have a similar situation to Douglas. I think, just that I live in Germany. But the more I listen to these alternative channels, the more I also get harassed, and I do not get a word. For example, yesterday I was trying to find a word at the official swimming pool. And even that was not fitting because of and everything, Yes. And this is how the German people make it. They let you bleed out slowly, and then they say truth, and they are not interested in you. And this is, lots of people characterize German people like this, that they, in the right moment, they could look away, and this is totally true. And this is the only common thing in Eastern and Western Germany, that if you need help, people will look away and will go on their ways.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I tell you what, I do not envy you, Andre. I don't know how I'll be going absolutely insane, because it just sounds like you're not free to do. You haven't got you're not. It's like you're being forced. You're not allowed to do what you want to do.
No, they always cut me, always. And I was studying dentistry in Rostock in Eastern Germany. I was a very good student, but I have no license. I have no anything. They just cut me off.
That's awful. And you've done all that medical study, and you're a medical,
Yeah.
and you're an intellect as well. You're very, you're level-headed as well. And they're just it's like a form of ostracization. Like, that's awful. You're prevented to do what certainly. You vested money in that, of course, as well.
Oh, a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they put me in a lawsuit because they made a mistake. And in this lawsuit, they destroyed me completely. They took my complete money. They took my complete everything. Yeah.
I'm so sorry to hear that. That is just, I don't even know what to say. I'm lost for words, actually, because that is just, I would hate to be in your shoes. I do apologize. I thought, I mean, obviously, information is, a lot of information out there and is suppressed in most countries. It's not so bad here in the UK. It's not that to that degree or that level. But thankfully I've been so grateful and unappreciative. I've not had any form of that on myself. Only that I think they rely on the people around me to try and stop me from doing what I want to do. So that's not me being paranoid. That's just the way it is. It's unfortunately the indoctrination of the population that's they've unfortunately been subjected to for generations and decades. So it was like what I was saying to Eric. It was like he tried to allude to what we speak about, a true breakaway civilization that exists in exile, known as the 1,000-Year Reich government in exile. When he's tried to bring that up to his so-called his buddies, his friends, who were very much into listening to podcast shows such as Joe Rogan, they highly disregard anything. If you lose anything to that, they automatically are skeptical and they go, that's not true. They deny it. And I think that's where the government knows that people will automatically, and it's a reflexive instinct reaction, that people automatically deny what you're saying is true. And that's what happens to me, unfortunately. And they regard what I say as opinions, but they're not opinions. Everything I have is backing. Everything I have is verifiable. And that's unfortunately what I am subjected to, what my struggles are when I present any information. But it's not to that degree like it is with yourself. I do apologize to hear that.
The advantage to listening to your broadcast is that you just do not feel alone. And this is the point where they try to catch you. If you try to isolate yourself because you don't want to have to do anything with this world, which you do not understand because it's always fighting you. And it's, especially in Germany, where we have no freedom of speech. It's very hard. It's very hard to find people, and if you find people that you can talk about it, that's another shoe, so to say. And I feel very, communicated if I listen to your show, because it's so seldom that you find people who can talk about it and who want to talk about it and who do not talk nonsense.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. As you mentioned earlier, logical. It's just logical. It's just common sense as well. And anyone can. We've always emphasized this. People just look up what we're saying. If they don't even, they cannot even just simply accept it, and they go into complete denial mode. And it's like, well, we have to reinforce. Well, you could just look it up for yourselves, because most people out there, and it was mentioned on the last show, that most people out there are materialistic. They only believe what they can touch, what they can see with their own two eyes, unfortunately. But when you present the information to them, and then they can see it with their own backing, even that sometimes, because of it's just completely flipped up their whole paradigm, their whole reality that they have been that they know has then automatically been turned upside down, and they've opened up so-called the term Pandora's box. So then it's like, wow, for the first time in their life they're getting realization of reality, and it is so horrible, the vision that they are seeing, that they have to either accept it or they turn away. So I'm glad that I really appreciate the fact that you can actually tune in and listen to the show, and also you highly regard it. And you understand and realize that it's, you know, and I bet you've done your own vetting on everything that has been said as well. But you also have an understanding because you've experienced it yourself also. Yeah. So it's amazing that you shared this, Andre. It's very important.
Yeah, but if you want to try, for example, to buy books from Peter Moon in Germany, that's without the internet, it's not possible. You will never find any storage of books who has books in this kind of theme. And this is, before the internet was there, you had not really a connection to this topic. You had these John Carpenter movies in the videotape, but then it was all. You never found somebody to talk about it. You never found somebody who can bring you further in information, or who had a book which was interesting. And this is, I think the internet will make a new break in this society.
Yes.
Because you have no other way to get those informations, even or especially if you do not live in America. I never was in the US. I don't know if it's really so easy to get information there. But in Germany, it's like a desert. You get every kind of books, but if you want to have esoteric books, then it's like in a desert. And everybody looks at you. Why do you want to have this book?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, you're kind of like, wow. When you go into a bookstore and you're like, well, I want to buy this book, and then the bookstore, what do you want to call them? What they called the storekeeper or the person, the shopkeeper, looks at you and asks you a question. Well, why do you want to buy this book? And they're like being interrogated. You feel like you're being.
Wow, I just got back, so I was just got back. So did this happen to you? Did this you were in a bookstore and you've had this experience where you was this? I take it was a book on the Third Reich or something, or you've had this experience whenever you've tried to buy books upon the Third Reich, where you kind of were interrogated by the seller.
Wow. Yeah, and I guess they also give some kind of notice to the government if you really buy the books.
That's awful.
Right. Yeah. By the way, if say for instance, just so our listeners understand, of course we have Nemo Albano in Australia, who, like I said, in our text box, posted a number of swastika images, just so people understand the seriousness of this, and we'll have Andre tell me if my impression is correct or not. But say, for instance, if someone were to go to Germany, like Ian West, of course, let's use him as an example, and if they were to say something, or present images such as this, or say something about German history, say, for instance, went into something about Jewish people that was unflattering or somehow, basically, in Germany, the chances are very high. Specifically if you went into some kind of like online posting about Holocaust denial, which of course I always recommend people never do. You could.
I don't do that.
A little bit of, shall we say, let's take a look at here. No, by the way, I'm doing this just out of a sense of, shall we say, fun. But I've just done a screen share, so I'm sharing screen. Oh, let's take a look at our friend Black Frank here. See if I can find our friend Black Frank. And where the hell are you, Ian? I mean, Jesus, didn't you and I just speak recently? I thought we exchanged some messages. I don't know why you're not showing up. Black Frank.
No, you send me all your gay porn to the Skype.
That's cute. That's cute. Oh, look at this. Oh my. Oh, what is this? Black Frank. That's Ian West. Oh look. BitChute, of course. I'm not gonna say this out loud, but here Holo hoax, basically.
You can say goy. It's fine. That's not offensive.
It could be construed as such, but let's not risk it. Tales of the Holo hoax. Yes, this is. I think this would fit as Holocaust denial. Yeah.
No. That's not Holocaust denial. That's like Holocaust perpetration. It's totally different. You're just interpreting it wrong.
Okay, but such being said, something like that. If
But, no, seriously, Andre, we know Germany's been taken over by the chosen. I feel sorry. You know, I know. I've been down with Germany since the Atari Teenage Riot back in 1994. So I know all about it. I understand. I was even in a band with Hen and Elias from Berlin. So I'm with.
what happened in 1994?
Huh?
In 1994, what happened?
That's when Digital Heart.
You're breaking up. You're glitching.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, digital. That's when digital what? Heartbeat.
DHR Records was started. Digital Hardcore Recordings.
Okay. That is that headquartered in Germany?
Yeah. Yes. But later it moved to London.
Okay, interesting. Okay, but at any rate, Andre, say someone like Ian West showed what I showed you now online in Germany. The chances are very high he would go to jail. Is that not the case?
Well, yeah, it's because Germany is run by the chosen. That's why.
Out. Andre.
Oh,
yes.
Douglas.
Yeah.
Douglas, have you? There was an interesting case. There was one student. He wrote a book because he made a scientific experience that he was making probes from the walls from the concentration camps in Auschwitz. Uh-huh. Because he knew that if those people were killed by gas, by this nitroprussic acid, you will find some rest everywhere in the woods of the houses of the concentration camps, of the gas chambers, and in the stones and everything. And he made the evidence that there was no gassing at all in the Auschwitz KZ, and they just worked them to death. They did not even shoot them because it was too expensive. And this guy, who made, in my eyes, a very big, discovery, he's in jail since years because he's accused, for denying the Holocaust.
Do you know how long his sentence is? Like life or what?
Yeah, the problem is I don't have the book anymore, and I got in a big struggle also with my parents, who also accused me that because I'm reading this book, I also will deny the Holocaust, and then they took it away somehow, and I don't know. I have to look it up. And, I will find it, and then I will say the name of the author.
Okay.
May I interject here?
Sure.
May I interject here, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we can't deny that there was a Holocaust. We can't deny it. There was.
Yeah, but it was more worse than they tell us. They did not gas them. They worked them to death. I mean, that's a small difference.
They MK Ultra'd them. That's where the MK Ultra program started with it.
By the way, Nemo.
Go ahead.
Nemo has a question. Do you remember, Andre, what the name of the book was?
I have to excuse myself. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just popping out in my mind that there was a thing like this because I was so struggled just by reading the book and buying the book that I don't know.
Yeah,
I will look it up, and now and maybe in 5 to 10 minutes I will know it. But
understood. No worries.
I don't know it.
Yeah, understood. It was a very traumatic experience. Are your parents? So you're this. By the way, for those of you, you see the movies and they portray the Third Reich and they point to examples like, look, the Hitler Youth are turning in their parents for not believing in Adolf Hitler. But what Andre is describing to us is that his own parents were willing to turn him in for not supporting the idea of the Holocaust as conventionally understood. So Germany is still totalitarian. Yes. So are you alienated from your parents, living separate from them, and do you still speak to them, or is this the relationship severed, or broken, or?
Yeah, my father died in 2015.
Okay.
So I'm with my mother, and yeah, we get along, but I live separately since my 19th year of life. So I'm so separate, you can say, yeah. But we have still contact and so. And my mother slowly, I mean, she's 75 now and she's a pharmacist. She has a pharmacy still. But now she also gets harassed by the government. Before of that, she was more in a privileged state, and because of that, she was not really understanding what I'm meaning. But now she gets,
harassed by the government.
Step by step, she sees that the government is not really her friend, more the enemy. Yeah.
Right. What have they done? Are they taking are they doing things to take the pharmacy from her or something? Or her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now she, we had the pharmacy in our house, in our family house, for 40 years.
Yeah.
Now they changed the city, and so that she had to move in another building with her pharmacy, which is maybe 3 houses beneath. And now they want to get our house because it's a very nice place, and they want to build some big center in this area.
Wow.
And so they say, okay, we give you $1 million if you sell the house, but the house is really very nice, and it was made by a Munich architect. And of course, if you're 75 and they say you, we give you 1 million, 2 million, then it's very hard to decide.
Yeah. But definitely that's fascinating. Well, by the way, George, if you're leaving us, by all means, say good morning to everyone who's listening, and do drop back in again if you can, of course. Okay.
That's one. No, thank you so much, Douglas. I really appreciate that. I will if I get a few moments spare. Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone that's just listening in. And please support Douglas with anything you can spare. And it's been a pleasure joining you, gentlemen, being with you and speaking with you, Andre and Ian West.
George, when you come back, I'd like to talk about the Leeds situation.
Oh, in Leeds, in the UK.
Yeah,
Right.
we need to talk about that.
Is there something you could tell us briefly before you go about that, George?
No,
let's wait till we get back, because there's a lot. There's a lot to break down. It's pretty bad.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, George.
All right.
Thank you,
George.
Ian. Thank you, Douglas. Thank
Bless
you for
you.
having me on. And
Yes. Share our love with
Thank
all
you.
your family. Okay.
I will do, Douglas. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye for now. Okay, and that's George and George Knight. So it's going to be. So what's going on with Nemo is he's possibly being technologically interfered with or suppressed. Apparently, he's. Can you ascertain what might be going on with him, Ian? Are you looking at the text box at what Nemo is saying?
Oh. No. I'm smoking some wax right now, but but I wanted to talk to Mr. Andre a second. Look,
Sure.
I understand the struggle of living in this this oppressive government that's run by the chosen, and my heart goes out to y'all. It really does, though. I've had to watch my bandmates being arrested off the streets of Berlin for the last 20 years now, or no, I lied, 26 years now. And, I understand the struggle. I do.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No, that's appreciated, Ian. And
they even banned their second album called "The Future of War" by Atari Teenage Riot, and that's some good old tear the wall down music right there.
So, Andre, are you very much into music? Are you familiar with any of these bands, or do you listen to music very much?
I'm listening to music very much. I was on the way to be a professional pianist.
Uh-huh.
And because of that, I listen also lots to classical music, but I know pretty every kind of music. And in the last years, I was listening lots of reggae music, real reggae music, which you also never hear in Germany. The maximum is Bob Marley,
Right.
With No Woman, No Cry, and then it's end of the game. So listen to UK Vibes,
Okay.
ukvibes.net. That makes your heart really go mellow.
Mm-hmm.
Really, it saved my life for lots of situations.
Wow.
And that's a good info. ukvibes.net.
Thank you.
So I'm just trying to find this author and the book. It's very difficult. But for example, free speech. When I was at school, I had a homework to do and to analyze a speech from Joseph Goebbels. You know, this was the propaganda minister.
Yes.
I mean, you know it already, but maybe
go on.
the listeners not.
Yeah.
And
And by the way,
and I
no,
was analyzing this speech, and
Sure.
it was the speech in the Sportpalast in Berlin.
Yeah.
So, and after having done my analyze on this speech, I was recognizing, hey, it was not Adolf Hitler who said to the people, "Do you want a total war?" It was this Joseph Goebbels.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then okay, I went to school. I read my analysis of this speech, and then I said, yeah, people, have you ever recognized that it was not Adolf Hitler who said you want the complete war, wollte den totalen Krieg? Yeah, and with that day, I was not existing anymore because this topic is it's a taboo, you know?
Yeah.
And this is what I said. If then they try to isolate you, and you will never find anybody to talk about this topic. And then, okay, everything goes its ways. And because of that, it's, in my opinion, very important to have people who listen and understand.
That's yes, no, very important, and so this is incredible. I'm just, it's so sad. It's so sad, and so no, you essentially have grown up rather isolated and ostracized yourself, and since what year specifically? I mean, let's get a few. How much are you willing to share about yourself? Like, are you willing to share how old you are or what year you were born? Just out of curiosity, to give us a better impression of who you are. You know, just things about you. Yeah.
Yeah, I was born in April 1974. Sorry,
Okay.
in Western Germany, in Thüne, and I grew up there as a son of, like I said, a pharmacist, and my father was a writer.
Yeah.
He was, and was living also long time in Munich.
Yeah.
And then my parents went to the Dutch border because they were risen up there, and then they made themselves a good life on the countryside, so to say.
Yeah.
And then everything. We had the 80s. We were having the 80s with pool, big car, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, 1990, when the wall fell down.
Yeah.
In Western Germany also, the people went to get poor, and poverty went in. Problems with the asylum seekers, with the lots of Turkish people here in Germany, and everything was boiling up, and it's still boiling, and people they don't know what's going on, and they try to be, in German they call it schlicht. That means all the girls you see here on the street, they look like grandmas with grandma glasses, grandma makeup, and they want to be somehow present a stable state of the public, but in reality everybody's boiling out of fear.
Yeah. And
because nobody really knows what's going on, and
right.
for 30 years they did not speak about the big topic German reunion, just like they never speak about the fact of the Third Reich. If you talk about this in Germany, you have lost. If you are in a discussion and you just have to say the name Hitler, you have lost.
Yeah.
It does not matter what you say, if it's right or wrong or whatever. If you contact this topic in Germany, you're off.
Yeah.
You cannot talk about this topic, and also not about the German reunion with German people. They immediately turn off and tell the other people, "Hey, he's crazy. He's don't talk to him."
Wow.
That's classic. That's classic chosen people tactics. They did that in Russia too.
Classic
chosen people tactics.
No, I understand what you're saying, Ian. I mean, that's appreciated. But so in terms of obviously, German people have been they've been made very sensitive to topics, and therefore what they do is they just avoid certain topics or simply avoid it. I'm presuming that if someone is a history professor, I remember there was a controversies in German history over what I would consider, and what most people in the rest of the world would consider, incredibly stupidly small points about history that make no sense to anyone outside of Germany. It was something like along the lines of responsibility for the war, or various kinds of approaches to history having to do with any sense of national identity. The Germans basically have cultivated a quote-unquote, West Germans is certainly cultivated a sense of European identity. They try to think as Europeans more than as Germans. And they were constantly trying to think as Europeans forever. And because of that, they were the driving force behind the European Union. This was their main sense of identity, their anchor. With East Germans, it was very different. Now, what do you feel about German population? Now, everybody in the world, the developed world, is having population problems. Most everywhere in the world, the population is crashing. Of course, it's only growing in a few places like Africa and India. And even in those places, eventually we're going to have a drop-off. But in many of these countries, anywhere else, China, Japan, Germany, basically we have this population drop. Is the population drop or decline in Germany, what do you feel about it? Is it really, really bad, or is it something that's just moderately bad? Or what's your impression?
My impression, I don't know the numbers and the facts, but if you watch on the streets, Germany has lightly changed in his family politics. After Corona, now you will see the parents going with their children on bikes everywhere. Mm-hmm. And this is typical Dutch. In Holland, in the Netherlands, everybody was driving his bike, and they drove their children to school with bike, and they were making their groceries with bike and everything. And now it goes on to Germany because the gasoline prices are still very high. Yeah. The money's drowning everywhere. It was even here in Heidelberg, which is a very rich city, but you see that the people are also very anxious here and low of money, and you will see families everywhere. That's completely untypically for Germany, because Germany is normally a TV nation where everybody watches TV in every 3 minutes, and the family life is not really existing. And now it's changing. Now the parents take care about their children. They know that watching TV is not good for their children, and all these psychic distortions like borderline, and so I guess it's very implemented with television watching of children. And somehow the people have recognized it, and this is a completely changed. That you see everywhere in Germany, the parents with their children on the bikes going somewhere.
So this is a good thing so far as
of course. Of course.
So these are go on. Yeah, by all means.
But I don't know how the population is drowning here, or I don't know the numbers and the facts. But what I got, my impression is that the families, maybe also through Corona, are getting together somehow.
Well, that's good. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
So, what about the Turkish problem? Is certainly by the time of the 90s, you had like entire ghettos of Turkish people in Germany that became like no-go zones, where these were like no-go zones for people, dangerous for people other than Turkish people. Does these still exist, or did those kind of dissipate?
Yeah, you have, if you go to Frankfurt, which is half an hour from here, you will have ghettos where if you call the police will not show up.
Jesus! Serious? Good God!
Yeah, that's fact. My sister lived in Frankfurt for a time, and she told me that in some districts, if you call the police, they will not show up because it's too dangerous.
Right. Oh my God.
Because of the Turkish mafia and all this.
So
I mean, and they also have weapons. Normally in Germany, nobody has weapons.
Right.
But in those districts, they have weapons, and the police know this, and they know that will make no sense to intervene anything there, and that they will just be, maybe a prey to their bullets. Yeah.
Okay, that's incredible. That's incredible to me. So it's like, and these are definitely, I take it that in these areas, the primary language is Turkish.
Yes. The district I lived before, it was in Mannheim. That's also not far from here, 10 minutes. I lived for 15 years in a district. It's called Neckarstadt West, and you will not hear a word German.
Yeah.
I mean, I liked it because I don't really like to listen to German, but in fact, nobody was talking German there, and I guess nobody was able to talk German.
Wow. But so their language was Turkish there, or something else?
Everything: Albanian, Arabic, Turkish, every kind of language.
Wow.
Not Asian, because the Asians are more here in Heidelberg, Japanese and maybe also Chinese. You have here lots of them in Heidelberg.
Right. And certainly, as I tried to educate people, you had during the Vietnam War, many Vietnamese immigrants went to East Germany. So East Germany wound up with a heavy Vietnamese population. So just curious, as a person, how come you don't like to hear the German language? You're just because you grew up hearing it and you're just tired of it, or?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and because it's in Germany, it's not there's the music missing in the speech. And everything you speak in German, it always listens like military, or
Oh, I don't mind that.
Some kind of imperialistic.
Oh,
because you cannot speak really nice in German. Everything sounds like military. It's so hard. It's so hard.
Yeah, well, I like that. But yes, I understand what you're saying.
But I can speak German even without accent. But privately, I prefer to speak in other languages and hear other langues. Yeah.
Interesting. That's cute. So do me a favor, Ian. Since Nemo can't talk, can we test your audio again, Ian? Say hello. Oh Jesus, where is he? Ian, you're mute. Can you hear me? He said he was smoking something. So, Ian, yes, need you. Oh Christ. Ian West, calling Ian West. Earth to Ian. Jesus, put down the crack pipe. See if that provokes him. Christ. Incredible. Jesus. So let me see if I can get him something here. In the meantime, Andre, you can unmute. In terms of, I'll try and stay on with you for a few more minutes. When we can find Ian, I'll take another very short break. Then go towards. Yeah, is that?
No.
Yeah. So let me see who's coming on now. It's our man Andre. So let me see now. So I'm going to try something here. It's kind of like a parallel. Zbigniew Brzezinski was this Polish individual who was the State Department of the United States for a long time, and he wrote a number of books. And so because of the sound of his name, now I understand your name is Ukrainian, but I'm going to try and pronounce it. I think your name is somewhat similar in that it's Nimbrzezinski. It's Brzezinski for him. Yours is more like Nimbrzezinski. Is that it?
Maybe. Yeah, but I do not really like the Polish people.
No, I understand. No, I appreciate that too. Believe me. Yeah, but I mean, but your Ukrainian name is kind of like did I pronounce it correctly? It's like Nimjazinski, like that.
Niemczyzinski, yeah.
Nemjazinski.
Yeah.
Okay, Andrei Nemjazinski. So I'm getting the rhythm of it. Okay, I'm praying that our man Nemo can reboot and see if he can get back on with us in terms of... And what I'll also do is do another series of calls, see if I can get some other people on with us to speak with you for just a few minutes while I take another short break. Let's see now. We're going to try... with Ian West, see if we can provoke him.
Hey, sorry about. I was doing somewhere. I was pulling up the flight logs about the body double they switched out with Jeffrey Epstein, so they could get Epstein out of jail, and it was like it was somewhere in Germany. But
was it really?
Sorry about that.
Oh yes. So do me a favor, Ian. So Andre, do me a favor. If the two of you gentlemen could hold the conversation for a few minutes, I'll take a short break. I'll be back in a few minutes, but I'll go mute for a few minutes. And if the two of you could hold the conversation, and you can handle that, right, Ian? I mean, you could.
Yeah. That's yeah. I got a bunch of Atari Teenage Riot shit I can tell them about.
Oh yes, wonderful.
There we go.
Or things about other friends you had arrested. I mean, you could tell about these friends of yours who were arrested.
Oh yeah, I got videos of them getting arrested and shit. Yeah.
And so you might explain to him that and see what he might remember something, Andre, about different things he experienced. And by all means, I'll leave you two gentlemen to talk. I'll go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
All right. Good meeting you, Andre. How are you doing today?
Yeah, fine. I'm very surprised that it went so fast to get on your broadcast.
Oh, for real? Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. No. Have you heard of the Atari Teenage Riot?
Excuse me? Heard about it?
Have you heard of the Atari Teenage Riot?
Just the name, but I don't know what's behind it.
Oh yeah, well they were like this anti-New World Order techno punk band. They kind of like started techno punk.
Yeah.
But it's very good though. It's very good. It's very being exposed to such at a young age. It made me smarter than everybody else here in the United States. You know?
Okay. And how
a lot of Americans are just stupid still because of the television that they watch that the chosen have programmed them with, you know?
So can you please repeat? It is Atari Riot?
Yeah, Atari Teenage Riot. Yeah, the lead singer of the Alec Empire, I believe his family owns some vineyard somewhere in I forgot which part of Germany, but I believe he was like an heir to a vineyard out there.
Yeah, it's a band from Berlin. Yeah, and they have blacks and whites. This is very seldom that you have blacks and whites in one band.
Well, Well, the original African or the black guy.
Oh.
He passed. It was a hard. Like that, but,
and how did you get to this group? Do they play this in the US a lot, or is it?
No, sir. Back in those days, we didn't have the internet. We just had like word of mouth and MTV. It was very. What's it called? It was very. What's the word? It was very controlled, or very controlled. You know what I'm saying? Like there wasn't a lot of sources. So this Atari Teenage Riot band went on tour with a group from the United States called the Beastie Boys.
Oh yeah,
the Beastie Boys loved Atari Teenage Riot so much they wanted to release one of their albums on their record label here in the States called Grand Royal. And America got their, I guess it's like the third rendition of their first album, and it was called Burn Berlin Burn. It's like if it was a book, I would call it a page turner. But it's very good. And then later on, years on later, Hannon Elias, who was the female singer from, I believe, oh man, I forgot where. I believe she was from the Middle East. I don't want to say it wrong, but after she left the band, her and I got together and we did our own little thing, and we put out a little 2-track EP, which is impossible to find these days. Yeah, but it's out there somewhere.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Beastie Boys. I guess from there I know the name, Atari Teenage Riot, but I have never heard it, and I did not even know that it was a German band. So you see how much Germany is present in Germany. Even the German bands you do not know about. Oh, now the sound is off.
Oh, sorry about that. You there?
Okay. Yeah, now the sound is there again. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, no, Atari Teenage Riot was very important to the world, not just Germany, the world. They had a huge influence in Japan.
Okay, I'm back.
But I love them though.
Okay, I'm back, and I hope everyone survived. So,
Doug, can you give me and Andre a minute here? Is that okay? You want to go take another break?
Sure. Yo, that's cute. I'll stay quiet. I'll stay quiet. I'll go mute. By the way, shout out to Michael Basham, and of course a couple of other gentlemen who are in the chat. Of course, earlier Jeff Seidel and now Christopher Fay. Shout out to everyone. Christopher Fay's in West Palm Beach, Florida, so he may be a neighbor of Ian's, so to speak. And Michael Basham is our favorite Children of God cultist. Basham, give me your Skype contact again, and we can bring you back on sometime, and you could tell us about all the adventures in Cultland. With that, I'll take a little break. Just going mute, and we'll have Ian and Andre speak for a little bit. I mean, you're okay with that, right, Andre? I mean, you can handle Ian?
I try.
Okay. Okay. All right, it's yours, Ian, for a little bit. I'll be mute.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Andre. Yeah. Now, also on that roster of such fine artists, there was another, just a smashing gentleman by the name of.
Oh, the sound is off. The name off.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, the name off.
Oh, his name is Patrick Catani.
The last name you should spell. Patrick.
Catani.
Oh, the connection is very bad now.
Oh no! They're probably. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Now it's good. Okay.
Okay.
And now it's gone again. How they try to sabotage us.
I know. Yeah, you see this? I know. They'll probably send black. You get used to it after a while.
Yeah, it's always when you want to say the name, the sound is off. They sabotage us. They do not want me to know the name.
Can you see the Skype?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me send you. Okay, here we go. I'm going to send it to you right now. Okay.
Okay,
here it is. It's Patrick Catani. Okay. Did you get it?
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
Catani.
Yeah. Yes, that is correct, sir. That is correct. Yeah, his album Hitler 2000 is just amazing. You know, as an introduction to Patrick Catani, it's just a wonderful.
Yeah, but I have never heard of him, and he seems to be a very important guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's because the chosen people, you know, control the the main media stream, so they don't let it out.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, we there's another up. Where's he? Shit. I think he's from Austria. And he was arrested for writing music, and his name is Mr. Bond, and he's an incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had a Berlin techno group. They called themselves And One, and they also made pretty early, I think 1990, even shortly after the wall fell down, they made a song called Aus der Traum, that means End of the Dream. And this song was very important, but you never heard it because it was relating to the German reunion and that it will most probably not work.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, that's a Berlin techno band, And One. And the song is called Aus der Traum.
Yeah. Yeah, we were a big fan of the Rammstein here in the United States.
Yeah, but I don't
with
like
the
them.
new allegations coming out with all the what's the word I'm looking for? With all the debauchery of the band, it's kind of they're in peril right now. So.
Yeah, but I don't like Rammstein. In my eyes, they are tasteless, and it's typical German. It's very German.
Yeah, I did like the Rammstein song "Pussy." It was very.
Oh God!
It was a rocker. I mean,
let me tell me about Rammstein. I was 1 week ago. I was in a perfume shop, and they also have perfumes from Rammstein.
They're selling out like that. They're doing marketing.
Yeah, they go on marketing. They have 3 or 4 perfumes on the market, and one perfume is called Cocaine. It's the bottle is white, and of course I had to try it, and it was smelling very intense. And I always thought, okay, I know this smell. From where do I know this smell? And after 1 minute, it made bing. It was in Germany we say Klosteine. Those smell things you put in the urinal.
Oh, urinals. The urinal cake.
Yeah. And this smell they use for the perfume. So this is Rammstein. It's totally.
I can't believe they're that desperate for money. I can't believe that.
That's actually quite funny. I think that's funny. Yeah, actually, those urinal cakes. They of course they have to be made very strong because they have to overcome the smell of urine, right? And overpower the smell of urine. So that's pretty funny. Aside from that,
yeah, they should have called it cocaine. They should have called it cakes or something.
In terms of how would I say it? When you say that they're tasteless, I can understand that because obviously with a song titled "Pussy," that sounds pretty vulgar to me. Oh, but what about the? So are they supposed to? What are they supposed to represent? I mean, because they've been around forever, and yet they're supposed to be really controversial. How do they prevent themselves from getting arrested in Germany? Because obviously in America, you have people claiming, oh, they're fascist. They're fascists. They represent this Prussian militancy. I mean, well, how's that possible when, like you said, you can say a single word and be ostracized in Germany? So it's like, how do they get away with it, so to speak?
I don't know. I really don't know. If I do not even dare to ask a German what he thinks about the Aryans.
Yeah.
And if you say to them that Adolf Hitler, when he spoke about the Aryans, that he meant aliens, I guess this is your direct way to the lunacy. How you say? Nobody will talk about this. That's a taboo. It's like having sex with your children or something like this.
Right.
This is nobody talks about it, and if you dare to talk about it, you're on the best way to the lunacy.
Yeah. Well, I think
where I even was, my parents took me there because I was denying the World Trade Center incident as like they told us, and then they said, "Hey, boy, you smoke too much, and we have a good place in therapy for you."
I'm so sorry to be your parent.
Oh my God.
This is how they handle these teams in Germany. You get caught away, and they are happy that nobody talks about it.
Right. So what did you say, Ian? I'm sorry, what? You know they glitch. They glitch you every time you talk, Ian.
I know.
Yeah, every time you talk, then it glitches out. So if you could repeat yourself, maybe they'll let you speak this time. Holy shit! Man, they're shutting them out. They're really cutting.
Am I glitching now?
Say a full sentence. Let's see.
The cat jumped on top of the roof.
Okay, we heard that.
Okay. I'm gonna keep my head back here.
When you were going to say when he said about the World Trade Center and he thought of it in a different way than it was conventionally described, then you said, "I'm sorry." Go on. You're sorry. What?
I'm saying I'm sorry that your parents have been brainwashed.
Yes. Okay. There we are. So what do you say to that, Andre?
Who was brainwashed?
Your parents.
Ian said.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
My parents are programmed.
Yeah.
Like they wanted to program me, and when they found out that it is not possible, maybe because I smoke too much, I don't know, but it was not possible in their sense, and they tried to kill me. Maybe every 2 months they try to eliminate. Yeah.
How? By what? But what did they do? Yeah.
Oh, driving by overriding by car. I was the last 2 years I was working in Amsterdam for a company in San Francisco, ChargePoint, and I was 2 years in Amsterdam, and I think 3 or 4 times they tried to override me, and not by accident, really with intention.
Oh my God.
And it was black cars with no number plate.
Wow.
Strange people inside. And I did not know how. I mean, Amsterdam is pretty small inside, and you cannot really drive fast. But they were driving so fast, and I don't know how they got this speed in this short distance. I don't know. Yeah, I'm harassed, and this is for me evidence that they have planned their things against people. And I know that, for example, my mother, when she works, she also has contact with people, of course, and there are always people coming who are standing there for 1 hour talking with her, programming her, saying her what she has to think about this and that. And they always try also to harass me, to put me in some lunacy institutions, because they know that I know. And they know also that there's something about me, because there happened some supernatural things even in my home village. And of course the Catholic Church is very present there, and they registrate everything which is not going in their way. And of course and it's getting clearer from day to day. And even what you said, I think in the last broadcast, that you cannot find really things anymore in the internet. I'm trying to find out this book Parallel. I cannot find it. So.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's right. They scrubbed the internet of various items. Let me check something and see if it rings any bells with you. So going to just check something here. Let's see if I can find this. So going
It sounds like something Nemo would have.
Sounds like something you would have. That's to tell you the truth, I'd be surprised if you didn't have it. Let me see the okay. At any rate, both you gentlemen continue talking. The Atari Teenage Riot, or whatever the name of that gang group was. You said that the guy, he was arrested, right? He went to jail.
Oh, everybody was. Everybody was. They were. I've got the footage of them being arrested still till this day. I've got it. I think they got arrested back in. Shit. I know it was before the 9/11 incident. So I want to say they got arrested in 99 or 98. I totally forgot though.
That's amazing. So what did Andre? What did when you heard him talk about this? Did you know this, or this was news to you? Or you're not surprised, or what did you tell Ian? What did you tell Ian in terms of a response?
In response to
what Ian shared about this,
about the Atari Teenage Riot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. To be honest, I just know the name of the band because I was a very big fan, and I am still a big fan of the Beastie Boys, and they collaborated somehow, and because of that I know the name, but I have never heard any song of them.
Yes. Okay.
I don't know.
So does
even if they are German, that's what I say. In Germany, you have people who are thinking the right way, who make good art and everything. But the Verfassungsschutz, they try to suppress everything which is getting modern.
Right. Okay. So go on.
Yeah, they try to keep the time still. They always turn it back if something pops up which is modern. Like we had a very good movement in the 80s. It was called Neue Deutsche Welle. That was German music with a modern aspect, and not this typical German march music which they always hear. Even if you hear German techno, it sounds not like techno. It sounds like modern war music.
Yeah, it's called Gabber. It's like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's Gabber. Yeah. The Rotterdam was very heavily into the Gabber. But, Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and if you have modern people in Germany, they get cut off. So you have in television, you had the famous Reich Ranitzky. That was a critic guy for literature. And you never saw any writer in German television. You only saw this Illuminati fucking guy who...
David Hasselhoff? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, he was also very present in Germany. Yeah, that's true. But this guy, Reich Ranitzky, he was a Jewish critic of lyrics. And he was the only person you saw in television. He was never talking with any writer, and his understanding of literature it stopped at, I guess, Franz Kafka. And everything else which came after Franz Kafka, even my father, was suppressed. Wow. My father never was able to make a book because everybody was saying, no, we do not accept your art.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So your father, as you said, was a writer, but he was writing novels?
He was an experimental writer. He made new compositions out of the German language, so to say. He left the word. He did not write in words. He made more poetry in melting words together.
Okay. But nobody accepted his art. They would not publish it. Okay.
Yeah, he had a... I mean, it was very good art, and he had some people who liked it very much. But when he was on readings officially, there were maybe 10 people sitting, and okay, they were applauding, they were appreciating what he was doing, but he was never able to publish anything or something.
Right. So here, I'm going to enter this into the text box. So that doesn't seem to work. Wonderful. Now the keyboard is having some issues. So this. So can you see that in the text box, Andre? What I just entered?
The Leuchter Report, the end of a myth.
Yes. Is that the book you're talking about?
Just a second.
And meanwhile, everyone, our friend Ian has just grabbed what looks like a set of albums.
Yeah, I brought this is all my. I know I'm such a fanboy of it, but this is my digital hardcore from records from Germany.
Wow!
I wanted to show them to Mr. Andre. It's like show and tell, you know. Or
Yeah. So Andre, take a look at that. That's pretty impressive. And
have you ever heard of these guys?
I only can see the B. How is it called?
No, it's like 8.
Oh,
What does that
8.
say? B8. What does it say? All.
Okay, this is Ecater.
Ecater. Okay.
Yeah, this is the album that the Beastie Boys released here in the United States. That was originally released in Germany. But this is Patrick Catani, and this is Gina Dior, and her and I are still friends. We still talk to this day. Her and I do. So
Wow.
We're Facebook friends. It's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
But they have such great songs as I'm sorry about the plastic, but it's rare. But yeah, Cocaine Ducks is a wonderful track. It's really good. And We Are Pissed is very We Are Pissed is probably one of the greatest songs ever. And another chart topper is Discriminate Against the Next Fashion Sucker You Meet. It's a raver. That is I could listen to that on loop. But the whole album's really good. And this is Ecater. And he's from Cologne. I think she's from Germany. So.
Oh, Cologne is a very nice city. So.
Yeah, that's where Patrick Catani grew up.
Yeah. So thank you. I mean, go on.
Yeah.
Share what else you want to share. But and also Andre. So the title and the author. Does that sound familiar? Is that maybe the book that you're thinking of?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm still in search.
Okay.
If I find it, I will let you know.
Oh yeah, but no worries. I mean, we don't really need to know. But Nemo's curious. If you find it, that's great. If you don't worry about it. But Ian, go on with your show and tell.
Okay, here this is another rare German album. This is called The Horrible Plans of Flex Busterman. I have it on vinyl. I just like to, brag about it for people that can't afford it. But anyway, this was a video game soundtrack that Patrick Catani wrote on a Commodore 64. But there never was a video game. So, but it's a wonderful album, and I recommend the tune on here called where is it? You're a Hero. You're a Hero is a wonderful tune off of The Horrible Plans of Flex Busterman. It's just incredible album. So, and this is a good. This one is very rare. This is called "Trapped in Three Dimensions" by Ice, and it's a limited edition, like a DJ Jungle album from back in the day. And the main lyric is 50 years later, everybody want to hold hands with Hitler, and it just. Such a great album, such a wonderful album. So I'm trying to go through more of these classic albums. But, this one's rare. This one's really rare. I mean, this is a white label, so a lot of people can't afford these, because of the situation going on. And but you see how it says DJs only.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
this is like priceless. And this was the promo album that the Beastie Boys gave out to all the radio stations in the United States, and he's like, "Hey, play our shit." But this is it, though. This is gold right here.
Okay.
So.
Everybody wants to embrace Adolf Hitler. Yeah, that's interesting.
No, it's so good. But we could play it, but we might get a copyright for it. But this is a good one. This is "We Puck Einhard," and I don't know what Einhard means in Germany.
Yeah, that means reunion.
Oh, okay,
Deutsche Einheit, that's the German reunion.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Well, yeah, this is Nintendo Teenage Robots. And this was all written on a Game Boy. And it really sucks, to be honest with you. It's one of Alec Empire's worst albums, but it's still cute, though. And I bought it just because, I could afford it at the time. And I think there's only like 2,000 copies of this in the world, but I own it,
Okay,
It's-
then
it's
you have
incredible.
the Atari Riot, the Teenage Riot, and the Nintendo Teenage Robots.
Yes, it's just I don't know how they come up with these wonderful names, but they do. So
Yeah, robots are very important in Germany. You have every year you have this techno event May Day, and the theme is Save the Robots.
oh wow,
Because German people are lots like robots.
yeah, oh yeah, with the current situation with the anyway, but
Yeah, this is how they food them in the Third Reich. It is really like that everybody wants to embrace Adolf Hitler, because I guess he himself, he was not really that bad, but they used him to influence the German public, and to get some mood, some Stimmung. But the bad guy, like I said, is in my eyes Joseph Goebbels, and about him nobody talks in Germany. Nobody.
I believe it. I believe it.
And even if you watch television, you can zap through all channels. You will always have one documentary about Adolf Hitler, that his troops were going there and this and that, but you will never hear the name Joseph Goebbels in no documentary. And if you hear it, it's always very slight, and that he was only the propaganda man. But in my eyes, Adolf Hitler was one of the first Montauk boys. He was always also blue-eyed, and I guess his hair was dyed. It was not naturally black. And his handler was Joseph Goebbels, who pushed the buttons. And the same principle you have with, because you asked me, with Angela Merkel and Helmut Kohl. It was the same thing.
Oh, wow. Well, I thank you for this perspective. It's certainly appreciated. And in terms of, have you read Peter Moon's books on Montauk? Is that why you use that term? Or were you just familiar?
Yeah, I read all the books.
Oh, you did?
And I was really, it was like a trip. It was like a big, big trip. And after I have read those books, lots of really miraculous things happened in my life. They are magic. They have a special energy, those books.
Wow. And so you read my book, The Roswell Deception.
I'm on it.
Okay.
I'm on it, but I cannot read it and listen to your broadcast, which is also very long sometimes. But I'm on it.
Yeah, that's great. No,
I
that's
can
great.
say even I'm on page 64 at Evans Fordyce Carlson.
Okay, right. Evans Fordyce Carlson. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And so I'm excited. Thank you. So aside from that, you can go back into anything else to show. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect, because I just found what I was looking for.
Excellent.
All right. This is
Atari Teenage Riot. Yes.
This is from Germany. This is right here. Oh no, hold on. Yeah, this is The Future of War. I think this was version 2 of their first album that was released in Germany, because there's Delete Yourself, which I don't have a copy of that on vinyl, but I got it on CD. And then they added a couple songs, and then they put out The Future of War. And this came out in 1997, and it was at where is this? Produced by Alec Empire at Empire Studios in Berlin in 1996. The address is care of Enderkap 69 13583 Berlin, Germany. But this is the real deal. This is the real fucking thing. This is, you can't really buy this anymore. But this is it. This is the black guy that I was talking about earlier. This is Carl Crack, and he passed when I was in 10th grade, and It's very, very sad. It's very sad.
Oh wow.
2001. 2001.
Yeah. Yeah. I was in. Oh shit! No. I was in 11th grade. I was 11th grade when he passed, not 10th grade. I apologize.
I was about to say.
This is it. This is the future of war. But if it wasn't for these guys, I really wouldn't know all this shit about the New World Order, which is code for something else. But I just, this is kind of like got the ball rolling for me.
Yeah.
When I was a child,
The sad thing is, you will never hear one song of them in a German club.
No, I'm sure. Yeah, no, I with the politics, but anyway, and I got to meet Alec Empire, but I was drunk as shit when I met him, and let me fanboy out real quick here. So it was after the show, and he played here in Orlando, Florida, for their new album, and I always was emailing him over the last 15 years. And I showed him this, and he said, "Dude, I want to meet you." And I was just so drunk, I just ran away from him, and I never saw him again.
Yeah, for German artists, it's very hard to get published in Germany because Germany is occupied completely by America's Hollywood.
Yes, that's a good word, occupied. I should have said that. I apologize.
Yeah. You will never find a German movie in a German cinema.
Wow.
That makes sense.
Where do you see the German films then?
You cannot see them. You can buy them now on DVD through the internet or something. Yeah. My father, when he was in Munich, he worked with a meanwhile very popular regisseur. He was called Rainer Werner Fassbinder. Mm-hmm. He made very good movies, and he made lots of movies. Nobody knows how he was doing. I think 40 or 50 movies he made, and every movie is very interesting. They never show it in television, not one of them, maybe once in a half year at 3 o'clock in the night. And you will never find a cinema where you can watch the movies. And if they show German movies, it's really the last trash you can find. It's and the only thing you can watch in German cinemas is Hollywood.
Wow.
And this is with the complete modern German culture, it gets suppressed because nobody gives you a place to make a performance or something like this. The highest thing is that you get a label who makes a record for you, and then you can put it on the market, and then you see it ends in some collector's dashboard or something like this, and nobody plays it. And that's it. And that's with all German artists. They just get suppressed. They will not find a place where they can make their performance. Mm-hmm. And if you go to club, they play the charts, they play the English music, the American music. Meanwhile, we also have German chart music again, but the modern things you will never hear in Germany. It's like time stands still at 1945.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I'm just left appalled.
And it gets more and more back in time since the American troops are not here anymore. Yeah. I guess 5 or 6 years ago, here in Heidelberg and in Mannheim, we had lots and lots of American soldiers. And now they went back to America, and now you see that the Germans are getting even more worse. So, for example, when I was studying medicine, for reanimation, you have to keep up this pulse of 100 per minute.
Wow.
And we always had the song from the Bee Gees, Staying Alive. If you reanimate, you sing the song in your head, and then you get the right tempo.
Wow.
So, and then the American troops went off, and then a German professor in a complete German tracht, like they were in Bavaria, she said, okay, from today on, we do not think on the song staying alive if we do reanimation. From today on, we have another song. Muss I denn zum Städele hinaus? I mean, this is a old Bavarian song. It also has the frequency of 100 beats per minute, but you know how they try to mind control us in Germany. You have two sides. You can be some American-like, then they accept you, or you can be like pure German Bavarian culture-like, then they also somehow respect you. But if you try to be modern, you're on the Holzpfad, you're on the losing lane, so to say.
Oh my God!
It's terrible. That's so terrible. It's terrible. You know?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
It's like in China here in Germany, if you look at from that perspective.
Yeah, we should come up with a good term like how we did for the Chai comms, but do it for like the germ comms or something. Call them germ comm. I don't know how to do. I'll think about coming up with a new term for it.
Yeah, or we had, for example, the Love Parade. Everybody knows the Love Parade in Berlin.
The
I mean,
no, I don't. That doesn't ring a bell. I'm sorry.
no. Oh, that was every year we had millions of people in Berlin making a parade to techno music. It was some appreciation to techno. And there was one guy who invented it. He was called Dr. Motte. And he really had a doctor. It was a real doctor. And I think he started 1989 to celebrate his birthday. And he just put himself on a wagon and went through Berlin and was celebrating his birthday. You know? Like some people before did also. And slowly it became a mass movement. And I was there in 1997, and it was incredible. Whole Berlin was full of people making party. Of course, everybody was on ecstasy, and it was nice. It was somehow modern, but then they stopped this movement, and the end was that there was a big, I don't know, I guess it was a fire, yeah, and 6 or 7 people burned.
Oh wow!
And with this they stopped the Love Parade, and this is how they do it every time. And if the people do not stop from themselves to make this movement, they stop it, and then with a vengeance, yeah, that people will burn. How could this happen at the Love Parade?
That sounds like they were murdered, but
They were murdered, of course.
Yes.
But they needed a cause to stop this movement, and then they said, okay, it's too dangerous, and people were burned, and now we have to stop it.
To be honest with you, that sounds like what I was saying about I watched my friends get arrested. That kind of sounds like where they were arrested at. They were performing on this like float, and it was just driving through the streets of Berlin, and then they all got arrested. So
Wow.
that might be what you're talking about. I just didn't know the name of that event. So
The Love Parade. Go on.
Just please repeat. There were friends of you driving through Berlin.
Yeah. I've been writing music with. Well, I've been like not writing music with them, but I mean not at that time. I did afterwards when Hannah and Elias and I did our own little thing after she got pregnant. And, yeah, I mean when they got arrested, what you're talking about sounds like was the event where they got arrested at. So let me see if I can just pull it up real quick. I've got the videos, but it's all in German, so I don't know. You know, I can't know what the fuck's going on until they get arrested. You know, see the handcuffs get thrown on them. So, but let me see if I can pull it up real quick. But it might have been that festival you're talking about, and I want to say they got arrested in well, it's this album. Hold on, let me. God damn it. Here it is. Yeah, this album. I don't know if you've ever heard or seen this one, but
No.
this one is awesome. This is called 60 Second Wipeout, and this is like their second. It's like their second album with all new songs that was also released in the United States. But I'm so cool that I have the double disc edition, which nobody can afford because that's just I have it, but I just like bragging about it. But it's the double disc set, and but yeah, it's here. It says the League of 1999 on it. But hey, did you ever hear of the Suicide Club? That's where they started off at over there. They used to bump my shit at the Suicide Club. They used to play my music there back in the day.
Okay.
So, but I don't know which but I can dig it out. But if you ever come across this, and I'll be honest with you, if you ever find these records over there, call me and I'll buy them from you. You can't find them here in the United States. But this one right here, this is Patrick Catani's second full-length album, and it was originally called Hitler 2000, but to be PC, they changed it to Attitude PC8. So it's just ironic, but this album is probably one of my favorite albums of all time, Hitler 2000.
Okay.
So
yeah, but maybe I have to disappoint you, but in Germany you have no record stores anymore.
Right, of course not.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I mean, even collectors, not even
No, I loved it to go to record shops and see if there's something interesting. You don't have anything anymore.
Wow, holy
everything
shit.
is cleaned up. Yeah.
You
will find some interesting record stores in Amsterdam still, but they are also dying out. And in Germany, you have no DJ store like you had before 2000. You had DJ stores and vinyl stores and everything, but it all has vanished. It's not there anymore. So if you want to search it, you have to search it in the internet. If maybe there's a German shop who sells it, but
I found a bunch of German shops off of this website called Jim and this website called Discogs. And Discogs nowadays is pretty much where I find all the rare and hard to find shit.
Yeah,
but,
there are also all the.
Yeah, I mean, I love Discogs. I do. I love them. So, but I like showing off my.
Another good source is JPC Records.
I've never heard of this. Let me check this out.
That's the biggest German record store online, and they have very lots of stuff. JPC.
Okay, I'll check them out. Yeah, our biggest record store, independent record store, that's still going on in the United States is called Amoeba Records. That's right. And you're in San Francisco. Don't you have Amoeba there?
Yeah, we got Amoeba
Fuck
here.
You, Doug. Fuck you. We had a Virgin Mega Music store, but they closed down.
Oh, so sad. But the real one was Tower Records. They closed everywhere, remember?
Yes, I was in Hollywood the day Tower Records closed their shop there on Hollywood Boulevard. And the original Catwoman from the Batman TV show was there in the original Batmobile. Right. And I've got a picture of me when I was a kid there in Hollywood at the store that day, but it was very sad. Of
course. Oh, my God. And, of course, by that time, generally, they didn't have records. They were just DVDs and other stuff. But
CDs, yeah.
Yeah, and CDs, I meant to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, so go on. Anything else to show us? You have so much.
I mean, I was just trying to stick to, the German... imports, but see, my house is kind of like a record store. I've got probably fucking 5,000 vinyls, and I probably have 1,300 CDs, and I keep it all in my living room, and it's kind of cluttered. But people come through, they're like, "Oh, I need this, and I can't download it," blah blah blah, and I'm like, "Yeah, I probably have it." I got one side of a wall is just the shit I want. And then the other side of the wall is the shit I don't want. So it's insane. It's insane. So, but I was always the Germany has a deep place in my heart, music wise. So that's why I invest so much in the past of it.
So, in terms of what you've shared with us, it sounds like Germany is a really boring place to live. Is that thing?
Well, I'm sure nowadays it is.
Yeah. Oh my God. But at least their families are, riding around on bicycles. So that's.
And my aunt Kathy still lives in Berlin, I think.
Does she really?
Yeah.
Are you in contact with her very much?
Yeah. We talk like once every 3 years or so. But yeah, I think she's still in Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
She married some guy named Marty, and I just, he's like, in our music we have the letter H. We don't have G sharp, we have H. I'm like, okay, all right. I didn't know that you guys had your own music notations, but okay, thank you.
It's cute. Yeah. So I'm sorry, Andre. Did you say you write music sometimes yourself, or?
No,
Okay.
I'm not a composer.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, and what if you don't need to share anything you don't feel comfortable sharing, but I'm just curious, what have you done for a living?
Excuse me, what?
What jobs, like what's you?
Oh.
Yeah, are you working right now? I'm just curious. Are jobs? Have you done something in the past, like a career, or like you said, you just kind of got, ostracized and kind of disappeared out of German society, or what?
Yeah, no, I was making my high school degree in '94. And then then you have to get a studying place, and in Germany you cannot choose where you have to study. They give you a place. And in my case, they gave me a place in Rostock that was or is in ancient German Democratic Republic. And then I went there to study. I made my Physikum and my Staatsexamen like a regular student. Then my uncle said to me that I should take dentistry also, because my father was not a doctor, and if your father is not a doctor, you have some problems in the system in Germany, and then you have to specialize. And I wanted to specialize in the field of Kieferchirurgie, that is surgery on your in everything which has to do with surgery in the face and in your mouth. Also plastic surgery, and this was my aim, so to say. But when they found out in Rostock that I'm really good, they got, of course, envy, and they wanted their people, because they were educated to be in a collective system. That means everybody has to see that everyone is equal, and then they tried to make me equal. And the end of the game was that they did not give me my exam, even if I finished it 3 times. Then they put me into a lawsuit because the professor made a mistake, and then I was infiltrated in this automatically. My lawyer was a Illuminati person through and through, and I think he also at least one time tried to poison me. But
yeah, that's about their speed. I've heard of cases like that before.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, really. And this lasted 6 years or so, and then they said, okay, you can make your exam anew in Bavaria. Then I moved to Erlangen, that's near Nuremberg, for 2 years, and studied there, and also made my exam anew, and they just cut me. It was not that I was bad. They even said to me, yeah, good knowledge, everything okay, but out of political reasons, we cannot give you your exam. And of course, then I was a bit loose. And then I thought myself, okay, I'm not really vibrating with this school medicine anymore, because there were lots of incidents where I said, okay, I will break up with this school medicine, at least at the therapy of cancer. And then I made another exam in Germany it's called Heilpraktiker. That's a doctor for alternative medicine. And
Wow.
this I am for 4 or 5 years, and they even just that they do not say, okay, he's not in the school of medicine anymore, he's not really a danger for us or for our career or whatever, and that they say, okay, we let him do his natural, spiritual, alternative medicine. No, it was when I really had rooms for my practice, so to say, and I was not inoculated with COVID. And the day I was opening my praxis and I wanted to put my shield on the wall, my friend came to me and said, "Hey, Andrew, you don't have to put your shield on the wall. They just have forbidden everybody who's not inoculated by COVID inoculations. They have a Berufsverbot. That's what they did with the Jews in the Third Reich." So I'm actually not allowed to practice as a Heilpraktiker because I'm not inoculated. I'm not vaccinated.
Wow. Wow.
I'm so sorry. It sounds very socialist over there, you know.
Yeah, it's really it's like before. Just that they do not make it directly. They do not send me to a KZ, to a concentration camp. No, they put me now because I also have to earn my money, and the only thing left is things like McDonald's, but even McDonald's does not take me anymore. So I have to earn my money in call centers, and you hear the phonetic allure, it's call center like Konzentrationslager.
Yeah.
And if you work there in Germany, you know that the Third Reich is still alive. They do not gas you anymore, but they work you to death. And nobody sees it because in the call centers, everything is digital. And for the public, not really obvious because everything is behind walls. But if you work in call centers, I think it's exactly like you were in ancient times in the concentration camps.
Incredible.
It's terrible. It's terrible over there. It's terrible.
Oh my God.
Recently, we just got wind of a news story here recently, like within the last couple of years, about these 3,000 baby corpses that like they showed up out of nowhere from the ground because of like some heavy rain and stuff. Let me pull that up. See if did you hear about those baby corpses that they found over there?
In Germany?
Yeah, in Germany. Yes.
No.
Yeah, I'm on a couple of German Telegram groups, and I get all the shit, like all the dirt on Germany I get. So I just kind of catalog it and record it. But yeah, they found like I want to say like I was either 600 baby corpses, like kids 3 and under, and they just like emerged from the ground from these heavy rains recently.
Yeah.
So. But I understand why all these women are just getting knocked up to sell the babies to like survive these days.
Mm-hmm.
If it's that bad over there, I could see that being a thing.
When was this incident?
Oh, it was like less than I would have probably a year and a half or a year and 8 months ago. Let me see if I still got the article. Hold on, let me pull it up.
I doubt that they even recognize it in the news in Germany.
Yeah, because I know a lot of those Germans over there are eating babies still. So I mean,
oh, good God! It's good Lord, Ian.
Well, they are. That's why all these little corpses pop up out of the ground. Hold on, let me find the article.
Ian, I thought you were pro-German or sympathetic to German people. Why would you even?
Well, I mean, not everything's just one-sided. There's black and white. So you got to think of it like that.
So
or
who
gray,
would,
black and white, gray.
So who would be these Germans that are eating?
It was some little town. I never heard of. It wasn't in a major city. Let me pull it up real quick.
So these would be Satanists.
Tomato. I mean, come on. Seriously.
You do realize I don't believe that any of this is real in terms of.
I mean, I don't think these people would lie about this and make 1,000 little baby corpses and take pictures. I don't think they. that.
Of course they would. Of course they would. There's all kinds of people out there that are sensationalists.
I mean, I'm sure there's some special effects departments that need the work, and probably would come up with 1,000.
Of course there are to fool people like you. Yeah.
Well, and it sucks is like since I can't read German, German. It's
okay.
It's
so our man Andre will read it for us if you find it.
Yeah. Well, I got this hot little number down here who speaks German, so she does all my interpretations for me.
Oh, by the way, Andre, he said he's referring to some young lady, I presume, when he says.
Oh, she is an angel.
Yes.
And she works for Lockheed Martin, so I keep her in my back pocket.
Oh my goodness! What's this fascination?
So Douglas.
Yes, Andre.
Douglas, I will stop to search for this book since the Verfassungsschutz is really hard here in Germany. But to give you one example that with the gassing of the people in Auschwitz could not be really right, because if you see the movies of the American troops freeing the concentration camps, you will see that they put the dead bodies on with their blank hands.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if you are poisoned with nitroprussic acid, Blausäure, then your whole body is full of it, and it is a contact poison.
Right.
That means normally if you grab people who were dying of Blausäure, you normally should wear some kind of gloves or so, because otherwise it immediately gets into your system.
Yes, you absorb it through your skin epidermally.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. And they were putting lots of people away. That means they did not even not only touch one person, they touched lots of persons, and normally then they also should have died. And this was not the case. And because of that, you can translate it so to say that they were not poisoned. They were just killed by work, and maybe some illnesses or something like this, but they were not gassed, most probably.
Well, I mean,
that's one of the things they messed up on whenever they were, embellishing on this Holocaust thing,
Of course, just to put some perspective into this so that I don't get banned off of YouTube, I do want people to understand that what the GIs were handling with their bare hands could have been people who were worked to death, but that doesn't mean that there's other cadavers they did not touch that may have been poisoned and carrying that poison, just for the sake of...
That's also a problem.
Just for the sake of a counter perspective out there.
Oh, it's all good. Hey, Doug, have you ever heard of Mr. Bond?
I have looked it up. I have never heard it, even not in Germany.
Okay.
No. He's in jail. He's in jail.
So tell us about him.
Well, no, because we'll definitely get banned. But I'll just send you a link and you guys check him out.
Okay, I see. Okay, thank you for being safety conscious in that regard. Yeah.
I won't filter it, but I'll get the point across to y'all anyway.
But he's from Austria, Mr. Bond.
Yes. Oh. Yeah, he's from Arnold Schwarzenegger's homeland.
And what do you think of Arnold Schwarzenegger? I can't stand him myself, and he was the governor of California. But what do you think of him, Andre? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, I know. Okay. The only thing I know about him is that my neighbor was in his fitness.
Right by him? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe he bought it. No, my neighbor, which was in my age, he was in his fitness studio in, I guess, Los Angeles or something like this. And I mean, he's the Aryan superhuman, the Übermensch, in a American matter, so to say, manner. In an American manner, they show us the Übermensch.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay. And so that's all that. That's basically all your impression. Basically your impression. Yeah. He's also he's definitely, he wanted to be president. he wanted to be president so bad, and
well, a boy can dream, a boy can dream.
Yeah. Oh my God. So do go on with who else comes to mind from Germany?
But
But
his movies are not the creme de la creme, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, not at all. No. I think his best movie was Last Action Hero. That was like the best one.
Well, why do the both of you gentlemen like that? What is it about that stands out to both of you?
It was just cliche and cheesy to the max, and it was every action movie stereotype you could fit in. It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, Terminator 2 was also not bad. But mostly it's in German you say kid. It's not really to take honest. It's more Klamauk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So aside from that,
I don't like his movies. I just watched Terminator 2, I think, and it's not a big thing. But Schwarzenegger in Germany, of course, it's a big number.
Okay. So Ian West sent us something in messages. We've got that now to look at later.
Yeah.
So
I didn't send you any music. I've got all of his mixtapes. If you want me to send to you later, but after what happened to him, it's pretty. You can't buy that kind of marketing, but it's not worth the jail time.
No. Yeah, not at all. By all means, I'm sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes! We hear you! We hear you! Okay, so...
How loud am I? I need to know how well it's going through.
It's going through well. Just talk a little louder. Or somehow make your volume a little louder and it'll be perfect. Yeah. But other than that, Nemo, feel free to speak with both Ian and Mr. Nemjerzinski for a little bit, before I go into monologue. That way I can take a short break soon enough. And but by all means, participate.
Yeah, I was having a lot of trouble getting the audio to work. I still need to find a way to increase my mic volume. It's fucking stupid.
Well, we hear you. There's a little bit of fuzziness involved with our hearing you, but we're hearing you. Yeah. The fuzziness is just a little kind of static when you come on. Your voice is quite clear otherwise. But by all means, okay, so we know that. I mean, don't you have things to say or ask with Andre?
Yeah, I like his accent. It's very nice.
That's cute. I'm sure he likes yours too.
Nice to meet you, Andre.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome.
Where do you live now? Do you still live in Germany?
I live in Nazi town, Heidelberg.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
How's the weather over there?
Yeah. And if you come here, you think Hitler and Goebbels and all those people are still alive, and nothing has happened to their ideology. So if you come here to Heidelberg, it's like in the 1930s. Blonde, blue-eyed students, very neat. Yeah, and of course you have all these Studentenverbindung. I don't know the English word. Where the students meet in a castle mostly, and then they make their party, mostly drinking beer a lot and singing and having these ornaments on their caps and all these things. Yeah, it's like a 19.
It sounds very good.
Yeah.
Wow. So then
culturally rich. That's good.
Yes. So it's not that bad. So then Germany can't be that bad. There's places where there's still a sense of identity. Yes.
Well, I'm sure they have like a Skid Row somewhere around there.
Yeah, but you have to fit in. You, for example, you will never see black students here, and if you see black students, they are only there for the numbers. Yeah, that they say, okay, we also have here black students.
I like affirmative action kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
and lots of Japanese people
Yeah, Japanese people are nice. I prefer to have them instead of people from third world shitholes. They behave like savages.
Oh,
Yeah, but
wow.
they are the nicer people here. They're always they're pretty cool and modern, and they always have cool styles. They have modern clothing styles, and you see in their eyes that they're some kind of modern thinkers. But they must be from very rich families, because otherwise I cannot somehow imagine how they can get through the university here.
Yes.
Because it's really repellent. If you're not German, you nearly have no chance, especially here in Heidelberg, because to study here in Heidelberg, that's the most highest thing you can do as a student in Germany.
Yes.
Do most of the people there speak English? Like, do they know English, I mean?
Excuse me? Like,
do most of the people where you live, do they understand English very well and speak it?
No.
Okay.
No. And it's in the last 20 years, in the last 20 years, it gets very worse. Even people in my age with a high school degree cannot speak English. I have friends, they have a high school degree, they cannot speak English. One word, not one word.
Okay.
But in a sense, that's a good thing, because that's Germany reverting to its cultural
roots.
Yes, so that's good. Now with Heidelberg, is anyone practicing the old martial arts of dueling, the scars, putting the salt in the wound?
Yeah, maybe not. Scars are not flashy at the moment, but of course they do it. Yeah.
Oh, so
you have all the castles you see here in the hills. They are all occupied by these Burschenschaften, and they all do the whole day.
I'm sorry?
You always cut out.
Yeah. Andre.
With the,
you cut out there for a while.
Can you repeat what you said before?
Yeah.
Belt around your shoulders and the hat and everything.
Right.
They're
So
very traditionally orientated.
Andre, can you hear us? Yeah. Andre, can you hear us? You got cut off there, so you need to repeat.
Sound is off.
Yeah. Andre, can you hear us? You got cut off there. You need to repeat yourself. Talk about, how they practice the dueling, what they do to do that. Goggles, the leather, etc. So please, yes, start again. Say that all again.
Fraternity.
I don't think he can hear us. We first Nemo couldn't talk, and now Andre can't hear. Yes. So, Andre.
We're doing something right, Doug. We're doing something right. I'm telling you.
Yes. Yeah. They're really cutting into us tonight. Andre. Yeah.
I should have kept my old headset. I threw it in the fucking bin as soon as I got my new one, and now I'm having issues with my brand new, more expensive headset. It's stupid.
Oh my God! Yes, you.
Are you missing a driver for it or something?
No, I downloaded the SteelSeries engine and checked all the updates on drivers. I had to download Equalizer APO software, and I think that helped enabled my mic to be more louder.
Mm-hmm. So let's let me tell him, Andre, because we lost him. He's off the call. Andre, feel free to jump back on call. Jump.
He was such a nice guest. Like better than Brooke, Just,
He sounds like a real cool guy.
He's obviously been through a lot. Yeah, it's oh, there he is. He's back. Can you hear us?
They threw me out. I don't know.
They did. So you were talking about the dueling practice, the European martial arts in Heidelberg. Who's practicing and how they do that. So you were explaining to us how they wear the goggles, the leather. You can tell us about all this while they do the sword fighting, yes?
Yeah, it's all about these fraternities.
Yes.
The big fraternities. And they have several fraternities.
Yeah.
And you can live there as a student very cheap and very good. You can live on a castle, so to say, if you are in this fraternity. And you don't have to make yourself a big head about your future, because everything is on its tracks if you are in these fraternities.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's
But
the way it
it's-
is here too. That's the way it is here.
No, and they make their games. They're Machtspiele. That means who has the most power, who is the best fighter, who can drink the most, whatever. Who has the most women? All those things they do in these fraternities.
Incredible.
But
yeah, go on.
I mean, it's nice to see, but on the other side, you see that everything is automatically. Nobody makes anything out of his own mind, or everything is regulated. Even if they are on the riverside here on the Neckar, when they drink, they do not drink like you and me. Like I drink a lot, I drink less. They all make it in rituals. They have games and ball games and questionnaire games and so then they if you lose you have to drink and so on but it's not naturally. It's not a sitting together talking being relaxed or something. It's like robots going on the riverside having a drinking party.
Wow.
No, it's all like puppets. It's not a natural conversation or something like this. It's all automatically programmed. And they never can decide, oh, today I will go here or today I will make this or that. No, it's a program.
Not recreation.
And I was myself in this system. I was not in the fraternity, but I know this university system. The big clinical complex is just 50 meters from me. And I see the students, of course, every day. And I see myself also because I was also in this system. And they have a lot of pressure here. If you see them riding on the bike to university, the eyes of every student are full of fear. I mean, I know myself, it was by me myself the same way. And they are in a big system, and you are one small cog. And if you try to make some things on your own, you're lost immediately. You're out of the system, and then nobody cares about you anymore.
Yeah, they don't want you to think on your own. That's
Yeah.
part of that MK Ultra. Yeah.
Yeah, precis. Yeah. That's it.
Wow.
That's true. That's true.
In your
love.
region, are you allowed to wear the swastikas?
I don't think they are. I don't think.
No. In Germany, you will not see any swastikas.
But nowhere at all. That's a shame.
I was 1 year ago. I was living in Wolfsburg, and I was working at the Volkswagen Werk. Maybe you know it. It's a big complex, and you see lots of things because this complete building was made by Adolf Hitler, and you see on every edge you have something which reminds you on the Third Reich, but they were somehow declining the Hakenkreuze. This is completely so they were in stone in the Werk in the factory, but they were destroying all the Hakenkreuzes.
Yes. So
But you
sad.
see other things like München, Deutsche Kulturhauptstadt. This is hammered in the stone of the factory. Or you have pictures like from the Steiermark. That's a mountain in Austria. This you see, but the Hakenkreuze in complete Germany, they were dismantled. And if you wear a Hakenkreuz, you go to jail immediately.
Yes. What? How long approximately? Like how? Or just depends on what the judge says, or is there a set sentence? Like if they caught someone wearing the Hakenkreuz, they would put him in jail for like years. Or?
Maybe
Yeah.
not. I don't know really about it, but you can be sure that your life is destroyed after that.
Yes.
Even if
Yes. Go on. Yeah.
It
because
sounds like you're occupied over there. I mean, if you ask me, but I mean,
of
Yeah.
course,
Germany's run by satanic cultists and all that.
yeah,
I don't
you
want-
can call it that. You can call it that.
because they hate this symbol the most, the satanic set cultists.
Yes, that's right. So that's an
And they-
interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. Go
I
on.
just
Nima.
I just look at the roster on their government boards, and you can just figure it out from there.
Mhm. Yeah. Oh, so I like what Nemo is showing us. Nemo is showing us Thor or Odin or simply a Viking image.
Yeah, Viking. Yeah.
Yes, there we are. And aside from all of that, of course, what's more important than the swastika right now is simply maintaining German culture, which apparently Heidelberg is doing, and that's important. And aside from that, even if it's a bit robotic, go on. What were you going to say, Ian?
Well, I was going to say that if you hop on the BitChute nowadays, they have like these what's it called, like reaction videos, like these like they tease the public and record their reactions and stuff. And there's this one video where this dude is he's a dead like a dead lookalike stunt double for Hitler, and he's like mobbing around in this car, and he's like, they're driving around the streets of some city, I forgot what it was, but everybody in the city is just throwing up the the hand sign and stuff. It was so
you mean
inspiring.
the Sieg Heil,
So
the Sieg Heil.
the Sieg Heil, yeah.
Yeah.
It was so inspiring,
Yeah. Cool. That's.
I mean, this guy's this old man. He's just sitting on some some little chair and patio outside, drinking his beer, and then he sees this convertible drive by with Hitler in it. He just stands up and then he does the Sieg Heil. It's just very moving, very moving.
And so that's wonderful.
It just shows he's still appreciated 50 fucking years later. You know what I'm saying?
As well, they should be. So when it comes to what do you feel about the German military, the Bundeswehr? Can they modernize? They're supposed to get a big budget increase. Are they going to start a draft? So tell us, Andre, what do you know, if anything, about the Bundeswehr, and exactly what you think will happen now that they're going to be funded to modernize, to really, in a sense, mobilize? Germany is... Everyone's afraid because they don't know what's going to happen next, because one of the factors is obviously an aggressive Russia, and the Germans, of course, are extraordinarily cautious. They're far too cautious, but they are trying to help Ukraine a little bit, at least. And
after what happened to fucking oh god, what's the name of that city in Germany? It starts with a D.
Dresden.
Yeah, after Dresden, I'd be a little fucking, cautious too, But that's just me.
Well, understand, of course, that the Russians aren't capable of performing a Dresden. It's one of
but did they? Did they?
But
that's all I'm saying.
I'm not quite. Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm saying, once the crown occupied, America and England, I mean, they pulled that shit and did that shit to Dresden, but, so I just understand. I'd be careful too.
Okay, so what was that? Nemo or Andre is talking? Who's
me? Andre.
Okay, go on.
They changed the Bundeswehr when I was 18, and I had to go to the Bundeswehr. I was. They did not take me, luckily. But there it was duty to go to the Bundeswehr. But I think in 2005, 6, something around this, they made it private. So the Bundeswehr is now a private army. You don't have the duty to go to the Bundeswehr as a youth or as a young adult anymore in Germany. It's all a private army, and the costumes are completely different than before. Now they look, if you ride on the train and you see German soldiers, they look more like NASA pilots. They have these camouflage suit, but now they wear these had badges, these colorful badges like you see on the astronauts' uniform.
Mm-hmm.
And
You mean their costumes? Their costumes.
they look more like fantasy troopers.
like Starship Troopers. Costumes. Yeah. I know.
Could you?
I live right down the street from NASA, so
could you?
I see it all the time.
Could you get a few photographs off the internet that you could send to us in link, like or send to myself in private messages? You don't do Facebook? Are you on Facebook?
No.
Okay.
I'm not on Facebook.
So you could send it to us here in the text box, maybe some photographs of this, because that would be interesting to look at. So I mean that sounds so. But what about in order to make the Bundeswehr obviously functional? They're going to have to at some point have to start a draft again. When you were younger and it was universal suffrage, when everyone had to go to serve and of course they had exceptions, I presume, for conscientious objectors, or is it like France? For the longest time, France, you had to serve in the army, and if you were colorblind or something, or a conscientious objector, they would make you sweep floors or something. They would make you join the army anyway, but you'd just be like doing janitorial work or something. But they didn't accept you. Just out of curiosity, are you willing to share this? You don't have to tell us, but what was the reason they gave for not accepting you? Physical, mental, or just,
No, from my health. I had severe migraine.
Okay.
And then they said we cannot use you because if you have migraine in stress situations, then it's not good. And I was pretty happy about it.
Right.
I did not ask once back if I can go there. No, I did not.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine. No, that's understandable. And so, but what year was that?
That was 1994.
1994. But the wall had already fallen.
Which wall? The Gulf War.
No. I mean, the Berlin Wall had already fallen. But
yes.
But what you were concerned about was potential deployment because the Germans were serving in Afghanistan and other places.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting.
They were
Weren't they doing that on behalf of the EU, though?
No, NATO.
Yeah,
was that NATO? Or, what were they a part of?
Yeah. The Bundeswehr is, so to see, a private army of the NATO. They always have to do what the NATO is telling them. Go here, go there, make this, make that. But
I thought Trump just went to NATO and told everybody to shut the fuck up there. That's what I heard.
That was before Trump.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah. Because I know Trump was there and told everybody to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but when I was working at VW last year, all my colleagues were from the Bundeswehr, and they told me that the Bundeswehr itself, it's not in the function of making operations anymore. They broke, so to say. They are like a cleaning woman, which is sent by the NATO to this and that country to make some actions, but to really make a war or a fight, it's not possible because in Germany we say it's marode. That means the stuff is not working anymore. The rockets will not work. The tanks are old. They will also not work in a case of real war. So the Bundeswehr is more like a theater. It's not really like an army.
Right. So they have to, but they have to modernize it. That's what all the money is for, so that they can get it working again. And but I think to get it working again, of course, they need to reinstitute a draft. So that's we'll see if that happens. But obviously, they're concerned now about war. The Germans realize that a war can happen, so they do have to prepare for it just responsibly. So how do the German people feel about this so far as you know, or nobody even talks about this?
Yeah, they have a war, but the war is more a civil war. It's you see it if you want to have a new job. Like yesterday, I was trying to get this job at the public swimming pool, and then you have 2 or 3 candidates who are sitting with you on one table, and then the mental war starts. Who is the best for a primitive thing like taking the charge in the public swimming pool?
Wow.
And you know, and you go there. Okay, then you see there's Mrs. Brinkmann and Mrs. Meyer and Mr. Niewmerzicki. So guess who gets the job?
The Brzezinski people. Yeah, I already got it. I don't even know German, and I can already tell.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, this is what I heard though. Okay, so I heard that the Merkel lady, she was turning Germany into like a sanctuary country and shit. And then Trump was like, "Look, you bratwurst biting bitch." He's like, "You're gonna stop that shit and clean it out." And but this was like 4 years ago is when I heard this.
Yeah, but things are changing very fast to the bad.
So it's changing for the worse.
Yeah.
How so? How so?
The people here in Germany, they get, they will not show it because, of course,
they're scared to. I'm sure.
They are also scared to be honest to their own situation.
Yeah. That's like most women here in the United States. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's in Germany we call it einen Filmfahren. That means, you live in your own fantasy, in your own film, in your own movie, and you don't want to really know what's really going on. And this is the main situation in Germany. They are all in their own movie.
Yeah, we call that denial here in the United States.
Yeah. It's a big denial. But you see on every corner, you see that the money is getting lower and lower. You see more and more people collecting bottles. Even people where you see they were professors or something like this before. Now you see them on the trash cans in the cities looking for 25-cent beer cans and lemonade cans. And this is getting more and very fast.
Wow.
The poverty here in Germany is rising very fast. In Eastern Germany, you have a big problem with drugs, with amphetamine, with crack, with this new trank. But nobody's talking about it. Nobody.
That's fucked up.
Oh.
Wow.
Terrible.
That's incredible.
I didn't know. I mean, I knew it was getting bad when they let all the illegals in, but I thought they were, trying to clean that up.
Yeah, of course you have the rich one and the poor one, and it's like everywhere in the world. The rich ones are getting richer, and the poor are getting poorer. Of course.
Yeah.
You also have here the people driving Porsche SUV. Not regarding the gasoline prices and driving like hell, this you also have here. But on the other side, you see the poverty growing very fast. And if you go to hospital or something like this, it's
they just try to kill you, or
yeah.
That's what they do here now. But that's just because our doctors are stupid. So
yeah, I 3 years ago I was at the Notaufnahme in the emergency room, and they tried to kill me.
Yeah, they did that to me here too. I'm writing a book called "They Tried to Kill Me."
How did they try to kill you?
How? They gave me. I had disturbances in my heart rhythm. I don't know from where.
A heart murmur. Yeah, a heart murmur.
Heart rhythm. My rhythm.
Yeah.
My rhythm.
Yeah, we call it a heart murmur here in the United States.
It's dysrhythmia. Your heart's out of rhythm.
That too, yeah.
So go on, please.
Yeah. And it was 2 days before I was coming from work, and it was a very sunny, clear day, and I went home on my bike. I just had to drive 10 minutes, and after 2 minutes, it started a bit to rain, and I thought that's not possible because there was no cloud. It was really a hot, clear day, And then it rained like I have never seen a rain before, and people were really running everywhere, like in a catastrophe movie. And 2 days later, I felt myself very sick, and it ended in a very great disturbance of my heart rhythm. And then I called in the middle of the night the ambulance. They were not showing up. I was myself wondering that I was not was at conscious at that moment. After 15 minutes, you can imagine how long these 15 minutes were for me. They showed up. Then they drove me to the hospital in a speed a snail would have been fast. Yeah, and then they drive me to the emergency room. And then they said, I don't know, maybe they are totally scrupulous, or they thought that I will not recognize it, but they said, yeah, okay, we put him on the stroke unit. But I had not stroke. I just had bad rhythm, yeah? Mm-hmm. So, and then they waited and waited and waited, because if you're unconscious, you make lots more money for them than if they just treat you easily, yeah? Mm-hmm. So, and if they...
were they doing the coronavirus payout thing?
I don't know.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt, sorry.
No problem. And yeah, when they recognized that I'm not going to be unconscious, then they put me some medicament in my arm and in my vein. Mm-hmm. And I asked if these are beta blockers, and they said yes. And then they gave it to me in a bulk. That means very fast. Mm-hmm. And this is, I mean, I have studied medicine. This is the biggest mistake you can do. If you give those beta blockers, you have to give them slowly, very slowly.
Oh, wow.
Not in a bulk, yeah. And I don't know, somehow I survived it. And then they put me on a room.
Yeah.
And then I heard the young colleagues outside of the door speaking, yeah, mate, but he has a good heart.
Interesting.
Yeah, then I went out.
Wow.
I stripped out my infusion and went out. Yeah, and afterwards, I heard that they had a big scandal with organ selling and so on in this clinic in Manor.
Yeah. That's why you should do drugs and smoke, because if you do that, they don't want your organs, you know.
Don't ever be involved.
That's the only reason I've lasted.
Oh, delightful. Oh my God. So, I mean, you've been through so much, Andre. That's incredible. So it's like, so when they said he has a good heart, do you think they meant like physically?
That means they could make $250,000. That's what it is.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Doug's a little slow on the.
Yeah, because we are not bad people. We cannot think that bad. That's the problem.
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of these Satanists in Germany still today, you know. But I mean, they grew up like that. They're like generational Satanists and shit, you know.
Yeah.
They infiltrate.
Like, instead of eating a baby every day, they just beat it once or twice a week now, you know.
Oh my God. Oh, it really, Ian, you leave me speechless. So, but with your dad, before he died, did you ever come to? Did you, the two of you on talking terms by the time he died, or you just kind of died without really, coming to terms with each other? Any resolution in your severance?
Yeah, I mean, we had not that good coherence like you see in Hollywood movies or something like this, but we were born as art soldiers, so to say. Yeah, I mean, my father, he was a very complicated person. He was also sometimes very angry. But I always estimated his work. I always estimated that he knew very important important artists from Germany, and he tried to build up a German artist scene for modern artists.
Mm-hmm.
But we got in lot of points we had differences. Like when I said to him, yeah, Pa, do you believe really that the World Trade Center was bombed by Arabian terrorists? It was clear for him that I am crazy. Yeah.
Wow. Oh shit.
Yeah, and that was very disturbing for me, because for me he was a modern thinker. He knew that society puts you out very fast and that you can get crazy also very fast and so on. But for this thing, they were educated and programmed. What is told in the television, that is true. And if you try to question this TV god, you're off very fast.
Yeah, I was gonna make like a thing for the TV where it was like, Ian West has the world's biggest dick, and then, I wanted to get that on the news and stuff. So people, I figured that would, prove a point.
No,
I can just imagine the disappointment in the women's eyes when they finally meet me, though. So.
Go on, Andre. Yes.
Yeah, and he had a good life. I mean, he was for Russian immigrants' son. He had a good comfort. He had a big house, a pool, BMW, everything.
Wow.
How did he get this money? Where this?
Because my mother is a pharmacist.
Oh, okay.
And in the 80s and 90s, you were earning pretty good.
Okay.
Maybe not as long that much as you have earned as a dentist or as a normal physician, but it was enough.
Mm-hmm.
And for him, it was a good life. And he was always suffering that the publicity was not really ready for his art, so to say. Mm-hmm. And also my mother was also not really appreciating what he was doing, but they were living their own lives, so to say, together.
Okay.
And as good as they could, because with this name, Emergentsky, the Russians, they are the guilty ones in Germany, why Germany lost the war. Because Russia...
The Bolshevik Russians.
Because Russia invented the winter with minus 40 degrees, and Adolf Hitler, it was not his fault that they were all dying in Russia. Yeah, it was the evil Russians with this evil Russian winter. Yeah? So, and because of that, if you are Russian in Germany, you are an evil person, because you are guilty of Germany not having the Second World War. And this was the big sign which was always over our family, that we have not a German name. And in Germany, it's very important to have a German name.
Okay. Interesting.
And we had lots of Russian people moving from Russia to Germany, not because of war, but because of, they have lived in Germany or they have relations or, and they all got German names.
Wow.
So that's a big brainwash. Today your name is Brzezinski, and tomorrow your name is Schmidt. Or something like this, and they have all German names here. And I'm the first Russian, so to say, and they did not make it with me. Because of that, I do not have a German name. But everything which came after me from Russia to Germany, they got a German name.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Yeah,
that's how the chosen blend in. Yeah, that's like a disguise for them, like another mind trick, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Certainly you must have. Yeah, go on.
I was gonna say in the chat, I posted the German adrenochrome files.
Mm-hmm.
So download those, have a look at them, check them out. And they're still doing the human hunting parties out there somewhere, but
here in Germany.
I'd have to go. Yeah, Germany. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, maybe
the elites, like the royals, like Queen Beatrice and all them from like the Netherlands and all that, they all go down there and like eat little kids and stuff.
Oh my God.
just so our listeners understand, Ian West and I are generally on different tracks.
Levels. We're different, yes. Yeah. So, don't think too much about it. But are you familiar with the oranges, sir?
You're asking
Oranges.
Andre. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Andre, do you know about the oranges?
From the Netherlands, the royalty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm stuck in there. I'm stuck in there.
Oh, they cut him off. They cut him off. Oh my God, Ian, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so you got cut off there. So, by the way, I'm impressed. When our man Ian brought up the oranges, Andre knew what he was talking about, which is the Dutch royalty. And so then Ian was trying to... Yeah, go on. Ian, they keep cutting you off.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. So tell us about the Orange County, Florida. What you're saying is that it's actually Dutch royalty has some kind of influence here, right?
Yeah, they bankrolled this county, and they bankrolled the county for in California, and that's why both Disney Worlds are here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, there's a rumor that the House of Orange, they financed the complete Third Reich.
Oh, well, I mean, I've got the bank receipts from them. I know.
And after having worked 2 years in Amsterdam, I believe it, because they're very into the money, more than the Germans.
Oh yeah. Did you see the little kids' dicks on their wall in the castle and stuff?
Yeah.
What?
It's disgusting. Yeah. When they kill these little kids and eat them and shit, they like chop their dicks off and like mummify them and then hang them on the wall.
Then Andre
like the
said yes.
Then
Andre said yes. Show me some photographs.
Yeah, it's true.
Show me some photographs. Show me some photographs.
Oh yeah. Give me a second. I'll send them to you. I'm still looking for the 600 dead babies that emerged from the ground in Germany in this little village.
Oh my God. At any rate, so I do want our listeners to know that the largest component of volunteers in the Waffen-SS, the weaponized Schutzstaffel, were next to the Germans were the Dutch. So the Dutch were heavily involved with the SS. So yeah. So So, Andre, that makes sense. I'm sure if you didn't know that, I'm sure that makes sense to you. That doesn't surprise you. So, your parents, they went to, and thank you so much for what you put into the chat room there, Nemo. I definitely appreciate it.
I didn't do that. That was Ian.
He has nothing? He went in there as nothing? That's you, isn't it?
What? Hold on. What are you talking about?
Said in the chat.
Yeah, I posted the...
Oh, no. I'm talking about the chat in terms of the upstream for live stream. the
YouTube,
live stream chat. The YouTube live stream chat. Nothing. That's Nemo. That's Nemo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nemo. Thank you.
Oh my God. But yeah, our man Ian keeps putting things in the Skype chat, which is fine. The Skype text box. The Skype text box. So we'll refer to Skype as a text box. So so Andre, I personally want you to know that I don't think the Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul. By the way, this is a common trope. A lot of people who admire Adolf Hitler, they will try and find someone to try and pin a kind of negative bad guy reference on, saying that they were responsible more for negative things in the Third Reich, like Heinrich Himmler or someone else, Martin Bormann. And they'll say that, oh yes, Martin Bormann was the man who manipulated Hitler, or sometimes Heinrich Himmler. In your perspective, it's Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. So just so people understand, what Andre discovered was the real fact. This is a real fact that Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels was the man who was the true pioneer of mobilizing the entire population for a totaler Krieg, the total war. So everything that our man Andrei Nemzhinski found out is true. Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels was the man who was the total warrior of the Third Reich. But our man Andrei seems to interpret this almost as a negative. It's all of these men. It's not necessarily a question that Goebbels or Bormann or Heinrich Himmler were manipulating Adolf Hitler. Rather, it's Adolf Hitler was a master genius at what you would call authority, the devolution of authority, meaning that he knew that authority had to be divided. It was how he maintained control over these men. They all had their own empires. Reichspropaganda Minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels had his own empire. Heinrich Himmler had his, and Albert Speer had his. Martin Bormann had his own, and in the end, what Adolf Hitler did was he balanced out these various men with their empires. What the Third Reich was a polyocracy. Polyocracy meaning many empires functioning as one ultimately. Hitler's brilliance was in being the unifying factor between these empires. They ultimately had to balance with the other empires through Hitler. So Joseph Goebbels doing what he did doesn't make him a bad man. It makes him a brilliant man. And he did what he had to do because the entire German population had to be mobilized for Totaler Krieg because they were fighting the entire world. It wasn't that Joseph Goebbels wanted to fight the entire world. He simply was responding to the fact that the entire world had united against the Reich. And by the entire world, we mean the Allied powers. But take a look at these corrupt Allied powers. Communist, the greater Soviet Union of communism, the capitalist, the American empire of capitalism, the British empire of imperialism, the French empire of colonialism. These were the enemy. There's nothing good to be said about any of them. They had united against the Reich because, as I said, they were all existentially threatened by the Third Reich because the Third Reich, well, was incorruptible. What scared everyone about the Nazis was that no one could buy them out. And as a result, since they couldn't buy out the Nazis, since they couldn't corrupt them, they had to destroy them. And hence, in response, Joseph Goebbels had to mobilize the population for Totaler Krieg, total war. That being said, he did what he had to do. And in that sense, he was more extreme than Adolf Hitler. But such being said, I just wanted to point that out, and that, but understandably, when you said what you said, then it's not right. But what they did was they ostracized you, just basically kind of, you became almost persona non grata. But at the same time, as someone who became German as a kind of a child of immigrants, you became more German than many Germans, because this is what happens with many immigrants. Many immigrants become more aware of the culture of their adoptive nation than the natives are. So, and that's got to be frustrating. Yeah, that's very frustrating. But now that the Ukrainian war is on, and the Ukrainians are resisting the Russians, aren't the Germans sympathetic to you, or does no one care? They don't even know you're Ukrainian, or what?
They don't care. They it's like a fashion. They say, yeah, we want no war, and everywhere you see the Ukrainian flag, but in reality nobody's interested. They just happy that the Russian tanks are not here in Heidelberg.
Right.
Yeah, but Douglas, please don't get me wrong. I don't like Adolf Hitler, but yeah, because we had this theme in school and everything, I was confronted with it. But the thing is, if you would meet them today in life, most probably Adolf Hitler would be the most likely person, because the other ones were machines, and he had some human spirit. And I mean, I read his biography. He was a very interesting man. He was the one who made pictures while others were shooting in the war. I mean,
Yeah.
He genuinely cared about his own people.
yeah, and his paintings are not even bad.
Yeah.
They
Thank you.
and some of them, they look crazy, but if you have the right eye, they're very modern.
Yes.
Yeah, and you will also see not those pictures anywhere. I don't know. Maybe they're all in private possession. I don't know. But they never make an exhibition to show the real person, and maybe to show also the German people that the thing you see on television or on film or on the news, this Adolf Hitler, who is it? It was a person who was at least under 40 or 50 different drugs. So you cannot say he was his own personality anymore, I think. He was some kind of misused Montauk boy, I guess.
Well, that's certainly one way of looking at him. That brings us back to your thesis, your posit, meaning the theory you're presenting that he was manipulated, and that Goebbels was certainly a prime candidate for that. And by the way, it's not unreasonable. What you're saying is not an unreasonable posit. I personally feel that Adolf Hitler was in much more control of the situation than people understand. I want you to say, for instance, take a look at myself and think of all the narcotics that I'm on, all the drugs that I use recreationally. But obviously...
but you use them yourself. He got them... He had his own doctor, his Reichsspritzenmeister, Mr. Mogul, I think, or something like
Morel,
that.
Theo Morel.
Morel, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And he was drugged. He did not drug himself. That's the difference.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I would posit myself, I would present my perspective on this, was that...
But weren't the drugs that he was being using needed to be administered by a professional?
My point is that he subjected himself to this voluntarily, and this is because he was undergoing what was ultimately altogether called the Bulgarian treatment, which involved ultimately, as I said, his transition to vampire state. This is something that I brought up in the past, and that might be something that Andre might not find believable. But again, I wrote about it in the book Vampirology. I do want people to understand that Peter Moon promises that he will edit, revise, and expand it based on the fact that he only published half the book. And, at the end, there are literally reprints of several paragraphs. He just got it out there immediately because of the threat of plagiarism from David John West, who was a former friend of mine at one point, but then, of course, became a blood enemy when he realized I had been sleeping with his wife. Shortly before, he very possibly, if not probably, murdered her. She did die at a young age, very mysteriously, and he exhibited nothing but happiness about it publicly. Which you might say, oh, well, that makes him an instant suspect. Yeah, but it's fucking Utah, and he's a Mormon, and really, men get away with murdering their wives in Utah all the time. The Mormons are very bad about that. So that being said, I do want. Have you? You know of my book on vaporology, right, Andre?
Yeah, but I did not start it.
Okay.
It's waiting. It's in the queue.
Okay, good. Yeah, and like I said,
Doug, I was gonna say he sounds like a crypto Christian, you know.
You mean Andre or David John West?
The Mormon fellow you spoke of.
Well, that's very, very funny. Of course, he's Mormon. Like, what the fuck?
I know.
Yeah, that's.
Was he selling those white babies for $50,000 or? I found the German article of the 600 corpses of the dead babies that eroded from the flood in Germany. I've got it.
Okay. And so you're going to provide the link to us, yes? Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm downloading it right now. I was gonna read it. But, yeah, give me a second. I'll go on mute.
Oh my god. And oh my god. Aside from that, Andre, so your father was essentially almost like essentially your mother was the breadwinner. She was really the person who earned the income in the family, and your father was kind of like an artist living off your mother's money, right? Right? Did he?
Is that Andre?
Yeah, Andre.
I think I scared him away. I think it's my fault. You can blame me instead of Brooke this time.
Yeah. Oh my god. What happened? He's still on mute. Nemo,
can you type him to tell me he's on mute?
Yeah. There he is.
And so it's not that my father was a parasite.
Okay.
Parasite.
So no, we were a good team, and my father had to get my mother in line when the customers were not that friendly, and so we had to get this system stable. And he was the one who was always at home, who cared about that nobody breaks in the house. For example, like since he's dead, they tried lots and lots to break into our house.
Oh wow!
Even if we have dogs.
Yeah. What kind of dogs?
Yeah.
What kind of people are not scared of dogs like that? I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm glad that they did not shoot them. So, and they did not succeed for some reason. And I think without my father, my mother would have died in our small country of Borringdon, because there's happening nothing. And my mother also was studying in Munich, so she's a city person, so to say, not a country person, and our house is in a very rural area, so there's not happening a lot. So it was, from my perspective, very necessary that my father was still there. In normal cases, my parents would have been divorced maybe when I was 10 or so, but for some reason we survived.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
And I'm glad about it. It was very difficult sometimes, and like I said, my parents also put me into the lunacy hospital for declared reasons, but I mean, that's family life.
No, it can be. Yes, I hear you. Oh my God.
That's quite common here in the United States, that parents Baker acting their kids and stuff, but it's just because they're stupid, you know?
I mean, I was also watching Bill Cosby and always asking me, why isn't it going like this in my family?
Yeah, that's the thing. That they sell you this. They sell you this goddamn fake fucking story of.
Yeah. And then they cut you off, Ian. Ian, you were glitching, so repeat yourself.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes. So repeat it all.
I apologize.
Yeah,
no. I said that's what this TV and shit does to people.
Yeah.
They sell them a false sense of reality, and they go through life. Well, I'm gonna marry this bitch, and I'm gonna go get this job. No, it's like you gotta fucking work, you idiot. You know.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I mean, for some reason, Bill Cosby was the most paid actor in America for his.
Yeah, but you know what happened to him, right?
No.
Oh, tell
He
him.
moved next door to Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
That's what happened to him.
Yeah.
He drugged and raped a bunch of women.
Yeah, so tell him, Nemo. Tell you know about this, so you're good with celebrities, Nemo. Tell our man Andre what happened to Cosby.
Yeah, he was charged for drugging multiple women with a roofie or whatever while they were dating, and he raped them in their sleep.
And then he went
did.
to... Yeah, go on.
But Bill Cosby is facing new lawsuit from former Playboy model Victoria Valentino. He says he drugged her and sexually assaulted her. The 80-year-old Mr. Cosby raped her in 1969 after she had dinner with Mr. Cosby was freed in prison in 2021. His sexual assault conviction was overturned.
So he seems to be the follower of Sammy Davis Jr., huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Yes, that's quite correct. And
all these famous African Americans, they portray themselves as a nice person, but really they're just degenerate scum. Look at Ike Turner, how he treated Tina Turner. He beat and raped her while they were married, and she went through hell trying to get away from him. Form her own career, have her own life. And also, Chuck Berry, you know, that famous guitarist, rock and roll guitarist from the 50s. Yeah, there's video footage of him in the 80s. He made home videos of him pissing on a white woman or hooker or sex slave and farting in her mouth, making her suck his farts out of his ass. He's a piece of shit scumbag too. Ike Turner, Chuck Berry, Bill Cosby, you name, they're all pieces of shit.
Yeah, there are black Illuminati also existing.
Yes, true. Yes.
And Bill Cosby, coincidentally, he reached a new height of fame and fortune just after his son died. Some people suspect he allowed his son to be a sacrifice as an offering to the entities they worship for more riches and fame. Just like Dr. Dre and Jay-Z, they gained more money and fame after this. Dr. Dre's son died and Jay-Z's nephew died in a car crash from a car that Jay-Z gave to him as a gift.
Don't forget about Kanye, Nemo.
Yeah, Kanye West.
I mean, have you read the book of Bryce Taylor?
I haven't read her book. I just watched some documentaries on it. Tell us what you know on her book.
Yeah, I would really recommend to read the book Thanks for the Memories by Bryce Taylor.
Yeah, I've got it. She's the MK Ultra victim. She was the sex slave. I've read it. Yeah.
Yeah, this book changed my life completely, really.
And that shit's true. Everything she says is true in that book.
Yeah, I know. To read it, it's very difficult because it's so filled up with cruelty. But then comes the second step that you realize it is all true.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the way the chosen behave, you know, in their natural environments like that, you know, so.
Oh.
And many
and
of
if you
us
have...
stuck. They just
and if you have read this book, then you can see what's going on, because it's going on like she describes, just with other persons.
I'm friends with some of these girls that still are in that still have that programming, and it's you know, it's fucking sad, dude.
Except some exemptions are there, like Henry Kissinger. He's still there.
I think they executed. I think Henry Kissinger was executed. I'm pretty sure.
Now, this, of course, I would insist is indulgence on wishful thinking. This is wishful thinking.
Call his office. Call his office.
No.
Like I did a couple of years ago, and nobody answers.
No, Henry Kissinger, he was having his 100th anniversary, and he was, because of that, visiting the city of Fürth in Bavaria, because he was born there.
Right.
So he's still alive. He's
Yeah.
100 years old. No.
Yeah.
Maybe his office moved.
He's disgusting. He is this fucking animated corpse. He's like this. He's this animate and ambulatory cadaver. He's disgusting. Yeah.
Well, he pays that high dollar for the organ trafficking. He's keeping that industry alive, so you know.
There you go. And so Nemo, what do you know about the son of a bitch?
Henry Kissinger. He was just a corrupt, protected person. He worked for Nixon. Wasn't he affiliated with Gerald Ford as well?
Yeah, but
Presidential
do
administration.
bear in mind that in terms of Nixon, I pointed out negative things about Nixon, but he's such an easy target. He's so easy to pick on, and
He was a scapegoat.
yeah, he was really a scapegoat. And I do want to emphasize, as I've done before, that when Nixon was suffering the character assassination and the siege of his office, and he was rendered impotent as president in the a lame duck in the final days of his presidency. Congress and other elements were taking over America, such as the American military and Congress, where basically the military was moving in as they lost in Vietnam. They were moving in to basically occupy America, while Congress was put up as the front face of American governance to take over, because presidents were going to, from that point forward, be rendered less powerful. That may sound unusual for people, or maybe even contradictory from me because of everything I exposed about Donald Trump's presidency. But understand that the real governance effectively became Congress from that point forward. But at the same time, Congress essentially became more and more divided between Republicans and Democrats by the time of Trump, to the point where it was rendered impotent, and this enabled someone like Trump to grab power back for the executive office, or at least more of it. So when it came to Nixon, when he was rendered a lame duck, as they call it in America, impotent in office, the person who ran the American empire was Kissinger. And then he...
Yes, it's true. Yes, you're right.
And he brought the American empire into the war between the Arabs and the Israelis on the side of Israel. And that's how the Israelis won, and was just through American weight behind them. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out. And this is from that point forward, they were like the 51st state of the United States. And that's why Israel was given Kissinger was given the equivalent of the Israeli Congressional Medal of Honor. He was the man who basically saved Israel by bringing the American empire in on the side of Israel. This is something that can't be overemphasized. Basically, he's the man who rendered America prostate under a Zionist occupation government.
The Zog.
Yes. Yes. So he's just
a piece of shit.
Thank you. There's no words to describe.
I'm not scared of him.
Nicholas Thompson, editor of New York, conveyed in the New Yorker.
Say that again. Start from the beginning and say that again so people can clearly hear you. Enunciate all your words clearly and loud. Thank you.
Yeah, Nicholas Thompson, editor of New Yorker, he conveyed that Henry Kissinger is one of the worst people to ever be a force for good. He manipulated colleagues and nations. He faked the beginning of a nuclear war in order to advance some preserved personal gain theory. He perpetrated international crimes, but he was a man of ideas at the center of an American strategy that ultimately benefited the world in some grand sense. His China policy was one of America's great Cold War achievements. He deserved to be, this is what he's saying, he deserved to be honored to be given a medal, but one of the image of a man who was scowling and holding a knife. Henry Kissinger was a success, blah, blah, blah. They say he's a bad man, then they try to portray him
as having done good. What they're trying to say is good does come out of evil. That's what they're trying to say about this.
Yeah. But he was shit.
In other words, they're trying to redeem him even while condemning him. This is sick.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just that's just a preposterous. Oh my God. That having been said, thank you for sharing that. And So Ian saying, Ian, he's in Australia.
Yeah, I know, but he can still use Wi-Fi on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Is that possible, Nemo?
Yeah, I told y'all. Doug's just not, a little behind on the times.
I'm a product of the 20th century.
I know, it's okay. That's why I wasn't talking to you.
How low is my voice?
No, it's just muffled. If you got a cell phone with Skype installed on it, try that.
Yeah, muffled is a good word for it. It sounds like his face is buried between some woman's legs and he's just talking to us.
I have the mic up to my mouth and it still sounds like shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just go, if you got an old cell phone, just go grab that.
I don't have Skype on my phone.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was just a suggestion. That's all.
I still need to do configurations with the new sound app I downloaded. So
did you? Oh, I don't know. Never mind.
I haven't fully configured it properly.
Can I ask Andre, what does Germany think of Trump?
I can answer that.
I didn't ask you. I'd rather hear it from the horse's mouth. Oh, did he leave? Oh, there he is. Okay.
He probably got knocked out of the call, I mean. Andre?
Yeah.
Yes. So, Ian, speak to Andre now.
Andre, what does Germany think about Donald Trump?
Oh, not very good.
Yeah. He fucked up over there, too?
Yeah. Trump is not very, how you say, popular in Germany.
No, I don't think he has any hotels or shit like that.
No.
Yeah, thank God he's not popular in Germany. That speaks well of the German people. That's my analysis of that. But
Yeah, but I think it's more like you get, or when Trump was in function, everywhere he was in Germany presented, on the newspapers, in the television, everywhere. And I think the German people were überdrüssig. It's like if you have to eat sweets all the day, then you get overdosed, so to say. And we got all overdosed with Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yes.
Because normally, America is America, but it is so presented here in Germany that really the people get numb. And for example, when Trump was challenging for presidency, we also had a challenge for presidency here in Germany. But when we got a new president, you were not able to read it up in the newspapers. And when it was in the newspapers, it was a small article somewhere. Yeah, nobody talked about it, but everybody talked about if Trump gets the presidency or not.
Interesting. So, yes, go on. And by the way, our man Nemo Albano in Australia presented some very important facts inside of the text box. Nemo, do me a favor and read that for us, will you? Thank you. Aloud for our listeners. Nemo. Oh, let's take a look.
I think his mic's screwed up or something.
Again, he says the mic is not unmuting. Oh, Jesus. So there.
What kind of headset is that? So I don't buy it.
Yeah. But basically, what Nemo put in the text box says in 1971, Kissinger backed Pakistan in its war against Bangladesh, despite evidence of massacre and rape. In 73, he orchestrated a military coup d'etat against the democratically elected Salvador Allende regime in Chile, installing in its stead the violently oppressive Pinochet dictatorship. What's so bizarre about that is that Pinochet was essentially pro-Nazi. So he must have been, off that day or something. Kissinger.
No. He's got to play both sides, so he makes that money back either way. That's why. That's why he does it.
Got it. Actually.
Go ahead. I'll go on mute.
No, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. No need to go on mute. We've got too many fucking people on mute. Yeah, everybody's been fucking muted. He's restarting Skype again. He's pressing the Skype mute. He won't unmute for him. Oh my god. So
we're doing something right, Doug. I'm telling you, we're doing something right if they're pushing this hard to shut it down.
Yes. No, definitely. Right. It's definitely Andre's presence. Andre, your presence is causing them to try to shut us down. I'm sure this doesn't surprise you.
They're like, Andre's on. We got to shut it down.
No, and it may be true because if I listen to your broadcast, normally there are not so much mistakes in the transmission.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And oh my goodness. So.
And I'm sure the complete Verfassungsschutz, they are listening now because they see that I'm logged into your chat. I will be sure.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I'm pretty sure that the Verfassungsschutz, that's the FBI or the CIA.
Thank you. Go on. Yeah.
Okay, go on.
They're listening pretty sure to our chat just because they see that I'm logged into this broadcast.
Excellent point.
Yeah.
And
they probably are just recording it. They're probably just recording it.
And this is what they never think or would think about Germany. You cannot do anything here in this country which is not somehow controlled or watched or observed or something like this. And they, for example, the cities, when they renew them, and meanwhile, nearly every city in Germany looks pretty new, you have never some edge or some corner where you can hide and not be seen. That's not possible. In Germany, everything is observable. You cannot hide.
They design it like that. They design it like that. They do that with the shopping centers here in the States.
Yeah. Like in Paris, that you can go with your girlfriend somewhere around the corner and have a...
you can go bang her in the back of a bar or something, but you can't do that anymore.
Yeah, but in Germany, there's no corner.
Wow.
It's not possible. No.
It sucks.
And,
it sucks, you know?
And we, when I hear you talking about the coming NWO, and so it has already happened here since long.
I agree with you. That's what Atari Teenage Riot was trying to warn the world about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was their big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Andre, let's try and reiterate that so that myself and my listeners can understand that better. When I speak of the coming New World Order, NWO, or do you mean when people generally, or do you mean myself, or people generally speak of the New World Order coming? That you're saying it's already there in Germany. Could you reiterate that to clarify?
Yeah. Sometimes I think Adolf Hitler, he made his new state or the new concept not anew, but he had also, because he was an Austrian, another view to Germany, and I think he just observed how Germany works, and he made it anew in a new modeling, so to say, in this SS, SR, and Nazi thing. But the thing is, you have, for example, in the Third Reich, you had the Blockwart. That was a person who was responsible to take every information around the next houses around him. And if there's something going wrong, then he had to give a message to the government. And today, you have it in Germany the same way. They do not look like Nazis. They may be a fat girl from the next door, but they are standing. But they're standing the whole day in front of the door, mostly with a dog, and watch.
Wow.
And they greet you.
Like the neighborhood watch or something?
Yeah, but they make it privately.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know. and and they are also still very resistant. So, for example, we have since 9 years we have an immigrant from Gambia living with my mother together since my father
I'm so
died.
sorry. I am so sorry. Is she okay?
She's okay, yes.
Oh, thank God.
They
Does she have a
get
gun?
along. No, they get along very well, better than me and my mother. They even threw me out the house because I'm smoking weed.
Oh wow. Oh.
That's it. I think
Yeah.
if somebody from Gambia was there, they'd be all about the weed. I'm surprised he didn't have any. But anyway, go ahead.
No, he as a black does not smoke, of course.
That's an oxymoron. What are you talking about?
No, it's like this. It's like that. He doesn't smoke. My mother doesn't smoke. And when I was smoking at home, they both did themselves together and threw me out and said, "No, we don't want smokers in our house." Yeah, but
Well, I can see that. Okay, that's.
yeah, I mean,
Did
the
they
main
just
thing
take you
is
out on the
that
back
they get
porch or
together.
something, or-
The main thing is that they get along together. But what I wanted to say is, since he lives at our house, I see that Germany still has not changed, because we are confronted with such a big mass of racism and
Yeah, well, I mean, that's
Fremdenhass.
Angela Merkel's fault, basically.
Yeah, and this was under Angela Merkel, and there I have seen nothing has changed. And the German people, they are like this. They are obsessed with control. They are themselves full of fear. Maybe you know the saying German Angst.
Mm-hmm.
And this German Angst really exists. Every German is full of Angst because in their deepest mind they know that they do not really have earned all this by themselves, but stolen it from the Jewish population.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's
sad. It's sad. It's really sad.
yeah, nothing has changed really. And Adolf Hitler just made a show out of it in a professional way, because he was a artist. He knew how to make a show, and I think he himself, he wrote his book Mein Kampf.
Yes.
He wanted to make the German population more strong in the mind. I think his book was not really that materialistic orientated, but more metaphorically, that we have to fight against the others with our minds, that we have to make ourselves big by having a good education and so on and so on. And I think Joseph Goebbels perverted it because he had the big money from Krupp and Thyssen and all these big companies, and he made it material. And he said, okay, we make the war not a mental war, we make it a material war. And that was the big Sündenfall. That was the right to hell for Germany, of course. And
Well, I'll be honest with you. With King Charles III, being from Germany, and then, they, what is it called? Started occupying England, and now they're occupying the United States. I think it's like us as a collective, like, the common simple folks of like the United States, Germany, and England. We all need to rise up and like, shut it down, as the Chosen say.
Yeah.
Am I right, Nemo? Thank you, Nemo. Thanks so much. Glad you're in there.
He's rebooting. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there you go.
Go on.
How
Me-
loud am I?
We can hear you, so by all means, try and get louder. But we should be able to ascertain what you're saying. Please respond to Ian, or do you want him to repeat his question?
Say that again, sorry.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Nemo, I said, since we know that like King Charles III, he's from Germany, and he did his shit down there, and then he started occupying the England, and now that they're occupying the United States here, I think it's about time that the simple folks, like the not royal folks, we all band together and start cleaning our shit up, and like, and my joke was that we need to shut them down, like the Chosen say. So
Yeah. Shut it.
Thank
The
you,
going
thank
no
you,
too
thank
much. Shut it down. Yeah.
yeah, thank you, Dima. I was trying to make that joke. Thank you.
And Nemo, your response.
He got it. He got it.
Yeah, I agree with what he just said. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Does our guest know that the United States has been occupied by King Charles III and his descendants?
Yeah, now, Andre, I do want you to know that I don't particularly find that.
And it was on the news a couple of weeks ago, so now the word's out about it.
But I will say this: when we speak of this is what I feel is that our man Ian West has exposed.
Balls to say that everybody doesn't. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I feel that Ian West has exposed the fact that Walt Disney somehow cooperated with the British royal family in an attempt to create a kind of European modeled microstatelet in Florida, which is similar...
no, the whole United States. The whole United States.
Well, let's start with Disneyland. I do feel that Walt Disney collaborated with the British royal family to actually turn Disneyland, the Disney Kingdom, into a microstatelet similar to San Marino or Andorra or the Vatican City State in Europe. Any one of those microstatements similar to Luxembourg or Liechtenstein. He really modeled it on those because of the kind of Magic Kingdom theme, and that he wanted to make it real, make it like a true sovereign state. And it's impressive. He did so legally. Yeah. And this is something I had no idea of, and that
Me neither.
But thanks to Ian West, I've found his evidence to be compelling, and that is actually real. So in return, Disney provided essentially spaces. What would we call them? Kind of like permanent residences.
They have their the royal family. They have their private two partitioned off cul-de-sacs.
Here
in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
I got their address and everything.
Wow. And so there were several things that Ian said that I was dismissive of that I then found out were true.
It took me living here 20 years to figure it fucking out, but
well, the evidence you've presented has convinced me about at least that. And
thank you, Doug. Thank you.
Yeah, and among other things you pointed out in the past. So credit where credit is due. So this is what he's talking about, but Ian then extends that he feels that it's kind of extended to the entire country. Now, in all fairness, one of the most important things that Native Americans have been obsessed about, and were approaching me to present as much documentary evidence of that I could for them because of my former work with the Department of Defense. They wanted an accurate map of the Royal Proclamation. So the Royal Proclamation was when King George of England told the American colonists that he drew a line in the sand, so to speak, a line in the soil of North America, and said that the Native Americans, the indigenous peoples, have their own kingdoms, in effect, their own civilizations, and that the colonists were to expand no further, that they were to remain a Atlantic seaboard culture, part of the greater British Empire,
and the Americans, that's what propelled them. That was the real reason that they were propelled to revolt, was because these wealthy, land-owning, slave-owning, the property, quote-unquote gentlemen, these tyrants, known as our founding fathers in America, they decided they wanted to expand ad infinitum and take it all from sea to shining sea. That they were going to rebel against King George, who dared to declare that the Native Americans had a right to life at all. And therefore they rebelled against him for the privilege of ultimately exterminating the Indians and expanding to the Pacific and beyond. This was such was the hubris, the limitlessness of their greed. So this does need to be taken into account. So if the British royals were to, shall we say, reimpose themselves, that would be almost an act of vengeance or even karmic justice, right?
Well, yeah. Okay. The one thing I did trip up on when I was first telling you the story is like, I am as for like their kingdom and shit. Yeah. Okay. Disney World, Orlando, Florida. Yeah, that is their fucking kingdom. That is true. And yes, all the sheriff's offices in the United States, their basic job is to enforce the Queen and Royals' rules and regulations. That's what the sheriffs are. That's what they're bound to. You know what I'm saying?
Basically, the laws of the crown. The laws of the crown.
Yes, correct. Yes, and that's why when they finally announced that Queen Elizabeth died, all the sheriff's offices here in the United States flew their flags at half staff. That's why.
Okay. Wow.
So it's like, why the fuck would sheriffs, need to? Why the fuck would the sheriffs care about what the fucking Queen thinks? You know what I'm saying? So that was the telltale sign that the sheriffs really did work for the royals and queens and shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Which is why they have to hire stupid people to work in these kind of departments, because they can't let the secret out.
So, presenting all that, Andre, do you have any thoughts on this?
Not really.
That didn't make it on the TV over in Germany now, did it?
No, it didn't. Yeah.
No, I do not watch television since 20 years.
Wow.
Oh, you're smart. You're smart.
Yeah.
So, all your information is from online or radio or what?
Mostly online.
Okay.
And I mean, the books of Peter Moon, they have lots of information. I mean, it's a lifetime to read these books.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, and if you have your own experiences and you combine it, and now with the internet, it's exponentially that information flow. It's really unbelievable.
Okay.
Wow.
Right.
So,
yeah. Go on.
For example, these team NWO, it did not get through me through a German band like these Atari Teenage Riot.
Teenage Riot, yes.
Yeah, because you did not hear anything about them in Germany. I got to the team NWO through the band Ministry from America.
Yeah, they're very important. They're a very important band. They're very important.
Yeah, I like them very much. But from German bands, there was nothing to hear. And there you see also the very big American presence here in Germany.
Okay.
That you get.
Yeah, I can see that. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, Nemo, any response to that? Or does it bring anything to mind?
I was just going to ask, what German music bands do you listen to?
Louder, Nemo. Louder.
What German music bands do you listen to?
Andre?
Yeah, I'm thinking not much. Not much.
Okay.
There are few interprets which I like. One is Andreas Dorau. He's a very good artist. He's from Hamburg, and a guy who's now getting the biggest success in his life. He's meanwhile, I don't know, 76 years old or so. His name is Udo Lindenberg. He was one of the few German artists, making a theme out of these Illuminati things and the control of the world, how the music business is running, but it doesn't get that deep like the information you get from America. It's in German we say seicht. That's very soft. You get only very soft informations from German actors, and also from the popular music scene, artist scene, and such things like the book from Bryce Taylor, Thanks for the Memories. It was not possible to get this book in Germany before the existence of the internet. Absolutely impossible.
Wow.
That's a lot of.
I can believe that.
Before you got this book, you were in jail because of having informations about this on it.
Wow.
That's a lot of
So
satanic.
for example, when I was studying in Erlangen in Bavaria, I had a book taken from my father's library about Adolf Hitler, the autobiography written by a German author, and it was lying in on my bed, and a study colleague saw it, and he said no word, and after that I was pretty sure that I will not get my degree in Erlangen also. So that was enough, just to have the biography of Adolf Hitler, and just to possess it, not even read it or something like this. And it was not even a forbidden book. It was only a sign that I have some interest in this topic. And they stop you immediately in Germany. If you try to understand this topic through books or something like this in Germany, no chance. No chance.
It's sad that they try to hide this kind of shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And through the internet, they cannot hide it, really. But they control every step you make. They control every book you get. Sometimes you do not get the books. You get every other books you have ordered, but not that one with a special topic. No. And Peter Moon also described this with the UPS service, that he gets some books not in time and.
Because they're interdicted. Yes, they're interdicted, and it's just the mail is basically surveyed. It's
intercepted. It's intercepted.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you.
No, it's all good. It's like here in the United States, like after like 1954 or something like that. Like they started pulling Admiral Byrd's books off the shelves that like proves the world's not a ball spinning in space and shit. And I actually got a couple of first edition 1930 something copies of it. And it's like it's got the notes that, you know, the world's not a goddamn spinning fucking ball, you know?
But what does he posit that it is?
Oh, he no, he just maps the land. He maps these lands. Here, let me go grab the books real quick.
Wouldn't he say that the world was kind of, he perceived it as hollow?
No. It wasn't like a final conclusion on everything.
Okay.
It was just like a journal of the trips. Okay. It was like the journal of his trips to what they call the North Pole, and a journal of his trips to the land past Antarctica.
Mm-hmm. And you mean past the? Wasn't it? He said beyond the poles was the term he used, wasn't it?
No.
Yes. He does. he does use an adjective like that as the poles and stuff. But let me go grab the books. Hold on.
Yeah, or the land beyond the pole in the singular, one or the other. Yes, I remember. So, what do you know about this, Andre?
Like I know he just flew over the poles and he described that they are open.
Right. Okay.
But I don't know if he described a hollow world, but he said that they are open.
Right.
And with all these phenomena, one knows.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got him. Here, I got him. I'll turn on the camera so you know I'm not bullshitting you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay.
All right, let me. I got them wrapped in cellophane because they're just so fucking priceless, you know.
Wow.
But yeah, then his like fucking nephew was like, "Oh, goes Lost Diary," and he fucking, released that. But the powers that be got their hands on it, and they edited shit, and it contradicts the stuff that's in his 1934 books.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
But here, let me turn on the camera real quick. Check this shit out.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I like, man, like, y'all, dude, I was so happy when I got these fucking things.
Mm-hmm.
This chick didn't know what she had. I was like, I'll get those, you know.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And I purchased them. So, all right, here, let me turn on the camera.
Mm-hmm.
All right, can you guys see me now? Oh, no, here, my bad. Can you see me now?
Yes, now we see you.
Check this out. Nemo, you ready for this, buddy?
Yeah.
So yeah, there. Let's take a look. Oh yeah.
Oh,
there, much.
there we go.
Yeah, Discovery. Richard E. Byrd. Okay.
Oh, check this out. Check this out. Hold on, let me get to the, okay, here.
Well, that's a thick book.
Dude, yeah, man, this, like I said, this is from 1934, before the powers that be got to edit. Or did, oh, goddamn, this light. Hold on. Let me use my headlamp. Here, there we go.
Sure.
Check this out. Bam. All right. Can you guys see all that now?
Not really, but we see there's a map. There's a map, and it's got some lines drawn, his journeys. And this is the North or South Pole?
This is, okay, hold on. This is Edessel Ford Range. Edessel Ford Range, Jacob Rupert Coasts, King Edwards VII lands. Wherever the fuck
Antarctica. Antarctica.
Okay, yeah, it's Antarctica. Okay.
Yeah.
The polar plateau elevation 8,000 feet to 11,000 feet. And, there's the Rockefeller Mountains. Look, even back in the 30s and shit, the Rockefellers were like fucking everywhere. Look, there it is, right there. Rockefeller, hold on, goddamn.
Actually, there were more everywhere then than they are now, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they just changed their name, like, never mind. They just changed their name anyway. But, here's Queen Alexandria Range. 4,000 mile depot, 461 statue mile. What the fuck is a statue mile? But anyway, here, let me just get to the publishing shit.
Sure.
Show you guys. Here it is. Okay, yeah, check this out, y'all. Check this out. Oh shit! All right, maybe you guys can see that. Discovery.
The story of the second Byrd Antarctic expedition. Yeah, and what's that? New York, 1923, 35.
1935. Yeah, 1935. Introduction by Claude A. Swanson, Secretary of the Navy. Rear Admiral, United States Navy, retired Richard Evelyn Byrd. Isn't that cool?
Yes.
I got the original ones that they tried to fucking hide from us.
Yes.
But yeah, here it is. But hold on. Let me show you. Hold on one second. Okay, Scriber, blah 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 blah.
Meanwhile, our man Nemo put into our little text box something about the satanic German band Rammstein, which we were speaking of.
We were just talking about.
Yes. Okay.
Shit.
So,
here it is. Here, guys, look right here.
Okay.
Bam.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So
this is like the.
What does it say? It's basically.
Okay, I'll just read what it says. It says. Okay, it says all rights reserved. This book or parts thereof must not be reproduced in any form without permission. First edition. Wow. So this is the first edition Admiral Byrd book in like mint condition for being 100 years old and it being banned and all that shit. But I've got it, you know.
Say the name of the title again.
Discovery.
Discovery.
Yeah. That's it.
I'm sorry, my camera's shitty. Dude.
No, and underneath Discovery, what does it say?
Oh, that's the author's name, Richard E. Bird. Richard Evelyn Bird.
Richard Bird.
With a little
And then-
symbol of a plane. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and then here's the other one that got banned. And this is called Little America. You know,
Little America.
almost like Little Italy or something. You know.
Yeah, and
But,
that's and that's written by Admiral Byrd, right?
Can you believe, like, for 100 years old, they're still in this fucking good of a condition and shit?
Whoa, thanks to
But
being
which is why I keep them wrapped in cellophane. But,
Yes, I understand.
But here, let me open this up. Here's some pictures of the shit down there or whatever. I think this was the Antarctic too. Okay, it said Little America, aerial exploitation in the Antarctic, the flight to the South Pole. So this has got to be book number 1, I think. But let's get to the year. Okay, yeah, this is 1930. So here it is. Little America. My camera sucks.
It says explorations in the Antarctic, the flight to the South Pole, Richard Evelyn Byrd. Yes. Wow.
And then, yeah, that's from 1930. And oh yeah, I'm so fucking cool. It's copyrighted 1930, published autumn 1930, first edition. To my mother, Eleanor Bowling Bird.
Wow.
That's a crazy name.
Yeah, Eleanor Bowlingbird. That's
Do you have the copy, the book of Assault on Eternity by Richard E. Byrd and the exploration of Antarctica, 1946?
Hold on, let me go. I got one more. I got 2 copies of this other book. Hold on.
This is incredible, in its own right. I certainly appreciate what Ian's showing us. It's
Okay, I got Dick Bird, Air Explorer by Fitzu Green.
Dick Bird.
Here.
Dick Bird.
Dick Bird, Air Explorer. I guess they were trying to go for that military money, you know.
Show us the cover again. Yes. Air Explorer. All right, from that's amazing. So Admiral Richard Byrd, but they called him Dick, right? Yeah, so they're going for that.
Let me pop this open. Let me open this up.
Did you
real quick.
shrink wrap these? Did you shrink?
Yeah. I got a shrink wrapper. I mean, they're priceless. So.
Yes. Oh my God.
You know, I don't want some little girl come over here spilling her fucking Zima on it. All right, here we go. Let me open it up. All right, here it is. Yeah, I guess that's more of like the Antarctica shit. I guess.
Yeah, they show a bunch of ice flows. Yes.
This one's got some cigarette stains on it. Okay. Oh, this one's even older. Silly me. I apologize. Here, I'll just let you guys read it. Can you guys see it?
Dick Bird, Air Explorer. After that, it's too small, but
yeah, okay. Here, let me read it. Okay, it says an intimate story of a great air explorer whose spectacular flights to the North and South Poles across the Atlantic Ocean and other adventures have thrilled red-blooded men and boys. Boys the world over, by Fitzu Green, author of One for the Fleet, Anchors Away, Mystery of the Eric, and ZR Winds, etc., etc., with 31 illustrations, published in 1928, and it is this is a 4th edition. This is the 4th edition of it.
Wow.
From 1928. It's not the first edition.
Right.
So there goes a couple million. But anyway.
This introductory page. What does the introductory page say?
I'll read it to you. It's just like a paragraph. That's all it is. It says, okay, to the boys who read the story. When Fitz Green asked me to say a word about this book, I told him boys probably had enough books already. But he reminded me that boys were more interested in flying than in books, and that this story had a lot to do with flying. I guess he's right. The boys of today are going to decide how successfully we shall fly tomorrow. In fact, I think the lads who make models and study airplane design in that way may do more to revolutionize the art of flying than even the aeronautical engineers of today. So I send you all my best wishes and I hope that you will follow some of our adventures while we are away on our South Pole flight. R.E. Bird.
Wow. Thank you. That's
But that's just the 4th edition, so it's really nothing to brag about. But
still, yes.
But I got 2 copies of it.
Yes. Yes. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Ian,
Yeah.
you know about the panda eyes on children?
So
I posted it in Skype. If you look about the music video from Rammstein, dubbed Angle, and you see the blonde-haired children in the cage with the panda eyes, they're just subliminal reference to children's sex slaves, Aryan children being used as sex slaves.
Well, I got this testimony of this one girl who was bitching about Rammstein and drugging him and raping him and shit. I got the testimony of it.
They just satanic band. Yeah.
Did you like, hey, Ademo, did you like the new Hunter Biden child porn I put out?
I saw her on Facebook.
I was so proud of that.
I only saw the image you have of that chick being
Yeah, I tried to patriotic it out, as much as I could, but it's got a lot of good hits. I'm very proud of
it. Such being said, let's take a look at the time, how much time we have left. And so it's we've been on for about 8.5 hours. We've maintained high numbers of listeners. Well,
that's because Brooke's not here. That's why.
That's actually not the case. They maintained high numbers when she was here with our latest episode before tonight. And by all means, Andre. So Andre, what do you know about Antarctica, or what's your impression? Any concepts you wish to share about Antarctica, Admiral Byrd?
Before you do that, I just gotta say goodbye to the listeners because I gotta go cook dinner and shit. So I'm just gonna say goodbye.
Well, I'm
have
sure
a good.
You will probably still be here when you return.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, just let me say goodbye anyway.
Okay. By all
good
means.
morning, good day, good night to all of the listeners. Support Douglas Dietrich by buying his books on Amazon. Download and upload his videos and share them on all platforms as much as possible.
Bless
Everyone,
you.
have a good one. Take it easy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're well loved.
I gotta fix my mic.
Yes.
All right, good to hear it from you, Nemo.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you,
Good
Nemo.
to hear from you too.
Hugs.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And so it's just the three of us now. Andre and Ian West and myself, Douglas Dietrich. So, Andre, yes, by all means, anything to say about Antarctica, Admiral Byrd?
Yeah, the thing is, even if this flat Earth theme exploded,
Andre, let's not call it flat Earth. That's that's like mislabeling it. Yeah, we call it land yet to be discovered.
Yeah, but I will never have the money to know it. I will never have a submarine to go under Antarctica. I will never have a plane to fly over the North Pole. I don't know. And I will never know, I think. But I guess under the Antarctica there are several things happening. I think Peter Moon described it in one book that you cannot even enter there as a normal person because it's military indulge.
Yes, that is true.
So that must have a reason, because you cannot steal there. What will you steal there? Snow and penguins.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you got the right kind of imagination, you can figure out what you'd see. But the stories I hear, though, this is just what I hear. Like they hire all these goddamn scientists to go work down there, and they get these like young, cocky, like college idiots that just degraduated, in education, and fucking they come back to the States with like one arm or one leg and shit. And they can't talk about why their limbs are missing, and these doctors figured it out that they're like being eaten by like these animals that kind of resemble dinosaurs.
Wow.
Yeah, it's that kind of shit. You gotta have that kind of imagination.
Do you have a copy of any articles on this?
Oh God, yeah, I got like tons of them.
Oh, well, if a few, just a few.
In fact, like most of these scientists just don't come back at all. or half of their body comes back, or like a torso and one arm and like a toe come back or something, shit like that. And then they bury the toe,
They think they found some body parts from that Titan submersible, by the way, is what they're saying.
Are you serious?
That's what they say. Yeah, you can look that up. See what you find. Yeah.
Well, that blows my conspiracy theory about going to Earth.
That's if what they're saying is true. We don't know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I found the guy that they swapped Epstein's bodies with during the jailbreak for him.
Oh my goodness.
So it just backs up everything I said earlier, But yeah, I got the guy. I got his name and everything. So. And he does look like the corpse they presented, but it's definitely not Epstein.
Oh my goodness. So. Such being said, well, Andre, again about United Germany, I'm so intrigued by what you said about the Bundeswehr uniforms looking very science fiction like, very costume like. So again, if you find any photographs, go ahead and enter them or send them to us.
Yeah. But maybe you can just watch pictures from the movie The Martian Chronicles.
Okay.
There they look exactly not just in camouflage, but in beige or in sand.
So let me take a look at that. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and they have these big badges from the NASA, and they are very colorful. And this is now at the uniforms of the Bundeswehr.
Okay.
And this,
I'm coming up with a Ray Bradbury book.
Yeah. This is the movie to this book.
Oh, no shit.
You're talking about not the one from the 1980, are you?
Yeah, 1980.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'll take the images from that, and the new Bundeswehr uniforms look like that. Okay, but what color you said? What color?
Camouflage.
Camouflage.
But these badges, they are new.
Yeah.
In earlier times, they just had a green badge with their name in black and the German flag, nothing more. And now they have these fantasy badges where nobody knows what it is for.
Yeah.
And this is since they are private. And now with the Ukrainian war, of course, there were lots of soldiers in the trains. And then I saw it the first time how they look, because in the last 4 years you hardly could see one soldier in Germany. They were all somehow vanished, and even on the Autobahn you did not see anything from the Bundeswehr. No lorry, no nothing. And now immediately with the Ukrainian war, everywhere are German soldiers. And they all have these, for me, it's more a fantasy uniform, because the old uniforms look completely different.
Well, at least they're spending all the money they're getting on something.
On patches.
Yeah, patches and uniforms. So like, what?
Hey, stay on this subject, because what you guys are talking about, I just got testimony from this former dude who's saying the same shit you're saying. Hold on, let me find it real quick.
Wow. So
literally, like 2 days ago, I got it.
Yeah. So what color is this camouflage? Urban camouflage or woodland camouflage or what? Gray is the traditional German color. Is it kind of gray camouflage?
No, it's green, black.
Okay. Woodland.
Dark green, light green, and black, I think.
So woodland camouflage.
Yeah.
So it's like America's Space Force. America has a Space Force that uses that camouflage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, let me
the badges are also very space-like, nautic.
Wow, I'm impressed. So, thank you.
Yeah, we just did get caught. The Space Force was like funneling money to Ukraine. They did just get popped for doing that.
Okay. And well, good for them. I mean, they should.
They executed the dude in Space Force that did it. They executed him. I'm just saying.
But if I look up pictures in the internet of the Bundeswehr, they always show the people in the old uniform, not in the new.
Oh, interesting.
So all that. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, don't worry. I'm just mumbling. I'm just trying to keep myself awake at this point because, like I
Here,
said,
I found the clip. Let me cue it up.
Sure.
But I found the clip. I found it.
Whoa! Wait a second. We know what trouble I can get in with these clips.
No, this is a goddamn testimony. Shut the fuck up.
Well, wait a second. No, it's like nothing against any protected
No. He's just no. This is just a testimony from a Marine dude who came across these dudes somewhere, and he's like, yeah, they're like wearing our shit, but it's better.
Okay, cool.
Let me get it. Hold on.
Cool.
Let me just cue it up. Let me cue it up. That way there's no whatever. Here it is. One, two. Come on, goddamn it. Come here. Okay, here it is. Okay, here. Hold on. Bam. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, here we go. Let me get to this and then just share screen. I mean, honestly, what this guy is saying is like what you guys are talking about right fucking now. Like it's just too ironic. Okay, here's the fucking camera's on. My bad, y'all. I didn't know the camera.
No worries.
All right, here we go. Share the screen.
Okay.
Desktop. Share the sound. Start sharing. All right, can you guys see it? Can both of y'all see it?
We see you're sharing screen. Yes.
Beautiful. All right, check this out.
Okay.
Well, for being here. What I'm about to tell you hasn't been something that I've disclosed until recently in the help of Dr. Greer, among other people, so I appreciate your help with this. In 2009, my unit, which was most decorated infantry battalion in the entire Marine Corps, which was 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, was called...
Can you verify that, Doug? Is that a thing, or is he just bullshit?
Yeah, I'm sure what he says is right. I never kept track
he's
of.
gibberish to me right there.
Yeah,
I want to verify.
Understood. He's just basically saying he was part of the most decorated battalion in the Marine Corps. We'll just roll with it. Yeah.
So he's like the head N-word of the Marines. Okay.
Yeah.
To do humanitarian assistance operations out in the Philippines, which was Operation Quetzana. And we flew to the southwestern part of the city, which is Padang. Looked a lot different through satellite imagery that I've recently seen. Back then is a lot different, especially because most of it was decimated, on fire, rubble, flooded, you name it, basically the worst kind of scenario you could ever see. We trekked up about 300 meters. When we got to this high point, I was taking video camera, and I had actually turned to the north, which just kind of slopes down. And right there was something that stuck out like a sore thumb, especially with jungle terrain, things like that, vegetation, very green stuff, was something that stuck out so well. It's always going to be basically imprisoned in my mind for the rest of my life, and it has been for 14 years, was something that was rotating, and it was transitioning between colors like a light matte gray, as well as a dark matte black. You can see that the craft here actually was roughly about 300 feet. And the reason why I know this is because you could fit 3 of the helicopters that we flew in on underneath this craft. And it had an audible hum to it, kind of like a guitar amp if you were to unplug that, or like a transformer. It's very audible. If I was to hear that sound again, I could tell you, okay, it's probably this thing or something similar to that. It's very distinct. And the way that it was floating, which was about 10, 15, 20 feet off the ground, it was kind of a very eerie thing to see because I've never seen anything like that in my life. When we got up to that point, we were then intercepted by a team of soldiers or rogue military force, if you will. The most concerning thing about this is they all had American dialects. They had American gear. They had OTVs, black. They had black camouflage. They had very similar setups to what we have, but more high speed, something what you would see special operation groups these days have. They had no insignias on. They had no ranks. They had nothing that would signify who they were. They had black ball caps. They had M4A4s that were equipped with ACOGs, which was a step up from what we were currently issued, as well as PEC-16 IR illumination devices that you use for night vision and night.
Yeah, what he said right there, like a few episodes, if you go back when I was on with you, that night vision shit is what they were giving our guys to go underground and fucking clean these people out. There.
Patrols, things like that. So we were engaged. We had 8 of them put the drop on us. You could audibly hear them blow the safety selectors off. They basically started screaming at us, telling us what we were doing. We were not allowed to be there. Who were we with? What were we doing there? Threatened that they could kill us right then and there. We could get lost in the jungle. They could throw us out of a helicopter if they needed to. It was very nerve-wracking at that point, especially looking to my fellow Marines and seeing their...
Anyway, yeah, that's the clip. But, yeah, like I'm saying, it's like that, what you guys are talking about, I think that's probably like this brand new. I don't know what to call it, but yeah, I mean, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. We'll put it like that. You're not the only one.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And so Andre has delivered as well. He's also given us some images in my Skype account of these uniforms from Germany. And so thank you, Ian West, as well, for presenting that. I am glad you have. And so European Union training mission. So it shows a map of probably some African nation for this training mission. And
where are you seeing this?
So let me do what I'll do is I'll download these images or a link here and then share them with you. But first I'll do a screen share. Oh, it looks like you got the same shit. It looks like you have it right there. You just passed by something similar.
Oh, it's in the Skype.
Oh yeah, it's in the Skype. So there's Atari Teenage Riot. This girl, she's part of them.
Well, this is Nick Endo. She joined the band right when Hayden got pregnant.
She didn't go to jail, did she?
No, yeah, she got arrested too. Yeah. She went to jail.
But not
She's from Texas.
For how long? She couldn't have gone to jail for too long.
I mean, it's Germany. What do they do to him in jail? I don't know. I mean, but I did see her years later here in Orlando.
So
I hung out with her for a minute.
Right. So at any rate, it's right there in the text box, Ian. Some of what.
Okay, it's Skype.
Yeah.
The Skype.
Yeah,
okay.
from Andre.
My bad, y'all.
No worries.
I'm an idiot.
No worries.
I'm an idiot. I just get the badge, but no, I see the camo now.
Yeah, but if you click on it, you'll probably get more images. And,
okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
No worries. And he sent me some, but it's pretty much what he sent me was what he sent you here.
Okay. Gotcha.
Good.
But it's I don't know. It's just ironic that this guy's saying this shit, and you guys are talking about it. What are the odds? What are the odds? You know.
Oh, something similar. Yes. I hear you. So let me get off of screen share. Confirm. Stop sharing. Okay, I'm gonna breathe. We're gonna see if I can last.
And Audrey, since you like that, thanks for the memories book. I'm gonna send you a free copy of Secret Weapons, the Cheryl Hersha story. It's fucked up. It's just as fucked up as Thanks for the Memories, but I mean, it's even more sick and twisted what these chosen people do. But let me send it to you. Hold on. But have you heard of the Cheryl Hersha?
No, not really.
Oh, dude, man, dude, Jesus Christ! This book's $200, by the way. I like to throw that in.
Okay.
So, but it's oh god, it's a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
And the book talks about the MK Ultra Lab here in my neighborhood. So here, let me get it sent to you. Did you follow the Kathy O'Brien?
Me?
Yeah, I heard of her. On YouTube, I saw some videos.
God, she's a brave woman. Just so brave, let me tell you.
Oh.
So she's it's sad, really. It's sad that this kind of shit's gone on this long and stuff. But I even got some clips of of Kissinger admitting the MK Ultra shit. Like Kissinger just is he's like, yeah, how do you control the world? And he's like, the secret is mind control and blah 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 blah. And I mean, it's just sick that they practice this art for this long and stuff. You know?
I always wonder that they even were able to write a book. That is a very admirable thing that they even have produced after all they have gone through a book.
Yeah.
Going through your mind all this shit again, writing it down that somebody also can understand it. That's very hard, I think.
Yeah, and it's like these girls that I like hook or know down here and stuff. Like it's to see them, to see their personality snap and shit. It's like It breaks my heart. You know, I really love that bitch, dude. I really loved her, but you know, when I found out she was MK Ultra, I was just like, "There's nothing left of you." You know, it's just fucked up.
Wow.
But whatever. That's why it's like, you know, if you're really gonna fuck somebody, you know, that's the way to do it. MK Ultra. You know, really do that. Well, let me find this goddamn book. It's where's that? Where's the M's? Where's the M's at? I got a whole MK Ultra section in here. HIJKLMNO. Here it is. MK Ultra. Here it is. All right. And it's called Secret Weapons. Yeah, if I still on screen share, can you see the screen?
Let me take a look.
Because if you guys want any of these MK Ultra books, I can send them your way.
You're not screen sharing.
Okay, let me screen share it. But yeah, I can hook you guys up. And I mean, if this shit's banned over in fucking Germany, which I understand why, because that's where MK Ultra started, then yeah, you know, it makes sense. All right, here we go. Here's my button. Here's the share screen. And what the fuck did you do? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I hit the wrong button or something. All right. Here it is. All right, start sharing. All right, can you guys see it now?
The Martian Chronicles. We see your files.
I just had it. Okay, let me just jump to it again. One more time, and we're gonna get a read. There's a read. Okay, and then 1 second. Let me get to the MK Ultra. Here we go. Yeah, here. Just pick a book, any book, and I'll share it with you. Let me go to a large icon. Yeah, can you guys see it now?
We see a lot of files. You know, these are like things that are not open. They're.
Yeah, no, I didn't catalog this, but I got the MK Ultra Fort Lauderdale court papers, the ritual abuse and mental control tools for domination, which should have probably been read by Kissinger. I'm sorry. The Dark Labs, the Silva mind control method, virtual government. Where the fuck is Secret Weapons?
I see Brainwashed into Slavery by Kenneth Goff.
I haven't gotten into that one. Yet. I mean, I got so much MK Ultra shit. Virtual abuse. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, child sex trafficker. What the fuck is it? Gay stalking. Oh yeah. Are they doing the mind weapons in Germany to the people there or whatever?
So, Andre, I believe what Ian is asking is anyone, for instance, abusing voice to skull or technology where they make people hear voices or other? What else would you use as an example, Ian?
Oh yeah, the voice to skull is a huge one. That's like the main one and shit. And now they got the mirror neuron shit, which is fucking the scariest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life, dude. Like, it's that fucking crazy. Oh, look here, Doug. Look at that. The Presidio, Satanic Ritual Abuse Events.
Okay. Wow.
Can we send you that?
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
Here, I'll send you that one.
Yes.
Look, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, right on the header. Oh,
wow.
What are the odds? What are the odds? God damn. All right. Let me get to the Skype again.
Yes, if you can mail that to me, please.
Yeah, I'll send that to you. I mean, I got this whole. I mean, I pretty much got like, I got so much MK Ultra shit. But anyway, if the audience is listening,
so
the mirror neurons is the fucking scariest shit.
What about this Our Life Beyond file? What's this Our Life Beyond file?
Let me see what's in here. It's both MK Ultra books. Let me.
Wow.
Oh shit. They're in a. You got an EPUB reader?
No.
It's free. You can download an EPUB reader for free.
Okay.
But I can send them to you. Hold on.
Okay.
But the mirror neurons, the way it works is with this graphene hydroxide shit that they put in the fucking vaccine shots and stuff. Somehow they can do this signal or frequency and show you an image, and whatever you're looking at, your body reacts to the pain level that the image is showing. So nobody even has to fucking touch you. Nobody has to hit you. Nobody has to do anything. Like, they can like show you like a vat of boiling acid, and your body will react and send out the pain signals like your body was in a vat of acid. They can do this thing where they can show you like a fire, and your brains will make your nerve endings and shit react like they're on fucking fire.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? The horror of this? Like,
Yeah.
it's fucking ultimate touchless torture perfection. Like, that's what it is. And they can fucking do this, and it's fucking scary.
Mhm.
I mean, like, honestly, when I found out about this 20 minutes before I had to go to work, by the time I got to work, I was still fucking shaking like I saw a ghost. And everybody's like, "What's up, Ian? What's wrong? You okay?" I'm like, "Are you coming down or something?" Like, no, that's a joke. That's a joke. but I know it's just dude, it's fucking sick what they can do, man.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'll send you these. Let me hold on. I need to get that. Where's my fucking? Okay, here's Skype.
Mhm.
Here is this. Here's the messages. There's the chat. Okay, now I can send it to you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
But yeah, whatever you guys see in here, let me know and I'll give it to you. I don't, I'm not a stingy. I'm not stingy. So
Thank you.
I was trying to do a joke. All right, here it is. Okay, okay, MK Ultra, and you wanted the Presidio. Let me give you the Presidio first.
Absolutely.
Okay. Presidio. Where the fuck did I saw the goddamn thing? Am I that stupid? I can't see the P's or something? Fucking okay. Here, I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna do this. Fuck this. Here, let me do this because they're small files. It's not a lot. So
Okay, good.
here. Okay, here's the first set. Okay, open it up and send it. And I don't think they're gonna send the EU police over and knock down your door for having these over there. I mean, I doubt they'll do that, but
One would hope not.
but you guys should have them.
Mhm. Thank you.
All right, you got brainwashed into slavery, right? Or you have that one?
I guess. Yeah, no, I don't have that one that I remember.
Yeah, there's this one like sex kit and pickup line you can do on tricks that are MK Ultra, and if you sneak up behind one of these MK Ultra tricks and you say, "Her for me, kitty cat," it activates that slut in their head and they fuck you. It's amazing.
Cool.
Oh yeah, you just walk up and say, "Per for me, kitty cat."
So I'll download these from here. You sure these are safe now?
Yeah. These should be all PDFs. So here's the next set. Did you get all the San Francisco Chronicle MK Ultra article? I don't know if I gave you those.
Oh no, I don't think so.
I had to pay for these.
Wow.
These I had to pay for. Yeah, here, check this shit out.
Yeah. Oh.
MK Ultra, CIA mind control.
Yes. Wow.
Dude, yeah, that goddamn newspaper website, dude, they get their money out of me. Goddamn, they do.
And
They do.
So obviously this is helpful that you provide this so that anyhow our
we can move on from it. We can talk. I was just holding.
Oh,
this up.
sure. These child abuse definitions. How about that file?
Yeah, I can say that.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes. And
You know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do is let me just zip this whole fucking folder and I'll just send you everything.
okay.
That way you guys will have it all. So let me stop sharing the screen.
Well, can you send that zip to my
Email?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Where? Oh, here's the Presidio. Here, well, I got it. Here's Presidio. There you go. You got Presidio now.
Excellent.
Does Andre know about Presidio? Does he
Andre,
know?
what do you know about the Presidio military base where I used to work?
I just heard it at Super Soldier Talk, but I cannot really imagine that those things exist.
Okay.
Oh no, they exist, but oh yeah, they do. How much of that super soldier shit did you see?
A lot of. I watched it, I think, since 10 years or so.
Wow.
Did you see the one about the island that Bill Gates kind of owned with all these other Nazis out of Seattle?
Yeah.
That shit is fucking true. That dude is not lying. Fucking, I did like a deep research on that fucking place. I even called the fucking realtor because they killed that dude and the house is for sale. And she had no idea there was a secret passage in this basement of the wine cellar. I was on the fucking phone with her because she was like the, real estate chick or whatever. I was on the fucking phone with her and I was just going by memory of like what the dude said. And I was like, yeah, go down here. I was like, do you see like a 6-rib shelf? And she was like, yeah. I was like, pull the support beam in the middle of it. And she dropped the phone and I heard like, like all kinds of static and shit. And she's like, how the fuck did you know? And dude, it was crazy as fuck. I think that property's for sale still if you got like 43 million. But yeah, dude, that real estate agent, dude, she was blown away.
Yeah, due to the fact that in Heidelberg you see sometimes very blonde, blue-eyed young boys, which are not really the aura is not really human. So, and we had a big military base from the U.S. soldiers here. So I think the German took it over, and something's going on here, I'm sure. But I'm also sure that those things exist, but I cannot really imagine. It's out of
It's
my
hard.
mind.
It's hard, yeah. It's like normal people, us that don't think of sick shit like this, It's hard for us to fucking, even, oh god damn it, there's another white van parked outside my house now. God damn it.
So, sorry about that, Ian. And so
I'm used to it.
Understood. Andre, so you said that you felt that Aryans was really referring to aliens. Did you ever hear on my program when we were visited by Marina Sarin? She showed up as kind of a guest, and she's blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and Nordic, and she feels she's an alien. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
So, so tell us a bit more about this Aryans as aliens thing.
Yeah, I'm not that into this theme.
Okay.
Because I just wanted to know who are the Aryans, because everybody talked about the Aryans, and
Yes.
in the end I came to the thing that the Aryans in Adolf Hitler's imagination are not from this planet. They are, in his eyes, a higher life form, so to say, which we can make an example and can get an orientation, but in public it is never spoken who the Aryans are.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's in the horoscope you have the Aryans also.
Mm-hmm.
So
In the horoscope, you said?
Yeah, there's one. Yeah, you have this Scorpion and on, and in the March, April, you have the
Aries. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and so, but what the Aryans really are, I don't know till today.
Mm-hmm.
And in Germany, nobody talks about the Aryans. If you start to talk about who are the Aryans, then you're on the wrong side.
Yeah, no, they'll shut you down. Yeah. It's
that Laura Loomer girl down here, she's always like says that Aryan thing to like straight white guys that she wants to bang.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know.
Tell us a bit about her. I haven't heard of this individual. Who is
Oh,
it?
the Laura Loomer. Remember that clip I showed you? It was that hot chick, and she's like, God, just let me find it. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. You'll die laughing when you hear it. It's just, she's all, she's drunk at this club and shit. She sees this like really hot, tall, blonde-haired, stereotype fucking Johnny football hero kind of fucking guy and shit. And she's like, let me just play. It's so funny. I texted you and I was like, this is like Brooke at the club. All right, let me pull it up. It's so fucking funny. All right. Okay, here. There it is. Bam. And then bam. Oh, goddamn, not that. A click truck. Hold on. Let me get out. My bad. No, I didn't mean to click that. My bad.
No worries.
Okay, bam. And then Laura Loomer. It's so goddamn funny. It's so goddamn funny.
No, this isn't something that's going to get me banned, is it?
No. This is just a fucking. This is just like a fucking cell phone footage from the club. And shit.
You sure now? Nothing.
I'm positive.
This is.
Here it is. I got the clip.
Oh my
it's
God.
38 seconds.
She's not saying something like.
No. Here, let me get back to this and then go to. Yeah, no, you will never get banned for this. That is.
What's this? That just shows because I got big chicks and Ashkenazi. No, don't play that.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Trust me.
No, don't play it. No, we get it. No, please. The source is this Zionist report stuff. No, we don't want it. No, please. Okay.
Well, I'll just send it to you in text. I'll send it to you in text.
Yes.
How about that?
Oh,
there we go.
God.
So sorry.
It's
so funny though.
Oh,
it's so funny. I mean, it's almost like race mixing in a way, kind of. It's so funny. That's a joke. God damn, that's a joke.
Yes. I was too nervous to hear it. Yes.
That's so
but
good.
By the way,
I'm gonna just send you the link too.
Because of the sleep deficit I had because of the electric blanket issue, which left Brooke incensed because I told her, I mean, she tries to help and she did her best, but she, and she spent more than she needed, and she got me this, and we fought to get this to me right away, but it's the worst electric blanket I've ever had, and so I'm gonna have to put the weighted blanket on top of it to keep it on top of me tonight. Or today, but I'm seriously.
Is it really that cold in San Francisco right now?
I'm. Don't forget what I've explained to people before is that it's 53 degrees Fahrenheit here right now, according to the generic temperature. But it's understand that there's not only no heat in my crypt, but as I explained before, I can't turn on the heat because all of the stupid vents are boarded up, so that if I did turn on the heat, I'd basically kill myself the way the Nazis killed Jews in mobile extermination units, where they put them into the mobile killing trucks and backed up all the gas and so they all died of carbon monoxide poisoning. That's what I would do to myself, as if I were committing suicide by sitting in the garage and just turning the engine on and shit. So, but the reason it's like that, the landlords told us when we moved in, was to keep the dead from coming up into the first floor. But we really were allowed to move into the first floor while the landlords lived on the top, was because they wanted us to be the canaries in the cage to catch the assaults of the dead first, which is basically, they're referring mostly to spirits of the dead buried in below the basement, because the house is built over this Russian cemetery. So it's a the dead go through those boards, and they just leach all the warmth, any kind of ambient warmth that would otherwise be in the this residence, this domicile. So that's what they do. They're cold, and so they leave you cold. It's kind of like there was a old story of the Ozarks, where every once in a while a man could be seen running through the woods screaming with his body covered in snakes, his body made of writhing snakes. This monstrous creature comprised of snakes in the form of a man, roughly with the human head, screaming. This is something that actually turned out to be true. It's a real phenomenon that's caused by the fact that when a man falls asleep in the woods, in some of these Ozark areas, the snakes have no body warmth of their own, so they're all
swarming over a human being because of the body warmth. And that way, what happens is in the last few minutes of the man's life, he'll wake up from having fallen asleep in the woods if he just was wandering too late and exhausted, lost his way. Then his body, from exhaustion drops into a state of unconsciousness, or maybe faints from dehydration or the like. And then the snakes would swarm all over the body, and then he'd wake up in horror, covered in all of these writhing snakes, sapping all of his body heat. But by the time he got up to run around screaming and people actually witnessed him, the man would die from all of his body heat being leached by the snakes, and because he'd essentially freeze to death from their sapping all of his body warmth. This is actually physiologically all quite real, and how many men died in the Ozarks over many generations, and were mistaken to be some kind of cryptid. So when it comes to this, I'm the snake, really. I have the reptilian blood from my mother's bloodline, the Japanese side, the so-called dragon blood, and from the old days of sunken Muvaya, the Mu, or the lost continent thereof, where there was the, of course, breeding experiments en masse between the Hachurui, the serpent people, Hachurui, and the human beings of that civilization, before it sank due to scalar weapons, sank, so to speak. Basically, the ground was molecularly impacted by scalar weapons to the point where it became like quicksand, and essentially then sank beneath the waves, all except for the upper mountains that comprise New Zealand, which all scientists have proven to be quite true, because you can look up the lost continent of Zealandia, and the scientists will say this is the 8th continent, and people need to realize it, and that, of course, is Mu, as it once existed, the survivors escaping to Japan, so possessing with them the dragon bloodline. So this serpent blood in myself has recessively emerged quite strong, and I don't really generate my own body heat, so I get cold very easily, and therefore need an external heating pad or a heating lamp, most practically, of course. Rather than a heating rock for a snake, I get the blankets. And the electric blankets, again, the dead, the influence of them really hits anything electronic in my home really hard. Just saps it of everything, and anything electronic stops working within months, especially these electric blankets. And so I use them to keep me alive. It's for me, it would be a medical equivalent of like something like a CPAP or a oxygen machine. I doubt I would need them in any regular home the way I need them here. Certainly in any place like the estate, I'm not like this, but then again, these places are heated. Other places are heated. So much of San Francisco, people couldn't survive without the heat. But if in this environment in particular, because we're over a cemetery full of dead bodies, and there's no heat I can use, the electric blankets is how I make it through the night. So yes, it is that cold. It's far colder in here than it is outside in many ways.
Yeah, I'm sure, because you're
outside. Yeah, outside would be the wind chill factor, but in here it's the factor of the hovering dead and lingering dead and shit, just trying to sap one's body heat. And I have very little to offer in the first place. So it's a match made in hell. And there you have that. And
that's interesting.
Thank you.
I didn't tell you. I built a low signal frequency signal generator thing to fucking to block these fucking these MK Ultra weapons and shit. I actually built the box that counteracts them. Let me
wow.
show it to you. Yeah, I fucking did it.
Okay.
Yeah, they do this like a frequency gun shooting shit at you. And sometimes they can do it through your cable modems and shit. That's another way they fucking attack you.
Mm-hmm.
So, dude, this shit I heard, like these people that are in this program and shit, like these people that are running this technology and stuff, they can actually see what your eyeballs see.
Wow.
Like it's like ultimate remote viewing, like it's literal remote viewing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just goddamn, it's crazy. But yeah, I built the box for like fucking $50, and it's supposed to like counteract all fucking whatever 25 U.S. patent fucking weapons that they use and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it stops voice to skull. It stops it.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So it like doesn't let their signal get to what's ever in you that fucking can receive it. It like thwarts it.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like you back in the day, like we had those like radar detector speeder things that would like fuck the cops up, and it would make their radar guns jam and shit. It's like that, but for MK Ultra.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That's the best way I can describe it, you know. But anyway, here's the first set of MK Ultra books.
Okay.
I'm gonna send them to you right now.
Okay. Thank you.
But the box is badass, though. I mean, I bought it because you could make music and shit with it, but you could also fuck with the settings, and you can block these frequencies that targeted individuals are receiving, or whatever they pawn it off as, or whatever. Yes. So, but that's the world we live in, y'all. We got to do these things, or we have tax-funded terrorists.
Pretty much, yes, disguised as.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And yeah, disguised as like government agents or whatever. But
yes,
that's the world we live in.
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah.
Oh, and I found another fucking testimony of the. Remember I was saying I was like working with this patient that she has like uncontrollable constant orgasms where they can make you orgasm constantly for hours and hours.
Holy
where you just don't even want to fuck anymore.
Oh my god.
That's what this girl's going through, and I gotta like work with her and shit.
I'm sorry, you're working with this young lady?
Yeah, I'm like helping her like come to the existence. It's like a good therapist, I'm like a good therapist to her.
I'm sorry, you consider these people like her to be your patients?
Well, basically, we're not like going out for beers and shit. I'm just helping her cope with life,
And how did she find out about you?
We were friends a few years ago, and she would have her little moments and go crazy and shit. I talked about her on episode 1.
Really? Okay.
About how I had to like buy her an Uber out of the blue at 4 a.m. and she was like down the street from a Lockheed Martin facility down here in Orlando. Yeah, and that's when I started like putting shit together about what was up, and that was kind of like one of the things that made me aware of the MK Ultra shit.
Nice. Wow. Thank you for sharing.
No. She got the goddamn COVID shot, and all of a sudden they just start fucking. She'll just be like sitting on the couch, like trying to get ready to go to work, and she just has like uncontrollable fucking orgasms.
Jesus Christ!
But anyway, I found this dude in this other video, and he's bitching about the same shit too. So. But yeah.
Wow. You mean men can have uncontrollable orgasms because of this incident?
Yeah, on the behest of Lockheed Martin.
But how would a man? I mean, once you ejaculate, it takes a little while to build up again. It can be done, but how many times can a man do that? It's not too many times, unlike a woman.
This motherfucker says for hours. And he's bitching about it. He's like, yeah, I'm trying to fucking like cook dinner, and all of a sudden I just like my pelvic goes in the air, and it's crazy. And this chick told me this shit like 2 years ago. I haven't really found shit about uncontrollable orgasms and shit. And all of a sudden I'm watching this shit, and this dude's bitching about the same shit. It's crazy. crazy.
Oh my God.
I know, that's the world we live in. It's that fucking crazy. Is Amy here? Is Amy Como here?
Is she?
Is she? Call Amy. Is she here?
I'll call her again if you wish me to.
Call her. See what's up. Yeah, see what's up.
Is Andre still with us?
Yeah, Andre.
Yeah.
Have you heard any people having uncontrollable orgasms?
Yeah, Andre's having them now. That's why he's been so silent. He
No, but
muted
meanwhile,
himself.
I can tell you another tastelessness from the Rammstein band.
Uh-huh.
Please,
They
I'm
not-
all ears.
Yeah, they have now a scandal because the singer was picking up some girls during the concert and taking them behind the scene where somebody waited with some poisonous mixture.
Drugs. Yeah. I got the testimony. You want to translate it for us?
Yeah, and at the last concert in Munich, the people were not allowed to go in the first row
No kidding.
because it was too dangerous.
Wow.
That's fucking funny.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is how Bavarians solve problems.
Wow. There you go. So, Amy's with us. Amy, honey, I'd like to introduce you to Andre Nemershiski.
Andre from Germany.
Nice. Is this the bike guy?
No, that's the guy in Denmark, I think, or is it? Let me take a look at that guy and see what he says. The bike guy she's talking about is an individual named Dan van der Meulen. Hi, I'm Bike Tweet. Hi, Douglas, I'm Bike Tweet. No, Dan van der Meulen is in Dutch. He's Dutch, so Netherlands.
Okay, it doesn't matter. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. It's nice to meet you, Andre. I just woke up, so I'm not really. I don't know. As you can tell, the dogs haven't been fed, and I'm not really listening yet. So all I heard was Ian talking about the frequency machine he just made. So I just slipped in some of the biofeedback scan that I was using for a little while on which hertz produce which effect for the MK Ultra program. And let me tell you, I'm not 100% agreeing with any of it. I don't know if it's even appropriate to use those. I don't know. I thought it was interesting to see the names that they had, like Tyler and Mobius and Dancer and Puppet Master.
What are you talking about?
I just put it in your message. I sent you a private message.
Let me check
Oh,
it out.
okay. So we'll need that for context. But honey, the reason her dogs are barking is because they're hungry because she hasn't found any more porcupines to feed them.
Oh no, they got a skunk the other day. That's even better. Like now, like I can't even be in the same room as them. Like outside, stinker little monkeys. I mean, they
where did
didn't
you
bring
get
it
this,
back.
Amy?
So I downloaded a Genius Insight app.
Yeah.
And you can get a 2-week trial, which is what I did. And then they will have somebody run a scan for you to show you how to use it. And she had pulled it up for me. And I actually, during this free scan that they offer you to teach you how to use the app, she gave me access to her library. And her library had satanic ritual abuse. It had the MK Ultra program. So that it was in a custom library that I had to get from the woman. I asked for Karen, and they signed me up with Karen, and she.
Dude, I've never seen this, Amy. This is awesome.
I was holding on to it, waiting for you to bring it up, but like I said, I don't know. It doesn't sound like something you should be using on people unless you're really like got a lot of support, like.
No. What it does is it's a bot. Here, let me turn on the screen share. Let me show it to you. It's just a signal generator.
Yeah, and it's to check your equipment. Like as a musician, you don't want any feedback. You don't want You know,
No,
everything's
it's not like that.
clear,
It's not
so
like
it's a
that.
frequency generator. No?
Let me show it to you. Hold on. Let me just show it to you. But it doesn't do any testing. It just emits a signal. It doesn't send or it doesn't receive signals. It just emits it.
Yeah. So the biofeedback, the Genius Insight biofeedback turns your phone into a scanner, so you can pick up what's going on, which is what confirmed that I had an infection when I got into the doctor last week, and they were agreeing to give me antibiotics. So
here, you see it?
Yeah. It looks like a wall.
I don't see shit.
It's got this cute little light. Can you see it?
Oh, there we are. So what is this?
It's a signal generator that counteracts frequencies or whatever that are being beamed at you.
Okay. Oh God! Cut that shit off. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's too bright for Doug. His eyes might turn into ash.
It's the stroboscopic effect. I mean, the guy's just basically MK Ultraing himself. I mean, that's how Ian triggers his own orgasms for hours in a row.
No, I don't want to try that. No, I don't.
I got to deal with the dogs.
All right, let's get talking, Amy. We'll see you, girl. You be good.
But come right back when you don't need to go mute. Just go ahead.
They're so loud though. They're just going to be obnoxious. You won't be able to talk.
No
Thank
worries.
you so much, Amy. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, love
Bye.
you, Amy. Bye. So there she is, and so that was Amy, and so she was helped by Joe Tai.
Yeah, that was so awesome.
Yes.
I'm proud of Joe Tai.
Yes.
You guys, I mean, honestly, here's a goddamn chef that knows more than the fucking doctors do. I mean, come on. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yes, he was also the man who suggested, Douglas, why don't you get one of those infrared lamps to keep yourself warm throughout the cold San Francisco days and nights?
I'm not a piece of chicken.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not a rotisserie chicken, you fucking chef. Yes. See what happens once you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. He wants me, I told him I want to heat myself, not cook myself.
Yeah. Well, you can't, but I'm proud of him though.
Yes, there you are. Okay now.
Should we say adieu then?
Yeah, believe me, it's so tempting. It's so tempting because I am tired. I have that sleep deficit because of how bad the electric blanket was when it finally arrived, and also because I was talking to Ian West and Brooke Gibson for several hours, and before I then took me several more hours to remove the old blanket, set up the new one, and get this set up so I could freeze anyway. So altogether, yes, I'm more than willing to end the show a little early today and then go into everything that I've been promising in terms of analysis on Sunday. Sunday, and that's fine. It'll be 1 week after. It'll be a full week after the Wagner mutiny, and all that being said, then I want to thank everybody who is listening, and I want to emphasize the fact that let me share with them what I'm looking for, and cruel Brooke Gibson. She shouldn't.
That's putting it lightly, Doug.
Yeah, she shouldn't take it personally. When I told her, I'm sorry, it was the worst electric blanket I ever had, and so I gave her the link.
I thought you were going to tell her that you were prettier than her. Never mind. She's just it's all women, Doug.
She's relentless, and she's telling me how old I am, and that how you can't hit on Sarah Sheldon. She's like 30 years younger than you or something like that. I don't believe she's that much younger than me, but still, it's like she's like saying, and I told her, well, Sarah Sheldon works, unlike Brooke, she could support me. And that's when she said, fine, let her support you, you son of a bitch. I'm not giving you any blanket, and you return that blanket first before I send you another one so I can get my money back. And I said, well, how will I live? How will I stay warm? And no, oh God, she's just gonna let me freeze. It's just, anyhow.
Brooke, I know this is gonna sound pretty funny, but did you ever read that book Pecos Bill when you were a kid?
No. What is
like
it?
Robin Williams did like the audio commentary for it, and like all the cool parents bought that for their kids and shit, but Brooke kind of reminds me of like Pecos Bill, but a modern day woman kind of way. It's fun, It's just, I don't know. Anyway.
Yes, and so aside from that, with so here's what the blanket that Amy Como sending us photos, or is that you?
Yeah, that's that Amy's sitting in that app that she got a subscription to.
Oh, okay.
With all the MK Ultra shit.
Oh, wow. Let me take a look at this. She's letting us all see this. Okay. Wow, this is what you were talking about, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is what... Oh, this is a screenshot of the app. Oh! Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a fucking app. I thought it was like a fucking... like a data service. Oh,
she's back off mute, too, so she can talk. So, honey, we won't be able to do just yet, but I do want to get this out first. I do want people to know here's the blanket that I need. And don't be worried about, I'm afraid that someone else might be sending him the same blanket and he'll wind up with two of them. Believe me, they burn out in months. I'd be using them in rapid succession. I need as many as I can get. But I'm looking for, ironically, Brooke should have gotten this, a Brookstone. It's a Brookstone. Brookstone, N-A-P, nap. So it's a N-A-P, all uppercase. Brookstone nap heated plush queen blanket. That's basically what I'm looking for. A Brookstone nap, or NAP, heated plush queen blanket, and the nap is spelled all in the uppercase, NAP. So this would be like probably with shipping about $150, but $100 for the blanket itself, and maybe people who are Amazon Prime or some other kind of deal they've got going with Etsy or wherever they find it would be able to get it to me. Clarice Claudette, poor lady, was trying to she just doesn't have the resources to provide this right now, even though she sent some fairly expensive care packages in the past, in the sense that she packed a lot of stuff in them, and it must cost a bundle, not just for that, but for the shipping, probably the shipping more so than the stuff she bought, considering how expensive shipping is. The shipping is like half $100 from where I saw this. And 40 some odd, 41, 47 bucks, and they don't even promise to get it there the next day, though it would probably arrive very quickly, or it should, for the price being paid. And if someone sends me one now, it would reach me before the 4th of July weekend, very likely. So such being said, Amy, catch us up now. Of course, I don't believe you've been properly introduced to Andre, but Andre, do say hello to Amy Como. She's that wonderful young lady in Vermont, and Vermont, our gentleman, Mr. Andre Nemerzynsky.
Andre from Germany.
Yeah, he's in Heidelberg.
Yeah, hi, Amy.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Yes.
Cool.
Ethnically, he's Ukrainian, but he's essentially, more German than many Germans at this point. So he was...
It wasn't hired by Hunter Biden to work at the biolab, so it's good.
Yeah. So, honey, go, maybe you can explain to him about... anything you want, the dogs or anything, whatever you feel you'd like to complain about.
Well, yeah, I mean, not to dwell on your situation, but you know, if you had an apartment that you paid for where you had heat, Douglas, like this whole like burning out electric blankets, it just breaks my heart. Like, sorry, there's
what the fuck was that?
It's traffic. I'm outside. I can
Oh,
hear
I'm
the back.
sorry. My bad. I thought you were on the interstate.
Yeah, she camps out on an airport.
Yeah, at the airport. No, it's
tarmac.
People are rushing. They're rushing back and forth from their homes to their jobs, and they just drive really fast, and the road's loud. But and it's dangerous, which is why we're like freaked out every time the dogs get out, because the road's really nobody pays attention.
I'd lock those goddamn dogs up. I'd let them shit in the house.
Yeah, you let them do that once, and then you're like, I'm not doing that again.
So that has happened. Obviously, this has happened.
They're puppies. They're puppies. They didn't even know. They didn't even know nothing about nothing, and they're just big now. So yeah, if anybody needs two unneutered male shepherd dogs, there you go. $200 is what she was getting for the puppies.
Those are cheaper than a white baby. God damn.
They are. They're more work than a white baby. I swear. They really
I love that joke, that white baby joke. It's so good. It's good.
Wrong, Ian. It's wrong. It's off.
Look. Go tell that to the Mormons, because I'm not the one doing it, okay?
It's only funny if you're from Alabama.
No, ma'am. The Mormons are selling the white babies to Turkey. Okay, I don't want to hear
it. Go on, Amy. Go on to explain it to him. I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Yeah. I want to hear the explanation as to why nobody thinks it's funny to talk about white babies being sold to Turks.
Yeah.
Unless you're from Alabama.
I swear to God, I was using that joke somewhere. I was out in public, like, saying it, and these two black women who were, like, behind me just busted out laughing. I was like, what's wrong? And they're like, they just said white babies, and I was like, okay, all right. Okay. It was so good.
See, but it's a Southern thing. Yeah. Like, if you try that shit up here, you will get shot. Like, they just
I'm not the one selling the babies, you know.
Yeah.
I'm surprised up there. They would go. So where do you get these white babies? Salt Lake City.
We're low on our supply of white babies for shipping to Canada. No, it's a different flavor. We just don't have that same mentality up here. It's not common knowledge. Nobody speaks of it.
I know. I couldn't believe how much white babies go for, you know?
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know.
So, here, I'm going to give you guys the full underground Epstein Island map so you can see all the shit they were doing and like the MK Ultra chambers and shit. So there y'all go. There's the it's hard for me to find that thing, but there's the full version of it for you guys. And I got one more thing. Oh yeah, that was the one thing I wanted to air on here tonight. Remember when I was talking about how the Garden of Eden is really in Florida and shit?
Yeah, Swanee. Go on.
I found some more proof of it.
Oh, of course.
I found, yeah. And like when I was going through this, the Garden of Eden really being Florida and shit, they have this like, it's like an underground, they call it like a doorway into the underground and shit. And this dude down here, he like explains it perfectly. So I ripped it, and I wanted to air it, but I'll just send it to you guys right now, and you can check it out. But dude, it's crazy, man. He's like, yeah. Here's the same thing in this country. Here's the same thing in this country. And it's just, I don't know. It's beautiful. I mean, honestly, it's beautiful. But I trimmed it out of the full movie, and I'll send it to you guys now. So.
Okay. Yeah. So what I wanted to point out was like, even though like I'm like playing around with these custom libraries and this biofeedback app, like, I'm still not 100% bought into it, But if you look, like, there's one that's called EDOM, electrical
Yeah. What is this app about? What is
memory. It's supposed to be for healing. Like, you're supposed to be able to help yourself identify what's really going on, because it's taken a frequency reading of your voice, and then it's taking a light reading of your photo.
Huh.
And so you can get information about, like, stuff that's showing up in the environment. It's really interesting to see, like, what emotional stuff shows up. Like, some of them just show up as, like, emotion hatred, emotion contempt. So it's not like you can really hide what's going on from this app. But the woman who did my scan was suggesting to me that, like, you just don't tell everybody everything that you're setting the frequencies for. Like, you can set it for up to 30 minutes, but it doesn't really need that long. Like, if you get a recording of it, like, you could have like a 1 minute recording, and it would contain all of the frequencies, and then they just layer in some kind of chimes, or like it's like a wind chime kind of flute sound, like really calm, relaxing music over the frequencies. But they also have frequencies for aliens. So all the different kinds of aliens are also part of the biofeedback app, which makes me really wonder, like, what the hell are they reading? Like, what are they reading?
Yeah, it's kind of...
I don't know if it really works, is my point. But it was interesting, and it helps me kind of clear up exactly, what's going on, especially, when you've been told you're just freaking mental all the time.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I know.
So, yeah, when you've been told that so many times, it's like whatever you can use to kind of back up what you're thinking, because they're going to second guess whatever you say as soon as you walk into the doctor's office. So this was just a way to, like, kind of clarify for myself that, like, there was a need for some antibiotics. And then there was also a need for surgery, because it was picking up that there was some blood and tissue that needs to be removed in order to facilitate more change through the app. Because, like, they will pick up blocks like cancer, like, there was a lot of allergies for me. Like, there was a lot of just, like, air pollution. Like, we've had a lot of kind of West Coast fire situations with the frickin' Quebec burning down. So, yeah, there was a lot of air pollution going on when I was using it. And then, just, like, I have to question, like, what are they talking about when they're, talking about, like, the Draco, or, like, dark entities are cleared. Like, how the fuck do you clear dark entities, and how do I know they're not?
The Draco's like the Queen Elizabeth and that whole family.
Well, I mean, essentially that's the narrative. But when it comes to, like, scanning your frequencies and your body's picking up this signal, like, what the fuck is that? Like, how do you get rid of it? Like, it just isn't.
The food and shit we eat with all the graphene hydroxide and shit that's in it. And, like,
yes, that comes up also. The graphene oxide was also showing up. And you can drill down in the app to functional consideration, so that you're actually treating the elements that are producing that effect, rather than just trying to treat the effect, like, of the graphene oxide.
Well, like, the way to neutralize the graphene hydroxide in you is to do the MMS, because the up intake of oxygen fucking kills the graphene.
So all of that is put into a frequency that you can then record and play as many times as you'd like. So the MMS is also a frequency that they can mimic and then recreate. And it's really, like, I was using it maybe 7 or 8 years ago, and it wasn't quite as dynamic as it is now, like the way they have kind of a group support where there's, like, trainings every couple days. And it's worldwide. There's lots of people all over the place who are trying this out. And, like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that, like, they seem to think that, like, you can just listen to these tones and it'll go away. Like,
well, that's what they're claiming about the med beds. The med beds that they're talking about they claim that you can do the same shit,
I've done those too. I've had, sessions where it's like 7 minutes, just lay here, and it's the Schumann resonance, so you're just going to feel better later. How do I know? How do I know that I wasn't going to feel better anyhow?
Yeah, right? Exactly. Yeah. No, you got a point with that, but
So that's why I'm just like, I don't really want to like promote this. Like, I want for people to try it out, and if they gain something from it, that's wonderful. But like for me, it's just an evaluation tool. And
understood. Yeah.
The fact that they have like this MK Zeno and Dream Spell and CBCB chemical and biological control base and Watchtower and Bluebird and Woodpecker and what, like, these are crazy. Like, what?
This is what I mean by MMS. This is what I mean.
Pure
Yeah.
HCl. Pure HCl. Hydrochloride.
What am I looking at?
This is what I mean by MMS. This is what I'm referring to.
Oh, there. Okay, so you're talking about, yeah, okay.
So
Talking about solvent.
Well, you're supposed to like put however fat you are and whatever sex you are, you put in a drink and you drink it. But now I'm watching these like fucking doctors put this shit in people's eyeballs to cure brain cancer and shit. I'm not brave enough to put it in my goddamn eyeballs, but fucking, I mean, Jesus,
So, Michelle. Yes, Michelle
Hello.
Carmela Saldana has joined us, and she, of course, knows Amy Como and Ian West, and so Andre
from Germany is here.
Yeah,
He's the first time.
Nimzhinski. Yeah.
Oh, Dramedy is there too? Wait, who's all there? Hello?
That's Andre Nimzhinski. So please, Andre, do introduce yourself to Michelle Carmela Saldana, please. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. I'm from Germany. I'm 48 years old, and I listen to Douglas' broadcast since nearly 1 year. And there was one question I wanted to discuss with him, and we did it, I think, pretty well.
Thank you.
And that's everything from my side.
Wonderful.
Well, congratulations and welcome. And I like to know, what is the question that you asked Douglas?
It was about the German reunion. This is 30 years ago. And in Germany, I live in Germany, nobody's interested in this topic, and Douglas is the only person who uses the term United Germany. In whole Germany, you will never hear United Germany, Vereinigtes Deutschland, or any term in this direction. And because of that, I asked.
I have friends who are teachers from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And when I met them years ago, I spoke of I presented the question to them, and they said because it was such a painful topic, the question I had for them, what made me so even more inquisitive, was that they were in their 20s, and I said, well, why is this so painful for you when you weren't even born or given a thought? And they just said it's still ingrained in the pain is still ingrained in the people, that they would just rather I guess the equivalent of American slavery here is what the Holocaust is for Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And or Hitler is for Germany. I just woke up, everybody, and Douglas, I don't know what time your show airs now.
Same as before. It's just an hour later. It's just an hour later. It's before it was 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Now it's just 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. But like you said, you wanted a golden hour.
Maybe Sunday. We'll see if I'm in the mood to do that.
Well, actually, this is perfect because I had an announcement.
Sure.
Actually, the first time I messaged you, it was to announce to you that I recently learned. I think Amy told me about a clinic in Massachusetts. Well, anyway, I heard of a clinic in Massachusetts that catered to patients that had severe child abuse or were victims of human trafficking and treated them, whatever their health issues were, treated them accordingly from that baseline.
Okay.
So I just recently learned that there's one in Chicago and that they're both connected. And I learned that they were in part established on some of my work, some of my past work.
Wow.
So that is what I had messaged you, and I had the opportunity to be treated by them because they heard through a mutual that still that represents me, and he didn't let me know about it for a while because they got their funding from the UN, and they didn't tell me that they were about the clinic because of the funding from the UN, knowing how much I speak against the UN and how much I just viscerally hate the UN. But they opened up, where I could be treated there, and I really considered it. I talked to a couple of people about it to get their opinion. Yours was one of the opinions that I wanted to consider, but I've since considered it and decided not to because, again, I don't trust the UN. But if other people benefit, then that's awesome. I feel like I won the lottery. But yet they're still open for me to go to Chicago and get treatment in other areas with other agencies, and that I think I'm going to do. But something has escalated since. So I have a very serious yin-yang thing happening as of last Friday, and a SOS to all the listeners. Thursday, I got a letter from Social Security that they have moved my hearing up with the judge by a year. So this means that September they'll decide whether I go to prison or not.
Prison?
Yeah, I've been facing prison with this because they've been... California, that doctor I told you about, that reported me to Social Security, has had Social Security, regardless of the medical treatment that I've been getting, has had Social Security convinced that I have been committing fraud.
Good God.
This is what I've been dealing with like 2 or 3 years now.
Well,
So
I'm certain that once that they're going to have to review your case and interview you. I'm certain that they'll automatically realize that such is not the case.
Well, I can only hope so. I don't have a lawyer. I've been doing all of this without a lawyer. First,
I wouldn't get a lawyer. They're in bed with the judges and shit. I wouldn't trust them either.
When all of this is said and done, I am going to do lessons on how to fight Social Security without a damn lawyer because that's such a scam. The cheapest one wanted $550 a month. Nobody on a pension has $550 a month. If I had $50 a month, I wouldn't need Social Security.
Right.
So anyway, okay. So years ago, I put a fellow colleague in, helped him through psychiatry, college for psychiatry or psychology, whichever. And I know that it has its own issues, but we're going to put those issues aside. So, as a favor back to me, he's going to let me stay at his house for at least 2 weeks and act as my social worker, and get me plugged in to as many doctors and agencies as he can in a short time. I cleared this up with a judge's assistant on Monday. I am to report to the judge's assistant because I didn't even know if I was able to leave the state now that I have a court date. She said I'm to report to her from now on, but I have less than 40 days to get there, to get scanned, and to get agencies involved, and they get back here.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, but mind you, I am dealing with all this, plus still daily allergies and cancer and surgeries that I need that have yet to happen. But I do want to join the workforce. But so there's a program. So what? Even if I don't go to the clinic, my friend is willing to take me on and get me like a full scan from my cognitive skills all the way to my immune system and my physical limitations, and get me plugged into a job while receiving medical care. That's all I've been asking for years. All I've been wanting. I have the opportunity for this, but I need to get there.
I'm sure you're going to, Michelle. I'm sure that's going to happen.
Well, that's the SOS,
and it isn't.
That is the SOS I have for everybody. I do have
so much already. Think of it. I mean, just putting together the appointments and like trying to figure out your status with the court, like that's a lot of work. And I don't think people understand, like, when you're not feeling well, that stuff is difficult. Like, it's hard to get on the phone with people, and it's hard to like explain over.
There's a little bit more I'd like to add. So if you all remember that I was going to take a writing break for a few months and then come back on air. But what happened was 3 exorcisms came at me all at once. So one in Western Pennsylvania, one in Chicago area, and one in Haiti. The one in Haiti is still going on. Western Pennsylvania resolved fairly quickly, and has resulted in a church that, this is really fun. There were 3 covens that they were practicing voodoo. They are now my disciples, and they're learning the Bible. And I'll tell that story one day, but there's that. Now, there was a situation in Chicago, and if you guys remember, while I was in the middle of it, I couldn't really give much report, but what report I was able to give at that time was we saved a woman from being humanly sacrificed in a cemetery. There's way more to that, but it has resolved. The family is very thankful. So they'll help support me while I'm there. It turns out that one has connections to art galleries, and I am an artist, and my artwork fits into the galleries.
Wow.
So I have opportunity to earn money that way. One is a nurse. They can help advocate for me, as well as be willing to network and take me to and from my medical appointments. And they'll also, some of the other family members said that they would help with groceries or taking me to my errands, because public transportation is very difficult for me. And so that resulted from doing that exorcism. There's way more to it than that, but I'll save that for another day. And so that's where we are so far.
Wow. Ian West says, was that woman sacrificed 30 years old?
No, she was 48, and she wasn't sacrificed. She missed it by the skin of her teeth. I was having a lucid dream that I saw somebody being sacrificed while I was praying about the matter, and that it was interrupted. And I called the third party that put me, that told me about the situation of the family and what they were actually going through, how they were being severely tormented and harassed by this person that was protected by the authorities because they were very, very wealthy. And I found out that this person has committed the same crimes that he was committing with his family. He had committed with several other families across several other states in the United States. So anyway, I called him to tell him that I had this dream that the sacrifice was interrupted, and he and I were describing this scenario at the same time, and he told me that she was indeed alive, but he was still holding her hostage. So I told him how to get her out of the hostage situation, and they were able to rescue her within an hour of almost being sacrificed. And that for the most part, I mean, she's still alive. She's alive, and we're now just in the process of trying to get him receive criminal justice and not be protected, because he's protected from his wealth, and he's protected because he has political and religious connections, and so I'm working through all of that, and it's actually exposing quite a lot of crime rings. This guy is. So there, as it continues to progress, it's almost resolved, but as it continues to progress, the original contact told me that I'm getting more and more people want me over there because they're wanting to meet me in any way that they can help me. So I really would like to do that because it's just I've exhausted everything, all the resources I can. Even UC Irving the only thing they can do for me anymore is continue allergy tests, which I don't need, and they can't help me with the oncologist, but it's $1,000 a trip every time I go. Chicago, the oncologists are just like a bus or Uber trip or a taxi ride, or calling any of these people. So way more convenient and cheaper once I actually get there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's a lot.
No. It's you also said you were interested in the app that if you take a look in the text box right here, there's some screenshots, and Amy Como, if you could explain what those screenshots you placed in the text box, and tell our Carmela more about the app.
Yeah, I woke up to a very distasteful joke about white babies going to Turks, but hey, sometimes you just gotta joke about these things because it's a valve releaser. Otherwise, you're gonna blow up like a double boiler.
Yeah.
And I've even told jokes about rape and whatever else. Nothing should be off limits. Anyway, and then to hear some about the app, so that was pretty interesting to wake up to.
Yeah.
Douglas, your show is very interesting to wake up to.
So Amy, honey,
okay.
Please. Shit, what the hell? Her dogs ate her. They were hungry. She didn't feed them. They turned and they ate her up. Oh God, she disappeared. Fuck.
Oh, you deliver at night? What?
Oh, where did she go?
Uh-huh.
Oh, and are you Uber or Grubhub?
Fuck.
Oh, I think I'm gonna order it a little bit. Okay, I'll bring it to whoever it is. Who is it? Yeah. Okay, here you go. I'm gonna bring it to you.
Wow. This is the weirdest phone sex I've ever had.
I can hear some like
It's fun to
stranger
know
tuning
that,
in going.
hey, because
"What's
of
this
you, I
app for
found
white
out I
babies?"
could order something. Okay, sorry.
It's all right.
Did Amy leave?
Amy left. Yeah, it was weird
Okay,
shit.
well,
Yeah.
I got the links. It's in the notes.
Yeah.
She might
I'll
return.
look it up there.
Yeah, she might return, but
I don't have any links for the white babies though. I just gotta let you know.
Okay,
that's what Carmela was ordering just now from Grubhub and shit.
Yeah.
She's not in Turkey.
No, I did. It was one of the housemates. But hey, okay, enough about me. How the hell are you all doing?
I'll just go dig through the chats. You can see them all. I posted a picture of the guy that they swapped Epstein's bodies out for.
Amy's back. So Amy, but by all means, please explain the app. Yeah, tell us about the screenshots in the text box. Carmela's very interested. Yeah.
So, I heard about it years ago. It was a lot different years ago. It's part of a package called Insight Apps. It's the Genius Biofeedback Scanner. You can get 2 weeks for free and just use it, but you should probably, it's only 2 weeks, so if you're going to do it, like make sure you set up a training where somebody scans you first and goes through like what the features are, because once you get your scan, you can then get access to the custom libraries. So you kind of need a little direction on where to go with the custom library, how to scan, because those scan separately than the regular app. So I wish I had, the ability to just purchase it and then use it on people, because it's so accurate. Like, that's why I was at a point where I was like, I really just need to like bolster. I need like I have my own frequency generator, but unless you can really get feedback on what is going on, like you could just be using frequencies that are unnecessary. And it's not that it's going to hurt you, it's that you're not doing the thing that you need.
Right. Yeah. So, like maybe about close to 20 years ago, when I was first learning herbology, I took this training from a woman in Ohio that she used tuning forks to get people's frequencies. And she came down as part of a seminar, week-long seminar or symposium. That's the word, isn't it? Symposium that I think so. That
it's like a convention or something.
Yeah, that my well, I mean, the aphasia comes in, and there's like
great.
five words that I could choose from at that moment.
Understood.
And then I have to decide within monoseconds which is the right word. So anyway, the symposium or convention that my herb master and her sister organized, they do several a year for different topics, and they invite people from all over the world, healers from all over the world, for these conventions. So she was one of them, and it turned out that she didn't live very far from where I grew up, but I never heard of her before. And it was very interesting that so I learned from her, and then she also had long distance workshops for just a select few. And then when I was passing through on one of my speaking seminars, where I was a guest speaker, I stopped in Ohio and took one of her classes in person. Well, a couple. I think it was like a 3-day session I took with her. And so it was very accurate. She was using a tuning fork. It would resonate like piano on the keys, the letters that you had. And she had a really great
Ear?
yeah, she had a really great reason
Oh.
for an explanation for why people stay with abusive people. And it was tonality and resonance. Resonance. That I'm not going to say on the air log because my aphasia is kicking in.
No worries, you're doing great.
Thank you, but it's feeling like now it's work to talk.
Well, the like I want to talk about a little bit of the sound therapy that can come not maybe from tech, but as you say, like with tuning forks. There's also the singing. There's also the singing bowls, and one of the best kinds of massages was like when this woman, she'd put warm water in the singing bowl and then placed it on my body, and then played it.
Warm water, cold water, salt, water that has been spoken to, like Dr. Amito, water that has salts in it or has flowers or different herbs in it. I've studied these. I've studied all kinds of shit. Anything that has to do with the possibility of healing people from trauma, especially child trauma. I've studied whatever, even if it just sounds really ridiculous. I don't think it is. A lot of it could be psychosomatic, but that just means that's how powerful our minds are. I don't ever think that the psychosomatic or the placebo effect should be ever frowned upon. And a revelation hit me the other day because Monday I had talked to the lawyer, and then I had also talked to one of my relatives, and the conversation started getting gross, and I wanted to scratch out their eyes. Mm-hmm. And I quickly hung up, but I had initially needed to talk with them because I needed information about our family from when I was young that had to pertain to our history and my health. But then they started wanting to get stupid and gross, so I quickly hung up. But I didn't know how much.
Were they trying to get a pass at you?
Yeah, I mean, incest still runs in my family. I don't.
I'm sorry to judge. My bad.
My stomach.
Wasn't it Ian you were talking to?
No. She said incest, not reset. No.
Okay, so I didn't know how much it affected me until I woke up from a dream that my altars have not shown themselves in my dreams or anything in more than a decade, probably 15, close to 20 years. But
you better tell
it was
them to
that
stay down
bad.
There.
It was that bad. Some of my altars decided that they were going to have a convention talking to me, sitting me on the hot seat and telling me never to contact that person again. I was like, I already decided, don't worry about it, But then also Thursday and Friday, when I got the letter, I was so affected. My couple of my altars had a meeting with me about going ahead and going to Chicago and this, that, and the other. And I was also so affected that I've been having nosebleeds since that letter. I fell on my way home from the grocery store, and I'm walking with a damn walker now. I mean, I should have been walking with a walker for a while. I am for the past month now. Finally gave in and walking with a walker, but with a walker I fell. Fell. I mean, that's how much the Social Security shit has been affecting me.
It's horrible.
Andrea, if you're still on the line, I am so sorry that I am taking up so much of the time. And you've been so patient and quiet. And I just thank everybody for listening. I have been saying for a long time that don't give to me. I want to find a project that we could all give into. I have. There's a project in Peru that I have found that we could give into. It's a very worthwhile project of shaman healers meeting from Mexico down to Argentina. That they are logging all of their they are having their own convention, and they are writing recording how they use the plants and everything. They're sharing their knowledge cross-culturally, and they're also recording it. And I have somebody there that is one of the translators. But he's also been recording the Shipibo language because it's a dying language. And there is a way that I want to support that project. I think it's a very worthwhile project, and the shamans want to be able to tap into healing people who have been severely traumatized from childhood and other family curses and other things. So he told them about me, and when I get settled in Chicago or get all this health issue, I would like to present this more to the public because it's very worthwhile. And I've done this in other countries. I do it in different countries in Africa with the shaman, but to take this to the Western Hemisphere would be really awesome. Okay, so that I would like to present to the audience at a later time. But right now, if you guys would pray for me,
Yes.
about me going to Chicago, and I'm sorry, I'm going to ask if you could please donate. I'd appreciate it. And when I get back in the house, because I'm outside on the phone, I'll give my PayPal. Is that okay, Douglas? I should have asked you before, but you've offered before in the past for listeners to give to me. So I should have still asked. I'm so sorry. That was just really rude of me right now. But
Go on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll make you a GoFundMe page.
Yeah.
You can just promote it.
Yeah.
Thank you, because you know what?
Thank you.
I have 2 GoFundMe pages, and it's just really uncouth for somebody to do their own GoFundMe page. And so I haven't been, I did have one GoFundMe page that people donated to, and then my mom started taking money.
Yeah, moms do that. It's crazy, right? It's like they feel like they're entitled to other people's money that they're giving you. It's crazy.
Wow.
Well, she started a fundraiser in my local hometown, and people thought it was going to go to the GoFundMe because I don't know why they weren't just going to give to the GoFundMe. They decided to give it to her instead.
But it'll go to the GoFeedMe.
And she she raised $1,000 in 1 week.
Under your name, probably.
Yeah, I had to put a notice on Facebook not to give her any money because it would not go to me. But you know what I learned just recently, as of today? She was able to take that money and start an art studio with it. And she's been doing well with it ever since. So, good on her.
Oh, my God. Lying and stealing can take you so far these days. It's amazing.
I'm telling you, my damn family. Anyway.
Well,
Ian, that would be so excellent. That
with AI now, I can spam your GoFundMe page and put it on like 50,000 different Facebook pages. Right.
Oh, you guys, here's another prayer request. The writer's strike. The writer's strike in Hollywood is their AI. There is like so many ways that the studios want to use AI to cut jobs between writers. I mean, even carpenters, caterers.
How's AI going to replace carpenters?
CGI.
Oh shit! God damn.
Every movie that's filmed finances a community, finances the local economy. So whether it's, you can make a movie with 5 people, but you can make a better movie with a couple hundred or a couple thousand, and that's a little village. And that little village, it really helps whatever economy. And Unstoppable, the movie about the train with Denzel Washington, was filmed in my grandma's hometown, and I got to see how that movie really bolstered the economy. It kept us through for a couple years financially. So how it trickled. Movies have a trickle effect on the economy. And California has been very hard. And it's not just the government of Newsom. It's Hollywood governance themselves, like the industry, the president of the film industry. They're pushing and supporting these studios in obliterating a lot of human jobs for robots and computers. And so it's kind of along the lines of the movie Congress with Robin Wright Penn, but it's a little bit more insidious than that. Instead of taking a pill that's a drug that makes you live out your fantasies and then you find yourself actually homeless, it's the computer, it's the technology, and it's the right now, and there's some people that are already losing their jobs. I have a friend that he wants to do this, make this movie that is all these filmmakers around the world doing snippets of this movie together, and kind of like what they did for 10-10-10 that these filmmakers did, were like film 10 seconds out of your day for 10-10-10, and then they composited it all together. He has a storyline that he would like for different filmmakers around the world, or even just everyday people, to use their camera and to take a little piece of that script and send him the film, and then he would edit it all together to support real people making films. So he presented this to me like last year, almost 2 years ago now, and now I really want to see that movie made, because and that's actually why Tom Cruise is telling people go to the physical movies theater and go see movies with real people in them, because the trend is movies based on the next movies. We had Marvel comics and superheroes. The next trend is video games, and that's almost all CGI. And if we have a string of video games, it will severely it won't completely dry up Hollywood, of course, but it will severely. And most of Hollywood now is moving to Chicago, New York, Louisiana, and Florida, and elsewhere in the world.
You forgot Atlanta.
Yeah, and then people are coming here to be trained to the Film Institute, which I'm really happy to say I got to sponsor a film last February and be part of that. That was pretty awesome. I hadn't done that in a lot of years for a film student who just recently graduated. But they get trained. They're still coming to get trained, and then they leave, because California is that hostile right now to filmmakers. it's crazy because it's a very good part of our economy. But that's what's been happening lately is the government all the way around is really hostile to anything that makes money. Weirdly, except human trafficking and other crime. So
I don't know if you guys heard this yet or not. It's kind of hush hush, but Universal Studios is buying out Tyler Perry's Atlanta movie studio, and they're moving up there. I don't know if I should say that yet.
yeah,
That's what's going to happen.
yeah, that's pretty common knowledge already around here, and I think.
Oh yeah, but you're in Hollywood.
I think the one guy, I forget what position he has. I think on California Insider that he already announced that. I don't know if he did it by name or if he said a major motion picture, but oh yeah, there's even the major studios. They're wanting the CGI and not an AI, but they're also not wanting to be here in California.
Well, when the truth comes out about all this MK Ultra shit in Hollywood, it's everybody's gonna want to be there.
Oh, because the taxes, because of all the regulations, because there's still so much. So Tim Robbins was the president of the Screen Actors Guild. That's what I was going for.
SAG, yeah.
Yeah, and he said, just the regulations are ridiculous. Just New York relaxed them, let's relax them. Well, there's still so many purists that so in March, not March of this year, but last year, I was gifted a role for a director that I used to do research for. So he was doing a horror movie, and for a birthday present, he asked me if I wanted to be in his movie. I said, sure, that would be fun. So, but he told me I needed COVID shots. And I said, well, I don't know if I can get them because I don't know what's in them. I'm allergic, and I haven't been screened yet for what. So far, the doctors just said that I can't have them. And he goes, well, I have asthma. And I need everybody to be 100% compliant because...
No, he's an idiot. The guy's an idiot.
Yeah.
Listen to him.
Yes, I agree. But
I would have said,
okay,
just give me the casting couch and knock it out.
Well, he's gay, so I don't know how that would work. But anyway, so I didn't get my birthday present from him. But anyway, this is still going on where directors and some producers are making their own regulations. And it's like, forget SAG and what they say. These are the regulations. I'm the director, so therefore I'm the dictator, and this is what's going to happen on the set.
And then Harvey Weinstein comes along. But anyway.
There you go. Yeah, with a little bit of cast the couch and a lot of COVID regulation. So, or vice versa.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, so then there's a hot chance that you might get, unless you actually have a good relationship and long-standing work history with the director, because there are directors in Hollywood that are like, fuck the COVID regulations. We don't need the COVID regulations. As a matter of fact, fuck the federal and state regulations about anything. We have our own way and our own system of governance. And actually, a lot of them I have been networking with, and they want to help me start my film studio. So I've been reworking my training, trying to work my voice, get it back to where it's supposed to be, trying to get all my production lessons and everything, been crash coursing everything from writing to acting again and productions, and I just haven't done my directing information or studies yet, because that's a lot of cognitive work there. I'm telling you what, for my cognitive skills to be shitty, I think I am doing really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So, but I've so yeah, they're really for these group of people are really for survivors telling their own stories now, and survivor organizations getting the funding, because like for right now, Jim Caviezel has a fairly one of the most accurate movies out there so far from what I've seen, about called Sound of Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Yet
Okay.
the organization that it's based on and is going to get most of the funding is a non-survivor organization, and also they're saying not enough people speak out about human trafficking, and they're acting like every other especially non-survivor group acts like they're the ones that are the saviors and inventing the wheel. They're calling for whistleblowers. That is the worst thing that they could do at the end of something that they're trying to do good, because when whistleblowers they're like, whistleblowers speak and unite, well, that's going to lead to another Pizzagate and Satanic Panic Holocaust. So because naivety gets in the mix. So but in this, what I'm planning to do along those lines with media coverage, in filmmaking and storytelling, is to get the naivety out of the mix where it's safe for survivors to tell, and also that they can benefit, and the organizations that are survivor based could actually also benefit. And at the end, we will have ways to call out and legally try all the perpetrators, because I've done this before with a couple movies and stage performances where we got the people captured and it got criminal justice. So
Are you complaining about the Sound of Freedom movie?
kind of, I'm supporting it and complaining about it all at the same time.
We've been working for like 5 years to get that shit released, right?
Look, there is naivety. I'm for it. Like I said, it's the most accurate currently that's out there.
Well, I appreciate that. I do.
But I'm not saying you guys got to get survivor. Well, Ian, if you've been part of it, you guys need to get survivors in the mix, because I know, other than getting their stories, you don't hear people like me who've actually been in the field.
But you and Allie Carter.
What? Me and Allie Carter. I have a network of thousands and thousands of people around the world that are survivors that work.
I'm talking about personally that I know.
Yeah, well, that's the problem.
Not the movie. Wait, not the movie, but the personal. I mean, personally, not know.
But the Jim Caviezel's character is based on the founder of our Underground Railroad. Okay, that's great, but you know what? They're telling survivor stories as we're rescuing them. Okay, yes, it's pretty accurate. I mean, one of the most accurate characters. Okay, Jim Caviezel gives his CIA or government job up and becomes a rescuer. Well, you know what? I happen to know quite a few of Navy. I do know, like, there's this group, Tiny Stars, where he has, and I networked with them. They have retired CIA, retired KGB, retired FBI, and MF 15 or 16.
All
whatever it
three-letter
is.
agencies. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All three-letter agencies.
All around the world. All around the world. Ex-ninja, whatever. Doing rescues. And I've even participated on some of their operations, even if it's just doing research or whatnot. So, but I also know plenty that have gone and funded or done protection for these like George Bush and even Obama. They were funding orphanages, sending ex-military or even active military that were special ops with the purpose. Ian, let me finish. Setting up so-called organizations, schools, and orphanages that were supposed to educate the kids, but they were actually human trafficking factories of children. And even Oprah Winfrey's school, when she set up her school, I was contacted by the locals and local government officials because remember when the teacher was reported for raping the kids, but it wasn't just the staff was raping the kids. There was local warlords and crime rings that were raping the kids. That part didn't make it public.
And they were pimping them out too.
Yeah. And so we set up programs and projects for yeah, I do need to go in to give therapy to the girls and to their families.
Yes.
And we had to work really hard on having the families and the villages welcome the girls back, because like the girls were used. How were they going to get married? And they weren't valuable to the community anymore. So we had to work on all of that. So yeah, I went from that. What made me go from a big Oprah supporter to Oprah and I will never be in the same room.
Yes.
But I'm really amazed that I'm even going to be in the same city.
Yeah.
She spends most of her time in California anyway, so there you go.
She's gone. Michelle, she's dead.
So anyway, I'm sorry, Douglas. I really dumped a lot.
So,
Dumped a lot on your show.
Michelle, Oprah's dead. You know that, right?
he means like he truly believes that. He thinks that she's got some
know.
body double. Yes.
Ian, my brain is already. I already feel guilty that I dumped. I took an emotional dump on Douglas's show. Plus, and I'm doing it in the middle of the night, and it's already a strange conversation. Which
okay, I'm sorry. Let's finish up. I'm sorry.
And having strange conversations and.
Well, it's better than about the white babies,
Okay, so is this a clone, an alien, a demon, a walk-in demon that has Oprah's Earth suit still manufacturing, still moving and manufacturing?
To Ian, it's all of that, I'm sure.
I mean, I'm sorry. She may be the Walking Dead, but she's still among us, Douglas.
Yes.
Ian. Sorry,
Yes.
Douglas. Ian,
No worries.
she's still walking among us.
Yeah.
She might be a walk-in, she might be a clone, but there's still a body on whatever infrastructure is housing, and there's still clothes on that body. So I'm sorry, until she's in the ground, and I actually
until we unalive her. I got you.
like physically unalive her, until somebody does to her what they're trying to do to me and have done over the years. But yeah, I'm still here. That's the other thing too, is I think I'll be able to, for the first time in a lot of years, because there are some, not just my friend that I helped, who's ex-mafia and has the ability and training to hurt people without a mark. There's other people in Chicago that I've helped over the years that have similar background that will be able to physically protect me. So I think for the first time in a long time, I will finally get things that I've been given to other people. and probably be protected. I really hope so. So.
Okay.
Well, God bless you, Michelle. God
yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna go, but thank you, everybody. Douglas.
Yes, honey.
Thank you so much. Thank you for reaching out to me months ago when I put out that SOS, and
the least I could do
for all the support and everything. And the last time I talked to Ian, he thought you and I had known each other at least 20 years. And,
I thought we had too.
Oh, I thought you guys were comrades.
Yeah, he thought maybe we did operations or something together, and the way that we talk and all. But no, there really is a.
Yeah.
I feel like there really is a real brotherhood and sisterhood with me and Douglas. So.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
He's never this quiet with anybody.
So I have look. There's one other person, maybe two. No, yeah, two, that no one could say anything bad about. I don't even care if it's. No one is going to say anything bad about this person. Douglas is one of them.
Thank you, honey.
So, I mean, people have tried. People have come to me and tried. I'm like, let him work out his own things. I know Douglas is quirky. I know he's, like, he is. There's only one classification. Douglas. There's
yes.
Nothing else that you could say. But, I never told you this, Douglas. So, years ago, when I was doing some work on in downtown LA, I happened to meet this girl that she was dressed in daytime like a vampire, but it was very tasteful. It was like New Orleans, yet steampunk look.
Cool.
But she was wearing an ankh. And I was like, are you a vampire? Because you remind me of a New Orleans vampire. And she goes, yeah. I said, well, I only know one other vampire. And his name's Douglas. And she goes, Dietrich? I said,
wow.
How do you know him? Yeah. This was like the first like less than 5 minutes of meeting her.
When was this?
Oh, probably 2016 or 17.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay.
And she goes, he's a really cool guy.
Oh, wow.
She goes, no one, at the same time, we both said, no one can say anything bad about this guy.
Adorable.
And I was like, that's exactly right. Her last name was Valencia.
Okay, wow. And you don't remember her first?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But yeah, she and I became fast friends, and she was like, how is it that you are a fucking Bible thumper preacher?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a vampire.
Mm-hmm.
And we're friends?
Yes.
I'm like, don't you know Jesus was a zombie?
Right.
She fell. She was like, she like backed into several chairs, and she's like, I never heard anybody say that before.
Yeah.
She was so caught off guard. I said, well, technically he was, and I reached out my hand and I said, and also, I've been resurrected from medical emergencies so many times, and had so many near deaths. Would you like to shake hands with another zombie?
Yes. but yeah, go on. Yeah.
And all the while she I don't know what she was doing down there, but I saw her often.
Wow.
And it was for a few months, for several months, and then I didn't see her anymore.
Oh.
But and she had that place hopping just because she was so different. They didn't know what to do with her.
Right.
She didn't even have to do anything. She was just she could sit down and mind control just without words.
Wow.
And and she would try that. I said, "Oh, Jedi Knight tricks don't work on me." She goes, "Well, this isn't Jedi Knight." I said, "I grew up in Satanism. The vampire shit doesn't work on me either." And she goes, "Oh, okay." And so then she stopped trying, and she and I would have the greatest conversations, and people would see us laughing and just chatting and having great conversations. And the head of women's ministry was like, she's like a vampire, right? I'm like, yeah.
Yes.
I said, she helps me celebrate the happy moments of my dark childhood.
Yes.
I said, even in darkness, there's a little glimmer of light or knowledge that she's helping me process. And they're like, she looks at me and she goes, "What are you talking about?" And then she just got this look of horror and she goes, "Oh my God, I just thought you were." I said, "I know. Ever since you know me, you've seen the soccer mom, Miss America, Princess Esther, right wing conservative wife, Christian. No, I've never been that. I've always been this. I've always been this. At the core, I'm her." I said, "I come here dressed in all black. I come here, I throw karate chops when I need to. Ask the guys on the street who try to assault me. I'm more her than I'm ever a soccer mom." And she goes, "Holy." I said, I guess I am whatever you perceive, but I mean, I'm the same person." I was like, "Well, that's interesting." The drug dealer pimp and the head of women's ministry are both looking at me, and one's seeing a walking witch, and the other one's seeing a soccer mom. A soccer mom, Miss America wannabe. Like, okay, there you go. So, okay, guys, I love you.
Honey. We love you
I love
too.
y'all, and Douglas, I love you, Oodles and Bunches, and
Thank you, honey.
and everything else.
Oh, before you go, in the chat room, a bike tweet, who is the individual from the Netherlands. Oh, shit. Oh, so Amy Como and T-Tank Berry say they're getting no sound. It says here we got an excellent connection. Did the stream stop?
That was a while ago.
Yeah.
That was a while ago.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, I got it reset. I don't know what happened. It said I had no connection, but nothing was off. And then it took me a second, but I got back. Thank you, Michelle, for going into so much today.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Also, Douglas, I'll be able to be a regular on your show again and podcast for my own show, Speaking Freely in Chicago, because, again, I'll be surrounded by people who are like me doing the work that I do and are also helping me get media stuff underway. So all this breaks and, the weirdness and clandestine shit and everything else is not going to be an issue anymore.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. So we could probably even do, thanks to the phones, we could probably even do real time, like that one podcast we did while I was standing on the street and that guy came
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Cool. Yeah.
You know what? I could probably do stuff like that in Chicago. That would be fun.
Yes.
I had fun that day because that guy was like, hello. And I'm like, hi, you want to be live on the air? He's like, wait a minute, what are you doing? I'm like, you could be on the podcast. He's like, you really are podcasting right now? Yeah. Oh, I'm telling you what, I was standing at, eventually the neighbors called the police. But I think that would be fun to do stuff like that in Chicago.
Yes.
Talk about topics or even get people on the street giving their because remember I had that guy say a few words and have them weigh in live. That could be a roving reporter for you, Douglas.
Yes. Our correspondent on the scene.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it. And yeah, and so in the chat, what happened was our friend from the Netherlands bike tweet says, I worked in Kenya for some time in a hospital. The people working for the anti-AIDS/HIV campaigns were also the ones raping girls.
Yep.
He says, insane world it is.
Yeah, there was. I wonder if he knows about the traditional healthcare integrative network, clinic or hospital. They're the ones that after they were. I'm a board member of theirs. Dr. Shapatya for years was harassed by the Kenyan government because he was using shamanic knowledge.
Yeah.
Not the practices, but the medicine. And he was recording the shamans and their culture, video, and also language. So the same thing that my friend in Peru is doing, Dr. Shapatya was doing. And then he would take the knowledge, and they had a clinical lab as well as a pharmaceutical lab, and they would take those plants down to their bare minimum chemical compositions and make actual marketed medicines. And there was pharmaceutical companies like Bayer was a big component or wannabe client. But these pharmaceutical companies would come from all over the world to the lab, a pharmaceutical lab, to study what Dr. Shapatya was doing. They also had a surgical lab. They stopped being harassed when there was the bombing that happened in Nairobi, and Dr. Shapatya was there, and the hospital, for some reason, I forget why, could not take the patients or the injured. So Dr. Shapatya took them to his clinic nearby, and that put the clinic on the spot worldwide for a while and got the government to stop harassing them. And I mean, because the government would take would destroy the actual clinic and threaten to shoot the patients if they were going to go there.
Jesus.
He was able to treat cancer with plants after surgery. So anyway, Dr. Shapatya died. His son took over, and I was trying to get his son to go into the villages and start gardening programs and other things that his dad and I had already talked about and already approved, and so did the rest of the board. But he didn't see a need of it. And then remember, Douglas, they had the election, and all of a sudden, the whole clinic and the hospital disappeared. The staff, everybody, the Britons, as well as the. And remember, we did the show. You had me watch Wolf Warrior 1.
That's
or
right,
2 or
honey.
whichever.
How could I forget?
And it was
You have
because
an
I was
excellent
so
memory. You even remembered it was a sequel. Yes, go on.
yeah. I was so upset that, I mean, for a whole year I was trying to get the British embassies and other embassies involved to look for him, and then a year later, Dr. Shapaya Jr. is like, "Hello, sister," and I'm like, "Where the fucking hell have you been?" He's like, "Oh, we waited out all the chaos and violence in the jungle. We started the gardening programs that you said. After all, I guess God forced us, or God used the demons and the devil to force us into doing what was right." And he goes, "I'm sorry, we didn't have technology to contact you." And I said, "You know what's more concerning for me is that you guys were missing, including British citizens, and the British government didn't even care."
Yes.
You know, there was like, I mean, there was a lot of white people involved. There wasn't just the British. There was other white countries involved, and nobody put out a SOS on their citizens. I'm like, wow.
There you go. Everyone's too overwhelmed.
Yeah, but yet they turned up. Nobody was lost, but that was like really weird. So anyway, there's that. But I thank you for that too, Douglas, because I was like, "Douglas, why do you want me to talk about this? Why do you want me?" But I needed it. Douglas was my therapist.
Yes.
He's like, "You need to process this."
Yes.
I'm like, "So I kept saying, how do you lose 50 people? It's a whole clinic, a whole hospital staff. How do you lose? How did 50 people have magically, mysteriously disappeared and nobody cares?" And I'm like, since when? I mean, it's not right that anybody disappears, and regardless of their skin color. But since when has it ever been that a European or Caucasian has ever disappeared anywhere in the in the westernized world? That people are up in arms, especially when they're doctors or some kind of like highfalutin people.
Yeah.
That was my weirdest mystery.
Yeah.
So.
It's almost like people consider it a Darwin Award, kind of like Darwinian selection, that if you're going to be going to Africa to help people, you deserve what you get when you disappear. That's kind of the attitude of many of these higher ups in our social hierarchy.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Okay. Well, I love you guys, and have a good night.
Bless you. We love you too.
Thank you for everything.
Okay.
I'll probably continue to listen until I go to sleep, or I don't know. My brain is buzzing.
Well, we shan't be on too much
longer. Want to hear what I gotta say, Michelle?
Sure.
Oh yes, stay for Ian. Of course, by all means, Ian. That's what he's got to say. Yeah. Go.
Oh no, go ahead. Go. You can close it out. It's all good.
No, Ian, go on, please. Oh my God, we've got time. I was just
As long as I don't have, as long as I don't have to talk anymore, because my brain, I think, is.
Oh no,
tired.
you said your piece, girl. You're good. No.
Yeah.
But when you said about the fake kid rescue shit, and they were really trafficking the kids, that's that Vets for Rescue, and it's shut down. We shut it down.
Look, I'm talking about John McCain, Ashton Kutcher, all these other senators. I'm talking about the Congo. I'm talking about.
I thought you were talking about Clinton's bodyguard.
Look, for one that you shut down, I've already told you this, Ian. For one that you shut down, there's hundreds of thousands more. There's hundreds of thousands more.
Yeah, I know this, but I'm just saying what you're talking about that was posing as a Vets for Rescue thing. It's closed down.
I'm really thankful for all the work that you do, but you
And they
cannot.
wrapped it up, and they wrapped Alex Jones up in it too, which is even better.
But I thank you for all of this. But every time you say, it's like you're saying it like it's done. Once and for all.
No, don't say it. See,
No,
that's your assuming. That's that woman. That's that woman in you assuming. You women are so good at that assuming. It's amazing.
No,
Oh, how
it's not the woman
sexist.
assuming.
Oh.
It's the child advocate, adult survivor that is irritated beyond any words. Because you're not the only one who does it. Look,
I'll look into it.
It's every non-survivor. It's not just you, Ian. Every non-survivor says, "Oh, we did this, so therefore it's done."
Right.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it's done.
I know, but it's the tonality. It's no. It's like George Soros.
There was that implication in his voice. Yes.
Yeah. George Soros. He's gonna die soon.
He's
already
dead.
Yeah, Ian's always convinced everyone's dead and that they got body doubles. Go on, honey.
There's his son.
Yeah, I know him.
Okay. Or it's just like United States has their generational presidents that they switch out. I mean, for all we know, the next president is going to be Michelle Obama, and Obama's going to be the first husband.
Michelle's dead.
There you go. They're all dead, honey. It's all the Walking Dead.
Look, I have actually encountered walk-ins and people who are dead in meat suits, and it's very weird. But yet, as long as their body is not deteriorated in the ground, they still walk among us.
No, but that's why we got to unalive them. We're still working on that.
Oh my
God. Okay.
And
but,
go on, honey.
Anyhow, they or like take the New York, the New York mayor. He is
Giuliani.
He is this current New York mayor is already enacting the the latest standards of the World Economic Forum. He's already decided pizzerias cannot make pizza if you use wood or coal or some of these other regulations. There's already food companies and some local and city governments that are deciding to put that certain companies that are manufacturing meat are going to be so heavy regulated that lab grown meat is going to now, within the next 5 years, be on the market instead of
yes, ma'am. But we have to appeal to the vegans for that.
What I'm saying, Ian, is that these people are in positions of power. It is the corporations, the oligarchs, who are it's not. I'm telling you what, things are so bad now.
Michelle, you're right. You're right about that.
Okay,
You're right.
I finished my statement. Things are so bad right now. I have active mafia people contacting me, asking me if I want their help because they don't like what's going on. And they're active. And I'm like, no, for right now, I'm good. Because they're like, they don't want to eat bugs. They don't want to eat. And they don't want to be replaced by robots. I have active mafia people asking if I want their help to stop certain things. And I'm like, if you're willing to not do what you do, they're willing to do it for a time. They're willing to stop for a time, and that they, And I'm like, okay, whatever. I can't even think about any of that right now. But that's how bad it is. It's where criminal people, that or in organized crime are wanting to, I haven't talked to other people like myself to see if they've been contacting. I mean, because that's a weird Twilight Zone twist that I never expected to happen.
Mm-hmm.
There's within the past like 2 or 3 months, I've probably had. Well, I've had several. It's been quite a few that it's a actual bona fide trend that I just. First of all, I was like, okay, you have my new number, okay. But then I found out how they got my number, and then it was like, oh, okay, that they actually, it was like they, like everybody else ever gets my number, that calls for help. So I was okay with that. But just the fact that they don't like how things are going, and they're being pushed out. It's a lot of new things happening. A lot of the old school stuff is being. But then I keep on hearing people say, "Oh, AI is going to make life easier for us." I'm like, yeah, AI can make my pizza, but then there's the teen that's on the video games and then never learns to drive, have sex, and get married and goes down or then one day when they discover porn and they discover whatever else, then they don't have the money to live a normal life or to pursue their dreams or their vices. And let's face it, some economies are just based on vices, and we need vices. I mean, vices help support the community when the legitimate businesses go defunct.
So by the way, honey, I want you to know that in the live stream chat, Bike tweet from the Nederland says, I was at Quale. They also use homeopathy remedies from a great guy named Peter Chappell.
Well, yeah, there's Andrew and there's Peter, yeah.
Great. So I figured you know that.
Wow, small world.
Yes,
small world.
yes.
Small world.
Gets smaller. It seems like you and Bike Tweet, our friend from the Nederland, whose real name, just for the sake of our listeners, because we'll be bringing him on in the future. If he wants me to bring him on, I'll bring him on right now. I mean, since he's there in the chat, maybe I should just add him. Let me, so he can say good morning to you. Before we wrap up in evidence. I think I put him somewhere in the well, I guess I'll have to add him on this way. Dan, D-A-A-N, there we are. Click the button, press the ad, and see if he has, shows up. You might see the icon he's got. He's being devoured by a boa constrictor. Hopefully that's not his current state, or maybe it was the last picture taken of him alive, and he's just one of these meat suits you talked about with the walk-in, being ambulated by Ian West's ventriloquism and puppetry. So no need to stare at it while it circles like that. It's as if we're all hypnotized. Dan Vandermeulen. I'm hoping he gets on so I can introduce the guy from the Netherlands to the guy in Germany. Oh no. He's active in chat but doesn't want to jump on the call. Well, he has the ability to jump on now.
Is Andrea still on the line?
Yeah, he's still on the line. Yeah. What's going on was Ian was like blasting him with those orgasm signals and shit, so he had to go mute so we wouldn't hear him go through 10 hours of screaming. And it dries one up too. He's desiccated at this point. So at any rate, let's take a look at and what else is in the chat. See if our friend in Nederland responded to my attempt to call him. But you know, since he was writing there, you'd think he'd be happy to come on platform. Then what's this? Ian West sent us an image. Let's take a look at that. Jesus Christ, Ian, what the fuck is that? Like I said, Carmela, it's being handled. Is that you, Ian? Is that you, Ian? In that bed, that hospital bed?
No, that was.
It's
that
supposed to be a Epstein lookalike.
How do you know this, Michelle? You know him too well. Oh my fucking God!
I know Ian, and the guy kind of looks like Epstein, doesn't he?
Yeah, yes.
So I could put two and two together.
Oh God! So is this what you're trying to say, Ian? Is that true?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes, I speak Ian. I speak Ian.
Oh my God!
I understand Ian's language, Douglas. Yes, I do.
Oh my God! This is like Jane Goodall, except it's monkeys in the urban. Instead of gorillas in the mist, it's monkeys in the swamp.
Douglas,
you know, Ian's a Florida swamp monkey and shit.
Douglas, you know I've been dealing with this for how many decades now? Almost 4.
Yeah, too long, obviously. Yeah, too long to understand people like Ian coming at you with this shit.
I mean, but the thing is, Ian knows a lot. He gives me information that helps me.
He does?
And yes, and you know what? And I cannot say that I cannot discredit him in every when he says that something is done. Like
I never said anything was done.
Okay, Ian, I understand your language. Eventually, I'll be able to speak it. But in the meantime,
that's like Jane Goodall eventually speaks, you know, the gorilla language. It's some kind of primate. It's some kind of primate language that both Carmela and Jane Goodall are, you know, working on.
Yes, I could speak do-gooder.
Yes.
Human trafficking do-gooder. So, I can understand it. I can't speak it yet. And I'm going to speak Carmela.
Yes,
and Carmela is mostly expressive asphasia. It's mostly like on the like think of Bruce Willis trying to say his lines. So I do acknowledge that these operations have been held and maybe have been successful. But think of Bruce Willis trying.
There he is. Oh, and he's got the camera on. The camera eats up bandwidth, Dan. But you look great. I mean, so ladies, Amy, Carmela, are you ladies excited?
Have been. I can't see him because I'm on my phone.
I like the red background.
Yeah.
That excites me.
Yes, Amy has seen it. She's throwing her panties. Yes.
Did he? You see my wear panties. There's a lot of assumption on both sides of the gender gap. Okay. Did he shut off his YouTube so he can talk on the Skype?
He's mute because he's just doing his dance right now. He's so Michelle, he is rubbing his hair back. You know, he's like grooming. He's grooming.
There's a lot of assumption on both sides of the gender gap.
So Michelle, why are you getting this delay? She's getting some feedback there. Oh, it's from Dan. It's from Dan the man. So Dan, welcome aboard. Can you hear us?
right now.
He's
You
hearing
know
echo.
what, guys? I'm going to go back and lay down, and I'm just going to listen or watch the show, whichever the case may be.
Allow us to introduce you first.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
Yes, please. Yes, it's the ladylike thing to do. Dan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. So, Dan, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Ian West in Florida, which he's convinced is Eden. And God forbid that we all originated from that swamp. That means the world is hell. And this is Andrei Nemerzynsky, like Brzezinski, Nemerzynsky, and he is in Germany. He is of Ukrainian ethnicity. Do say hello, Andrei. And
Hello.
yes, and he also lived near Nederland. He lived near Nederland with his parents, so he's very familiar with the Dutch. And actually was in Amsterdam. Almost died there, as a matter of fact. With that, we introduce you to the ladies, Michelle Carmela Saldana and Amy Como in Vermont. Michelle is in Los Angeles.
Hello.
And so do say hello, dear sir, and I'm sure that everyone will respond.
Hello.
Yeah. Great.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Come on, ladies. Are you also smitten that you can't talk? You're all swooning or what? Come on.
I said hello. I said hello. Like now I said hello about 6 times or 7 times.
Excellent. Excellent.
I've got like 6 calls coming in. So.
And Ian, I guess, is intimidated, so he says, "Thanks, Carmela. Good night." I mean, so Ian, I mean, you can get on the camera as well.
I'm not being whatever. I'm not being intimidated. I'm just telling her good night. She said we're going to bed.
Good night, Ian. Oh,
Doug's assuming now. He's getting that woman in him. I'm joking.
You know what? Ian was the first person to hear my good news about Chicago.
Oh, wow.
And you see how I kept your secret?
Hospital.
Yes.
And you see how I kept your secret?
He did. He kept it.
Michelle, I do it with all the girls. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Honey, he keeps secrets because he gets into that crack pipe and everything gets blown out of his ears. So then he just forgets it all.
That he's the one to talk to.
Yes. So actually, I would be intrigued. Andre, please start the conversation with Dan. Tell him a bit about your experience in Nederland, and that will draw him into conversation.
Okay.
But people,
like
from the part of Amsterdam, the city part, but it's mostly farmland here.
Yes.
The parts where there are cities are not the most interesting.
Right. And yourself with the snake, the photograph with the snake, that is...
Oh, that was on a holiday in...
Wonderful.
Gran Canaria. It's one of the Spanish islands.
Yes. Now, you've traveled quite a bit. You were in Africa for a while.
Yeah,
I'm impressed. Yes, that's incredible. And so, do you have any relations that lived in either South Africa or Rhodesia?
No.
Okay.
I've in Nigeria, in Suriname.
Okay.
London.
Wow. That's amazing. So I'd like you to listen to Andre's story. Andre, tell Don, Mr. Vandermeulen. Am I pronouncing that correctly, sir? Vandermeulen?
Yeah, Vandermeulen.
Okay. Vandermeulen.
It says like from the windmill. But
Excellent.
Then
Excellent, Vandermeulen. Thank you. So, Andre, Mr. Nemergezisti, I'm sorry, I fucked it all up. It's too late in the night. Tell him about a bit about your family's history with Nederland.
My family's history with Netherlands is just that we lived on the border to the Netherlands, and of course we made holidays there. I have very good memories of my childhood memories in Holland.
Yes.
And with those memories, I put on my job in Amsterdam. They called me because they needed German speakers for their enterprise. And I guess 1 week after I arrived there, the lockdown came. And I was in a ghost city for 2 years. In Amsterdam, it was nothing on the streets. When I went to work in the morning to Sloterdijk, I had to pass through the whole city, and there was no one. Even on the back way, when I was finished with work, no one. That was really frightening.
Wow.
I mean, I know the city, Amsterdam, is normally it's full of people. If you go through the shopping streets, you are happy if you have some space around you, but there was nobody. It was really amazing in a frightening way. Yeah.
Wow.
And after, when I went back to Germany, it was the last day I made a bike tour, just to say for myself to goodbye to Amsterdam. And then on this day, the lockdown was ended. So after that, I was not able to make a party or something like this in Amsterdam because I went back to Germany. And the 2 years before, it was a complete ghost town.
Wow.
It was scary. Yeah.
Amazing. Dan?
I live in like 50 kilometers north from Amsterdam. And here the restrictions, people didn't really follow it.
Mm. Yeah, most people were at home. And
No, not here.
Yeah.
No.
Where are you again exactly, Dan?
Alkmaar.
Okay. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, that's near Amsterdam.
I think when the Spanish attacked the Netherlands, Alkmaar was the city that held them off. So they say that like the victory starts in Alkmaar.
Wow, that's amazing.
But that's not far from Amsterdam. Huh?
It's really crazy because nothing ever gets past this town. Like even the plague, it didn't go north from here.
Wow.
The French didn't get more north than here. The Spaniards didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And that has to do with Friesland. They say this is the North Friesland, and they are descendants of Vikings. Yeah, they're tough people.
Yes. Incredible. I want to thank you for sharing that history.
One of my favorite places is in Groningen.
Mm-hmm.
It's Boertange.
Yes.
And that also has a connection with Mantuk.
Yeah.
Like if you have these energy lines going like across the world. Like Mantuk is one, and Mantuk connects to Holland through Boertange. And it's a really old star city.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a fortress made in a star.
Yeah.
And on like all the points, I think it's a 5-pointed fortress type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
One point is pointing to Montuk. But the crazy thing is, it is built in like a potato field. There's nothing there.
Wow.
They defended it with extreme
courage, tenacity.
And there's a storage there, and they had 200,000 cannonballs.
Right.
And the most gunpowder from all, they're the biggest gunpowder storage from all the places from that time.
Yes.
But there's nothing there. It's only an energy point.
Yes. A ley line. And
yeah.
They defended it with great determination because of that energy. Yes, thank you for sharing that. And so
it's with the Dutch royals.
Yes, the Dutch royals, which of course our friend Ian West spoke of. Ian, do you have something to say when you hear that? If not, don't worry.
Yeah, everything he's saying is absolutely true. He is on the ball.
Okay.
He is correct about everything.
Thank you. And
But I have crazy history myself.
Yeah.
From my father's side.
Yeah.
They are descendants of German royalty.
Yes.
They're Rolings.
Okay. Yeah.
But they got taken all their stuff away when that, in 82, I think.
Okay.
When the Kaiser was in power.
Yes.
But before that, they owned a lot of land and castles, and it's crazy.
Yes. So
later
sorry.
They built another castle near Utrecht.
Wow.
But they didn't live there. They were only allowed to help build it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But what I said last time in the chat, the book of the Seven Seals and the Synchronicity.
Yes.
It's so crazy. My grandfather.
Yes.
He wrote a diary.
Mm-hmm.
And he was one of the first people in Holland working with computers. He also, the electricity for the lamps in the streets in Amsterdam, he made his electrical board so it could be automated. So he's quite a handy guy with electricity.
Yeah.
Wow. And later in his life, he put his whole diary in a computer, so he printed it. So I have this really big book about his whole life. But the thing is, during the Second World War, he got a girlfriend, but she got bombed in Nijmegen.
Oh, so sorry.
And I kind of knew this, but I didn't know everything.
Right.
And I heard that later in life. But my wife is from Nijmegen. She's from the same city. I found out.
Yes.
His girlfriend, the grave is 200 meters from where my mother-in-law lives.
Oh, wow.
The place where we used to meet, because I went there by train, was the same place where they always met. And there's one place I cannot go in the city. I get sick when I'm there.
Oh,
and that's
wow.
the place where she lived and where she was bombed. So, but the crazy thing is, I was reading his diary, and on the last page he says, if there's one thing I've learned in my life, is that when things don't get resolved, they repeat.
Yes.
So crazy. And I was reading it from, holy shit, there's
very true, very true.
things that, yeah, so crazy.
So
Because the level of things needing to be just that way so we could meet, the chances are so slim. Because my wife, her grandmother, she immigrated here from Suriname.
Suriname, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the crazy thing is, even so, that girlfriend of my grandpa died. So later he took another wife. They got kids. That's where all we are from. But they lived in Amsterdam, and the grandmother of my wife lived in the same street for 30 years as my grandmother and father.
Yeah. Wow. That's incredible.
That's incredible coincidence.
Yes. Yeah. And so Andre, you also have read Peter Moon's books. You've had something similar in terms of this level of synchronicity, déjà vu.
Not really.
Okay.
I had other experiences, but not like this.
Okay. So, Dan, please continue. Go on. You have a good grasp of history, and we enjoy your sharing it. So, please continue.
Wait, I make a list.
And of course, let's see if he can hear us. Sometimes there's glitches. Yeah.
From and that's like from my father's side.
Yes.
So they are from like Dutch, German royal lineage. But my other, like from my mother's side, my grandfather, he was forced to go in the army, the Second World War, but he really didn't want to, and he almost never told about it. But he was a really good painter, so he made paintings from everything that he experienced, but that's also why I really am intrigued by your books, because the things he told me don't add up with like what you learn at school.
Thank you. Yeah.
Like on how is it possible? Yes. He was sent out to Rotterdam, and there was on the way there he was on a bicycle, and he was made. They carried like I think some kind of lamp to signal. And was really heavy, and they got attacked somewhere, and they had guns, but it was like a carbine, and I think you could shoot only like one bullet. I think it were First World War guns.
Yeah.
So they were on their bicycle in a small town, and they got attacked by airplanes that were shooting at them. And he said the first thing we did was we started shooting back, but my grandpa. Well, he realized very quickly, like, it's insane, because you, like, with one bullet at a time, and so he started running. He survived it, but a lot of people were dead, and a lot of the things that they need to bring were broken. And his friend, his bike was broken, so they decided we ditch all the stuff, and they kept bicycling. In Rotterdam, there was like this huge battle, and they lost, and they got taken prison. So he was put on a train, and he was in Auschwitz.
Wow!
But the thing is, they tell it like nobody ever survived it, but I'm here.
Yes.
One thing, he was like from the Dutch military, so they couldn't make those people disappear like how they did with other people.
Yeah.
I think he was in Auschwitz for 2-3 weeks, and then they said to him, "You're going to work in a pottery factory." When he came there, he was assembling grenades.
Okay.
That was in Dresden, and that was. There were a lot of bombings on that. Later, like they burned the whole city, but there were a lot of bomb raids on that city. But my grandpa was like a really funny guy, and he always told me like my humor saved me. And he was so fed up with making grenades, and there was another bombing, and so everybody was like running, and he was like, "I will go outside and I will pick a place to sleep, and I will see if I wake up or not."
Yeah. I like it. Yeah.
He survived again, but they were caught again. Then he was brought to Poland, and he was made to dig for 2 years straight.
Jesus! Wow.
And, but the thing was, he said, we only got kartoffel soup. That's like potato soup. It was like water with one potato.
Oh my God.
But the thing is, my grandpa was really, really funny, and he said, "I would eat it like it was the most delicious thing you could ever get, and it would make the gods really angry." But also, they had to shower like a cold shower, and then he was like, "Oh, this is the greatest shower of my life."
That's so funny.
But it's funny because he was there with another guys. Some of them survived, and like his best friend, was a survivor from that camp. And he also, when they would meet, I was a lot at my grandpa's. He would always say, "Yeah, your grandpa's so funny. Like his humor also kept me alive."
Right.
And he had stories like they had like bed lice, I think, like in the bed sheets, bed bugs, I think.
Yes.
And like if they caught like 10 of them, you could get a cigarette from the guards. So my grandpa, he said I was the greatest hunter of all, and he traded the cigarettes for food.
Incredible.
But crazy thing, like in the end of the war, the Russians came, and all the guards they fled, but all the prisoners were still in the camp. So he made the decision to just go for it and just walk home, which is insane. Then he encountered some Russians and they started shooting. But later it appeared that he was walking through a field with landmines. Because they didn't shoot at him, they shoot like in front of him to make the landmines explode.
Yeah.
He walked for days and days. And then an American truck stopped. And the funny thing is, he said, "That is the man that saved me." But what was my grandpa had never seen like a dark-skinned person in his life. After the truck was like an Afro-American
Yes.
guy.
Yes.
And he said, that's the one who saved my life. And he took him to the Dutch border, and he walked from there.
Wow.
But the strange thing, what's also very strange, my grandma, they were married for like, I think, half a year.
Mm-hmm.
And grandma, I think it took 2 years before she could send a letter via the Red Cross. Mm-hmm. All the time she didn't know if he even was alive. Mm-hmm. And she was forced to take care of a German boy. I think he was 17 or 18. Mm-hmm. But all he did was cry.
Oh.
And my grandmother, she felt so much compassion for this guy. Mm-hmm. She said, like, I couldn't hate him because it was just a boy. Mm-hmm. But my grandpa did survive. Mm-hmm. And another thing that's strange about the story, the father of my grandfather, mm-hmm. he had a shop and they sold like, it was like a gift shop and they have like costumes and things like that. Mm-hmm. But my grandfather came back from the war. Mm-hmm. He immediately started working at a bank, and after some years he became like the CEO of the bank, mm-hmm. which is now one of the biggest banks in the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. And he made sure that we had like a really good life, like I'm debt free and
incredible.
But the thing is, I'm a really sensitive person, mm-hmm. and birth I've been seeing spirits, all kinds of stuff. Wow. And he would not want to hear about it. He sell from it, but yeah, I have some clues about some things. Mm-hmm. Across the street from the bank is one of the biggest Freemason churches or whatever it's called. Mm-hmm. The street, but I don't know. He did a lot of good things. He used his power to build like a. We have this it's still standing, really big sporting complex, like for ice skating. Mm-hmm. He financed the build of what is that called? Like a home for the elderly. Mm-hmm. He had a lot of influence. Mm-hmm. But it's so funny that he didn't want to hear anything about
Spirits.
spiritual things.
Yes. Incredible.
But if I that's one thing where like my intuition always tells me if things are right or not. I have a lot of doubts by a lot of things. And it's easy for me to go in like a trance state, or go like out of body and just check out things.
Wow. Okay. And what do you see?
Depends on where you want to go.
Mm-hmm. And so
anyone, I have a lot of recollection of people call it like before lives, but I don't see it as that. I see it as other lives. Because I don't think time is like this after that.
I understand. Yes.
So it's better to call it, in my opinion, like other lives.
Yes.
And I don't necessarily think it could also be like in the collective.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of things I could like or can just tune into, but there was this one life or experience. I'm near a seaport, and I'm dead, and there's no recollection of anything. Not who I am, and on the ground there are only dead Germans and Americans.
Ah, yes.
But there's not a single drop of blood.
Ah.
And the Montauk, it always comes back on my path, like the connection to that. And I think a year ago I went to this therapist. We did some regression, and I finally got more info on what happened.
Yes.
It was like there was an experiment also with like electromagnetic forces, and everybody like wiped out in a second.
Incredible. That makes sense.
But the beautiful part of it was the thing I kind of got from that was it doesn't really matter. Like the soul is not affected by it.
Yes.
Even by that.
That's right.
So that was a great thing or a positive thing that I could get out of that.
Yes, most certainly. And I appreciate your sharing that. And certainly, if Peter Moon were here, and hopefully he may even join us if he gets up in time. Sometimes he gets up while we're still transmitting. And we've got, let me take a look at the time left, about 15 minutes left before I'll have to end stream. I'm glad I brought you on to help close us out of today's transmission, and I hope you'll be willing to come on again Sunday or any other day you wish to.
Hopefully we'll get like an email that there is a show, but I didn't get it.
Yeah. So in terms of
what point that I would love to make.
Yeah.
Like I'm a homeopath.
Yeah.
The one thing I would advise anyone is eat liver, cow liver, organic.
Yeah.
That's one of the most amazing things that you can do for your body.
Wow.
The enzymes in liver.
Yeah.
They completely neutralize any toxics in your body. Like people, like there's a lot of detox tea, blah blah blah, doesn't do shit. But liver, it's amazing.
Wow.
You get the enzymes directly, and it's so powerful. Like if you take if it's like on birth control,
yeah,
pills. You take liver, doesn't work anymore. Neutralized.
Oh, interesting.
So that's how powerful it is. And if people don't liver, if you cook it, doesn't seem so tasty. It is tasty, but if you want like an easier route, you can also buy like freeze-dried liver in pills.
Okay. It's not wise to eat it raw. Is eating it raw dangerous?
No, just you can cook it.
Okay.
And you need like to eat like a square of an inch.
Yeah.
You don't need.
Okay.
So you can also take like a supplement from like dry freeze from Argentina.
Right.
Those best.
Great.
Yeah, it can combat like many health issues.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what is what I think was very funny, because I'm a homeopath.
Yeah.
The best homeopaths are in India, because they have like homeopathic hospitals, and they share all the info.
Mm-hmm.
And they see so many patients that if there is like a big outbreak or something, they can react to it because they see what's working. For the last virus that was upon us, the remedy they used was arsenica.
What's that?
Rat poison.
Ooh!
But the main thing from that remedy is fear of death. It's not.
Oh, and by the way, go on.
It's more imminent to get you sick than an actual pathology.
Okay.
So I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah. No, definitely. Thank you. So I'm going to check what's in our text box here in Skype, which you probably know, I'm pretty sure, where our text box is located in Skype. Looking on the right, our man Ian West says he's right about India's hospital, and it's open source. I think here he's referring to what you said about the liver pills, right, Ian? Or something else? Yeah.
No, the Indians, they're really open about their information about what remedies to use.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
they have a hospital data network, and it's all open source. So they catalog treatments and patients and cures and shit. They all share the data.
And also the remedies they make them by hand, and it's a lot of work, but they're far better.
Incredible.
They're all machine made.
Mm-hmm. And when they make it by hand, of course, this is because India has a enormous population and therefore cheap labor. Michelle says, yep, we have some homeopathic hospitals here in the United States as well.
We don't have any here.
Okay. Oh, you're presently in the United States right now?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm in the Netherlands.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Dan, can you tell Doug about the oranges? Because he doesn't believe me.
Oh, he's talking about the Dutch Royals, of course, the oranges.
Can you tell him how evil they are?
Dutch royal family, do you feel that they're evil or benevolent?
I think it started with Napoleon. He put his brother in charge of this country, but he didn't do much. And they're all descendants from that on, I think. But like for the later years, like let me think. They all married, like from the last 100 years, they all married Germans.
Oh wow!
And let me see. One of the German guys, he was he was definitely connected to like to the Germans, because there are a lot of influence there. Even our we have Willem Alexander. He's our king. He has Argentina wife.
Wow.
And he got like a German girl from Argentina.
Okay, cool. And
But that's something I realized recently. I was like, oh, damn, because all the Germans, they fled to Argentina.
yeah.
And her father, he was not allowed even to go to the wedding because he's so evil.
Oh,
Because he
wow.
was in a regime, like, if people opposed him, they put him on a plane and they threw him out the plane on sea.
That's true. Yes.
Thank you so much. That was so good. That was so good.
That's documented.
Yeah.
And so that's the father of our queen.
Oh my God. Yes. That's
There's
incredible.
now a scheme about the royals
Yeah.
because we have a lottery, and the one, they say it's a lottery. People win a lot of money, but they also help like good causes.
Right. Charities.
But one who can choose where the money goes for the good causes.
Mm-hmm.
Sister of a former queen.
Yeah.
Well, one of the royals, she is making the decisions. And now they found out that 75 million of that money each year is going to the royals.
Just like the British. Go on. Yeah.
When there were the COVID restrictions, our king, he went with his family on holiday to Greece.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big outrage here.
Oh my God. Yes. Yes.
And but our king, he's really like physical sick.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a bum of the streets. His teeth are
my
rotting.
God. Sorry to hear that.
But they have cool things. They have, I think it's called the Green Dragon. That's their boat.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of talk about them doing rituals on that boat.
Oh, wow.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
But they're very influential. Even the royals in England are not the true descendants of the royals that should be in power there. But
That's
they're
right. Yes.
Also of the oranges, they put them in power.
Yes.
That's
But
true. That's true.
They're not like the rightful rulers.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Incredible.
They're
Everything he's saying is true. Everything.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it. And so Michelle Carmela Saldana in the text box has added, there are traditional hospitals in the United States, also network and are partner with homeopathic medicine. Tailorized medicine is also on the rise in these United States. In terms of yourself, Dan, have you decided to practice homeopathy as a profession? I forgot. It was.
I have my practice inside my house.
Okay.
And also work as a nurse.
Great. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I do consult, zeg maar, like the people that I nurse, I give them advice.
Yes.
It's mostly advice not to do things.
Yes. Yeah. That's good advice. Go on.
We were the best. I think we were the best nursing home. We had only one COVID death in 2 years.
Incredible.
And the funny thing is, like nationwide, when you go to live like in a place where I work, life expectancy is 9 to 15 months. Oh. So that during the COVID, 2 years, one person died.
Wow.
Population of, I think, 80.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
No, that's very impressive. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of your staff. Yeah.
Then I was working like on the first floor.
Yeah.
Just like street level.
Yeah.
But some of the people are like, most are old, not all, but most are old, and like they forget stuff. Yeah. And I would just open the doors, and then I would have colleagues. Oh, look, they're outside. And they forget it. Also, like fire doors, so you can just exit. So.
Oh my goodness. And Michelle in the text box says, I am a homeopathic practitioner. Also, good to know that you are too, Don. She says, where are you located? He's in Nederland, honey, but he can give you more exact location. But your name, how do you pronounce your first name correctly? Dan or Dan? Dan.
Don.
Don. Yeah, okay. And
No, it's a longer. It's like.
Yeah.
It's a longer A. Da.
Okay. Thank you. And he's in Alkmaar. And so I do want, because there's 4 of us, I do want all of you to say good morning to our listeners. We're going to close live stream soon because we are nearing that time. Again, I hope you'll join us on Sunday, Don, and of course, Andre, as well as Ian and Amy. Let's start. Yeah.
Douglas?
Or whenever you can.
Yeah, maybe I wanted.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Ian if he mentioned MMS. Did you know, or do you know CDL?
No, I've never heard of CDL.
CDL. That's the better form of MMS. You can make it yourself, and that's like if MMS is the oil, then CDL is the gasoline.
Okay.
And it's
I'll look into it. I'll look into it for sure.
It's much more easier to handle than MMS.
Great. Nothing like hearing addicts share pot recipes. I mean, we're setting up a virtual meth lab with Team Dietrich. Thank you.
Well, no. I mean, it can literally cure brain cancer.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
Cracking open a skull.
It can cure everything, really. I have cared things with it you won't believe. Really.
Incredible. Well, thank you.
Did you see the bottles I had?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you can. The CDL you can make out of the MMS.
I've never heard of CDL.
Yeah, look it up in the internet. You will see.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah. So Amy, say good morning to everyone, please.
Thank you so much to everybody who joined Douglas today, and good morning to everybody waking up and send Douglas money. Thank you. I don't want to scare anybody off. I hope everybody returns for another episode.
Bless you, honey. Love you dearly beyond expression. And dear Andre, I'll say good morning to everyone. No need for such over emphatic statements, such grandiloquence. It's unnecessary. Are you suddenly tongue tied? Did something happen?
You might have walked away from it.
I guess. So Ian, say good morning before we let Don close it off.
All right, yeah, everybody. Good morning.
Wonderful. Very poetic. Don, do say good morning to everyone.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's midday.
Understood. And so we appreciate your arriving. And are you okay there, Andre?